So get this. Our protagonist blows his entire lifetime's worth of luck on a gacha pull, landing an SSR tier heavenly demon with an insane 0.006% chance, only to get immediately introduced to the legendary Truck-Kun out of nowhere. The next thing Junwoo knows, he's waking up in a hospital bed. That's right, I got hit by a truck. Just as the memory hits him, a nurse walks in. "Private Kim, you're awake? Just a moment, I'll get the doctor." And with that, she leaves. What's going on? He wonders. Why did she call me Private Kim? Utterly confused, Junwoo stumbles to the foot of the bed and reads the patient chart. Private Kim, male, 22 years old. Diagnosis: dislocation and concussion from an accident. It really says Private Kim. What kind of mistake is this? Junwoo shuffles back to his bed, letting out a deep sigh. I felt guilty for turning all those Private Kims into EXP for my heavenly demon. But to actually become one? This feels like a twisted plot from a reborn Manhwa. As he moves, his leg accidentally bumps into a chair, and he lets out a scream that would make a stuck pig proud. The nurse hears Junwoo's ear-splitting shriek and rushes back in. "Private Kim, you shouldn't be moving around yet." The doctor, who had just arrived, sees the scene and chuckles. "You were hit by a truck, you know. Luckily, your injuries are minor, but we still need to run some more tests. We need an MRI and a magical affinity eye exam." "A what now? Magical?" Junwoo snaps, completely bewildered. But before he can even process that bombshell, he's hit with another, even bigger problem. The hospital bill, emergency room fees, facility charges, CT scans, X-rays, and other miscellaneous costs, all adding up to a grand total of 22,370,569 won. Junwoo's eye twitches as he hears the number. What? I've only been here for 4 days, and it's over 22 million? You don't have insurance, the receptionist explains calmly. So you're responsible for the entire amount. What do you mean, no insurance? Every citizen of South Korea has national health insurance. The receptionist just looks at him, confused. National health insurance? What's that? You mean you don't have Legion insurance or Magic Tower insurance? Legion? Magic Tower? Junwoo is about to argue back, when he suddenly freezes. Wait a second, I've heard those terms before. Where have I heard them? The Legion, the Grand Academy, the Magic Tower, the Holy Church. This is the world of arcane ascension. It's a world abandoned by the gods, where arcane science has run rampant, and the polluted earth is crawling with monsters. A world where humans must modify their own bodies just to survive. Basically, a hardcore survival setting. And I've been isekai'd right into it. This is going to be one hell of a manhwa recap to live through. Junwoo lets out a hopeless scream in the middle of the street, then begins the long, painful hobble on his crutches back to his supposed home. I went to sleep ecstatic about getting a heavenly demon, the ultimate overpowered MC character, only to wake up as a bottom-tier grunt. This must be divine punishment for all those Private Kims I farmed for EXP. Staring at the shoebox-sized room in front of him, Junwoo's despair deepens. This place is even more of a dump than my old apartment. Why is this Private Kim so broke? Damn it, my body is a wreck. I have no money. What am I supposed to do? Wait, if this really is arcane ascension, then it won't be long. The major events, like the nuclear war, the spatial rifts, and the revival of the old gods. They're all going to happen soon, turning this world into a living hell. I don't know why I'm here, but if I just sit around and do nothing, I'm 100% going to die. Suddenly, a crucial question pops into Junwoo's head. A question vital to any system manhwa protagonist. He immediately grabs a ballpoint pen, placing his other hand flat on the table. I need to check before it's too late. Stealing his resolve, despite his trembling arm, Junwoo decisively slams the sharp point of the pen straight into his hand. Then, bracing himself against the pain, he waited. Incredibly, the wound where the ballpoint pen had pierced his skin began to close up, vanishing completely. Right on cue, a notification panel popped into view. Trait acquired, wound recovery. Just like that, he knew it had worked. You know, it's a top-tier system manhwa when the interface is this responsive. Junwoo celebrated silently. This was precisely why he had raised countless Kim soldiers in the game. The Kim soldier is a free, experimental character, the only one with no base traits. However, this meant Junwoo could unlock and swap out traits at will, giving him the freedom to cultivate Kim soldiers far more flexibly than other characters. For a strategy-focused player like him, a Kim soldier was a far more potent tool than any rare character. The system confirmed. Wound recovery has been activated, restoring all injuries you have sustained to this point. Elated, Junwoo tossed aside his crutch and ripped off the bandages, his body now perfectly healed. Now, I'm a Kim soldier. I can acquire any trait, as long as I can earn it. In this world, being poor and powerless was a death sentence. Or worse, if you were unlucky. But Junsu wasn't about to let that happen to him. This isn't just any story. It's a true reborn Manhwa survival guide. He possessed the knowledge from sinking 10,000 hours into the game as a free-to-play player, all with the body of a Kim soldier. He even knew the secret path to climb from rank 115,689 straight to rank 9. The very next day, Junsu headed straight for the player recruitment office. Cho, the director of the recruitment office, glanced at Junsu's profile and then sized him up with a judgmental stare. A Kim soldier. You mean to tell me this is your first time at our recruitment office? Yes, Junsu replied. I intend to join the mana purification project. Junu answered, sighing internally. In a trash-tier game like this, the first thing you had to do was secure some cash. With only his body as an asset, his only option was to earn a massive amount of money. They might call it mana purification, but do you have any idea what dungeon subjugation actually entails? Cho asked, casually propping his feet up on the desk. Ah, yes, I know, you know, but your resume is completely blank. Junsu put on a confused expression, thinking to himself, of course I know how awful this job is. Tainted mana was the very reason monsters could invade the world, and dungeon subjugation, the act of cleaning up that filth, released massive amounts of it. Prolonged exposure to this mana could be fatal, or cause horrific mutations, making the job extremely dangerous. All right then, I'll assign you to a team as soon as we have enough people, Cho said. But he couldn't let Junsu leave without one last warning. But are you sure about this? I've seen countless people just like you walk in here for the money, only to end up with completely empty souls. Don't worry, I might just be better at this than you, Junsu retorted confidently, turning away with a smirk. What's the big deal? Grinding like his life depended on it as a free-to-play player was the specialty of a Kim soldier with 10,000 hours under his belt. This is the origin story of a true overpowered MC in the making. Soon after, Junsu was assigned to his first mission. The team leader, Heo, immediately tried to assert dominance the moment they met. So you're the new rookie on our team, huh? Ah, yes, I suppose I am. I just came because I was assigned here. The brutish Heo suddenly grabbed Junu by the collar. Hey, you think this is some kind of playground? Where's the determination in your eyes? You'd better not come crying to me for help after you start mutating. If I catch even a hint of mutation on you, I'll put you down myself. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Junsu replied dismissively, thinking to himself, trying to scare the new guy? It's the same whether you're in a game or in real life, huh? But why is an L-rank character like Heo here? So this is what he looked like before his awakening. His stats are completely ordinary, too. As we continue this manhwa recap, you'll see how this encounter changes everything. Whoa there, Hua, easy on the new guy? We're already short-staffed, so we need all the help we can get. Neem, you've got 5 years of dungeon cleaning experience. Go break it up for Jun Shu. That's assuming he can even help us. Just look at him. We'll be lucky if he doesn't just get in the way. Ku clicked his tongue and let Jun Shu go, then addressed the whole crew. All right, listen up. We have exactly 4 days to cleanse 5 defiled sites, so let's move. That jerk. He's even more of a hard-ass than he was in the game. Feels like I'm living a reborn manhwa plot. As Junu glared daggers at Hu's back, Neem slung an arm around his shoulder comfortingly. Don't mind him. His bark is worse than his bite. He's a good guy deep down. Oh, right, Junshu replied. His anger subsided a bit, so he decided to just drop it and follow the team to the mission site. Hu led the team to the front of an abandoned station, where a putrid stench wafted out from inside, so foul it made your nose curl just standing near it. I'm opening the gate. Everyone, get ready, Hu commanded, using his card to unlock the dungeon entrance. The moment they spotted the defiled slimes, a low-level monster, everyone simultaneously raised their shovels, ready for a fight, everyone except for Junsu, who hung back to observe. You see, the fundamental problem with clearing defiled mana or monsters is this. Even though defiled slimes are weak, they're a pain to deal with because they won't go down until you find and destroy the mana core hidden inside them. After struggling to handle the slimes to no avail, the cleaning crew started to panic as the creatures just kept multiplying the more they were hit. Find their mana cores. But how? If this keeps up, we're all going to get contaminated by the defiled mana. Just as one of the younger guys was about to be overwhelmed by a slime, he heard a voice from behind. Step back. I'm not taking responsibility for what happens next. Following that warning, Jun Shu dashed forward, swinging his shovel right between the other guy's legs. The slime there, instead of multiplying like before, was instantly obliterated, revealing a shiny golden mana core. In the moments that followed, Junu single-handedly served up a beatdown to the entire slime horde, leaving his teammates completely dumbfounded. What the hell? He wiped out that slime in a single hit. How is that even possible? As Junshu continued his shovel-wielding dance of destruction, he smirked to himself. Of course, it's possible. You see, before facing these monsters, he had to go through a classic training arc, something you see in every manhwa recap, to gather a few necessary attributes. First off, collecting attributes works just like in a game. You just have to fulfill certain conditions to acquire them. That's why, 2 days before tackling the dungeon, Junshu was crawling around on the streets just to find a coin and collect the treasure hunter attribute. He even went around sniffing trash cans to get the toxin resistance attribute. Second, Junu can possess a total of 6 attributes, and he can swap between them whenever he wants. By activating his treasure hunter skill, a classic ability in any good system manhwa, he can pinpoint an opponent's weak spot, which is how our boy, a true overpowered Mac, could see the mana cores and wipe out the slimes in a flash. Afterwards, he just switched to toxin resistance to negate any of the defiled mana that got on him during the cleanup process. Even with his helpful attributes, working all day still left Junu completely exhausted. On the bus ride back home, Neem walked over to Junsu's seat to strike up a conversation. Hey, we gotta clock out early today all thanks to you. You were seriously amazing back there. Are you waiting to awaken, like who? Junshu just smiled and replied, Nah, it's nothing like that. I just picked up a few things from my time in the military. If that's the case, you're a natural, Neem said with admiration. Your moves were like something from a manhwa recap. But at that very moment, 2 horns suddenly sprouted from the top of his head. This poor guy. The signs of mutation are getting worse by the day. He's clearly been exposed to far too much tainted mana. Thinking fast, Junsu offered some advice. Hey, you're looking really rough. Why don't you take tomorrow off? But Hedgehog just waved him off with a bitter smile. No, I'd rather face turning into a monster than deal with the debt collectors. That made a grim kind of sense. People don't take jobs like this unless they're desperate. Realizing this, Junsu decided to drop the subject. But the inevitable finally came to pass. 4 days later, every single team member, except for Junsu, was showing ill effects from the tainted mana. Hedgehog was by far the worst off. His body was starting to swell, his breathing grew ragged, and his eyes were becoming cloudy and unfocused. That guy. I told him not to push himself so hard. As Junsu watched his colleague deteriorate, Deer struck up a conversation, his tone much friendlier than before. You've got a lot of passion, don't you? Is it because you're still young? I never thought you'd actually be able to handle this work. But you're doing a great job. It's all thanks to the team, Junsu replied with a forced smile, thinking to himself, it's really thanks to the new attributes from this insane system manhwa I'm living in. Cleaning up monsters is what's making this job so much easier. Junsu's gaze then shifted to Deer. He looked completely exhausted, too. Was it because of his low level? Just then, Hedgehog let out a terrifying scream, clutching his head as he began to growl. Vicious-looking spikes were now erupting from his body, growing more numerous by the second. The other team members stopped what they were doing and rushed over to him, but a horrifying possibility was already forming in Junsu's mind. From the look on his face, Deer was thinking the same thing. He ran to Hedgehog's side, his face etched with concern, pleading, Hedgehog, you have to snap out of it. Let's get out of here. But when Hedgehog turned to look at him, his eyes were no longer human. They were the cold, feral eyes of a bloodthirsty beast, his teeth sharpened into fangs. And with a sickening pop, the gentle Hedgehog was gone, transformed into a monstrous, mutated giant. He's fully mutated, Junsu thought, his heart pounding. It's just like in that manhwa recap I saw. He's lost all reason. If we don't defeat him, we're not getting out of here. Junsu frantically pulled up his attribute panel, his only hope in this dire situation. But his stomach dropped. All his new attributes were for cleaning, completely useless in combat. This wasn't some reborn manhwa where he came back with all the answers. Junsu looked up as the mutated hedgehog fixed its predatory gaze on him, and one thought screamed through his mind. Well, I'm completely screwed. A single punch sent Junsu flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he hit the ground hard. The fear was paralyzing. The difference in our power is just too massive. At this rate, I'm going to die. But then, a familiar notification popped up from the system. Endurance has been acquired. You have obtained a new trait. Seeing that message was like being thrown a lifeline in a storm. Junsu's mind cleared as he yelled internally. A trait? That's right. I have traits. It's too soon to give up. This isn't some cheap manhwa recap where the hero dies halfway through. He quickly opened his trait menu. To survive, I need to use my head. How can I possibly beat that thing? First, I need to get rid of these useless traits. Then, strength will definitely be useful. He quickly reconfigured his build. Mana Heart to control his mana, Endurance to reduce incoming damage, and Mana Absorption to replenish his power. Deep breathing for faster mana recovery. And for the final missing piece of the puzzle, Taint Resistance. With his new status set, Junsu leaped back to his feet, stared down the mutated beast, and roared, "Come on, you ugly freak." This was the moment he would become a true overpowered MC. The mutated hedgehog, of course, obliged, charging straight for him. Junsu watched its approach with laser focus. He pulled his shovel back, and the tool began to glow with a brilliant blue aura as the system announced, "Strength trait has been activated." His power surged, amplifying tenfold. As the mutant hedgehog charged into range, Junwoo gripped his makeshift weapon with both hands and swung with all his might, launching the beast backward. Yes, Junwoo thought triumphantly. It's working. I can actually do this. But his celebration was cut short. Just seconds later, he saw the mutant hedgehog, still airborne, suddenly curl into a ball and start spinning at an insane speed, transforming into a lethal wheel of razor-sharp quills. It came rocketing towards him. "What in the world is that?" Junwoo yelled in sheer panic. Then, to his horror, the spiky death wheel used a jagged rock as a ramp, launching itself high into the air with its trajectory aimed directly at where he stood. "Oh, this is bad." That was all Junwoo could muster before the spiky projectile slammed down, pulverizing the earth, where he'd just been standing, into a crater of rubble. After the devastating impact, the wheel of quills uncurled, revealing the mutant hedgehog once more, which stared smugly at the destruction it had wrought. The system notification popped up. Endurance trait activated, amplifying power tenfold. This is the kind of clutch moment we love in a good system manhwa. It was only thanks to this trait that Junwoo somehow managed to tank the hedgehog's deadly assault and leap into the air above it. Even with the buff, the pain was excruciating. Gritting his teeth, Junwoo went for a desperate trade-off, a tactic that makes any manhwa or manhwa recap exciting, unleashing a frantic barrage of punches down onto the mutant hedgehog. He knew with chilling certainty that if he hesitated for even a second, it was all over. His only option was to press the attack, no matter the cost. Just then, a single quill on the creature's back swiveled, locking onto Junwoo before launching out like a deadly dart. The attack was so sudden that Junwoo barely had time to react. He leaned back instinctively, but the quill still grazed his shoulder, ripping through his shirt and drawing a line of crimson across his skin. But what came next was far more terrifying. A whole volley of quills suddenly bristled, aimed, and fired at Junwoo, giving him absolutely no time to react. Junwoo was instantly riddled with sharp spines, the force sending him flying backward in agony as he crashed hard onto the ground. "No, just a little more, just a little more," he screamed internally. Forcing his battered body to move, he scrambled to his feet and lunged at the mutant hedgehog, landing one more desperate punch. But the effort cost him dearly. His right hand was completely shattered from the impact, and it didn't even seem to scratch the beast. Worse, his futile attack only enraged it further. The mutant hedgehog roared, aiming another volley of its deadly quills right at him. This time, they shredded his left arm, tearing the tendons all the way to his shoulder. The wave of agony was overwhelming, and Junwoo collapsed, screaming in torment. "So, you really can't win with just the gold soldier class," he thought, lying helpless on the ground as he watched the mutant hedgehog ball its fists into a massive hammer and bring it crashing down. In that moment, Junwoo's mind flashed back to the past, to when he was just lounging around, playing the game, laughing as he said, "Bring it on. I'll crush all of you with just my gold soldier." But now, in this moment of truth, his mind achieved a strange, chilling clarity. He was starting to understand something profound, a classic trope in many a reborn manhwa. Back when this was all just a game, everything was so effortless. A single tap was all it took to vanquish monsters. He never once considered the character's pain, simply pushing it to its absolute limits for the sake of efficient training. But now, he truly understood that you had to endure unimaginable agony just to earn a single mid-tier trait. There's no such thing as a victory without a price. This entire revelation flashed through his mind in an instant, and by the time Junwoo snapped back to reality, he saw the hedgehog's massive fist just inches from his face. But in response, Junwoo raised an arm to meet the blow, and this arm was every bit as massive as the one belonging to the mutant hedgehog. Is this the birth of our overpowered MC? Stick around for the next part of our manhwa recap to find out. The mutant hedgehog was momentarily stunned, completely baffled that its attack had been so easily blocked, and was promptly sent flying by a surprise punch from Junsu. It was as if our hero had tapped into a new reserve of power. Not only had his arms fully healed, but they had also grown abnormally large, throwing his body's proportions into a strange, unsettling imbalance. A system notification flashed, confirming the activation of the mutant muscle trait, a classic power-up in any great system Manhwa. Junsu clenched his new, oversized fists, thinking to himself, my reckless charge wasn't just a blind attack, it was a calculated risk to push past my limits, activating both my mana heart and strength traits to force the acquisition of mutant muscle. Every single blow I took was just preparation for this exact moment. Meanwhile, the mutant hedgehog, having been knocked down, was furious. It scrambled back to its feet with a roar, lunging toward Junsu and throwing another punch. This time, Junsu simply raised a single arm, effortlessly halting the attack. A smirk played on his lips as he said, "That's not going to work anymore." With that, he unleashed a relentless barrage of fists against the mutant hedgehog. The beast could only raise its arms in a desperate, passive defense. Seeing this, Junsu began to taunt it. "Go on, stab me again, I dare you." The taunt hit its mark. Enraged, the mutant hedgehog abandoned its defense and chose to strike back. A cluster of sharp spikes erupted from its fist as it slammed a powerful punch into Junsu's chest. This time, he couldn't block it and was sent sprawling to the ground, with several new bleeding holes torn into his chest. Junsu coughed up a large mouthful of blood, thinking in disbelief. It still wasn't using its full strength? Although he was on the ground again, Junsu's gamble had paid off. A new system notification appeared, the kind of update you always hope for in a manhwa recap. You have acquired the mutant body. You have acquired a new trait. Junsu immediately equipped the mutant body trait in his status window, and, in an instant, his entire body began to expand, growing to be perfectly proportional to his massive arms. Junsu rose once more, smiling as he looked at the mutant hedgehog, and spoke, "Thanks for that. You've helped me get a whole lot stronger." Following his words, the two titans clashed again, and this time, neither could gain an advantage. Junsu laughed. "Now we're on even ground." The thunderous sound of their continuous blows was so loud it even woke the fainted deer, who groggily thought, "What's going on? That noise is incredible." The deer turned his head toward the source of the sound, and saw Junsu and the mutant hedgehog trading blows, one punch for one punch, with neither side backing down an inch. The deer was flabbergasted by the scene. Private Kim, what in the world is he? A superhuman? How can he be fighting on par with a mutant? This is the definition of an overpowered MC. Just then, a simultaneous blow sent both Junsu and the mutant hedgehog crashing to the earth. Junsu sat up on the ground, breathing heavily as he watched the mutant hedgehog rise again, still having enough energy to let out a defiant roar. He thought grimly, "This isn't going to be easy. I've matched its size, but at this rate, I'm still at a disadvantage." Gritting his teeth, a new, desperate plan formed in his mind. "It's incredibly dangerous, but I have no other choice." Having made his decision, Junsu stood up and whispered, "Activate contamination resistance trait." The system pinged. Activated trait. Develop resistance to tainted mana. He thought, "I have to believe in myself." Stealing his resolve, Junsu whispered another command, "Purge." Instantly, before the deer's astonished eyes, Junsu's entire body began to mutate violently. The process was horrifyingly fast. The system announced the change. Status: mutated. Subject: Private Kim. He had taken a dark path, one you might see in a grim reborn manhwa. In his new form as the mutated Private Kim, Junsu threw back his head and roared as energy gathered in his mouth, which he then fired in a straight beam at the mutant hedgehog. Faced with such overwhelming and absolute power, the mutant hedgehog was completely annihilated, with no chance to even resist. After the blast, Junsu's gaze turned towards the deer, and he began to walk forward, one step at a time. What is that thing? A monster? He became a mutant himself while fighting one. Still reeling from the shock of it all, a cold dread washed over the deer. It was the chilling sensation of being stalked by a ferocious beast. Hu snapped his head up, only to find Junsu staring him down. A silent scream of terror echoing in his mind. How is this even possible? Hu thought, his heart seizing with absolute dread as he gazed upon Junsu's mutated soldier form. A single, primal instinct screamed in his mind. Flee! But just as he turned to scramble away, a colossal shadow fell over him, eclipsing all hope. Hu turned his head mechanically, his eyes widening in horror to see Junsu towering right behind him, a massive hand descending to snatch him up. Convinced this was the end, Hu squeezed his eyes shut in helpless resignation. Yet, after a few seconds passed, Hu felt no impact. He cautiously opened his eyes and was stunned to see that Junu had reverted to his normal human form. As for Junu, the transformation back had completely drained him. He collapsed forward, his strength utterly spent, and whispered under his breath, I did it, he murmured, recalling the contamination resistance, his final line of defense. In this world, if you possess a mutant form and delete your contamination resistance, you trigger a full mutation. It's a one-way street. Everyone believes that once you transform, there's no going back. You simply can't return to how you were. But Junsu is a different breed entirely. He managed to reverse the condition, proving he's not your typical overpowered MC. He knew that by clinging to a sliver of his sanity, he could manipulate the state. It was a gambit where he traded the mutation back for contamination resistance, reclaiming his human form in a way you'd only see in a top-tier reborn manhwa. A short while later, Junsu managed to pull himself up, slumping wearily against a wall and sighing to himself. It felt like every bone and muscle in my body was being rearranged, he thought. I am never, ever going through that again. As he struggled to his feet, a purple orb, about the size of a table tennis ball, materialized in his hand. The classic system manhwa notification chimed. Grade 1 Mana Core, acquired. A wide, triumphant grin instantly spread across Junu's face. But hey, it was totally worth it. I've secured a Grade 1 Mana Core. Turns out this cleanup gig has some serious perks. Just then, Hua and the other two survivors walked over. Hu stared intently at Junu, his voice laced with awe and confusion. Are you all right? You turned into a mutant. What on earth just happened? Junu snapped out of his elation, composing himself as he turned to face the three men. This could get complicated if strange rumors start spreading about me, he realized. With that in mind, Junu offered a casual explanation. Well, I basically took a huge gamble that I could reverse it. Guess I got really lucky. Who wasn't buying it for a second? What? You call that luck? But that method is just too. Before he could even finish his sentence, Junu cut him off by pulling out a handful of small, marble-sized yellow orbs and tossing them to Huu. Here, take these. With that, he turned to leave, waving a dismissive hand. I'm heading back now. Need some fresh air. Behind him, the two men with Hu gasped in astonishment. Are these Grade 0 Mana Cores? Holy smokes, there are so many of them. Junu smirked inwardly. I saved their lives and even gave them a cut of the loot. That should be enough to buy their silence, right? Hu, however, just watched Junu's retreating figure, lost in silent, contemplative thought. This whole Manhwa recap is getting intense. The very next morning, in the player recruitment manager's office, a man named Cho So was practically groveling, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile. My goodness, Junu, I heard you ran into some trouble down there. It must have been dreadful. Junu just offered a slight smile. Yeah, things got a little exhausting toward the end. But internally, he was already suspicious. Why is this guy suddenly kissing up to me? He wondered just as Cho Seo continued. You really should have told us you were a superhuman. We could have assigned you a proper mission, instead of just clean-up duty. Hearing this, it clicked for Junu. So he thinks I'm a superhuman. A superhuman. An awakened being with the innate ability to wield immense mana. In this brutal world, that kind of strength means everything: power, status, and the right to survive. In this world, superhumans are basically nobility. And honestly, you can see his logic since it usually takes a superhuman to defeat a mutant, a classic setup in any good system manhwa. Just then, Choseo turned, pulling out a paper bag he'd prepared earlier, and said with a grin, In that case, I suppose it's time to compensate you for the cleanup. Sounds good to me, Junwoo replied coolly. Internally, however, he was bursting with laughter, deciding to let the man believe he was some kind of overpowered mech for the time being. As Choso pulled several stacks of cash from the bag and placed them on the table, he began to explain. You cleared 5 zones, and we typically take a 20% fee from the total of 50 million, which is then split among the group members. I was going to give you 5 million. But this time, we're doing things a little differently. We'll only take a 5% fee from your portion, and we're adding a bonus on top. We're hoping we can continue to work with you. But Junwoo barely heard a word of it. His eyes were glued to the mountain of cash on the table as his mind screamed, 12 million. It's absolutely amazing being a superhuman. A short while later, Junwoo cheerfully left the room, clutching his massive payout. He was still daydreaming about how to spend it when a man suddenly walked up to him and remarked, You look pretty happy. Must have gotten a nice paycheck. Junwoo recognized him as one of the guys he'd worked with on the last job. So he offered a humble smile and said, Well, we all did a good job finishing the mission. The man then leaned in. Actually, the reason I came over is because I wanted to ask you for a favor. A favor? Junwoo asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. The man nodded. Yeah, you see. My wife is really sick, so I was wondering if you could possibly lend me a little money. I'm so sorry to ask you this. I know we've only worked together once, but please, he begged, bowing deeply. Faced with this situation, Junwoo's brow furrowed slightly. In a world like this, a key theme in any survival Manhwa recap, helping strangers you barely know, is a recipe for disaster. Who knows when they might turn around and stab you in the back. It was already hard enough just trying to look out for himself, but he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of ignoring the man's plight. Looking at the desperate man before him, Junwoo hesitated, but only for a moment before his compassion won out over his caution. He grabbed the man's hands with both of his own and said with a warm smile, "Oh, please, don't do that. You're older than me. It's not much, but please, take this." As he spoke, Junwoo pressed a hefty pile of zero-rank mana cores into the man's hands. Later that night, in a dark, secluded corner, the very same man who had begged Junwoo for help was now staring at the mana cores and bursting into loud, derisive laughter. What an absolute fool. All I had to do was pretend to be some poor old man, and he handed all this over to me. Ha ha. Shockingly, he wasn't alone. Hugh and 2 other men were with him. Hugh smirked, asking, "Is he new to this line of work or something?" The first man sneered, "I bet if I told him my kid was sick too, he'd give me even more. But what really grinds my gears is that he got paid way more than us. He hands us a pittance while pretending to be a superhuman, taking our share of the cut for himself." But Hugh just stated coldly, "He's not a superhuman." The first man looked at Hugh and asked, "We'd better teach him a lesson. You got any ideas?" Hugh took the mana cores, crushed them to dust with his bare hand, and said with a sinister grin, "Since we know his little secret, let's teach him just how terrifying this world truly is." Junwoo, however, was completely oblivious to the sinister plot being hatched against him. He was currently lounging in bed, feeling incredibly proud of his good deed from earlier. "It feels so good to be a good person," he thought. "At this rate, I'm going to become a real hero in this world." A few mornings later, at a grand hotel, Junwoo lay on a single bed by the window, completely surrendering to the blissful sensation of the massage. As the mage staffer worked their magic and the warm sun bathed him in light, he thought to himself, "Ah, having money is the best." He'd never imagined he'd be getting a massage in a place like this. Life inside the game was definitely miles better than the real world. But as the mage's hands moved to his left bicep, a sharp pain almost made him cry out. Junwoo had spent 3 entire days resting at the hotel, and yet, the ache was still there, a grim reminder of his last battle. From now on, he'd have to think twice before activating any kind of mutation. This was a lesson he couldn't afford to forget. He now understood that altering his status wasn't as simple as he thought. The body changes depending on the trait, and the more severe the side effects, the greater the physical transformation. It's a harsh rule in this kind of system, Manhwa. The real question was, could he even survive if he limited his use of mutations? Lost in thought, Junwoo had a decision to make. Junwoo turned over for the back massage, and his eyes accidentally fell upon a man lounging by the pool on the first floor. A tattoo of 2 black dragon heads emblazoned across his chest. Flanking the man were 2 rows of enforcers dressed in black. Wait a second, Junwoo thought. Aren't they the Iron Fist gang? They had the same arrogant air about them. It was a known fact that Zensun was controlled more by local gangs than by any actual law. It made sense, considering how many of them were around. The citizens had no choice but to rely on superhumans. He had barely managed to survive his last encounter, but relying solely on his status in a treacherous place like this was just plain stupid. He wasn't just some reborn Manhwa character who could afford to be reckless. Suddenly, a realization hit him, and a small grin spread across his face. But there are still items, aren't there? By the time afternoon rolled around, Junwoo found himself standing inside a shop. The girl at the counter smiled warmly. "Are you here to sell something?" Junwoo nodded. "Ah, yes. I have a few monster byproducts. Just to let you know," the girl said, "I don't buy any grade 0 mana cores." "I know," Junwoo replied. "What I want to sell is this." As he spoke, he pulled a blue orb, larger than his fist, from his backpack and presented it to her. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the orb. "This is a grade 2 mana core," she exclaimed. "That's right. Take a look," Junwoo said with a confident smile, inwardly relishing her shocked expression. Seeing her this surprised was genuinely fun. The effort of grinding it down in his hotel room had paid off. He had fused everything he owned, and as a result, he'd crafted a grade 2 mana core. This was a major step up in our Manhwa recap. A moment later, Junwoo's gaze fell on the thick stack of bills in the girl's hand. The price really does vary, depending on the grade, he thought happily. Selling it at the highest price is the way to go. The girl handed the cash to Junwoo, explaining, "The price for a core of this quality is 77 million. Junwoo took the money with a grin. "Thank you," he said, then immediately asked, "Do you happen to sell any weapons or armor?" The girl's smile returned. "Of course we do. Please, follow me this way." She then led Junwoo into a back room and as soon as he stepped inside, his jaw dropped. Racks upon racks of diverse weapons lined the walls. "They have everything here," he mused, a smile playing on his lips. "All the basic items I used in the game are right here," the girl told him. "Take your time, of course." Junwoo nodded, his mind already racing. A fire ignited within him as he thought, it's time to gear up and become a truly overpowered MC. By nightfall, Junwoo left the store with a backpack brimming with new equipment. "Now that I have weapons, it finally feels like I'm playing for real," he said with satisfaction. Just then, his moment was interrupted. A strikingly beautiful, long-haired woman ran towards him in a panic. "Excuse me, are you a mercenary by any chance? I need your help," she pleaded. Junwoo casually waved a hand. "Oh, I'm not. You should find someone else." But just as he finished his sentence, the woman pulled out a thick wad of cash. "I came here on business, but the Iron Fist gang, they're terrifying me. Could you please protect me on my way home?" Junwoo's gaze immediately locked onto the thick wad of cash in the long-haired woman's hand. 500,000 for a bodyguard gig? That's like a daily quest straight out of a system manhwa, he mused. Besides, I'm already geared up, so I might as well give it a shot. With that thought, Junwoo placed a hand on the woman's shoulder and smiled. "I can't just ignore a damsel in distress. Let's get going." Overjoyed to hear this, the long-haired woman quickly hurried after Junwoo. "Thank you," she said, leading him down a narrow, deserted alley. Junwoo felt a pang of confusion, wondering why she lived in such a secluded place. There wasn't even an ant in sight, let alone another person. Suddenly, the woman picked up her pace and darted around a corner. Junwoo rushed to follow, finding himself at the entrance of a pitch-black, dead-end alley. He could only faintly make out her silhouette up ahead, illuminated by the dim glow of the distant streetlights. From the depths of the darkness, the woman's urgent voice called out, "They're coming! You have to get over here, quickly!" Junwoo advanced, muttering under his breath, "It's so dark, I can't see a thing." The very instant he stepped into the gloomy alley, a system panel materialized before his eyes. "Night vision trait acquired. You have obtained a new trait." A wave of excitement washed over Junwoo as he thought, "Whoa, I can see perfectly now. I can't believe I just scored a new trait that easily." His ability to see in the dark had improved dramatically. The murky details of the alley sharpened into crystal-clear focus. And to his absolute shock, the first thing he saw clearly was the long-haired woman pointing a gun directly at his head. She smirked. "You're far more cautious than I anticipated." Junwoo's heart skipped a beat as his mind raced. A gun? Who is this woman? Wait a second, is this a trap? Junwoo slowly began to back away, only to bump into a solid obstacle behind him. He whipped his head around and saw who gave him a mocking look. "Where do you think you're going, Junior?" At that exact moment, the alley lights flickered to life. 3 more men emerged from the shadows, cornering him. Junwoo glared daggers at who simply chuckled. "So glad we could meet again," he sneered. "Aren't you?" Junwoo's brow furrowed as he demanded, "What did I ever do to you to deserve this?" Hugh just laughed. "Absolutely nothing. I just saw how stupidly naive you were, and I couldn't resist. There's no other reason, you gullible fool." Before he could even finish his rant, Junwoo seized the moment of distraction, ducked past him, and made a break for it. Who, caught off guard, roared in anger, "You little rat. You start a conversation just to run? Shoot him." Hearing the order, the woman didn't hesitate for a second, leveling her pistol at the fleeing Junwoo and pulling the trigger. A bullet instantly slammed into Junwoo's back, forcing a cry of agony from his lips as he collapsed face first onto the pavement. This is the kind of brutal turn you'd expect in a survival manhwa recap. Hugh and his cronies rushed over to check on him. Seeing Junwoo lying motionless in a rapidly expanding pool of his own blood, Hugh cursed furiously. "What the hell? You were supposed to shoot him in the leg, not take him out for good," the long-haired woman retorted defensively. "It's better than letting him get away." Hugh grumbled under his breath. "Damn it, I think he's actually kicked the bucket." Another man spoke up. He reverted to his human form after mutating. "I guarantee the mages would pay a pretty penny for this kid's corpse. We would have made a lot more if we'd brought him in alive." Another man grumbled. "Just loot his equipment for now." Hugh sighed in frustration. No use crying about it now. Just get it done. However, when they turned their attention back to Junwoo's location, they were stunned to find only a puddle of blood remaining. The body itself had vanished into thin air. Hugh yelled in a panic. "Where's the corpse?" This is the exact moment you realize you're not just watching any protagonist, but a potential overpowered MC. At that precise moment, the sharp sound of shattering glass echoed as the overhead light illuminating the alley was destroyed by an unseen force. The entire alley was once again plunged into complete darkness. In the next instant, One of the men beside Hu was struck down by a sudden, vicious blow to the back of his neck. He collapsed to the ground, without so much as a whimper. The others cried out in confusion. What just happened? Hu speculated. Don't tell me he's actually still alive? Suddenly, Jun Shu's voice pierced the silence. I'm still kicking. He showed no signs of having just been hit by a bullet, and one of his irises had shifted to a golden hue. The 6 traits he now had active included immense strength, endurance, a mana heart, night vision, and mana recovery. At that moment, Junshu smirked. I'm not about to be taken down by some ungrateful backstabber. He felt a wave of relief, thankful that he'd had the foresight to purchase a bulletproof vest from the shop earlier. In addition to that, after taking the shot from the long-haired woman, Junu had unlocked a brand new trait, Feign Death. Thanks to this new status, Junu had successfully deceived Ho's group, causing them to lower their guard and giving him the perfect advantage. With the streetlights now out, Hu and his companions were plunged into darkness. They were like headless chickens, frantically looking around and shouting, He destroyed the streetlights. I can't see a thing. Where the hell is he? Jun Shu materialized right behind Hu, whispering, Looking for me? Hu spun around on pure reflex. Junu immediately threw a punch straight at his face, roaring, I saved your life, and now I'm here to take it back. You bastard. Hu took the full force of Junu's fist and was knocked to the ground. He quickly scrambled back up, wiping blood from his face. You dog, Hu cursed as he lunged forward, aiming a swift kick at Junu, who effortlessly dodged to the side. You should be grateful I saved you. Do you really think trying to murder your own savior is a good idea? As he spoke, Junu delivered another powerful punch that sent Hu sprawling to the ground once again. A classic move for an overpowered MC. Just as he was about to deliver a finishing stomp on Hu, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Not far off, the long-haired woman held a pistol, its barrel still smoking. She cried out in a panic, Are you over there? Are you okay? Hu froze. Junu silently stared at the bullet wound on his arm. Asterisk. I was too careless. Asterisk. In a world like this, the kind you see in a Manhwa recap, the scariest things aren't monsters or mutants, but other humans. Asterisk. I was too naive and trusted people far too easily. Asterisk. Asterisk. I will never make that mistake again. Asterisk. With that silent vow, Jun Shu, without a moment's hesitation, pulled out his own handgun. He fired 2 shots in rapid succession. One bullet hit the long-haired woman's wrist, injuring her, and making it impossible for her to hold the gun. The other round struck the shoulder of the man beside her, causing him to collapse to the ground, crying out in agony. Seeing that the 2 were no longer a threat to him, Jun Shu said with satisfaction, That's enough. Next, he was about to eliminate the greatest danger, Hu, when he heard a whooshing sound from behind. Acting on pure instinct, Junu turned his head to see Hu's leg just inches from his face. It was a conditioned reflex, a scene straight out of a Manhwa recap. Junsu immediately threw his arms up to block the attack and was sent flying backward. Scrambling to his feet, Junsu looked at Hu and was startled to realize his appearance had changed slightly. His leg, it's transformed? He thought to himself. Junshu became aware of a very serious new reality. Hu had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. His earlier feeling of control was completely gone, a common twist in any good system manhwa. A grim expression settled on his face as he cursed inwardly. Hu, this damn game. A superhuman awakening. Since all characters could potentially experience a superhuman awakening, it was considered a fundamental stage of development in this game, much like a character in a reborn manhwa leveling up. According to the rules of this world, a level 1 superhuman was powerful enough to threaten any ordinary person, even one armed with a rifle. In other words, I'm supposed to fight a superhuman with nothing but my own 2 hands. Just then, Hu tilted his head, glaring daggers at Junu before uttering, I'm going to kill you. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Startled, Junu immediately went on the defensive, his mind racing to recall Huo's abilities. The key trait was the 4-directional movement kick. This 4-directional movement allows the user to leverage their incredibly flexible legs to zip around in any direction they please. Putting 2 and 2 together, Junu quickly deduced that Hu had used the ability to scale the wall of the nearby building. And just as he suspected, a glance upward revealed Hu hurtling down from above, aiming a devastating kick right at him while screaming, I will kill you. Faced with such a powerful attack, Junu knew his only option was to evade, so he instantly leaped to the side. He narrowly avoided the devastating impact. Hu glared at him, seething. You managed to dodge that? Don't count on it happening again. Without another word, Hu lunged at Junu, unleashing a swift kick. The moment his foot made contact with a solid object, A smirk spread across Hu's face, but that smirk instantly froze as he realized Junwoo had blocked the blow with a weapon. It wasn't Junwoo's body he'd hit. Across from him, Junwoo's lips curled into a confident grin. "Sorry, but I'm not planning on going down that easily, you animal." He silently thanked his past self, thinking, buying this expandable baton was definitely the right call. His mind flashed back a few hours, to when he was standing in a shop, staring at the weapon racks, and wondering if it was even worth buying a gun. But he reasoned that since his character belonged to the warrior class, no matter how much stronger he got, his proficiency with firearms would always be capped. As a backup, he decided to grab a proper warrior class weapon too. And so, Junwoo had ultimately decided on the expandable baton. Back in the present, that decision was proving to be a stroke of genius. Unlike in your typical reborn manhwa, it just goes to show that every class has specific weapons and traits that are far more effective for them. That's exactly why, he thought. To beat Hua, I have to fight like a true warrior, using close combat weapons and class-specific traits. Junwoo raised the baton high and brought it crashing down on Hu, sending him sprawling to the ground for the third time. A system notification popped up, a welcome sight in any system manhwa. Characteristic acquired. You have obtained the strike characteristic. Seeing the notification, Junwoo grinned inwardly. Excellent. My very first class-specific characteristic. With this new power, Junwoo's confidence surged. He immediately went on the offensive, charging at Hu and unleashing a flurry of attacks. A double slash, an upward slash, and a sweeping horizontal slash. But Hu, with his incredible agility, dodged every single one. He then countered with a powerful kick aimed right at Junwoo. Seeing the incoming blow, Junwoo's mind raced. This is it, my opening. Should I dodge? No, I can't afford to back down now. Even if it means a broken bone, I have to press the attack. Having made his choice, Junwoo gritted his teeth and prepared to gamble everything. He threw up one arm to block Hu's kick, and with his other hand, swung the baton with all his might, connecting squarely with Hu's thigh. Another system notification appeared. Characteristic acquired. You have obtained the combination characteristic. A wide grin spread across Junwoo's face as he thought, there it is. The absolute best early game characteristic for a warrior. This is the kind of power-up you love to see in a good manhwa recap. Junwoo immediately activated his strike and combination traits, starting to look like a true overpowered MC as he unleashed a ferocious storm of blows on Hu, leaving him no room to escape. With every hit that landed, the pain intensified exponentially. Hu's consciousness began to fade, chipped away with every brutal impact. Soon, he would be completely overwhelmed. The creature could no longer bear the onslaught, whimpering out a desperate plea. Please, just stop. And believe it or not, Junwoo actually did. After one final, full-force blow to the stag's chest, he finally ceased his assault. Seeing the beast lying motionless on the ground, Junwoo threw his hands into the air and roared at the sky. I did it. I actually defeated an awakened stag. But then, something strange happened. Junwoo's skin suddenly flushed a deep crimson, and the raindrops hitting his body instantly sizzled into steam. What is this feeling? My entire body is in agony. But at the same time, I feel something surging within me. Junwoo doubled over, crying out from the searing pain. Yet a thought sparked in his mind. Don't tell me. Is this the moment every system manhwa fan waits for? Just then, a notification chimed. Awakening to level 1 complete. Once the initial shock of becoming a superhuman warrior wore off, the realization hit him. Junwoo, now officially awakened, was as giddy as a kid on Christmas morning. He did a celebratory flip, shouting, I'm finally an awakened being. I can get those high-paying mercenary gigs now, not to mention those sweet, low-interest bank loans. But his celebration was cut short by a voice from behind him. You done yet? Junwoo whipped his head around to face the speaker. When he got a clear look at the man's face, Junwoo's brow furrowed in recognition. This guy, Kim Cheol-gwon. He's the second base character introduced in the world of Senseon, right after Kim Jun-sa. He's from the Enhanced Warrior class, a gunslinger who specializes in hunting down targets with a prosthetic arm. The real problem, though, is that Kim Cheol-gwon is a feared enforcer for the notorious Iron Fist Gang, a major player in the criminal underworld. Realizing he'd been fighting in their territory, Junwoo knew he'd stirred up a hornet's nest. Just then, Kim Cheol-gwon's voice cut through the rain, sharp and menacing. Did you even bother to check whose turf you were on before making all this racket? The moment the words left his mouth, his lackeys snapped their rifles up, aiming straight at Junwoo. Their expressions made it clear that one wrong move would be his last. Faced with this, the color drained from Junwoo's face. I was ambushed. I couldn't just lie down and let it happen, Junwoo explained frantically. unimpressed. Kim Chael-guan coolly drew his own pistol, racked the slide, and posed a question. Oh? So you're saying that Beast was more of a threat than the Iron Fist gang? Junu's heart hammered in his chest as he thought, a gun. In my current state, a fight means I'm a goner for sure. This isn't some reborn Manhwa where I get a do-over. But Kim Chael-guan gave him no time to strategize. He raised the pistol, aiming dead center at Junu's chest. Listen up, kid. You've made a terrible, terrible mistake. And I'm about to show you what happens when you mess around on our turf. With that said, Kim Chael-guan's face twisted into a vicious snarl. He was just about to squeeze the trigger when he was stopped by Junu's unnervingly calm voice. Is that right? Well, you've forgotten one crucial detail. As he spoke, he reached out, grabbed the gun, and pressed the muzzle firmly against his own chest, roaring, I'm not the kind of guy who just rolls over and dies. This is the start of an overpowered MC's journey, not the end. And without a shred of hesitation, he pulled the trigger himself. The deafening blast of the gunshot echoed as a bullet tore straight through Junu's chest. Kim Chael-guan could only stare, his face a mask of utter disbelief, screaming internally, did this crazy bastard just shoot himself? But across from him, Junu, who had just taken a bullet to the chest, acted as if nothing had happened. Huh, what was that? Kinda tickles. At the same time, the gruesome bullet wound began to close up at a speed visible to the naked eye. A new system notification appeared. Regeneration trait acquired. This unbelievable sight immediately piqued Kim Chael-guan's interest. His murderous scowl melted into a wide, intrigued grin. Well, look at you. You've got a pretty interesting ability there. Junu thought to himself. This is it. Regeneration, the upgraded version of wound recovery. That's a special trait you can acquire upon becoming a level 1 superhuman. This whole encounter ends the second they underestimate me. So I'll go all in on the intimidation tactic. A classic move in any system manhwa. But on the outside, he just smirked, gesturing to the bodies behind him as he announced, as you can clearly see, I don't get by on sheer luck. I don't care who you are. If you start something with me, Warrior Kim, you'd better be prepared for the consequences. Hearing this, Kim Chael-guan didn't get angry in the slightest. He simply laughed and said, Warrior Kim? Huh? So that's your name? I like your courage. Fine. I'll let you walk away this time. But that just means you'll owe me a favor. He then clapped Junu on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper in his ear, I'm sure you understand what that implies, don't you? Junu smiled back. All right, I'll remember that. But inwardly, a doubt crept into his mind. Did he actually recognize me? Satisfied with Junu's reply, Kim Chael-guan extended his hand towards him, saying, Good. Let's work together on something next time. Junu stared intently at the hand Kim Chael-guan offered him. Kim Chael-guan wasn't the type to betray people. Forging a connection with him here wouldn't be a bad move at all. With that thought, Junu confidently shook Kim Chael-guan's hand with a grin. Sounds great. I'll see you around. The very next morning, Junu, dressed like he was on a beach vacation, strode into Jamsu, the superhuman building. I couldn't really appreciate its scale in the game, but seeing it in person, it's absolutely magnificent. It's a completely different world compared to my humble town. Just as Junu was gazing around with wide-eyed excitement, a woman in a sharp business suit approached him with a welcoming smile. Thank you for visiting the superhuman tower. How may I be of assistance? Seeing this female employee, Junu's face flushed slightly as he thought in astonishment. Whoa, she's stunningly beautiful, but she gives off the vibe of an NPC, the kind you see in every Manhwa recap. It seemed the quality of staff here was on another level. The female employee noticed Junu staring, but didn't seem the least bit flustered or annoyed. She simply maintained her professional smile, gesturing towards a large machine on the right as she explained. If you're here to receive your superhuman certification, please proceed to the device over there to have your mana and traits measured. Junu quickly voiced his thanks. He then started walking towards the massive machine, thinking to himself, I didn't even have to ask, and she already knew what I needed. I must really look like a complete newbie. Well, whatever. Once I get my superhuman certificate, my true life in soon will finally begin. This is a pivotal moment in my reborn Manhwa journey. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps echoed through the lobby. What's that? Look up at the ceiling. The Saintess is here. Hearing the commotion, Junshu also glanced up curiously, spotting a single point of golden light high above. He thought with suspicion, that's just a ship, isn't it? At that exact moment, the golden light flared, beaming down onto a large circle on the floor, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding glare. A moment later, a group of figures emerged from the light, materializing before the stunned crowd. When Junu got a clear look at them, especially the girl leading the procession, His face twisted in disbelief. He screamed in his mind. That's the main army corps. Why? Why in the world is the Saintess here? In the meantime, the arrival of these figures triggered a wave of adoring cheers. Welcome, Saintess. It's such an honor. But unlike them, Junwoo felt a cold dread, not joy. I'm still stuck in the tutorial phase, and she's already revered as a Saintess. But as the story is meant to progress, it's eventually revealed that they are a destructive cult, masquerading as a benevolent religion, and they begin to slaughter people indiscriminately. The crowd immediately began to speculate, is the Saintess here for a mana reading? Or maybe to set a level cap? This is the kind of high-stakes moment we live for in a Manhwa recap. The Saintess simply offered a cryptic smile, letting her actions serve as the answer, as she strode directly toward the massive platform. A few seconds later, the machine whirred to life, its noise making Junwoo wince as he quietly complained, the sound of a mana scan is so annoying. In a flash, as the crowd watched with bated breath, the electronic screen flickered on. The results were staggering. Saintess, Priest class, Mana level 8, with 6 auxiliary traits. Another wave of shock rippled through the onlookers. What in the world is this? Level 8. She even has 6 traits. Wow, this was absolutely insane. The Saintess just smiled, basking in the overwhelming sense of admiration from everyone around her. Junwoo watched the Saintess for a few more seconds before walking toward the mana checking machine himself, a heavy thought weighing on his mind. This is no time for praise. He knew that a level 8 superhuman was comparable to an entire squadron of fighter jets. She was a walking, national-level superpower, and a being with that kind of strength would eventually wipe Sun off the map. But if he were to say that now, they would treat him like a madman and stone him. I'll worry about the future later. For now, I'll just get my own mana measured. It'll draw way too much attention if a rookie like me has 6 traits, so I'll knock it down to 3. This is a classic move for an overpowered MC in a reborn Manhwa. But at the exact moment Junwoo opened his trait panel to make the adjustment, the Saintess, who hadn't gone far, abruptly stopped and turned to look right at him. One of the members of the Saintess's party noticed and asked, "Your Eminence, is something the matter?" The Saintess kept her eyes locked on Junwoo, replying softly, "It seems there is someone here I have never met before." And then, the Saintess suddenly appeared right behind Junwoo, her voice cutting in, "You seem to have a rather interesting ability, don't you?" Junwoo jumped in shock, exclaiming, "You startled me." But his surprise quickly turned to panic. Wait, what did she just say to me? Could she have actually sensed me altering my traits in this system, Manhwa? The people around them began whispering. What's going on with the Saintess? He looks pretty ordinary, though, right? Just as they were trying to figure it out, they were stunned even further when the Saintess took Junwoo's hand and asked, "Warrior, what is your name?" Junwoo stammered in response, I am Warrior Kim." In an instant, his mind raced with panic. For the Saintess to ask for my name in Arun Sun means, just as Junwoo predicted, the Saintess spoke again. "In that case, Warrior Kim, on behalf of the Order of the Old Patriarch, I will grant you a baptism." The old master of the Black Gold always craved those who possessed rare powers like his. "Submit to him," she said, "and find peace on this hellish earth." At the same time, a line of golden characters on the Saintess's hand began to flow onto Junwoo's arm. Seeing this, the air filled with sounds of admiration and envy. A baptism? I'm so jealous. Is the Saintess herself really performing the baptism? However, for Junwoo, the man at the center of it all, this was a disaster. He gritted his teeth and cursed internally. Damn it, if I accept this baptism and get the trait, I'll become a holy knight of the Order. And he knew that the Order of the Old Patriarch would lose the war against the major powers in Arun soon in the future. Accepting this would be like being forced to buy stock in a company that's about to go bankrupt. I cannot accept. That was the only thought screaming in Junwoo's head. And so, to everyone's utter astonishment, he decisively pulled his hand back, dropped to one knee, and said, "I refuse the baptism." The Saintess's face went blank, as if she couldn't believe her own ears, and she asked again, "What? This is a plot twist you'd never see in your average Manhwa recap. Did I mishear you?" Junwoo replied firmly, "No, I'm serious." After a moment of silence, the Saintess simply said, "As you wish. Whether you choose to serve the gods or forsake them is your own decision." Following her words, the Saintess gently lifted Junwoo and continued, "However, the divine have already chosen you, and if you cannot overcome this trivial worldly trial, then that little freedom of yours will be utterly meaningless." As she spoke, Junwoo watched in horror as his own arm, right where her hand made contact, suddenly erupted in ethereal flames. By the time the Saintess departed, the fire had engulfed his entire trembling body, the constant agony forcing him to his knees clutching his head and screaming in torment while the crowd looked on with a hint of satisfaction. They stood by indifferently, watching Junshu struggle within the divine flames. A mere nobody, daring to refuse the baptism. An atheist? How pathetic. The system, a core element in any good system Manhwa, announced the activation of a new trait, divine fire, forcing him to endure searing, relentless pain for the sin of rejecting the holy ritual. Junshu grimly thought to himself that he'd seen this coming, but the feeling of being burned alive was beyond anything he could have imagined. Divine fire was, without a doubt, one of the most potent negative status effects in existence. The constant, agonizing fever from the flames makes daily life impossible, with the only known cure being a baptism at the cathedral. He had refused it for the sake of his future, but was he about to die, right here and now? Just as Junshu's consciousness began to fade, the woman in the business suit who had greeted him earlier rushed over, a bottle of water in her hand which she poured over his face, asking with genuine concern, "Warrior, are you all right?" A refreshing, cool sensation spread across Junshu's face, jolting him back to his senses. His blurry vision slowly focused on the person before him. Wait, who is that? Oh, the woman who guided me earlier. Cursed by the divine fire. He was ostracized by everyone, yet she was the only one who came to his aid. He was truly grateful. That's right. I can do this, he thought, just a little more. Motivating himself, Junshu forced his body to sit cross-legged on the ground as a system notification appeared. You have acquired the fire resistance trait. See, I didn't just refuse the baptism recklessly, he mused. This is a calculated risk, something you'd expect in a detailed Manhwa recap. The divine fire debuff has a unique property. Its power scales with the target's mana. As a mere level 1 warrior, the flames afflicting him were relatively weak, which meant there were still a few ways to handle it. The first condition was obtaining fire resistance. Now, it was time to increase his mana. With that thought, Junshu opened his status window and reallocated his traits. The moment he confirmed the changes, the flames on his body flared up as if provoked, burning even more intensely and forcing another agonized scream from his lips. Seeing this, the woman in the suit quickly poured 2 more bottles of water over him, offering words of encouragement. Hang in there. The effect was immediate and profound. Thanks to those 2 bottles, Junshu managed to regain his composure once more. The cool water, a stark contrast to the overwhelming pain. I have to focus on this duality, he realized. Fire and water, searing agony and cold, hard reason. As Junshu's thoughts flowed, the water and fire before him began to intertwine, spinning together until they formed a perfect yin-yang symbol. Extinguish the flames with my own mana. A powerful command roared in his mind. Junshu's eyes snapped open, and the torturous pain from the burning flames had completely vanished. A system notification chimed. You have acquired the mana shield trait. Seeing Junshu get to his feet, the woman in the business suit asked, "Oh my goodness, are you okay now?" Junshu replied, "Yes, thanks to you, I'm fine." The surrounding crowd gasped in utter disbelief. He overcame the divine fire? How is that possible? Is he some kind of overpowered MC using a cheat? A sly grin spread across Junshu's face as he thought to himself. It wasn't a complete victory, just a temporary fix using the shield, but for now, the agonizing pain was finally gone. Whoa, those black flames are seriously epic. A sight I bet is reserved only for true warriors. With that settled, he heads over to the mana measurement device to get a reading on his power. Naturally, every eye in the room is glued to the digital display as the results quickly flash onto the screen. It reads, Warrior Kim, age 22, warrior class, mana level 1, circuit traits, 6. Hold on a second. 6 traits, right at level 1? This is the kind of thing you only see in a system manhwa with a ridiculously overpowered MC. A super rookie has just been born, and that must be what the Saintess and everyone else were whispering about. Junshu can only rub his nose in exasperation, muttering to himself, I'm already drawing way too much attention. My whole plan was to get stronger on the down low, but because of this mana shield, I can't even hide my trait count. Just then, the woman in the office attire walks up with a bright smile, saying, Congratulations, Warrior Nim. In all my time working here, this is the very first time I've ever seen someone start with 6 circuit traits. Now, shall we go get your official warrior identification card processed? A short while later, the receptionist slides a freshly minted card across the desk to Junshu, who's seated opposite her. Here is your official warrior identification card. Congratulations on being officially recognized as a warrior. Junshu is moved nearly to tears, picking up the card to admire his hard-won prize, and says, You have no idea how much I went through to get this. The receptionist just tilts her head with a friendly smile. Ah, In that case, allow me to inform you of the special privileges granted to a level 1 warrior. But before she can even begin, Junu cuts her off, rattling them off from memory. Oh, I already know all about it. Tax reductions, special weapon use permits, and complete tax exemption upon ranking up. It's a classic setup in any reborn manhwa. After all, immunity from arrest, free use of all public transportation, and a whole host of other benefits. The woman in the office attire looks at him, completely stunned. Wow, you're incredibly well informed. Junsu just grins. You could say I'm a PhD in gaming. No, more like a PhD in warriorology. Haha. After a quick laugh, Junshu's expression turns serious. By the way, I'm not the type of person who likes to waste time. As he says this, he subtly glances towards the glass door, where a noisy crowd is now staring intently at him. We have to recruit him for our guild. Do you think I could get an autograph? He's a super rookie. We need to run a special feature on him immediately. The receptionist also glances over her shoulder at the pack of wolves gathering outside. Junshu leans in. Is there any way I can slip out of here unnoticed? She stands up with a knowing smile. But of course, I've already made preparations for this. Junsu is taken aback. Huh? You've already prepared? The receptionist then produces a large, black cloak, turning back to Junsu with a playful grin. Just follow my lead. For a split second, Junsu is completely captivated by her, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. A moment later, Junsu, now clad in the mysterious cloak, follows the receptionist and successfully evades the ravenous crowd. He speaks up. Thank you so much for going out of your way for me, providing an invisibility cloak and even a secret escape route. The receptionist simply replies, don't mention it. It's always good to help each other out. And just like that, another notification pops up. A classic feature in any good manhwa recap. System alert. Trait, invisibility. You have acquired the invisibility trait. Seeing the system window, Junsu grins internally. I can't believe my luck. I just scored another top-tier trait. At that moment, the receptionist comes to a halt, pointing towards the passageway ahead. Warrior Nim, if you just follow this path straight, you'll be outside. As per regulations, this is as far as I can take you. Junshu gives a slight bow. Ah, this is more than enough. Thank you so much for everything today. She smiles back warmly. Of course, please take care on your way out. Junshu watches her walk away, a small smile playing on his lips as he thinks. I never expected to meet someone so kind here and soon, and she's incredibly beautiful, too. Once I get stronger, I'll definitely find a way to repay her kindness. Wait, what was her name again? I think she gave me her business card earlier. Remembering the card, Junsu quickly pulls it out of his pocket to check. BJ, Human Resources Manager. The name on the card catches Junu's eye, and his expression instantly shifts. He glances back at the woman in the business suit, who hasn't gone far. Wait, what? BJ is one of the top 3 SSR warrior characters in the game, and as a swordmaster, she always has this terrifying aura. No wonder she seemed familiar. It's just that her depiction in every manhwa recap and game guide is so ferocious. I never would have imagined her real-life counterpart would be this kind. What in the world is going on? Meanwhile, a warm smile spreads across BJ's face as she murmurs, thank goodness. I'm so glad the warrior is all right. Fast forward 1 week, and Junu is forced to reallocate all his stats just to maintain the magic shield. This, in turn, has made the process of clearing dungeons more difficult than ever before. If I could just use my specialized builds for monster dens, this would have been over ages ago, but this curse debuff is preventing me from doing anything else. To get rid of the heat poison, I need a rare item called Netta, and its price is absolutely astronomical. How am I supposed to afford it by grinding like this? This is the kind of brutal progression you'd expect in a high-stakes system manhwa. As Junu was lost in thought, his phone rang with a call from a particularly persistent pest. I thought we were done with each other, he muttered, about to answer and give the man a piece of his mind, when a brilliant idea suddenly struck him, causing a complete change of plans. A short while later, at the player recruitment office, if it isn't our very own assistant Kim, the man who overcame the heat poison without breaking a sweat, the one who started with 6 different traits. It's an honor to meet such a protagonist, Choi gushed, handing Junu a bubble tea. His attempt to curry favor was at least 10 times more exaggerated than their last meeting. He was treating Junu like a true overpowered Mick. Well, I didn't expect things to turn out this way, Junu said, accepting the drink and taking a sip before asking, by the way, that thing I asked you for, did you find it? Oh, don't even get me started, Choi sighed dramatically. It was incredibly difficult. Netta is an item that can only be found through a 5th-tier physician or higher. Seeing this, Junu made a show of getting up to leave. No, Wait, this is a matter concerning your contract, so of course, I had to find it, no matter what. I've found it, Choi said hastily. If it's Major Choi, who's so desperate for a warrior's contract, I figured he'd find me a quest with Netta as the reward, Junwoo thought to himself, feigning compromise as he sat back down. So, what's the mission? Have you ever heard of Gel Security? Choi asked, handing a tablet over to Junwoo. First time I'm hearing of it. Is it a security firm? It's a private military company, one of the top 10 largest in the world. The director and vice director are husband and wife. They both hail from an ancient martial arts clan, so their foundation is rock solid, Choi explained, his tale sounding like something straight out of a Manhwa recap. Junwoo, however, was puzzled. A family that wealthy. What could they possibly need that would require posting a quest? I've discovered the problem lies with their son. Even though he's over 20 years old, he still hasn't awakened his warrior abilities. Huh? But aren't both parents from martial arts families? Junwoo asked, looking at the photo of the young man. Rumor has it he's accumulated 8th grade mana, but still hasn't awakened. It's a complete mystery, like a plot twist from a reborn Manhwa. The condition they've set is for someone who has awakened as a 1st grade warrior or higher. This is the perfect mission for you, warrior. Hearing the conditions, Junwoo's interest was immediately piqued. He decided to give it a shot. And that's how Junwoo and Choi Seo ended up sitting in the lavish living room of this magnificent mansion. It seems the director and his wife are busy, Choi commented nervously. They're not usually late. Cho offered an explanation, his leg bouncing with nervous energy. Junwoo, however, remained unfazed by their host's delay, his eyes scanning the opulent room. He couldn't help but think to himself, this place absolutely reeks of wealth. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the silence. I'm so sorry. Have you two been waiting long? The voice startled both Choi Se and Junwoo, snapping them to attention. The pair who had just entered were none other than the director and vice director of G Security, a husband and wife team. The woman smiled warmly, continuing her greeting. We're the clients who requested your help. My husband, Seong-do, and I'm Lamizi. Oh, not at all. Please don't apologize, Choi Se stammered, hastily bowing his head in respect. We're just grateful you could make time for us, Lamizi added with a pleasant smile. Junwoo offered a polite bow in return, all while subtly gauging the powerful aura emanating from the couple. They feel like they're at least level 6 warriors, he mused internally. There was no doubt about it. Both of them possessed formidable power. It was then that Seong-do, who had been silent, let out a cold snort, his voice dripping with disdain. I can tell just by looking at him that this kid is completely useless. Honey, what's gotten into you? If you're going to act like this, you can just go to the other room. Not a chance, Seong-do shot back flatly. You're being so stubborn. Just sit down. Lamizi sighed, chiding her husband before turning her attention back to Junwoo. So, does your presence here mean you're prepared to accept our request? Before we commit, I need to examine your son's condition. If there's a specific reason he's unable to awaken. Junwoo's sentence was cut short as Seong-do furiously slammed his fist on the table. You're just some rookie who popped up out of nowhere. What makes you think I'm going to spill our family secrets to you? Darling, please, calm yourself, Lamizi interjected, placing a hand on his arm before turning to Junwoo with an apologetic look. Please, forgive him. He's incredibly stressed over our son's situation. This isn't a matter we'd normally discuss with a stranger. However, if you do accept the request, we'll bring our son in and explain the full situation. After all, I assume a warrior like yourself is in need of mana, right? This isn't some simple manhwa recap. It's quite complex. They know my weak spot perfectly, Junwoo thought, a slight smile playing on his lips. All right then, I accept the mission. Please, bring your son here. A few moments later, a rather shy-looking young man entered the room. Hello, my name is Ewan. Ah, yes. It's a pleasure to meet you, Junwoo replied, shaking Ewan's hand while his mind raced. This is strange. I can't sense a single drop of magical energy from him. Junwoo's eyes then fell upon the unique gloves Ewan was wearing, which were etched with a peculiar seal. Those are some very impressive gloves, he commented casually. Oh, thank you. They're very precious to me. I make sure to wear them with gratitude every day. Of course, Junwoo stated plainly. Someone like you would definitely need a powerful mana seal. The comment was like a thunderclap, leaving Ewan and his parents completely stunned, a classic overpowered MC move. One look at their shocked faces confirmed Junwoo's suspicions. The gloves gave it all away. This is a critical issue for a powerful family, yet the quest was open to a mere level 1 warrior. The most logical explanation is that you were using a large mana reward as bait specifically to draw me in. And Ewan, You've been through the church's baptismal rite as well, haven't you? Junwoo then turned his gaze to Songdu. The real reason your son can't awaken isn't because he can't, but because he refused the baptismal rite. He sealed his own mana to escape the divine punishment that would follow. This is a secret he couldn't possibly reveal publicly, like a plot twist from a reborn manhwa. Then, you heard the rumors, didn't you? That a level 1 warrior somehow survived both the rite and the divine punishment, and that's why you specifically came looking for me. Listening to Junwoo lay out the entire truth, Ween was filled with sheer admiration, a typical reaction when facing the protagonist of a system manhwa. That's incredible. I don't even need to explain. You laid it all out like a perfect manhwa recap, as if you're the main character in a detective novel. I just put the pieces together, Junwoo replied with a modest smile, though his inner thoughts continued to race. Knowing the future makes everything a cakewalk, a classic plot point straight out of a reborn manhwa. I had a hunch the moment I saw that photo of Sa Yuan's future as a vanguard paladin for the Holy War Order. If he were to refuse the baptismal rite and attempt to defy the Order's commands, a dark future would be waiting for him the second his parents lost their influence. Master, Seo Dongdu's entire demeanor shifted in an instant, as he hesitantly asked Junshu if there was any way for his Yuan to escape the ceremony. He was so arrogant just moments before. Haha, now he's completely convinced. Junshu smirked to himself, replying with a confident grin. Of course, it's possible. Who do you think I am? After pouring 10,000 hours into Soon, how could I not know a way? I understand your pain, Yuan, because I've been through it myself. Junshu clapped a hand on Yuan's shoulder, assuring him, you can trust me. I will absolutely get you out of this. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yuan threw his arms around Junshu as his parents hugged each other, sobbing with relief. A saintess? As if some imposter has any right to perform a baptismal rite on me. All of your potential future subordinates are already on my side. A classic move for an overpowered MC, securing his power base early. Junshu returned Yuan's warm embrace, then added, however, before I begin the treatment, I have one additional condition. Yuan's parents were visibly surprised. An additional condition? The difficulty of this request has just gone up, hasn't it? Limizi said, wiping away a tear. Yes, it has. This is no longer about just awakening mana, but about overcoming this disease. Please, just do it. If you can save our Yuan. Before Limizi could even finish, Junshu stated his condition plainly. I want to be taught the no mountain sword break. The gentle elegance on Limizi's face instantly evaporated. Do you fully comprehend the words that just came out of your mouth? Junshu felt a genuine shiver from the killing intent, an ice-cold glare radiating from Limizi. So, the vice director is even more terrifying than the director. Seeing his wife enter her serious mode, Seo Dongdu didn't dare object, only whispering gently, honey, take it easy. I know she's angry, but I have to get the no mountain sword break. Some people might think learning swordsmanship in the 21st century is completely ridiculous, but in this world, it's a different story. Here, where the strong rule, a single master swordsman can effortlessly demolish a battle tank. A high-level martial artist is considered the equivalent of an entire fighter jet squadron, worth trillions. If a level 1 superhuman learns and continuously practices the no mountain sword break, they can reach level 4 without any trouble at all. It's essentially an early game exploit, a cheat code you'd find in the best system manhwa. And I remember that only the absolute elite are permitted to learn this sword style. Of course, that's only if I succeed in my task, Junshu said, attempting to cool Limizi's temper. Mom, that one word from Yuan was enough to snap Limizi back to her senses. All right, fine. She retracted her killing intent, bowed her head, and said, if you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that sword art, along with its password. Really? Thank you, ma'am. Yuan bowed emotionally, while Junshu sighed internally with relief. I thought I was a dead man for a second there. Now I've even secured the sword technique. This is just perfect. However, if you fail, Limizi reminded him softly, my husband and I will be more than disappointed. We will be furious. Heh, that's not going to happen, I assure you. Very well, then we should begin as soon as possible. Swiftly, a room was prepared to his specifications, complete with a mana-focusing circle and 200 mid-grade mana potions. This will be enough. I need to be alone with the patient for the duration of the treatment. And so, Limizi suddenly cut in, her voice heavy with regret. Ahem, please forgive us for what happened earlier. Our Yuan was forced to undergo his baptism even before he was old enough for school. He's never had the chance to make friends, let alone go on a simple family picnic. He's had to endure being trapped in his room his whole life. It seems we've been far too sensitive, but from now on, I'm leaving this entirely in your hands." As she spoke, Lemiji bowed deeply. Hearing Yuan's tragic backstory, Junu's sense of injustice flared up even more. This entire family was suffering all because of that saintess's wicked scheme. At that moment, an emotional Yuan rushed forward to comfort his mother. "Mom, it's all right, I'm okay." "Oh, Yuan, you." Junu watched on, a grim thought crossing his mind. In the original game's timeline, this very boy ends up betraying his own family. No wonder he turned into such a cold person. Man, I actually feel sorry for them. With that thought, Junu declared, "Don't you worry, I will make this succeed, no matter the cost." Hearing his confidence, Lemiji finally left with a sense of relief. "All right, now that it's just the two of us, let's get started." Junu stretched his arms with a grin. "So, what should I do?" But seeing Yuan's pale face and his body trembling like a leaf, Junu's lips curled into a smirk. "Why are you shaking so hard? Just chill out, my friend," Yuan asked nervously. You're not going to torture me with syringes or electric shocks to force an awakening, are you? That's what they always do. What kind of treatments have you been getting all this time?" Junu asked with a sigh. "The standard treatment for the holy power fever is simply drinking nectar after awakening. However, because Soujin has an insane amount of mana accumulated in his body, his fever is far too intense to handle. That's why every attempt to awaken him has failed. You don't need to worry, but remember one thing. Everything you witness in this treatment today must remain a secret. This is a crucial part of this manhwa recap. I swear it," Yuan replied with determination. With that, Junu grabbed 2 potions and began the procedure. First, he had to expand his mana barrier to its absolute limit. As it weakened, the holy power fever slammed into Junu, racking his body with pain. He immediately chugged the 2 potions in his hands, their taste absolutely disgusting. In an instant, every potion he had prepared was in his stomach. This is classic system manhwa logic. He acquired a drug addiction trait, increasing damage taken and mana consumption. But the potion's effects were amplified to an abnormal degree. He had officially obtained the drug addiction characteristic. "All right then," he thought. "If I focus my mana into a shield." Junu concentrated, forming a powerful shield around the circle. By focusing his magic power, the holy power fever was instantly and completely repelled by the barrier. Seeing this, Yuan's eyes lit up with awe as he stared at Junu. That's incredible." Junu just chuckled. "You're surprised too soon. Now, you need to take off your mana sealing gloves, stick your hand outside the barrier, and grab mine." Ujin's face went deathly pale at the command. "But won't that cause a resonance reaction between our 2 holy power fevers?" "You'll be fine, as long as you stay inside the barrier," Junu said, before casually stepping outside of it himself. The holy power fever immediately assaulted him again. "Don't ask questions, just do as I say." Yuan, who hadn't taken off those gloves a single time since his baptism, made the choice to put his faith in Junu. The very moment Ujin's hand passed through the barrier's edge, the holy power fever on his arm erupted with a force that left even Junu momentarily stunned. Seriously, just how much mana is this kid packing? He's got the potential to be a true overpowered MC. Despite knowing the hellish consequences, Junu reached out and seized that hand. The pain was even worse than when the Saintess performed his baptism. It felt like his bones were being ground to dust, but he had to maintain focus and endure it. That damn Saintess. This cursed holy power fever. Gritting his teeth against the combined agony from both his and Ujin's fevers, Junu pulled them both back inside the safety of the barrier. "I took off my gloves, and nothing happened to me at all." Yuan stared at his perfectly normal hands, his voice thick with emotion. "Exactly. That's why we had to go through that whole crazy ritual," Junu replied. Besides just using the barrier, Junsu had activated his damage absorption to transfer a portion of the holy power fever to himself, meaning Sei Yuan's condition had drastically improved. With that settled, Junu picked up the wooden sword and handed it to Yuan. "This is the final step, so don't you dare stop. Attack me until you finally awaken. All right, it's time to unleash the swordsmanship I've been practicing since I was a kid." Yuan gave a sharp nod and then swung the wooden sword straight at Junsu. Junu raised a hand to block, then immediately bolted like his life depended on it, because he saw that his iron gauntlet had been utterly shattered by a single blow from Yuan's wooden sword. And right at that moment, the system announced he'd gained a new trait, protection. Still, even with this new perk, a direct hit from Yuan would be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. After playing a desperate game of cat and mouse with Yuan, Junsu was completely gassed, yet Yuan still hadn't awakened, which was starting to tick him off. What in the world kind of swordsmanship did she teach this kid? Just dodging his attacks is a nightmare. A new notification popped up. "You have acquired the trait, evasion." Just then, Junsu glanced back at Yuan and noticed a powerful aura beginning to radiate from his body, which meant he was finally on the verge of awakening. But before Junsu could even feel a shred of relief, the wooden sword in Yuan's hand also began to glow ominously. SSR rank. See Yuan. Man and sword as one. Junsu read the status window, the words catching in his throat. Man and sword as one is a state where the wielder and their blade achieve perfect unity, an unbelievably powerful condition for any warrior class fighter. The problem is, he's completely in a trance right now. If that attack connects, it's game over for me. Faced with a strike that posed a mortal threat to his life, Juno obviously wasn't going to just wait for death. He frantically opened his trait window, his brain working overtime to find a workable plan. Okay, first, I need to activate every single defensive trait I possess and concentrate all the shields onto my 2 arms. Aided by the magic circle in the room, the very instant Junsu finished configuring his traits, Yuan's devastating attack arrived. Junsu gritted his teeth and crossed his arms in front of his body, gambling everything on this single, desperate defense. A second later, a thunderous explosion and a blinding flash of light engulfed the entire room. When the dust finally settled, Junsu was standing there completely unharmed. In front of him hovered a massive, shimmering shield. The system chimed in, Mana Shield. You have acquired a new trait. Juno let out a smirk, thinking to himself, I pulled it off. I actually combined the Mana Shield and Protection traits to forge a brand new skill. This is the kind of stuff you only see in a top-tier system manhwa. He then let out a long, weary breath and muttered, just one guy with a wooden sword nearly turned me into cosmic dust. He was just about to sit down for a well-deserved break when he suddenly heard a faint cry from Yuan. Juno whipped his head around to see Yuan swaying on his feet before collapsing to the floor. How dare he just pass out peacefully after nearly vaporizing me? Grumbling under his breath, Juno slowly approached Yuan's position, only to discover he was completely unconscious. I guess he went a little berserk immediately after awakening. In the original game, Sei Yuan was a seriously powerful SSR rank character, a fact I'm seeing firsthand in this manhwa recap of my life. But because he awakened as a warrior and not a knight, he acquired man and sword as one as a starting trait. It looks like I've created an absolute monster by awakening Sei Yuan as a warrior instead. I've basically made him a real-life overpowered MC. In this reborn manhwa life of mine, I have no idea how this massive change will affect the future story. Man, that guy was truly born with a silver spoon and god-tier power. And besides, having him owe me a massive favor isn't a bad outcome at all, is it? With that thought, a sly grin spread across Junu's face as he hoisted Yuan up and carried him out. A short while later, in Yuan's bedroom, the boy's parents gazed lovingly at their son, who was sleeping soundly for the first time in ages. Our Yuan, his mother whispered, her voice thick with emotion. He's actually overcome the mana fever. Following that, they both turned to Juno and bowed deeply, saying, we cannot thank you enough. Juno simply smiled. It was nothing. I told you I could handle it. Chol, ever the sycophant, rushed over with a glass of water for Juno, a fawning look on his face. I knew you could do it all along, boss. Lamizi gently stroked Yuan's hair. It's been so long since we've seen him sleep. I don't know how we can ever repay this debt. She then shared a knowing smile with her husband, who nodded in understanding before retrieving an envelope and approaching Juno. So, along with the NTA, as we promised, here is the memory chip for the Kong-san sword break technique, and please, accept this additional fee as a bonus for your success. Junu's eyes lit up, but he put on a show of polite refusal. Oh, my goodness. You really don't have to do this. Zhang insisted with utmost sincerity. Please, we hope you will accept our 1 billion won. Even though that amount is still far less than what you have done for our family, hearing that figure 1 billion won was like something out of a top-tier system manhwa. Juno was internally celebrating, but he maintained his composure, replying, it would break my heart to refuse such sincerity twice, so I suppose I have no other choice. With that, Juno and Zhang shook hands, both of them genuinely overjoyed. Not long after, Juno and Chol departed from Yuan's house. Sitting in the car, Chol whistled. You seriously hit the jackpot today, boss. Juno admired his new acquisitions, the vial of NTA and the Kong-san sword break memory chip. Tell me about it, he replied. They look absolutely incredible. So? Chol asked. Are you planning to use it right away? Juno nodded. I am, and then I'm going to lay low for a while. That's understandable, Chol said. You wouldn't want to attract any unwanted attention from old enemies or anyone who hears about your reward. Still, it's a shame to wait. If you refine and absorb that NTA, it'll give your mana a massive boost, Chol added. He's right, Juno thought. his eyes fixed on the vial. If I can refine and consume this, I can become a truly overpowered MC. My superhuman level will skyrocket, far beyond just curing some mana fever. In what felt like no time at all, the car arrived at Junu's hotel. Chol pulled up to the curb and smiled. Boss, I'll start looking into the necessary equipment for refining the NTA. So, if you can, just think it over for a bit before you use it, okay? Junu got out of the car and replied, thanks a million, I'll think about it. The moment he was back in his room, Junu immediately twisted the cap off the NTA vial. A wild laugh escaping him as he thought, like hell I'm waiting. I'm drinking this now. The whole incident with Deer taught me exactly how ruthless my enemies can be. I can't guarantee Director Choi won't stab me in the back one day. This reliance on enhancers, this mana dependency, it's a gamble. But my unique traits, almost like I'm in some reborn manhwa, are perfect for maximizing the NTA's effects. With that resolve, Junu didn't hesitate for a second longer, tilting his head back and downing the entire vial. Immediately, an excruciating wave of pain washed over his entire body. It felt as though every fiber of his being was being torn apart and reassembled, while an unimaginable amount of mana raged within him. After what felt like an eternity, the agony subsided, and a dazzling golden light erupted from Junu's body, illuminating the entire room. A system notification appeared. Second-class superhuman, Warrior Kim Junu. I've leveled up, he cheered internally, his elation growing as he saw another system window pop up. This manhwa recap is getting intense. The notification read, you have harvested a new trait. Harvested trait, Black Flame. And by curing the mana fever with NTA, I've just landed one of the best tier 1 traits in the entire game. This is classic system manhwa progression. Black Flame has officially been added to my skill list right alongside the Unbreakable Mountain Sword style. What a massive relief. Now, I can pour all my focus into mastering these two traits, and everything should be smooth sailing from here. Just as Junu was lost in these triumphant thoughts, the phone on his desk buzzed to life. It was a message from Choi Seo, and it started formally. Sir, I have a few things I need to discuss. Junu glanced at the screen. Director Choi? Why on earth was he suddenly texting him now? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind, but Junu quickly brushed it aside with a smirk. Whatever. I'm heading off to train. But not even a few seconds had passed before a relentless barrage of notification chimes echoed from the phone. So noisy. What could possibly be this urgent? Junu snapped in annoyance, snatching up the phone to see the messages. Mr. Superman, I have much to discuss, but I felt it would be more respectful to reach out via text first. I am certain you will require assistance. I understand your hesitation. Perhaps it's because of those within the sect who are against it. Ignore them all and be resolute. The time has come for some self-reflection. Once you master the sword arts, your true path will be revealed. Naturally, some will complain about this. Please reply as soon as you see this message. After reading through the entire bizarre chain of texts, a giant question mark popped up in Junu's head. What in the world is this? He wondered. What is this guy even rambling about? However, just a few seconds later, it dawned on Junu that there was something deeply and intentionally strange about these messages. Moments later, Junu retreated to his tent, ducking into the washroom to slather a thick layer of sunscreen all over his face. He embedded a secret warning within the texts. The Dagger Gang. They're one of the main rivals to the Iron Fist Gang. If Director Choi actually wanted to betray me, he would have just called like normal to stall for time and set a trap. Judging by the cryptic nature of these messages, he must have already been captured. The information was probably leaked while he was preparing my equipment. As the grim reality of the situation settled in, Junu's expression turned ice cold. Well now, he murmured, I'll just have to ignore this since I've already got what I needed from him. This is the cold logic of an overpowered mech. In Sun, everyone is ultimately responsible for their own survival. The next day, in a desolate, forgotten alley, the agonized screams of a man echoed relentlessly from a small, run-down warehouse. Inside, Choi Seo was bound tightly to a chair, completely surrounded by a group of menacing figures. One of the thugs grabbed Choi Seo by the hair, yanking his head back. I'll give you this. You've got some serious stamina. You've lasted the entire night without telling us where that Superman bastard is hiding. Choi, though battered, answered defiantly. He signed the contract because he trusted me. I will never talk, no matter what you do to me. Hearing this, his tormentor grinned like a demon. I really didn't want to do this, but you've left me no other choice. With that, he gestured to one of his goons, who immediately understood the silent command. The goon approached Choi Seo, brandishing an axe. Left or right? He sneered. Which hand do you eat with? Choi Seo just stared back in stony silence. Seeing his unbroken defiance, the man let out a booming laugh. Not going to answer, huh? Well, for most people, It's the right hand, isn't it? And as he spoke, the thug raised the axe high above his head, aiming straight for Choi Seo's right hand to bring it down. But just as the blade was about to make contact, a massive explosion rocked the warehouse, a classic cliffhanger straight out of a Manhwa recap, forcing the man to halt his swing as he roared, "What the hell was that?" Just then, a subordinate came scrambling into the room, gasping, "Boss!" The axe wielder spun around and demanded, "What in the world is going on out there?" A terrified underling stammered, "Some lunatic just lobbed a grenade into our building." Meanwhile, perched on the rooftop of a nearby building, Jun-Chu flashed a wicked grin, a grenade launcher resting on his shoulder as he took aim at the Dagger Gang's stronghold. "You picked the wrong guy to mess with," he mused. "In a world this cruel, I can't just abandon someone who actually kept their promise. All right, let the party begin." With those words, Jun-Chu squeezed the trigger once more. Another shell rocketed from the barrel, slamming directly into the Dagger Gang's building and erupting in a massive explosion. A few seconds later, a horde of heavily armed men poured out from the gaping hole created by the blast. Where is he? Where did he fire from? Find him, now. Watching the chaotic scramble below, Jun-Chu let out a contemptuous smirk. Just as he predicted, they swarmed out of the building like a nest of cockroaches. It might look like a normal apartment complex, but he knew every last one of them was hiding inside. After all, this was the Dagger Gang dungeon, a place he had cleared so many times he was sick of it, a classic scenario in any good reborn manhwa. It's a complex dungeon spread across 6 different buildings. Since the Dagger Gang mission was one of the early trial quests, he could now beat it with his eyes closed. All that grinding back then has finally paid off. And now, the veteran has returned to complete the mission. With that thought, Jun-Chu, a backpack laden with weapons strapped to his back, leaped gracefully to the rooftop of the adjacent building. He knew staying in one spot for too long was just asking to be found. Down below, the Dagger Gang members had already split up and were scouring the surroundings. A few minutes later, in a dark alleyway, 3 members of the Dagger Gang were cautiously sweeping the area. "The guys who hit us have to be the Iron Fist Gang, right? Only those psychos would pull a stunt this crazy. When we catch them, let's make sure we beat them black and blue," one of them growled. As they were talking, another goon suddenly picked up a strange sound coming from behind a nearby dumpster. He tensed up, turning back cautiously. "What was that noise?" "I'm going to check it out," he said. The spiky-haired leader nodded. "Okay, make sure you do a thorough search." And so, the man who heard the noise approached the back of the dumpster, peeking his head around the corner, only to find absolutely nothing there. "There's nothing here," he muttered. But, as he turned to rejoin his buddies, a hand suddenly clamped down on his head, viciously slamming him face first into the pavement. Jun-Chu materialized from his cloaked state, propped the unconscious goon against the wall, and chuckled to himself. This is why he's considered such an overpowered MC. He was standing right in front of the guy, and the poor fool couldn't even see him. When it comes to infiltration, there's no better skill combination than play dead and stealth in a system manhwa like this. So, while those thugs are wandering around outside, I'll just waltz right into their main building. This is almost too easy. Time to use the secret entrance. With that, Jun-Chu walked over to the dumpster, casually lifted the lid, and descended the hidden ladder inside. Once he reached the bottom, Jun-Chu scanned his surroundings cautiously. His goal so far was to infiltrate by avoiding as much direct conflict as possible. The Dagger Gang always keeps their hostages near the boss's room on the 5th floor, so there should still be a way to pull this off. I'll just have to move as silently as possible so they don't catch me. This manhwa recap is getting intense. It was a beautiful plan in theory, but reality is rarely so kind. Jun-Chu had barely taken his first few stealthy steps when the blaring sound of an alarm filled the air. "Emergency! Emergency! We are under attack. An enemy has infiltrated the building. All units, gear up and converge at the designated assembly point." Hearing that, Junu's expression soured as he muttered to himself. "Damn, they've figured it out." His gaze then shifted to the closed door right in front of him. Well, this is a classic rock and a hard place situation. Beyond this door lies the main hallway, my most direct path, since it contains the main staircase leading to the upper floors. But the catch is, now that they know an intruder is in the building, they'll have certainly barricaded that corridor to form a defensive line. If I swing this door open now, they'll shower me with a hailstorm of bullets. After just a moment's hesitation, Junu made his move and threw the door open. Inside, just as this reborn manhwa protagonist had predicted, numerous members of the Dagger Gang were hunkered down behind a makeshift barricade, their guns at the ready. "Hello, boys," he announced with a wicked grin. "I brought some party favors for you to eat." Junu then whipped out a massive gun and unleashed a furious barrage upon the Dagger Gang. In the blink of an eye, the room filled with the agonizing screams of men being riddled with bullets. The goons who weren't immediately shredded managed to snap out of their shock. "What the hell? Is that a Gatling gun? You son of a..." "Return fire," they roared, raising their own weapons, only to see a small, pineapple-shaped gift sailing through the air towards them. A deafening explosion rocked the room. Hiding just outside the doorway, Junu chuckled. "If you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. All about style, baby." And then, he pulled several more grenades from his backpack, juggling them in his hand. "One was just an appetizer," he declared. "Time for the main course." With that said, Junu tossed the cluster of grenades into the room, immediately pulling back and slamming the door shut. The sound of multiple, massive explosions followed by blood-curdling screams brought a demonic grin to Junu's face. "Glad to see you're enjoying my gifts," he mused. After waiting a few moments for the dust to settle, Junu cautiously stepped into the room, his eyes scanning the carnage as he thought to himself, "Is that really all of them? A few stragglers are probably still breathing. I can't afford to get careless." And just as he had that thought, one of the gangsters playing dead suddenly sprang up, firing a shot straight at Junu. But because he was already on high alert, Junu's sharpened senses picked up on the bullet streaking towards his head. With a simple, almost casual tilt of his head, he effortlessly evaded the projectile. A system notification chimed. "Trait, heightened senses acquired." "Perfect," he thought. "This is the exact trait I needed from this dungeon." What a classic system Manhwa moment. With that thought, Junu turned his attention to the would-be assassin. It only took him a few seconds to permanently silence the sniper, a classic scene in any good Manhwa recap, before he wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. All right, with the small fry taken care of, it's time to head upstairs. A short while later, Junu arrived on the 4th floor. So far, so good. I've made it to the 4th floor without a scratch. But something tells me the real danger is just beginning. The main gang members should be posted on this 4th floor casino, right before the 5th floor and the big boss's room. With that in mind, Junu stealthily approached a corner. He peeked his head around the bend, surprised to find it completely empty. A seed of suspicion planted, Junu made his way to the casino entrance and pushed the door open to check inside, but it was also deserted. Realizing something was terribly off, Junu's expression hardened as he muttered, "Something's not right here. I need to focus." And just like that, another system notification popped up. "Trait, concentration acquired." You just have to love how this overpowered MC gets skills on demand. Empowered by his new trait, Junu immediately picked up a faint, unusual sound from above. Looking up, he saw a small drone emerging from an air vent in the ceiling. Before he could even react, the drone dropped a device that detonated with a blinding flash of light, forcing Junu to squeeze his eyes shut. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, a flashbang grenade?" At that exact moment of vulnerability, a shadowy figure materialized behind Junu, lunging forward with a dagger drawn. He thrusts viciously towards the boy's neck, a cruel laugh erupting from his lips. "Gotcha, you little rat." The attacker is none other than the Dagger Gang's leader, a level 2 superhuman of the assassin class. However, his deadly strike is intercepted by a shield that materializes out of thin air. As Jun's vision clears, he turns his head to face his ambusher and coolly asks, "You were saying you caught someone?" "My dagger. It can't penetrate?" he exclaims, hastily leaping back to put some distance between himself and Junu. Junu, however, remains completely still. He simply retorts, "Who are you calling a rat? You're the one skulking around in that getup, aren't you?" Internally, however, a different thought crossed his mind. "I never expected the boss to show up on the 4th floor," he thought. That was a close call. This ambush never happened in the original story, a classic twist you'd see in a reborn manhwa. Still, I can read the game's patterns. The flashbang was a setup for a linked attack pattern. It's a trap that activates the moment a player enters the boss room. That's why, in this system manhwa world, I had to equip the sensitivity and focus's traits just before he ambushed me. The Dagger Gang's leader is an assassin-class enemy. I'll need to rely on all 5 of my senses to predict where his attacks will come from. The Dagger Gang leader, furious, roared, "You actually blocked my surprise attack." A smirk played on Junshu's lips. "Don't be so shocked just yet." With that, he reached into his backpack and pulled out a weapon. His expression turned serious. "I'm going to make you regret ever targeting me." Wasting no time, Junshu charged straight at the gang leader. Looking like a true overpowered MC, he swung his blade in a powerful arc, but his attack met only air, as the assassin vanished, just before impact. In the next instant, the gang leader reappeared directly behind Junu, his voice dripping with scorn. "You're far too slow to be putting on airs," he sneered, simultaneously flicking a dagger that glowed with a sickly green light straight at Junu's back. Junwoo spun around instantly, batting the poisoned projectile away with his sword. He's incredibly fast, he thought, a true assassin. If I hadn't activated the sensitivity and focus traits, that would have been the end for me. He's laced that dagger with poison magic. Even a single scratch could be fatal. The longer I drag this fight out, the worse my odds become. The gang leader sounded genuinely surprised. Oh? You're a lucky one, aren't you? If you surrender now, I'll be merciful and only take one of your hands. Junwoo just laughed. Cut the crap and bring it on. The gang leader let out a booming laugh. From that pathetic sword stance, I can tell you're actually a marksman. This is the part in the Manhwa recap where the villain makes a fatal mistake. You've got a big mouth for someone who can't even read the situation properly. At those words, Junwoo was taken aback, a realization dawning on him. He thinks I'm a marksman? Of course. Because I've been using my gun this whole time. He's mistaken me for some kind of ranged specialist. Seeing Junwoo's silence, the gang leader assumed he'd hit the nail on the head. A vicious grin spreading across his face. I'm going to tear you limb from limb and make your end as agonizing as possible. With a roar, he lunged at Junwoo, his dagger slashing through the air. Simultaneously, Junwoo tightened his grip on his sword, raising it high above his head. I only have one shot at this, he thought. And it's right now, while his guard is down. With that internal cry, Junwoo brought his sword down without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the obvious downward slash, the gang leader halted his own attack and deftly sidestepped the blow. A mocking smirk formed on his lips as he taunted. Too slow. But he had no idea this was the exact moment Junwoo had been waiting for. A sharp glint flashed in the boy's eyes. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Junwoo instantly changed the trajectory of the blade, turning the vertical chop into a deadly horizontal slash aimed right at the stunned assassin. The dagger gang leader was utterly floored, thinking to himself, "You've got to be kidding me. An archer with a melee combo? Is this some kind of overpowered MC build?" He scrambled to block with his daggers, but the sheer force of the blow sent him sprawling onto the floor. At this point, any trace of arrogance had vanished from the gang leader's mind. His gaze towards Junwoo was now laced with pure, unadulterated fear. Junwoo leveled his sword once more, a smirk playing on his lips. "Hate to break it to you, but I switched my specialization. This isn't your typical system Manhwa, where classes are fixed. I'm a top-tier warrior now, fully kitted out for swordsmanship." Without another word, Junwoo unleashed the first form, Empty Mountain Sword Break. A crushing force, like a mountain collapsing, slammed into the gang leader, leaving him critically wounded as his dagger clattered uselessly to the side. His head bowed, he coughed up a massive spray of blood. Junwoo grinned triumphantly. "Let your guard down, and you lose." The leader seethed with rage. "You damn bastard." Mimicking Junwoo's own tactic, he decided to exploit the very moment our hero was basking in his victory. His vigilance momentarily lowered. Snatching his fallen dagger, he hurled it with every last ounce of his strength directly at Junwoo, screaming, "This isn't over yet." Startled, Junwoo cried out, "A last-ditch effort?" In the next instant, blood arced through the air as Junwoo's sword found its mark, finishing the gang leader for good. But not before the thrown dagger embedded itself deep in his side. A few seconds passed, and Junwoo suddenly crumpled to the floor. Wincing, he yanked the dagger free, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I got careless at the very end." It's a classic rookie mistake you'd even see in a reborn manhwa. The poison's already racing through my veins. I need to swap my attributes, now. He quickly accessed his interface. Equipment attributes, wound recovery, regeneration, fortitude, mana core, deep breathing, and mana recovery. With the new stat profile active, Junwoo managed to push himself back to his feet. "I can endure this, but man, it hurts." Muttering to himself, Junwoo stowed his weapon in his inventory. Just as he was about to make his exit, a clamor of voices erupted from outside the window. "Get up there, now! An intruder was just spotted in this area." Junwoo peered out the window, muttering, "I can't afford to waste a single second. I have to get out of this building, and fast." Meanwhile, in a torture chamber on the 5th floor, Cho was in the middle of his own desperate escape attempt. A classic survival scene you'd find in any good manhwa recap. He was violently rocking his body, trying to topple the chair he was tied to. "Got to get out of here. Fast," he thought. Silently, Cho Seo strained his fingers, trying to hook a nearby shard of glass. His plan was simple. Use it to saw through his restraints. But just as his fingers brushed against the shard, a shadow loomed over him. Startled, he looked up and his eyes widened. It was Junwoo. "Seriously? How on earth did you end up in their clutches?" Junwoo asked, pulling the gag from Cho Seo's mouth. Cho's face lit up with pure relief. "My hero." As Junwoo worked on the ropes, he sighed. "You really know how to cause trouble." Overcome with emotion, Cho asked, with tears welling in his eyes. You came all this way? For me? Junshu's expression turned grim as he placed a firm hand on Cho's shoulder. We need to get out of here. Now. They're coming up. Cho managed a weak smile. Right. Of course. Let's go. But the moment he put weight on his feet, an excruciating pain shot up his legs, forcing an agonized cry from his lips. Junshu spun around, concerned. Seeing Cho's legs trembling uncontrollably, he scowled, cursing internally. Those absolute scum. Look at what they did to him. Without a second thought, he crouched down in front of Cho. Hop on my back. What? No. I couldn't possibly. I have no right to ask you for anything else, Cho protested, waving his hands dismissively. But Junshu insisted. Don't worry about it. We're short on time, so let's just get to safety first. Realizing he was right, Cho Seo had no choice but to reluctantly agree. All right, just this once. Thank you. Carrying the man, Junshu couldn't help but crack a small smile, thinking to himself that even after such brutal torture, the man's loyalty remained unshaken. I thought this world was a living hell, like something from a grim reborn manhwa, but it still has these unexpectedly touching moments. A few hours later, Junsu and Joyeol were safely back in Joyeol's office. Junsu was now slumped in a chair, chugging can after can of recovery potion. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Poison resistance. Trait acquired. Seeing that classic system manhwa notification, Junsu finally stopped drinking. He leaned back comfortably in his chair and announced, the recovery potions have completely flushed out the poison. Choso eagerly produced another pile of cans, offering, if you need more, please, take as many as you want. Junshu just smiled and said, it's all right. This is more than enough. He added silently to himself with a grin. Because I've already acquired the trait. Just then, Choseo spoke up, his face etched with guilt. By the way, I don't know how to apologize for this. It seems that while I was preparing our party, the information was leaked. I never should have trusted my staff so blindly. Junsu simply waved it off. Don't worry about it. After all, I ended up drinking the fairy wine anyway. Choso's eyes widened in shock. What? You drank the fairy wine? Junsu chuckled. If I hadn't, there's no way I could have saved you. Hearing this, Director Cho looked utterly devastated, grabbing his head and groaning. No way. You had to use the fairy wine just to save me? Junsu turned away, muttering under his breath. It's not really his fault, but, I'll just let him think what he wants. Suddenly, a series of urgent, heavy knocks echoed from the door. Choso jumped in terror, exclaiming, what was that? Could it be the Dagger Gang is already here? Kid, what are we going to do? Junsu just crossed his arms, staring at the door with a smirk. It seems we have some visitors, so let's give them a proper welcome, shall we? With that, he stood up and walked over to open it, with a nervous Choseo trailing right behind. As Junsu swung the door open, Choseo immediately gasped. The Iron Fist Gang, that's Kim Cheol-kwan and his entire crew. Junsu just grinned. So you've arrived. Kim Cheol-kwan spoke first. I can't believe you actually wiped out the Dagger Gang. I knew from the start you were no ordinary guy, but a genuine overpowered MC. So, what business do you have with me? Junsu thought to himself, it's finally time to collect my reward for completing that difficult quest. The Iron Fist Gang and the Dagger Gang were bitter rivals, locked in a fierce war for control over the Sihung Lim territory. Now, for those following this manhwa recap, the game's tutorial quest actually required the player to help the Iron Fist Gang eliminate the Dagger Gang. Wiping out the Dagger Gang came with a hefty reward from Iron Fist. Seeing that Junsu remained silent, Kim Cheol-kwan probed. Are you planning on starting a new organization or something? Junsu simply shook his head. No, running an organization isn't my style. The reason I called you here today is to tell you that the territory the Dagger Gang held for so long can now be yours. Kim Cheol-kwan exclaimed in disbelief. What? Junsu calmly explained. I prefer working solo. Besides, I have no intention of getting involved in the underworld. So consider this me repaying my debt from last time. Kim Cheol-kwan paused to think, then asked, I have nothing to lose by accepting your offer, but doesn't this seem a little excessive for the debt you owed me? Junsu smiled. It seems we've reached an understanding. Since, thanks to me, you now own the entire Sihung Lim territory. You're going to grant me one wish. Kim Cheol-kwan narrowed his eyes. A wish, you say? And if I were to grant you this wish, so, what are you going to wish for? Let's hear it. Internally, Junshu mused. It's obviously going to be the one thing every player in this system manhwa is desperate to get their hands on. Outwardly, he just smiled and said, a house will do just fine. But in his mind, he added a crucial thought. It's finally time to go home. Kim Tiet-Kwan seemed surprised. You mean, a house? Junwoo confirmed. Ever since I started operating solo in this twisted world, I've realized I need a proper base of operations. A place to call my own. After a moment of thought, Kim Tiet-Kwan conceded. Alright, that's fair. Considering you managed to deal with that whole dagger-wielding syndicate, we have a deal. Hearing this, Junwoo grinned. You're a straight shooter. I appreciate that. Kim Tiet-Kwan then inquired. So, what kind of house are we talking about? A luxurious villa? Or just a simple apartment? Junwoo laid out his very specific requirements. Neither. I need a house in a sparsely populated area, with excellent security, and, most importantly, soundproofing. And one more thing, he added, it needs a training facility in the basement. At this, Kim Tiet-Kwan fell into deep thought. A house in a secluded area. With a basement training facility? He murmured. Junwoo did his best to maintain a poker face. He waited patiently, but inside, his mind was racing. Come on, just say it. Mention the exact house I'm thinking of. This is a pivotal moment in this reborn Manhwa plot. Before long, Kim Tiet-Kwan broke the silence. I know of a place that fits the bill. It's a house on the outskirts of Siam, nestled along the Jeonbong mountain range. Internally, Junwoo was screaming with joy. Bingo! The house on the slopes of the Jeonbong range. It was the perfect location for a player's first major base and soon, a crucial step on the path to becoming an overpowered MC. On the outside, Junwoo kept his expression neutral, not wanting to arouse any suspicion. The very next morning, he was already settling into his brand new home. We find him lounging on the second-floor terrace, soaking up the sun with a spread of food and drinks by his side. So this is that ridiculously sweet feeling of finally securing your own crib, huh? Junwoo strolled over to the railing, stretching his arms out wide and yelling in pure bliss. Man, I could get used to this. The air here just smells like freedom. And this view is absolutely insane. This place is seriously top tier. To think, when I first got dropped into this world, I had no clue what was going on. I was saddled with a 20 million won medical bill, and now I'm the owner of a place that's practically a mansion. And it's not just the house. I've got the financial backing of the nation's #1 security organization and its director. This is the kind of support you only see in a wild Manhwa recap. But the moment of celebration passed. Junwoo's expression grew serious as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. But I can't afford to get complacent. As anyone who watches a Manhwa recap knows, the story always escalates. Vicious new enemies, like the Holy Maiden and the Pontiff, will eventually show up and wreak havoc on the city. With that grim thought, Junwoo casually picked up a nearby hoe, a smirk playing on his lips. Which means, he said to himself, it's time to uncover the real reason I chose this specific house. A short while later, we see Junwoo, hoe slung over his shoulder, descending into the underground training facility. He began tapping his fingers along the walls, searching for something specific. It's got to be around here somewhere, Junwoo muttered, continuing his search until his tapping produced a distinctly hollow sound. Showtime! With a sharp yell, Junwoo swung the hoe with all his might, smashing it directly into that spot on the wall. The wall shattered, revealing a hidden cavity behind it. Junwoo looked at the destruction he'd caused with a single swing. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Looks like my unique trade is really paying off. At this rate, I'll get this done way ahead of schedule. Time wore on, and Junwoo was still tirelessly hacking away at the earth. Yet the prize he sought remained elusive. His face was now a mask of pure exhaustion. He grumbled aloud. Faster than expected. My foot. I had no idea it would be buried this deep. But despite his complaints, Junwoo refused to surrender. I can't just give up now. Show yourself. Junwoo roared, smashing his pickaxe into the earth with all his might. Following that powerful strike, the earth suddenly erupted, spewing a geyser of water into the air. This is it! Junwoo cried out in triumph, hastily opening his mouth to catch a few of the nearby droplets. Just a few seconds later, the haggard, worn-out look on his face had completely vanished. He stared down at his own hands, whispering in awe, I can feel my body gradually recovering. So, this was the legendary effect of a mana spring? A fountain literally overflowing with pure mana. A genuine, honest-to-goodness mana spring. This is a classic feature in any good system manhwa. Even characters whose health had dropped to 0 could be rapidly restored by its waters, purging the vast majority of negative status effects. It was a truly incredible, game-breaking ability. And the only place to access such a fountain for free was right here, in the house near the Gyeongbong mountain range, the very first base of the Iron Fist gang. Wasting no time, Junwoo got to work, personally installing a plumbing system and hauling in a massive bathtub. He turned the faucet, filling the tub to the brim with mana water, and sank into it with a sigh of relief, musing, well, in any case, getting my hands on this house was a hell of a lot tougher than in the game, where all it took was a single mouse click to get things done. The sheer amount of life force radiating from this place was so potent that you could practically see the restorative effects in the air. The mana spring was the ultimate training aid. He could push himself to his absolute physical limit, take a quick dip to recover, and get right back to it, a perfect, endless cycle of growth. Alright, it's time for the only free-to-play character in this world to train with the efficiency of a top-tier VIP pro. This is how an overpowered MC is truly forged. With his resolve hardened, Junsu immediately drew a sword and began his enthusiastic training regimen. And just like that, time flew by. One evening, a full 2 weeks later, we find Junshu standing with his sword in the subterranean training room, thinking to himself, I've been cooped up in this training room for 2 weeks straight. I can finally activate the black flames with perfect stability. Then, his expression sharpened with focus. He began to flawlessly execute the empty mountain sword break technique, unleashing the first form, Mountain Crusher, followed by the second form, Mountain Divider, and finally, the third form, Mountain Piercer. As he sheathed his blade, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Perfect. I can now seamlessly weave the empty mountain sword break technique with my black flames. On top of that, I even picked up some incredibly useful traits during my grind in this reborn Manhwa. A quick look at his status window revealed the new traits: Lower Burst, One Flame Finger, Fire Resistance, Heavenly Mandate, and Mana Stability. Staring at the list, Junshu became lost in thought. Alright, the physical training is complete. Now, there's just one more crucial task left, the Mana Refinement ability, something I can't just grind for through practice. If only I had been able to refine the Yuju Immortal Elixir before consuming it, I probably would have already reached Superhuman level 3 by now. But as it stands, I'm stuck at level 2, which means my mana capacity is severely limited. To fully absorb the remaining power of the elixir and finally break through to level 3, I absolutely need that Mana Refinement ability. Naturally, it won't be easy to obtain, but the payoff will be more than worth the effort. As this thought crossed his mind, a memory from his past life, back when he was just playing the game, suddenly surfaced. This part of the story is crucial to our Manhwa recap, where Junu had guided his character, Kim Warrior, to Kim Chunbok's weapon shop. Inside the shop, the owner listened to his request with a look of pure astonishment, asking, "Are you absolutely sure you want to buy that thing? It's been collecting dust in my warehouse for the better part of 10 years. But Junu's resolve was firm. I want to buy it. Seeing his determination, the shopkeeper said no more and went to retrieve the item for him. A system notification flashes on screen. You have purchased the Mana Training skill. Seeing this message pop up on his phone, Junu, who was just lounging in bed playing a game, smirked confidently. I must be the only one who knows the Mana Training skill can be bought at that old antique shop, right? Snapping back to the present, Junu grinned with anticipation. Time to swing by the Sing World shopping district and hit up that antique shop. It's leveling up time. And with that, Junu immediately set off for the store. But when he arrived, disappointment hit him like a truck. The shop was closed. Why is it shut down? Worse yet, is the door sealed with mana to prevent anyone from getting in? Junu muttered, stepping closer and spotting a small notice hanging on the lock. Closed until the situation in the Sinan market stabilizes. Junu glanced around, and to his growing surprise, he realized the other shops were closed as well. The entire area was deserted, a stark contrast to the bustling Sing district he remembered so vividly. The Sing commercial district was supposed to have the most shops in the entire region. There's no logical reason for it to be completely shut down. In the game, this place was open 24/7. So what gives? The vast majority of other stores are locked up tight just like this one. Is Sun's world already diverging from what I know? Looking to gather some intel, Junu walked down the street and saw a man sitting and smoking in front of the only store that still had its lights on. June slowly approached to strike up a conversation. Is the market situation not so good these days? The man, who turned out to be the shop owner, shot Junu a sideways glance before grumbling irritably. Can't you see for yourself, kid? I'm dead tired. With those damn wanderers showing up to brawl every day, what customer would dare to come here? Junu asked in surprise. Wanderers? I thought the Iron Fist gang was in charge of this area. The shop owner waved his hand dismissively and cursed. Iron Fist, my foot. Ever since the Dagger gang got wiped out, all sorts of crews have been causing trouble non-stop. The Iron Fist gang, the Poison gang, and even the Nudist gang. Hearing this, Junu immediately grasped the problem. The gangs are at war with each other. Ah, so that's how it is. In the original game's plot, which you'd see in a typical manhwa recap, The Iron Fist gang single-handedly defeated the Dagger gang and claimed their territory, so the Singo market naturally fell under their control. But this time, I was the one who dealt with the Dagger gang, inadvertently turning this market into a battleground for all the remaining factions. I'm becoming a real overpowered MC. What should I do now? As Junu was deep in thought, trying to figure out a solution, he suddenly heard a shout from the distance. Look at these idiots. Get them out of here. The shop owner clicked his tongue in annoyance. It's them again. Junu, however, decided to head towards the commotion. He needed to check out the situation for himself before making a move. In a nearby alley, a member of the Iron Fist gang was sent flying, crashing hard into a stack of tarp-covered crates behind him. 3 other members of the Iron Fist gang, though seething with anger, didn't dare to retaliate, standing their ground as they watched their opponents warily. Across from them was a group of 4 from the Poison gang, and their leader was none other than Kang Hee-ja, a sub-boss of the Poison gang, a character known as a level 2 superhuman. After knocking the Iron Fist member aside, Kang Hee-ja laughed arrogantly. Are you guys thick-skulled or what? I already told you this intersection is the Poison gang's territory, understand? Get lost, Iron Fist scum. Crawl back to whatever hole you slithered out of. The man who was sent flying clutched his side, gritting his teeth and cursing. You bastards. But at that very moment, a new voice cut through the air with a question. What do you punks think you're doing? Causing a scene in our territory. Hearing this, the Iron Fist and Poison gang members all turned to see the nudist gang approaching, led by the Flasher, a notorious level 2 superhuman, who looked like he'd just stepped out of a bizarre manhwa recap. Kung Hit-thu scowled at their arrival and cursed. Damn it, those freaks are here. The Flasher just laughed and declared, this intersection is under the management of the nudist gang. Kung Hit-thu marched his crew towards them and shot back. Cut the crap and get lost. The Flasher simply asked, so, you're choosing to continue this little intrusion? The freshly beaten member of the Iron Fist gang saw the situation escalating and muttered, these guys are insane. I've got to get out of here fast. But just as he tried to stand, he realized someone was suddenly standing beside him. It was Junshu. Junshu gazed at the 2 gangs locked in a standoff and commented coolly, well, this is quite a mess. The injured man asked in astonishment, are you the superhuman who single-handedly wiped out the Dagger gang? Only then did Junshu look down at him, hoisting him up with one arm. What are you doing on the ground? Get up and do your job. The man asked, completely bewildered. What? What do you mean? Junsu then turned directly towards the 2 gangs a short distance away and yelled, hey, you boar-brained thugs, bring your little squabble over here. The injured man panicked, pleading, wait a second, what in the world are you doing? Junshu glanced at him and said, relax, I'm helping you. In his mind, he was already strategizing. To restore order to the market, a clear hierarchy needed to be established. And to do that, it was best to support the Iron Fist gang. Kung Hit-thu looked over at Junshu with a sneer. Well, what do we have here? And who the hell are you to be giving me orders? The Flasher crossed his arms, glaring daggers at Junshu as he asked, is this little friend trying to offer himself up as a tribute? Junshu looked between the 2 of them, then at the civilians drawn by the commotion, and fell into a brief moment of thought. These 2 are both level 2 superhumans, he mused. If I go all out, I can definitely win, but there's no need to drag the merchants into this. In that case, I'll have to give them a taste of my power first. Thinking this, a grin spread across Junshu's face as he pulled a sword from his backpack, a classic move in any great system manhwa. Next, he quickly reconfigured his status window. A second later, his entire body was engulfed in an aura of black flames. Simultaneously, his blade became cloaked in the distinct blue energy of the Kongsan sword break. Seeing this display, Kung Hee-thu cried out in shock. Huh? What is that? The Kongsan sword break and this divine presence. Could it actually be him? The Flasher's jaw dropped in disbelief. You're the superhuman who single-handedly purged the entire Dagger gang? You're a literal overpowered MC. That's right, Junekshu confirmed with a smile. And this time, I'm feeling generous. I'm about to make you an offer you have no right to refuse. Instead of making this messy, let's settle it with a duel. The winner gets complete control of the market. What do you say? Seems fair, right? Kung Hit-thu retorted furiously. Do you take me for a fool? Why would I agree to a one-on-one duel with a warrior? This isn't some generic manhwa recap. The Flasher remained silent, but his expression showed he shared Kung Hit-thu's sentiment completely. Junsu simply replied, don't worry. We'll fight on your terms, using the skills you're most confident in. A moment later, the 3 gangs had all retreated, leaving a wide-open space. Standing in the center were the 3 contenders, Junshu, Kung Hit-thu, and the Flasher. Junshu looked at the Flasher and began, so, Your special ability is mind control. If I can resist it, I win. A lecherous grin spread across the flasher's face. The flashy fanatic looked at Juno with a grin. It's a true honor to have such a handsome man know about me. How about we just skip this pointless fight? You could join our faith in the primordial goddess. Juno shot back with a look of pure disgust. You. Why in the world would I join your crew? Use your brain for a second. Your cult isn't even one of the 7 second-rate faiths. You're clearly just a no-name sect. Why would I join a sham cult that's not even on Westphalia's official list? Hearing Junu's words, the smile completely vanished from the fanatic's face. He roared in anger. You absolute blasphemer! I will make you correct that thinking with the goddess's love and mercy. Now, kneel before me, and I shall grant you the grace of an audience with her holiness. As he spoke, he extended a hand towards Juno, activating his mind control trait. Juno simply stood there and took it, making absolutely no move to dodge. Instantly, his mind felt heavy, his knees buckling, as if to kneel on command. A priest-level mind control trait is certainly powerful, but sorry pal, not even a goddess gets to mess with this overpowered MC. Thinking to himself, Juno opened his trait window and swapped in his divine resistance characteristic. Juno immediately felt his body lighten, as his mind cleared up. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a knockout punch right to the fanatic's jaw. Seeing this, the other members of the birthday suit brigade rushed over to help their leader. Your Holiness, are you all right? We must retreat for now. As the unclad cult fled, Juno turned his attention to Kung Hittu. All right, you're up. Kung Hittu spoke up. Oh, you're not half bad. But let me tell you, the Poison Gang is on a completely different level than those clowns. Juno retorted. I wouldn't be so sure. We'll have to see about that. Your special ability is poison brewing, correct? Give me the most horrific thing you've got, and I'll drink it. Kung Hittu just laughed. Fine by me. If you're that eager to kick the bucket, I'll gladly help you out. Just then, the guy who got beaten up earlier rushed to Junu's side to warn him. Hey, man, I know you're incredibly strong, but drinking their poison is a straight-up self-destruct button. Juno just smiled back. Don't worry, I'm more than confident. At the same time, Kung Hittu produced a cup of poison and handed it to Juno. Drink up. If you can handle it, you win. If you croak, I win. Juno took the cup, staring at it intently and thinking, just as I expected. She gave me picnic. This is the most agonizing poison in their entire arsenal. A look of utter disgust then crossed his face as he spoke aloud. God, this smells awful. If I don't die from this, you'd better get ready for a fist to the face. Kung Hittu snapped back. Don't even think about begging for an antidote after you drink it. Sorry, but that's not happening. The moment she finished speaking, Juno decisively chugged the entire cup of poison. A second later, Juno collapsed to the ground, cursing internally. It felt like his very flesh and blood were boiling. Seeing this, a smug Kung Hittu walked over, kicking Juno a few times before sneering. Feeling it already, huh? If you beg for your life by barking like a dog, maybe I'll consider helping you out. But Juno had no time to trade barbs with her. He was currently gritting his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and searching for a way to overcome the crisis. I need to focus. This poison is a cocktail of special drugs, so my basic poison resistance is useless. I have to endure as much damage as possible with my healing trait and find a way to control the toxin. This is the kind of high-stakes survival you'd find in a top-tier system manhwa. With that plan in mind, Juno immediately took action. First step, reconfigure his trait panel. Next, he masterfully channels all the poison into his left hand. And just as you'd expect in a top-tier system manhwa, a notification pops up. Trait: Drug Resistance. You have acquired a new trait. And just like that, it's done. Thanks to this new drug resistance trait, he can now fully control the toxins coursing through him using his mana. There's just one final step. With those words, Junshu swiftly slices open his left palm with his sword. Instantly, a massive amount of black poison bleeds out from the wound. The guy who got beaten earlier shouts in amazement. My God, he focused all the poison into his arm just to expel it. Kung Hittu shrieks in disbelief. That's impossible. Her shock then morphs into pure terror as she realizes Junshu has, at some unknown point, appeared directly in front of her. He grins. That little vial of poison was honestly pathetic. Now, it's my turn. Before Kung Hittu can even process what's happening, Junshu grabs her by the arm, forces one of her fingers straight, and lops it clean off, causing her to shriek in agony. Her lackeys cry out in alarm from behind. Boss. Kung Hittu, now kneeling on the ground, glares at Junshu with pure hatred in her eyes. Do you really think you can get away with doing this to me? She seethes. Junshu casually cleans out his ear, completely unfazed. Stop spouting such typical loser lines and just get lost, he says dismissively. You bastard. Kwang Hiet too fumes, as her underlings rush to her side. Placing a hand on her shoulder, one of them urges, let's get out of here for now, boss. Left with no other choice, Kwang Hiet too reluctantly agrees, storming off in a huff. I'll remember your face, she vows. As she leaves, the Iron Fist Guild members erupt in cheers. We won! Haha! Those scumbags got what they deserved. The cheers for their new champion echo through the market. What a satisfying beatdown. Kim Junshu allows himself a small smirk before turning his attention to the merchants, thinking to himself, winning the fight was a given. The real problem starts now. He's already thinking 5 steps ahead, displaying the kind of foresight you'd expect from the protagonist of a reborn manhwa. Meanwhile, not too far away, the merchants are already whispering amongst themselves. So the Iron Fist Guild won? I wonder how they're going to push us around now. Shifting his gaze from the worried merchants, Junshu turns to the man who was beaten earlier. Hey, you need to report back that I was the one who handled everything. The man smiles gratefully. Of course, sir. Thank you so much. Junshu holds up a single finger, signaling he's not done. There's one thing the Iron Fist Guild needs to remember about this market. The man nods eagerly. Yes. What is it? Please, tell me. Junshu lays down the law. The protection fee for this market will be exactly half of what the Dagger Gang used to charge. Hearing this, the guild member's jaw drops. What? We won't make any profit that way. Junshu's expression darkens instantly, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. Are you arguing with me? The man immediately backpedals in fear. No, of course not. I'm sure our boss will understand. This entire exchange wasn't quiet, and that was entirely by Junshu's design. Every merchant standing nearby heard his declaration loud and clear. Their faces light up with joy. Wow, the protection fee is cut in half. He's the hero of the single market. Junshu celebrates internally. This is exactly why I went through all this trouble. Huh. Just then, the crowd of merchants approaches him. Bowing repeatedly, they shower him with gratitude. Thank you so much. Junshu just smiles and waves it off, saying, it's nothing. I just did what needed to be done. Just remember to give me a discount next time I'm here. The merchants are more than happy to agree. Of course, anytime you shop here, we'll give you an 80% discount. Junshu is practically buzzing with excitement, thinking to himself, the single market is a total goldmine. Plus, it raises my favorability with all the merchant NPCs. This is the kind of strategic thinking we love to see in any manhwa recap. The next morning, all the merchants in single market have reopened their shops, and Kim Chun-bok is no exception. When he sees Junshu walk into his store, he greets him with a massive, welcoming smile. I've heard so much about you from the other merchants, he says. You're the hero who saved single market. We've got a real overpowered MC on our hands. Beaming at the praise, Junshu replied, I only did what needed to be done. Don't be so modest. Those thugs were a massive headache for everyone around here. Look at this, Chun-bok said, raising his injured arm. I had to close up shop because I got caught in one of their brawls and broke my arm. He sighed deeply, continuing. Oh no, is it all right now? I was treated with Qigong. Thankfully, it was quite effective. If it weren't for that therapist, I'd probably still be stuck in a hospital bed. Junshu asked in surprise. There's a Qigong master in Super M? That's right. Would you like me to introduce you? He's incredibly skilled. Junshu smiled and said, I'd really appreciate that. But first, there are a few things I need to buy. Ah, of course, feel free to look around. We have everything, except for the things we don't have. But Junshu didn't bother browsing the displayed items. Instead, he looked directly at Chun-bok, tapped his foot on the floor, and asked with a knowing grin, You've got a lot of quality goods here. But could I perhaps see the items you keep down below? Chun-bok started, asking, How in the world did you know? Junshu simply smirked. Let's just say, I have my ways. He thought to himself. Don't underestimate a gamer with 10,000 hours logged. My life is practically a reborn manhwa at this point. What kind of secret could possibly escape me? Seeing this, Chun-bok didn't refuse. He led Junshu down to a room in the basement. As he unlocked the door, he glanced back at the young man. I rarely show this place to first-time customers, but for you, I'll make an exception. Junshu grinned. Thank you very much. As the door swung open, Chun-bok ushered him inside, announcing, This is my collection of magical artifacts. Take your time and look around. Junshu exclaimed with delight. Awesome. And with that, he eagerly moved from one item to the next, his eyes scanning everything. His final destination was the flute of the ancient god. He lifted the artifact with both hands, his heart pounding as he thought. I owned so many unique items back when I played the game. But the flute of the ancient god, which seals away a monocultivation technique, was the ultimate prize. Now that I have this top-tier item, I'm one step closer to becoming a truly overpowered MC. Now, it's time to put it all to good use. Heh. A short while later, the two of them returned to the main shop upstairs. Junwoo placed the flute of the ancient god and a few other selected items on the counter. These are the ones I'll be taking today. Chun-bok glanced over the items, his eyes widening in astonishment. As expected, you have a keen eye. The 5-color diamond, the arcane spellbook, the gauntlets of sorcery, and the flute of the ancient god. These are all exceptionally rare. He then quoted the price. Your total comes to 2 billion. Junwoo's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Good heavens, 2 billion? Seeing his reaction, Chun-bok chuckled and clarified. Now, that's the price for a stranger, but since you're the guardian angel of this market, I can offer you a more reasonable price. Let's call it 500 million. Junwoo let out a huge sigh of relief. Chun-bok, you nearly gave me a heart attack. After that, Junwoo paid the man, and Chun-bok carefully wrapped up the items and handed them over. An 80% discount from an NPC, just for having high affinity. This is exactly the kind of perk you see in a system Manhwa. How awesome. Now, all I need to do is find a priest-class superhuman who can unseal this item. And of course, I already have a lead on where to find one. With that thought, Junwoo turned to Chun-bok with a bright smile and asked, by the way, could I get the address of that Qigong therapist? That afternoon, Junwoo followed the address Chun-bok had given him and arrived at the front door of a house. He raised his hand and knocked. Is anyone home? Junwoo called out. When there was no reply, he grew suspicious and pressed his ear to the door, whispering, it seems like he's out. Just at that moment, the door creaked open. A young man poked his head out and asked, what do you want this early in the day? Junwoo silently observed the man. Ah, white hair and a pale complexion. That's him. This is definitely the guy I've been looking for, he thought to himself. Junwoo quipped cheerfully. It's the middle of the afternoon, and you call this early morning? The young man simply replied, for me, it is. So, what brings you here? Scratching his head, Junwoo explained, well, I heard your healing methods are absolutely top-notch. The moment he heard that, the young man's entire demeanor shifted, and he warmly welcomed him. Oh, so you're a client? I almost mistook you for one of those thugs. Please, come in. Leading Junwoo into the room, the young man gestured towards a single bed. Here, you can lie down. Where are you injured? But Junwoo didn't answer right away. His eyes scanned the room, finally landing on a particular statue. He thought to himself, seeing that statue here, it has to be him. The young man asked suspiciously, what are you doing? The bed is right over there. Only then did Junwoo turn his full attention back to the young healer. He pulled out the flute of the ancient god and stated, actually, I'm not here for healing. I came to ask you to remove the seal on this item. The young man waved his hands dismissively. Remove a seal? I'm just a simple chi therapist. That looks like a holy seal. You should take it to a proper temple for help, Junwoo countered. No. Places like that would charge an exorbitant price, and they might even try to confiscate my item. He then opened a bag, brimming with cash, placing it directly in front of the young man. If you can unseal this item for me, I'll give you 100 million gold. Priest Kim asked in utter astonishment. You know my name? Junwoo grinned. Of course. Inside, his mind raced. Priest Kim is the third guide character from Enon. It's this kind of foreknowledge that makes any reborn manhwa so thrilling to follow. He's a priest of a forgotten religion, one who serves a god that vanished 3,000 years ago. He's one of the few genuinely pure and good-hearted characters in the entire game, especially with so many corrupt priests running around. It's incredibly rare to find someone so trustworthy. In other words, he's the perfect person to exploit for my own gains. Priest Kim stammered. How? How could you possibly know all that? Junwoo simply extended the flute of the ancient god towards him. I'll keep your secret, so please, help me. Sighing in resignation, Priest Kim took the flute and said, I have a feeling this won't be an easy task. But alright, I'll give it a try. Junwoo celebrated inwardly, just as expected from such a good person. With that, the two of them sat down on the floor. The flute of the ancient god was placed carefully between them. With a serious expression, Priest Kim reached towards the flute and began the unsealing process. In an instant, the paper wrapping it showed signs of coming undone. Whoa, it's working, he whispered, as Priest Kim persistently channeled his magical energy into the ancient artifact. The paper seal loosened even more visibly, until, finally, it peeled off completely and fluttered to the ground. This revealed the item's true form, which immediately began to radiate a dazzling golden light. Item: Flute of the Ancient God. can acquire the Inhosa cultivation technique trait. Priest Kim exclaimed in pure amazement. Did it actually work? Junshu praised him internally. Just as I expected, his skills are truly incredible. When Priest Kim read the description of the ancient flute's effect, he cried out in shock. My goodness, is this a mana cultivation technique? Junshu cheerfully confirmed. That's right. Thank you so much for your help. He then lifted the flute of the ancient god to his lips and played a single, clear note. As the sound echoed, Junshu instantly felt the wasted mana that had been aimlessly lingering in his body being drawn in and absorbed. Then, a familiar notification popped up. System announcement. You have acquired the Inhosa cultivation technique trait. Junshu smirked to himself. The effect is absolutely amazing. As we've seen in every Manhwa recap out there, this is the game-changing skill that turns a protagonist into a truly overpowered MC in a system Manhwa. It felt as if the tranquil currents of the Nordic seas were flowing directly into my being. In about 2 weeks, I'll be able to fully absorb this mana and achieve the 3rd level of superhuman. Just then, Priest Kim, standing nearby, broke into applause. This is the first time I've ever witnessed a warrior-class superhuman using a mana cultivation technique. Junshu walked over to the single bed, sat down, and replied, Yeah, well, it's not exactly something you see every day. Seeing his state, Priest Kim advised, You must be completely exhausted. You can lie down here and get some rest. Junshu didn't refuse. He lay down on the bed and said with a weary voice, My brain is overloaded with too much information. I'm totally spent. All right then, I'll have to leave myself in your care for a while. Priest Kim chuckled. Of course. Make yourself comfortable. You've paid me a hefty sum, so feel free to rest here as long as you need. Junshu drowsily replied. Thanks. He thought to himself. He really is a good person, just like I remember from the game. This is a classic trope in any good reborn manhwa. Finding a trustworthy priest is a huge advantage for the long game. And so, letting his guard down completely, Junshu slept like a log until late into the night, when he was slowly awakened by a strange noise. He sat up groggily, scratching his head and mumbling. What's that sound? That's when he saw Priest Kim, holding a gasoline can and pouring its contents all over the bag of cash Junshu had brought. The sight shocked Junshu wide awake. He called out in disbelief. Huh? What do you think you're doing? But Priest Kim offered no response. His eyes were completely vacant as he stood before the money, now soaked in fuel, and flicked open a lighter. Oh, forgotten God, please accept this devotee's offering and be resurrected. As the prayer ended, Priest Kim simply let go of his hand. The lighter plummeted towards the bag of cash below. Witnessing this madness, Junshu furiously cursed under his breath. What the hell? What is going on? You're insane. Junshu lunged forward, snatching the lighter out of the air and shoving Priest Kim aside. What in the world do you think you're doing? What are you planning to burn as an offering? I have to burn all the money and offer it to my god. Priest Kim yelled back in frustration. Hearing that, Junshu's face went completely blank. What? Money as an offering? Our god only accepts cash. It's the only way to receive power, Priest Kim explained. The pieces immediately clicked into place for Junshu. I see. This must be from the time when you were still a true believer, right? This is the kind of twisted logic you'd find in a system manhwa. Now, it was Priest Kim's turn to look dumbfounded. What do you mean by that? The god he worshipped had actually perished 3,000 years ago. Even in the game, this religion was practically powerless until Priest Kim resurrected that god, becoming a truly overpowered MC with a unique training method. Even so, Junshu thought, I never imagined he wouldn't even know the proper way to serve his own deity. With this realization, Junshu decided to offer some critical advice. Your method is all wrong. You're not supposed to burn money like that. You have to burn and vaporize gold. Priest Kim stared at Junshu with pure suspicion. Gold? I know it sounds like heresy, Junshu pressed, but you've never actually tried it, have you? Priest Kim retorted with disgust. Don't spout such nonsense. Our church has established and followed these practices for thousands of years. But there has to be a reason why your god still hasn't been resurrected, don't you think? That simple question left Priest Kim utterly speechless. It's hard to just burn gold right now, so I have another idea, a different way. Since you helped me with that mana cultivation technique, let me return the favor in this real-life manhwa recap. Mr. Priest. A few moments later, Priest Kim stared hesitantly at a bubbling, golden liquid on the stove and spoke up. I really don't think I should be doing this. Let's just stop here. Junshu pleaded, pouring the molten gold from the pot into a cup and handing it to Priest Kim. Trust me on this, Priest Kim insisted. When you drink the gold, your divine power will skyrocket. Just focus and feel if your God responds. All right. If you're that certain about it, I'll put my faith in you this one time. With those words, Priest Kim chugged down the entire cup of liquid gold Junshu had given him. Just a few seconds later, he could feel a dramatic change. His entire body was suddenly enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. By the holy light, it's real. This is far more effective than burning millions of won. Junshu smirked and replied, your growth will be exponentially faster if you stick with this method. It's the ultimate cheat in this real-life system Manhwa. Priest Kim's eyes sparkled as he looked at Junshu. I don't know how I can ever repay you for this invaluable information. Oh, right, this is for you. With that, Priest Kim handed a necklace to Junshu. What's this necklace for? Junshu asked, feigning surprise. Though deep down, he already knew the answer. It's a holy relic with powerful healing properties. I believe my God would be pleased to know you possess it. Well, since you're offering it so graciously, I suppose I shouldn't refuse, Junshu said, putting on an act of reluctance. Inwardly, however, he was ecstatic, practically hitting the jackpot. This deal was far more lucrative than he'd anticipated. The knowledge he possessed truly made him an overpowered MC. Come to think of it, Priest Kim's religious order had offered some incredibly rewarding quests. An idea sparked in Junshu's mind. As he made a proposal, Priest, would you mind if I offered a prayer to your deity? Give me a week, please. Stop. I feel like my entire body is turning to gold. As he spoke, Priest Kim covered his mouth, trying to prevent himself from spewing the liquid gold he just consumed from the umpteenth bottle Junshu had prepared. But you have to drink more, Junshu insisted, walking towards Priest Kim with another 10 bottles of the golden liquid, causing the priest to cry out in terror. I'll get mana poisoning if my power keeps increasing this rapidly in such a short amount of time. You? Poisoned? I guarantee that won't happen, so keep praying, Junshu retorted dismissively. Junshu pried Priest Kim's mouth open and poured the golden liquid straight down his throat, chuckling internally. Don't you worry. In every good reborn manhwa, the 4 guide NPCs all have their own unique, broken traits. While a warrior possesses an incredibly tough body, a priest is completely immune to mana poisoning, which allows for this kind of insane, rapid growth. And just as he predicted, after being force-fed by Junshu, Priest Kim successfully awakened to level 3, becoming the illustrious Bishop Kim. Priest Kim stared in utter amazement at his own glowing body. I can't believe I've reached level 3. At this rate, I might even be able to become an apostle. Fantastic. With this kind of speed, it won't be long at all before you can become a true apostle of your God, Junshu said with satisfaction. Priest Kim humbly replied, I am still far too lacking to achieve such a feat. I think you've already got more than enough experience to be an apostle. Anyway, now that you've reached level 3, you'll need to convene a regional council to be officially recognized as a bishop. You're right, that's the next step. My rapid growth is all thanks to you. I will never forget this debt of gratitude, Priest Kim said, his voice filled with appreciation. Don't mention it, I just enjoy helping people, Junshu replied smoothly, though his inner thoughts were far more calculating. You'd better not forget. Become a bishop as quickly as possible, and bring me those holy relics from your order's treasury. Speaking of which, could I ask you for one more favor? I'm planning to call a regional council, but I'm a bit overwhelmed at the thought of going alone. Could you possibly act as my bodyguard during the meeting? The other bishops will be there as well. Junshu immediately accepted. The very next day, things were set in motion. Priest Kim, absolutely beaming with pride, led Junshu to the designated meeting spot. The other priests couldn't stop showering him with praise upon learning he'd reached level 3. And Kim was soaking in every moment of it. Honestly, though, the scale of the meeting was a bit pathetic, with only a handful of people in attendance. Just as Junu's disappointment began to set in, a sharp voice cut through the air. What a pitiful sight. Every head in the room instantly snapped towards the entrance. Framed in the doorway stood an old bishop of the congregation, flanked by a retinue of followers whose faces were completely hidden. Bishop, you've arrived. But Priest Kim's respectful greeting was met with a furious roar. Who gave you the authority to convene a regional council, Priest Kim? The young priest flinched, timidly replying. But every priest in the congregation has the right to organize a council. That rule applies to ordinary priests, the bishop sneered. Not to a heretic like you. Your level jumped to 3 in a mere 3 months. There's no way you could level up that fast through conventional means. This feels like something out of a system manhwa. You must have committed apostasy in exchange for greater divine power. That's absurd, Priest Kim pleaded. I simply discovered an incredible new method for leveling up. But despite his desperate protests, the old bishop gave the order to seize him. Just as his shrouded followers were about to move, Jun Shu, our resident overpowered MC, casually stepped forward to block their path. Now, let's not go scaring the children, Jun Shu said with a smirk. One of the cloaked figures chuckled in response. This is an internal matter of our congregation, the follower shot back. Outsiders have no business interfering. I already told you, I'm his bodyguard, which makes me an insider, Jun Shu retorted coolly. Try to make some sense, old man. While the bishop was practically steaming with rage, the pure-hearted priest Kim continued trying to explain himself, which only made the old man even more furious. Absorbing gold? The bishop shrieked. You absolute heretic. How dare you commit such an abomination and think you could get away with it? It's not heresy, Kim insisted. Our God himself has permitted this. Silence, heretic, the bishop bellowed. I will purge you with my own hands and offer your soul to the eternal flame. Without another word, he unleashed a massive fireball from his staff, aimed directly at Priest Kim. Too bad for him, he forgot Priest Kim wasn't alone. The attack slammed harmlessly into a shimmering shield that Jun Shu had summoned in an instant. Whoa, attacking without any warning? That's pretty blasphemous of you, old man, Jun Shu taunted, as the bishop looked on, genuinely stunned. You blocked my magic? The bishop stammered. Junzu just raised an eyebrow. Are you absolutely sure you want to be fighting a candidate for the next apostle? Don't be ridiculous, the bishop scoffed. As if a heretic like him could ever become an apostle. Terrified by the bishop's fury, Priest Kim frantically grabbed onto Jun Shu's arm. Mr. Superman, I'm not quite sure why you're calling me a candidate. Don't worry, Jun Shu said calmly, pressing a small, golden orb into Priest Kim's hand. Just eat this and pray. Meanwhile, the bishop's patience had worn thin. He leveled his staff at Junu, growling, Get out of my way, or you'll burn right alongside that heretic. Jun Shu's lips curled into a confident smirk. And what if I can prove to you, right here and now, that Priest Kim is the next apostle? He was eagerly anticipating the drama about to unfold in this Manhwa recap. What are you talking about? Before the bishop could even process the words, a brilliant, holy aura erupted around Priest Kim's body. He was now kneeling on the ground, in deep prayer. This power, it's the mark of an apostle, the old bishop cried out, in disbelief. Seeing the look of utter shock on the old man's face, Jun Shu gloated internally. That's right, take a good look. Surprised, aren't you? This is exactly why I waited until today to make Priest Kim an apostle. This useless old fool, Jun Shu thought, his eyes narrowing. He's not just an obstacle, he's a major villain, practically radiating pure, unadulterated evil. I should probably just eliminate him, right here and now. The condition for Priest Kim to awaken his apostle characteristic was a specific, twisted ritual. He had to ingest a golden artifact from a rival cult, while being accused of blasphemy by a bishop, making it surprisingly easy to turn him into an apostle. The very moment Priest Kim's metamorphosis was complete, Jun Shu drew his sword, his voice chillingly cold as he made a declaration. Now, it's time to teach these blasphemers a lesson they'll never forget. With that, Jun Shu tilted his head slightly, addressing Priest Kim who stood behind him. Hey, priest, might I ask your new god something on your behalf? Yes. How should I punish the wretched souls who are so consumed by envy that they would harm their own brethren? And this wasn't just a one-time thing. He's responsible for a long list of other wicked deeds. The old priest was utterly stunned by this revelation. How could you possibly know about that? At the same time, Priest Kim, having consulted his deity, delivered the divine answer. He refused, because from one of the men Ki-sok considered his closest confidant, Junu's new sense was picking up something utterly vile. The acrid, unmistakable stench of a traitor. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jun Shu dashed towards the old priest, and, with a single slash, decisively ended his life. I just eliminated a future threat before he could cause any more trouble, Jun Shu thought to himself with satisfaction. A classic move for any overpowered MC. Priest Kim, with his pure and untainted soul, was pained by the sight, lamenting, but he was still a bishop of our church. Jun Shu waved his hand dismissively. Don't waste your pity on him. He fully deserved that outcome. Now, what does your god command you to do next? He speaks of the Lavon region, the place where the first church council was held and where gold was first offered to him. You see, I told you gold was the correct choice. Go there now and expand your influence, Jun Shu said with a smile, adding silently in his mind. And once you've done that, you can begin to repay me for everything I've done for you today. Not wanting to keep Jun Shu waiting, Priest Kim, deeply grateful for Jun Shu's assistance, gifted him several valuable items from the treasury, including 2 artifacts that Jun Shu had been desperately wanting. Finally, my very first holy sword. This thing is worth 1 billion won. And what else? a holy statue that radiates a sacred aura all around it. The sanctuary it grants is a skill that transforms a specific area into a personal safe zone, a feature often highlighted in any good manhwa recap. It functions according to the owner's will. If an enemy dares to trespass, it unleashes energy to either repel or suppress them. In other words, I no longer have to worry about being ambushed while I'm training. Now then, time to play with my new toys. The scene changes to find a shriveled Junshu soaking in a bathtub, trembling as he mutters, "Perhaps I overdid the training a bit." Even the recovery potions aren't having much effect anymore. But even with the exhaustion, I still had an enormous amount of time to practice the Holy Light technique and the mountain-shattering sword style. I can physically feel my power increasing dramatically. It's about time I tested the results of my diligent training. With this in mind, Junshu picked up his phone and called Choi Se, asking if he had any jobs that required his assistance. "We're currently dealing with a few problems," Cho said with a sigh. "Do you happen to remember the first junkyard?" "Of course. How could I forget that place?" Junshu replied, his mind drifting back. "That was the first time I truly understood how terrifying soul attribute monsters could be. The entire cleanup crew that went in there was brutally murdered. This means there are at least 6 mutants present. Is that so? Shouldn't you be contacting the Protection Association?" Junshu asked. "Well, the government officials have requested we keep this confidential. They don't want to blow this up into a major incident. To be frank, if this story gets out, at least a few people are getting fired. So what's the reward for clearing out that mess?" It was a bit cheap. 100 million for a level 1 mutant, and 300 million for a level 3. In addition, they're offering a rifle-type holy relic with a special effect. Junsu was immediately captivated by the reward. "A rifle, you say? So, what kind of special effect does it have?" "Well, that's for you to discover, but this item was once wielded by the father of the congregation." An image of the alluring saintess flashes through Junshu's mind, making him incredibly excited. This was an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Heh, the rifle, once belonging to the father, inflicts a devastating black flame effect on anyone it hits. This is an exceptionally valuable artifact. And so, Junshu accepted the quest without a second's hesitation. But, upon reaching the mission area, he was staggered by the thick, putrid air. How could a place become this contaminated after just a few days of neglect? Something felt completely wrong here. "I can't even see clearly into the distance," he thought. With his vision so severely limited, he had to be ready for a surprise attack at any moment. Right on cue, monstrous screeches erupted from multiple directions, making it impossible for Junshu to pinpoint their exact locations. As Junshu aimed his rifle in one direction, his instinct screamed, sensing movement right behind him. Instantly, Junshu spun around and fired at the creature lunging from his blind spot, causing it to shriek in pain and veer off into the sky. It was clearly the leader. Junshu continued to fire, only to discover its wings were somehow bulletproof. Seizing the opportunity, the monster dive-bombed straight towards him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge just in time. Otherwise, he would have been completely wiped out. The enemy was bulletproof, could fly, and it was incredibly agile. He knew he'd be at a huge disadvantage if this battle dragged on. In a classic system manhwa scenario like this, he had to end it with a single, precise shot. With that resolve, Junshu raised his rifle, and just as the monster closed in, he fired a single bullet that landed squarely between its eyes, sending it to the great beyond and rewarding him with a new attribute. "I guess that's a win for me," he mused, "not to mention I just acquired a high-level aiming attribute. Heh, this whole overpowered MC thing is working out." However, Junshu's celebration was cut short by the sound of more monsters roaring in the distance. This was going to be a problem. The mutants were drawn by the noise, and he knew he couldn't face an entire horde head-on. But in this dire situation, a clever idea sparked in his mind. Junshu quickly formulated a plan. He first used his stealth attribute to hide in a corner and then laid in wait. Sure enough, just a moment later, the horde of monsters arrived, swarming around the corpse of the creature he had just slain. This was the opening he needed. Junshu immediately tossed a grenade. He then followed up by unloading his rifle into the chaotic mess. "Heh, I should really use battlefield tactics more often," he chuckled to himself. Like a seasoned pro in a manhwa recap, Junshu smirked at the piles of monster corpses littering the ground and deactivated his stealth. But he had been far too arrogant, because at that very moment, he realized he was completely surrounded by another group of monsters. What the? These things hadn't made a single sound as they approached. That's why he hadn't sensed their presence at all. But these weren't mutants. They were ghouls, summoned by a dark mage. There were so many. As Junshu's mind raced for a strategy, one of the ghouls suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Superman, We have something to say. How were these things even talking? Junshu stared at the ghouls, completely bewildered, until he noticed the speakers crudely attached to their heads. The one wanting to talk must be the necromancer who summoned these undead. Junshu pieced it together. Just then, the speaker on the ghoul's head crackled to life again. I want to ask you one thing. Why have you invaded our territory? Your territory? Junshu asked, baffled. To call this contaminated facility their territory was just absurd. After only a few seconds, Junshu put the pieces together. I get it now, he realized. The Outer Protection Association. They masquerade as a charity that cleans up contaminated magic energy, but in truth, they are one of the most notorious villain organizations in Un. A plot twist worthy of a top-tier reborn manhwa. Claiming to cleanse magically contaminated zones is just a cover for their real goal, expanding their influence through any dirty means necessary. You can bet this whole incident was orchestrated by them from behind the scenes. They manufacture crises that leave the government with no choice but to beg for their assistance, all thanks to their overwhelming power and influence. Meanwhile, they exploit these situations as a pretext to eliminate any officials who dare to stand in their way. Just then, the voice on the other end spoke up again. If you see no reason to continue this fight, allow me to offer a suggestion. You are an exceptionally talented individual, so why not join the Protection Association? Junshu shot back with a sarcastic laugh. Join the very organization causing these mutant attacks in the junkyard? What a classic overpowered MC move to try and recruit the guy you can't beat. I am being quite serious. With your skills, you could be among the association's top ranks. Let's just forget this ever happened. Junshu delivered a blunt refusal, punctuated by a lovingly raised middle finger. The name of your little club already sounds lame. Totally not my style. Ha, it seems you failed to recognize your position. Very well. If you won't join willingly, you can always join after I've turned you into an undead warrior. The moment the mage's words faded, the entire horde of zombies surged forward, launching a unified attack on Junshu. Junshu answered with a barrage from his firearms, felling the monsters like dominoes. But just as quickly, the severed body parts of the creatures began to writhe and reconnect, restoring them to their original forms. Realizing his guns were useless against them, Junshu promptly switched tactics and drew his sword, knowing its holy light attribute would be super effective against these dark attribute monsters, a core mechanic in any good system manhwa. Wait, a sword? I thought you were a marksman? The creature barely managed to voice its confusion before Junshu's blade erased it from existence. Talk less, you little punk. I'll find you and send you on your way soon enough. And just like that, with a massive attribute advantage, the tide of the battle turned. A thrilling moment worthy of any manhwa recap. The fight became significantly easier for Junshu, but the sheer number of zombies was still a problem. To avoid draining his stamina, he decided it was time for a strategic shift. Beyond his specialized traits that boosted his endurance like strength, vitality, speed, protection, endurance, and perseverance, Junshu also possessed special characteristics from his artifacts, including the recovery trait from his necklace. He activated Steel Fist from his gauntlets and Holy Sword from his blade, boosting his total number of active traits from 6 to 9. Fully equipped, Junshu gave his sword a trial swing. Overall, it was effective to a certain extent, but it still wasn't enough to deal with a horde as massive as this one. Consequently, it wasn't long before Junshu began to feel dizzy from sheer exhaustion. But right at that critical moment, like a hero in a reborn manhwa, awakening his true power, he unlocked a new trait, Quick Dash. Quick Dash allowed him to charge forward a fixed distance, inflicting damage on everything in his path. Thanks to this new ability, Junshu moved like a flash of lightning, reaping the souls of any monster that dared to block his way. But he wasn't finished yet. Junshu continued to link his traits together, unlocking yet another one, Leap. With both Quick Dash and Leap at his disposal, escaping the encirclement became as simple as a flick of the wrist. As for these remaining small fry, he could annihilate them all in the blink of an eye. A moment later, Junshu had completely cleared the area of zombies. The voice crackled through the speaker once more. That was unexpected. I never imagined you were a knight. That only makes me desire you more. A perfect cliffhanger for a manhwa recap. Junshu turned toward the source of the voice and issued a challenge. If you're so confident, then come out and face me. What kind of foolish mage would engage a warrior in direct combat? However, I do have a gift for you, heh. The mage let out a sinister chuckle and presented Junshu with a truly colossal gift. Meet the level 2 zombie leader, the zombie of Charon. With his stamina still not fully restored, Junshu cursed under his breath. Without giving him a moment to recover, the monster swung its massive club down on the spot where he stood. Junshu swiftly leaped back to dodge the attack. But while his attention was diverted, a surprise arrow shot forward, piercing straight through his back. Haha, your fighting style isn't half bad. You'll make a fine addition to my army of the undead. The summoner gloated through a communication device. This whole situation reminds me of a classic rule I've seen in countless Manhwa recap videos. When fighting a summoner, you can't waste time on the summoned creatures. You have to find the master himself. With that thought, Junshu feigned a charge at the monster, but in reality, he slipped between its legs to make a run for it. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and he spotted a figure standing on the second floor. Junshu immediately activated a dash skill to evade the monster's pursuit, simultaneously closing the distance to the summoner. This little rat is only good for causing trouble, Junshu cursed, under his breath. Looking closely at the summoner, Junshu finally recognized him as Karen, an rank summoner. He was a leader of the Protection Guild and the final boss of this stage. So, you actually know how to use that brain of yours, huh? Being discovered caught Karen by surprise, but he quickly composed himself to respond. Things aren't going according to your little plan? You will never lay a single finger on me. Karen raised both hands to the sky, and instantly, countless tentacle-like mana hands reached out to restrain Junshu. This created a perfect opening for a volley of arrows to pierce through Junshu's body, making him cry out in agony. I absolutely adore the echo of screams. You should really learn your place, my friend, Karen said with sadistic glee, as a blazing red orb began to form in his hand. That's Karen's ultimate skill, Dark Flame, Junshu thought to himself, all while desperately struggling to break free from the restraints. Seeing Junshu's desperate struggle, Karen's smile widened as he taunted, "Is this pathetic display all the strength you have? It's a little underwhelming for our final battle, you know. But you're dead wrong if you think this is it. I haven't even gotten serious yet. Something interesting is about to happen now, that I'm equipping the perfect trait to counter a summoner like you. A classic move for anyone in a reborn manhwa, you know?" As he spoke, Junshu reconfigured his trait panel, which included the skill Void Sword Break. "Stop your babbling and just die." Karen roared in fury and launched the fireball at Junshu, completely oblivious to the fact that his own doom was imminent. When the trinity of sword, magic, and physical power harmonize perfectly, a new skill manifests when the user faces mortal danger. The Supreme Sword Kai, capable of severing all things, both tangible and intangible. And so, with a single slash, Junshu cleaved the fireball in two. To Karen's absolute astonishment, Junshu proceeded to acquire a new trait, Thunderstorm, the ultimate sword style, a technique only comprehensible to those who have reached the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. After delivering the finishing blow that took care of Karen, Junshu collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Despite his fatigue, he couldn't hide the joy on his face, whispering, "That was way too close. Still, I defeated a Tier 3 superhuman and the dungeon boss, Karen. This whole battle would make for an insane manhwa recap. In the game, you'd need a full party to hunt it at Tier 2, and even a Tier 3 player couldn't solo it with just normal traits and equipment. The only reason I won is because I've sunk over 10,000 hours into this game." Regaining a bit of strength, Junshu pushed himself up with a grin. Heh, now it's time to collect the loot. About an hour later, Junshu was in Joel's office. In the room, besides him and Joel, were 3 staff members from the Quest Commission sent to present him with his reward. Right now, Joel, with a fawning expression, was continuously fanning Junshu, asking, "You really cleared out that entire place full of mutants all by yourself? You were absolutely incredible." Leaning back in his chair, Junshu propped his feet on the table with a smug grin. It was nothing special. But then he remembered the 3 clients watching and quickly pulled his feet back, clutching his arm and crying out, "Ouch, that's where I got hit." "Be careful," Chozio said, playing along with a worried expression. "Oh dear, my apologies for jostling your precious, heroic body." The 3 staff members from the client's side couldn't stand to watch their third-rate acting any longer. The one with blonde hair finally spoke up. "Thank you for your service, Mr. Superman. I still can't believe you took down all of those mutants by yourself." Getting down to business, Junshu and Choseo straightened up in their seats. "I was just doing my job. By the way, when I entered the junkyard, something completely different from the request occurred. Do you recognize any of these?" As he spoke, Junshu pulled out several electronic devices he had collected from the bodies of the zombies in the junkyard. The moment he saw the items, the blonde-haired man recognized them instantly. His face filled with shock as he exclaimed loudly, "These are mana chips, used to create phantoms. They're used by Ken of the Protection Association." "Exactly," Junshu confirmed grimly. "This incident wasn't an accident, it was intentional." The blonde man, seething with rage, slammed his hand on the table. He cursed the Protection Association. Those bastards. Seeing his reaction, Junu asked, "Seems like you're not too fond of them, are you?" The blonde-haired man replied, grinding his teeth. "They always charge us ridiculous prices, so we've had our struggles with them in the past. We've had our disagreements, but I never imagined they would stoop to turning innocent people into mutants." Noticing the genuine shock on the blonde man's face, Junu concluded that he truly didn't know. That makes sense, he thought to himself. After all, in this kind of twisted system Manhwa world, the Protection Association's true evil is only exposed after a player completes the junkyard mission. Just then, the blonde-haired man bowed to Junu. "I'm sorry, Mr. Superman. Because of us, you were put in unnecessary danger." Outwardly, Junu replied humbly, "I just did what had to be done to take out the bad guys." But inside, he was thinking, this is the part of the Manhwa recap where the overpowered MC gets his well-deserved reward. Is that it? He better have something for me besides an apology. As if on cue, the blonde man pushed a suitcase towards Junu and said, "This is the reward we promised." Junu took it, popping it open to take a look before asking in surprise, "Thank you, but why are there 2 items?" The blonde man smiled and explained, "That's the arcane gun, and a little bonus for taking on such a dangerous job." Hearing that, Junu happily accepted. "Oh, well, thank you very much." With that, he began to examine the bonus reward. Is this holy water? Getting an essential elixir for free instead of having to buy it from a temple. What a score! Just as Junu was relishing his rewards, the blonde-haired man added, "But please, stay safe, Mr. Superman. We intend to press charges against the Protection Association based on the evidence you've provided." But before the man could even finish, Junu cut in with a prediction. "They're going to try and retaliate against me." The blonde man confirmed gravely, "Yes, that's right. But we can't let something this big slide." Junu's expression remained calm, as he said, "I'll be fine. I always find a way to survive." The meeting didn't last much longer, and soon, the 3 staff members from the client side took their leave. Choseo was once again acting as Junu's driver. In the car, she voiced her concern, "Mr. Superman, it might be a good idea to lay low for a while to avoid the Protection Association." Junu considered it for a moment before replying, "I don't think that's the best course of action." Inside, his mind was already racing. In every reborn manhwa or manhwa recap I've ever heard of, the best defense is a strong offense. Once the junkyard quest is cleared, a new quest chain unlocks, setting players on an unavoidable collision course with the Protection Association, a classic progression in any good system manhwa. This was bound to happen, considering our protagonist already stirred up their hornet's nest and even took out their director, Karen. What's crucial here is that the Protection Association questline branches into multiple paths, with the absolute worst outcome being to just sit back and do nothing. In that failure scenario, the association's chairman personally leads a raid on the player's home with a squad of superhumans, a fate our overpowered MC is determined to avoid. Meanwhile, Junu, who's clearly playing on a different difficulty setting, turns to Cho and asks, "Director, have you ever heard of a place called John Yubong?" Cho answers, "Of course, I have. That's the restricted zone south of Sea Lim, isn't it? There's a massive poppy farm there, so you'll be in deep trouble if you go poking around." But Junu drops a bombshell. That place. It's owned by the Protection Association. Cho is completely stunned, exclaiming, "What? The Protection Association? Why in the world would they be growing poppies?" Junu calmly clarifies, "It's not just the poppies. They're also running illegal body modification experiments and trafficking people. They're nothing more than a glorified crime syndicate, the kind of pure evil you'd expect to find in a gritty Manhwa recap." Cho explodes with righteous fury. "What? Those absolute psychos." Junu, ever so calm, simply replies, "Exactly. Which is why I'm planning to hit John Yubong first." Hearing this, Cho's hands start shaking so badly he nearly swerves the car right off the road, a classic reaction shot for any Manhwa recap. Luckily, he manages to regain control just in time, while an unfazed Junu casually holds up his phone screen to Cho. "I'm going to need a lot of gear, so this is the prep list." Cho glances at the list and his brow furrows in disbelief. "Claymores? And landmines? What is this? Are you planning on starting a full-blown war? Besides, this stuff is going to cost a fortune." Junu just smirks. Money is only an issue for amateurs. He then hands Cho a long case, adding, "These are the items I looted from clearing out the junkyard monsters." Cho hurriedly takes the case, admitting, "All right, this should cover the expenses. But I'm telling you, you can't take on the entire association alone. Their chairman is a Tier 4 superhuman, and the directors are all Tier 3. Junu just grins and says, "Whoever said I was going in alone?" This leaves Cho completely baffled. What do you mean? With a cryptic smile, Junwoo says, for now, don't you worry about a thing. Just focus on getting everything on that list. Fast forward to the evening, 2 days later. Just outside the John Yubong facility, a pair of armed guards are on patrol, completely oblivious to what's coming. Suddenly, an unseen force strikes one of the guards on the back of the neck, and he goes down with a single grunt before he even knows what hit him. His partner panics, raising his weapon and shouting into the darkness, "Who's there?" But before he can react, he feels a sharp, sudden impact to his gut and blacks out, collapsing to the ground. A moment later, Junwoo materializes out of thin air, a silenced pistol in hand. He lets out a soft chuckle. Man, I love a good infiltration. It's a thrill every time, just like a scene from a reborn manhwa. All right, outer perimeter guards are down. Now it's time to check out the underground facility. He then pulls out his phone and makes a call to Kim Iron Fist. Meanwhile, in another location, we see Kim Iron Fist casually knocking a man out with one punch while answering his phone with the other hand. Go ahead, Soldier Kim. Thanks to you clearing the path, we've secured the underground level with ease. He then glances over at the people imprisoned in the facility, his voice turning grim. But these bastards, they're truly scum. Forcing illegal body modifications and trafficking these people, they've gone way too far. Junwoo's voice comes through the phone, cold as steel. I agree. They need to be purged completely. Did you check the place out? Kim Iron Fist responds, I did. This is a fully equipped body modification workshop, no doubt about it. Junwoo replies, good. Once this is all over, it's all yours. It'll be a great help in strengthening your forces, Kim Tiet-Quinn advised. To which the other replied, sounds like a solid plan, but are you absolutely certain you can handle the Protection Association? It's going to be a world of trouble if we get dragged into the aftermath, he questioned. But Junwoo simply laughed it off. Of course, I'm sure. Have you ever seen me make a move without thinking it through? After hanging up the call, Junwoo whispered to himself, the Jeon Yubong shelter is their main source of income, yet their security is ridiculously lax. With that thought, he pulled out a lighter. He flicked it open with a twisted grin, and that makes it the perfect place to kick off the association's downfall. The very next morning, high in a city skyscraper, a member of the Protection Association burst into an office, shouting, Mr. Chairman, we have urgent news. The John Yubong shelter has been attacked. Inside the room, the chairman of the Protection Association, Park DJ Job, turned from his view of the city, his brow furrowing as he glared at the messenger. What exactly do you mean? He demanded. Well, sir, the same guy who took out Director Karen has also seized control of the John Yubong shelter. It's like something out of a system manhwa, where one guy just steamrolls everyone. The messenger had barely finished his sentence before he flinched in terror as the chairman, consumed by rage, slammed his fist down, shattering the stone desk, as he roared with murderous intent. How dare he attack us so blatantly? The messenger, trembling with fear, fumbled for a phone. He shakily presented it to Dezop, saying, he also sent this. Dezop snatched the phone, his eyes landing on a selfie of Junwoo. Posing casually in the photo, a sea of fire raged behind him. In a fit of fury, Dezop crushed the phone in his bare hand and screamed, that bastard burned our farm. Fighter Kim, is that his name? I'll hunt him down and tear him to pieces. Early the next day, a massive force of fully armed men, divided into squads, began approaching the John Yubong shelter from multiple directions, a scene straight out of a military manhwa recap. They were the elite enforcers of the Protection Association, dispatched to eliminate Junwoo and reclaim Dezop's lost territory. One of the squads halted its advance a few hundred meters from the shelter, stopping to observe the situation. The bald-headed leader saw the black smoke still coiling into the sky and gritted his teeth in anger. He really did it. He torched the entire poppy farm. A subordinate with colored hair behind him added, that Fighter Kim guy, he must be completely insane. The bald leader turned to his men and bellowed, all we have to do is capture that one madman. Move in fast and secure the area. Let's show the chairman the true power of the Foreign Affairs Department. His men roared in unison, sir. As they advanced, the bald man looked back at his colorful-haired subordinate with a warning. He could be sniping us from inside the building. He's walking into a trap worthy of a reborn manhwa protagonist who knows every move his enemies will make. Stay alert, he ordered. The subordinate replied, understood. We'll light him up the second we spot him. The words had barely left his mouth when he spotted the distinct barrel of a rifle poking out from a slightly ajar window. He quickly pointed, yelling, wait, there's a gun in that window. The bald leader's reaction was instantaneous. He raised his rifle, took aim, and fired a single shot. The window exploded into shards, and the rifle inside tumbled out onto the ground below. The bald man said, with a smug look, "Just as I predicted." His subordinate offered a flattering smile. "That was incredible, Captain." But at that exact moment, the ground suddenly rumbled violently, nearly knocking the men off their feet. Confused shouts erupted from the group. "What's happening?" The bald leader spun around, his eyes widening in horror as a massive explosion ripped through the men behind him, instantly inflicting catastrophic casualties. This wasn't a battle. It was a massacre orchestrated by an overpowered MC. The bald man screamed in pure terror. "Damn it, it's a Claymore mine." The colored-haired man was even more petrified, his entire body shaking as he asked, "What do we do now, Captain?" Before the bald-headed captain could even reply, a frantic shout cut through the air. "Captain, rocket launcher, look out!" The bald man snapped his head up instinctively, his eyes locking onto a missile screaming directly towards his position. The captain's eyes bulged as he muttered, "Damn it all," before a deafening explosion ripped through the air, instantly engulfing the area in a massive cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, in the control room, a sleep-deprived Junu with dark circles under his eyes watched the carnage on his monitor and let out a sinister chuckle. Heh heh, totally worth staying up all night to plant all those little surprises. He then glanced at the stealth attribute on his status screen, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Thanks to my unique trait, they can't detect the traps in advance. I'm not some fool from a generic reborn Manhwa who'd try to face 100 of you head-on. Instead, I'll eliminate every last one of you from the safety of this underground control room." With that declaration, Junshu slammed his hands down on two large red buttons on the console, triggering a chain reaction of explosions across the compound. For a moment, the shelter was rocked by non-stop detonations, scouring the area and erasing all signs of life within their radius. Yet, amidst the chaos, one squad remained completely untouched. They stood calmly within a protective energy shield, and the man at their head was none other than Dezop. As the last of the explosions faded, Dezop spoke, his expression grim. "He's more than he appears. He was thoroughly prepared. This overpowered MC is far more cunning than the ones we're used to." Just then, a member of his squad stepped forward. "Leave him to me, Captain. I've already completed a full tactical analysis of our target." This man was Sibok, a G-rank, level 3 superhuman, and the vice president of the Protection Association. Dezop clearly had immense faith in Sibok, not only allowing it but adding with a cruel smile, "Bring him back alive. I want to make his end as agonizing as possible." And so, Sibok led a small team forward. One of his men tossed a grenade a short distance ahead of their path. After the blast cleared, the soldier gave the all-clear. Sibok nodded. "Good. Keep using grenades to check for traps as we advance," the soldier shouted. "Yes, sir." But just then, Sibok detected a rocket streaking down from above. He didn't even flinch, instead using the weapon in his hand to expertly bat the rocket away, sending it careening off to explode harmlessly in the distance. Immediately after, Sibok glanced back at a sniper in his squad. "Did you get a lock on the source?" The sniper confirmed. "Locked." It was fired from the right side of the rooftop. Without another word, the marksman took aim and squeezed the trigger, firing a single, precise shot. The bullet found its mark, obliterating the missile launcher Junu had placed on the rooftop. A smirk played on Sibok's lips. "Perfect. We've reached the shelter's entrance. Let's show him a taste of the hell he's created." In no time at all, Sibok's team successfully breached the shelter's defenses. Junu watched the entire sequence unfold on his surveillance monitors. So that's Sibok. They really are a ruthless bunch. This situation is getting more complex than a simple Manhwa recap could ever convey. As he was musing, a red warning light on his console began to flash. He immediately shot to his feet, a wide grin on his face. "They're faster than I expected." This Rookie Star Killer mission is a classic challenge in any system Manhwa, and it's certainly living up to its name. A few seconds later, the doorknob to the control room was blown apart. A taunting voice echoed from the hallway. "Why are you hiding down here like a rat? Come on out and play with us." Amidst the chilling laughter, two women armed to the teeth stepped into the room. These were Ibani and VIP, both L-rank, level 3 superhumans, and directors of the Protection Association. When they found the room empty, VIP and Ibani exchanged confused glances. "Huh? Wait a second. Did he know we were coming?" Little did they know, Junu had already activated his stealth and feigned death attributes, rendering himself completely invisible and standing right beside them. Of course he knew. The Protection Association's plan to create a diversion up front, feigning a war of attrition, was painfully obvious. While the assassin directors make their move from the rear, I've already seen through your entire strategy. It's like a scene from a reborn manhwa, where the hero knows every move. Eat this. Smirking to himself, Junsu pulls the pin on a flashbang, and tosses it across the floor. The resulting bang forces Ebony and the VIP to turn, only to be hit by the blinding flash that temporarily steals their sight. Junsu seizes this chance to bolt, laughing as he escapes. "I don't have time to play with you. Bye-bye." Ebony and the VIP realize they've just been played by Junsu. But with their vision still gone, all they can do is scream in fury, "You son of a gun! I'll tear you to pieces when I catch you." Junsu, however, pays them no mind. He scrambles up the staircase, thinking to himself, "Those assassins will be on my tail in seconds. I have to move fast." However, just as Junsu reaches the next floor, 2 bullets suddenly zip past him from behind, thankfully missing their mark. The 2 rounds graze past his head and punch holes into the wall. Damn it! They recovered already? I need to put up a defense first. With that thought, Junsu quickly equips his mana shield and protection traits. He then turns back and conjures a massive barrier, large enough to block the entire hallway. This effectively halts Ebony and the VIP's pursuit. They both fire at the massive shield, but their bullets can't even scratch it. Seeing this, Junsu sticks out his tongue and taunts them. "Shoot all you want. I can block everything you've got." Heh. The VIP doesn't look angry at all. She just smiles and raises her gun again. "Block our bullets? You really think so?" This is the kind of twist that makes any manhwa recap epic. As soon as she finishes speaking, the VIP pulls the trigger. This time, the bullet shatters the shield and hits Junsu as he's trying to run, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. The VIP smirks. "How'd that taste?" "That was a magic-infused explosive round." Junsu struggles to get up, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Ebony chimes in. "Time for dessert." She fires a green arrow that strikes Junsu squarely in the hip. Ebony speaks again, "And that's nothing compared to the pain I'm about to put you through." Junsu forces himself to his feet, flips them the bird, and retorts, "Nonsense. You're just a couple of villains in skin-tight suits." Hearing this, the VIP explodes with rage. "What did you say, you little punk? This will fix your attitude," she screams, lunging forward and kicking Junsu square in the face, sending him flying backward. He slams hard into a large grandfather clock before collapsing to the floor. As he tries to get up, a sudden wave of agony hits him, forcing him back down. Hurts, doesn't it? It's a potent poison that attacks the arteries, extremely difficult to endure. As they speak, Ebony and the VIP slowly walk over to Junsu. The VIP grabs him by the collar and says with a grin, "Let's take him to the chairman." But just then, a smile spreads across Junsu's face. He grabs her wrist and says, "Welcome to the destination." Inwardly, he breathes a sigh of relief. "Man, acting is harder than I thought." Ebony and the VIP are startled by Junsu's sudden change in demeanor, crying out, "What?" Junsu just grins and asks, "You hear that ticking sound? Doesn't it remind you of anything?" Ebony and the VIP shout back in frustration, "What the hell are you talking about?" Junsu lets out a menacing laugh. "Sounds an awful lot like a giant time bomb, doesn't it?" Then, without waiting for them to react, he adds the swift dash trait to his character sheet. This is a classic move for any overpowered MC in a system manhwa. "Alright then, you can rot here." With those words, Junsu vanishes like the wind, reappearing dozens of meters away in an instant. His inner monologue reveals the plan. Both Ebony and the VIP are as strong as Karen. "I wasn't sure I could win in a direct fight, so I deactivated all my traits to put on an act. The goal was to lure them to this clock while their guards were down, because I've packed it full of white phosphorus explosives. It cost me over 1 billion won." With that thought, Junsu turns back to look at Ebony and the VIP, presses the detonator in his hand, and smiles. This is no ordinary manhwa recap. This is a masterclass in turning the tables. Sweet dreams, my darlings. It was only at this final moment that Ebony and Viper understood they had walked right into another one of Junu's deadly traps. But it was far too late. All they could do was utter a few powerless curses before being completely consumed by the massive explosion. Looks like I've successfully dealt with that batch of enemies. But, with more on the way, I need to recover my stamina fast. This isn't some easy mode system manhwa where you just pop a potion. Especially since I have no idea when that cyborg freak will show. But before Junu could even finish the thought, Cybok and his entire crew appeared. His eyes locked onto the blood, splattered beside his fallen comrades' weapons, and Cybok ground his teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. "So you defeated Ebony and Viper?" Junu, completely unfazed, gave a playful wink and a smirk replying, "And you'll be joining them shortly, a classic fate for any villain facing an overpowered MC. Heh. Don't you dare dream of a quick end. I'm going to make you suffer until you're on your knees, begging me for the sweet release of death. My, such brutality. You should really try being more civilized next time. Enough talk, I'm finishing you right here." With a flick of his wrist, Cybok gave the signal, and his goons instantly leveled their guns at Juno. But you know what? I'm actually thrilled you all made it. Honestly, this turnout is beyond my wildest expectations. The moment you reinforced your bodies with cybernetics, you played right into my hands. So thank you. You idiots are nothing but walking experience points for me to farm. With that, Juno hit the detonator, activating the high-impact demolition mine worth a staggering 1 billion won that he'd already planted on the ceiling. He then followed up by unleashing a barrage from his shotgun directly at his foes. As the smoke cleared, every single enemy soldier had been wiped out. Except for Cybok, Juno put on a show of surprise, remarking, "Well, I'll be. Just how much cash did you sink into that body of yours? Even a mine of that caliber was useless? That's it. I'm ripping you apart with my bare hands." Moving like lightning, Cybok lunged at Juno, his weaponized hand slicing through the air and sending Juno's shotgun flying. He immediately followed with another deadly swing. Fortunately, Juno was quick enough to draw his sword and parry the blow. A second slower, and he would have been history. The battle raged on, with Cybok launching a relentless assault, while Juno was forced onto the defensive. Damn it, his raw power is immense. I'll have to use my speed to gain the upper hand. Seizing an opening, Juno suddenly ducked and delivered a swift slash to Cybok's flank. However, the attack didn't even faze Cybok. Instead, it gave him the perfect opening to grab the blade, yanking it and Juno forward. He closed the distance in an instant, activated the propulsion system in his leg, and unleashed a devastating kick that sent Juno hurtling through the air. This is bad. His entire body is reinforced with mana. My sword is completely useless. Before Juno could even catch his breath, Cybok was on him in the blink of an eye. He slammed his foot into Juno's gut, then pinned him to the ground, standing over his battered body with an air of absolute superiority as he began to mock him. "What did you really expect to accomplish with that pathetic, fleshy body of yours? I think I'll start by taking your hand, just to teach you the true meaning of pain." As Cybok raised his weaponized hand to strike, he suddenly froze, noticing a new object clutched in Juno's hand. Another pistol. Where did that revolver come from? "You know, seeing that hideous body of yours actually gave me a brilliant idea," Juno answered with a grin. "Haven't you figured it out yet? Conventional bullets are useless against me." "Oh, but this is no conventional bullet. This is black flame." The moment the projectile made contact, Cybok's entire body was instantly engulfed in fire, and an inhuman scream of pure agony erupted from his throat as the flames seared him. Your cybernetic body is powered by mana, and black flame incinerates mana. In other words, once it's on you, there is absolutely no way to extinguish it. And that's why I said it. Your cybernetic upgrades come with a fatal flaw, a fact I know well, almost as if I'm the hero of a reborn Manhwa. Juno rose to his feet, sword held ready, and with a single decisive strike of his sword, he ended Cybok. With the boss down, Juno grabbed a rifle, climbed to the rooftop, and began to wrap up this Manhwa recap by eliminating the remaining grunts. Without your powerful leaders to protect you, you're all just lambs to the slaughter. Ah, what a sweet symphony their screams make. Just as Junshu was basking in his victory, a deafening roar shattered the air, nearly bursting his eardrums. A battle cry? So, the big boss was finally making his grand entrance? At that exact moment, a towering, shadowy figure emerged on the ground below. One look at those crimson, tiger-like eyes told Juno everything. He knew instantly this was Park Desop, the level 4 superhuman and president of the Protection Association. "Your time's up, you damn scoundrel." With that, Desop coiled his legs and launched himself into the sky, soaring directly from the ground level to the 5th floor rooftop where Juno stood. "I've never been humiliated like this in my entire life," he seethed. "And I will take great pleasure in punishing you for daring to challenge the Protection Association." Desop condensed raw mana into his fist and lunged at Juno, moving so fast our hero couldn't even draw his sword before taking a loving punch straight to the gut. Juno reeled back, thinking, if I hadn't switched my trait to defense, I'd have been turned into paste right there. But I can't beat him by just turtling up. With that thought, Juno unleashed a lightning attack on Desop, who simply tilted his body and dodged it with casual ease. A smirk played on Desop's lips as he taunted, "You've got some interesting little tricks. How about this one, then?" Juno retorted, pulling out his black fire gun and firing, only for Desop to effortlessly block it with a mana shield. Seizing the opening, Desop reclaimed the offensive, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that pummeled Juno. "He's just too strong," Juno despaired. This was an impossible fight from the very beginning. Desop is a natural-born SR rank character, a classic boss in any system Manhwa. Meanwhile, I'm just a starter character, and he completely overpowers my level. The power gap is absolutely insane. The only path to victory for a level 2 superhuman, against a B-rank monster like him was to activate both the mutant body and mutant muscle traits, forging the mutant warrior Kim state, a classic power-up for a potentially overpowered MC. This transformation would essentially turn him into an uncontrollable monster. Aware that this form could shatter his sanity at any moment, Juno had prepared an ace in the hole, the Berserker's glasses. This item granted the wearer the Berserk trait, for a limited time, the exact power-up he desperately needed right now. Juno shattered the glasses in his palm, and instantly, a system window popped up announcing he had acquired the Berserk trait. The trait cleared all distractions from his mind, forcing his focus solely onto the battle, and unleashing power that shattered his previous limits. With his preparations complete, Juno kicked off the real fight, lunging forward to return that loving punch. Dzop raised both arms to defend, and successfully blocked the incredibly powerful strike. I have no idea what you just did, but I can tell you one thing for sure. This is getting a lot more interesting. Let me see what you've really got, Dzop declared, a look of pure excitement on his face. He then activated his own enhancement trait and dove into a brutal brawl with Juno. The two began trading devastating blows, punch for punch. This furious exchange inadvertently triggered Juno's system, granting him two new traits, superhuman strength and iron armor, as the sheer thrill of the fight began to consume his consciousness. I can do this all day, Juno declared, a savage grin on his face. Heh, alright, I acknowledge you. It's been a long time since I've had a fight this good. But my analysis of you is complete. This is my victory. Dzop's eyes flashed a menacing red as he proclaimed his triumph with absolute confidence. Don't be ridiculous, Juno roared, throwing another furious punch at Dzop. But his fist met only empty air. It's a classic scene in any manhwa recap. Juno launched a relentless assault, but Dzop had completely figured him out, effortlessly dodging every single attack. Your flailing is useless. You have zero foundational combat skills, Dzop sneered. As he spoke, he drove a powerful fist into Juno's stomach, causing our hero to cough up a massive spray of blood. You bastard, Juno yelled, swinging his fist in a rage. Watching you fight is like watching a clumsy amateur who's never thrown a punch in his life. Dzop ducked under the wild swing, then delivered a perfectly timed uppercut to Juno's jaw, sending him flying back a dozen meters. This isn't good. He's gaining the upper hand, and the effects of my rage state are fading. I have no choice but to pour everything into this final attack. I have to abandon close quarters combat. With his decision made, Junshu silently switched his iron armor trait to the monocore trait. Sensing the distinct shift in the aura surrounding Junshu, Dzop's face tightened with suspicion. What kind of dirty trick are you plotting now? I'm ending this right here. With that declaration, he lunged towards Junshu, preparing to launch a finishing blow. I'll admit, you're better than me in a fistfight, but you see, I'm not just a brawler, I'm a swordsman. Junshu's left hand clamped down on Dzop's right arm, holding him fast, while his own right hand morphed into a razor-sharp blade. He drove it straight through Dzop's abdomen, turning him into a human donut. That was a good fight. You, monster. A brutal end, fitting for an action-packed system manhwa like this. Dzop whispered his last words before collapsing to the ground. A system notification flashed. Abnormal status detected. Sensing changes in the body. Following the system prompt, a brilliant golden light enveloped Junshu, returning his body to its original human form. Simultaneously, he leveled up, becoming a superhuman gold-rank warrior. Thank the heavens. A level up at the perfect time, he thought. Guess it's my lucky day. Junshu uttered one last sentence before his consciousness faded. A perfect cliffhanger for any manhwa recap. When he finally awoke, he found himself immersed in a mana bath. Am I home? Just as Junshu was trying to get his bearings, Choi So burst into the room. Superman, are you okay? Choi rushed forward, wrapping Junshu in a tearful hug. What happened, Director Choi? I really thought you were a goner back there. You were just lying on the ground with the members of the Protection Guild, Choi replied, sniffling. Seeing Choi act like such a kid made Junshu crack a smile. Ah, so you were the one who brought me home. I see. I noticed you were still breathing, so I put you in the mana spring. You've been unconscious for an entire week. Oh, now that you mention it, I feel like I've recovered quite a bit. You're just incredible, you know? Wiping out that heretic cult all by yourself. A textbook overpowered MC move. We've been getting a ton of calls from the main office about this whole affair, Choi said, practically buzzing with excitement. I knew it. I really am special. You're not just special. You're absolutely insane, Choi exclaimed, giving him two enthusiastic thumbs-ups, which made Junshu grin from ear to ear. I've already collected the spoils from the battle. Take a look and let me know if you need anything else. I need to recover first, and now that I've hit Tier 3, there's a place I absolutely have to visit. 1 week later, Junshu returned to the superhuman building to have his mana officially measured. Warrior Kim Junshu, age 22, male, occupation, 3rd tier warrior, 6-layer circuit. Time to get my official certification and enjoy all the amazing perks that come with it, he thought gleefully. As Junshu was lost in his triumphant thoughts, a sudden round of applause came from behind him. That's truly amazing, Mr. Superman, Bakesy said in admiration. I've never seen anyone grow so fast. The power scaling here is faster than in any Manhwa recap I've ever seen. Are you planning to establish your own nation in the future, or something? Junshu just scratched his head and laughed. Nah, I'm not planning to go that far. Can I just get my certification now? Right, of course. Please, follow me, Bakesy said with a beaming smile. A moment later, she handed the official certificate to Junshu, unable to stop herself from sighing. I'm honestly so jealous of you. Junshu was taken aback by her comment. Me? But why? For lots of reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you, Bakesy replied sadly. It was a poignant moment, the kind you'd find in a deep reborn manhwa, not just a simple action story. Seeing her melancholic expression, so different from her persona in the game, felt strange to Junshu. But then, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Do you want to become a superhuman? He asked, tentatively. Of course, who wouldn't? She exclaimed. In that case, why don't you become my student? Bakesy was completely floored by his sudden offer. If you're willing, I guarantee I can turn you into a superhuman. You can trust me on this. I can see your untapped potential. Bakesy, completely unaware of the monstrous power she would one day wield, was deeply moved by his words. She immediately accepted Junwoo's offer, a truly wise decision. He assured her, you don't need to pay any training fees. You can repay me after you've become a superhuman. A bit worried, Bakesy replied, that sounds great, but I have to tell you, I failed to awaken even after taking specialized classes. This isn't going to be an easy task, not even for you. Don't worry about a thing, just trust me. Of course, Junwoo wasn't concerned at all. He knew Bakeshy's awakening story like the back of his hand, a classic perk for a protagonist in a reborn manhwa. The Heavenly Killing Star, a trait that embodies the rebirth of a murderous aura, capable of dyeing the entire world in crimson. This is the #1 core trait of the Berserker, Bakeshy, and it's a fast track to becoming an overpowered MC. However, while it grants an insane amount of experience points through combat, it also comes with a devastating side effect. A high risk that her very sanity could erode, potentially turning her into a complete psycho, or a battle-crazed killer obsessed with the fight. Bakeshy's awakening story is perfectly suited to her unique trait. Thinking about it, Junwoo reminded her that she would need to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Bakeshy smiled shyly. Will I need a lot of money? I only get paid 20 million won a year. Junwoo chuckled. No, you'll need mental fortitude more than money. Just as Bakeshy was about to ask more, a young woman suddenly entered the room. Excuse me, Mr. Kim, someone has requested a meeting with you. Could you please come up to the 5th floor area? An invitation from the 5th floor? Junwoo was a bit surprised, but chose to follow her. The superhuman tower divides its floors based on rank. After all, since Junwoo was summoned to the 5th floor, it meant a rank 5 superhuman was calling for him. As Junwoo racked his brain trying to figure out who it could be, the elevator quickly stopped on the 5th floor. The person who summoned him was someone he never expected, Seo Eun-jin. Thanks to his awakening, Eun-jin had now skyrocketed to become the director of #1 security and a rank 5 superhuman. I had a feeling, but I can't believe it's really you. Congratulations on getting your rank 3 certificate, teacher. It's great to see you here. You too. Junwoo smiled casually, though deep down, a part of him was seething with envy. Even considering his innate talent and wealthy family, isn't reaching rank 5 a bit too fast? I want you to have this. It's a congratulatory gift for you, teacher. As he spoke, Eun-jin handed a gift box to Junwoo. You really didn't have to, Junwoo said politely, but his hands were already eagerly opening the box. It was an item with a mana-focusing trait. This is the perfect piece of gear for a mana-based fighter like me. A key component in any good system manhwa. Junwoo's eyes lit up as he grinned, cheerfully patting Eun-jin's shoulder. I mean, I can't just refuse a gift from a friend, right? Thanks a lot. Please, make good use of it. Eun-jin replied with a smile, then hesitated for a moment before asking, Teacher, there's actually another reason I wanted to see you. Could I ask you for a favor? A favor? Why so serious all of a sudden? Would you be willing to help my friends? Are they also afflicted with the divine fever, just like you were? Did they contract it from the temple of Inji Dokja as well? Yes. I have 4 friends who have been suffering since they were children, Yoonjin answered honestly. 4 people with the divine fever. Wait, does he mean those times characters? If so, this is the perfect opportunity to make everything go smoother. With that thought, Junwoo put on a righteous expression and agreed to help. A pivotal moment we love to see in any good manhwa recap. I can't just ignore people in need. But would it be possible for me to meet them before I begin the treatment? Uzun, of course, didn't refuse and immediately arranged for them to meet at his home. Looking at the 4 people before him, Junwoo knew his guess was spot on. They were the supporting characters for the Holy Knight Ujin, all children of elite families who were essentially being held as political pawns by the temple, or more specifically, by the father. Let me clarify something. Junwoo began. You were all forcibly baptized against your will, correct? Yes, that's right. Is it really possible to be cured? Junwoo replied. My method of curing you is going to be extremely painful. However, you'll awaken your powers just like Ujin here. If you can endure it, are you willing? This is the kind of high-stakes scenario you'd find in the best system manhwa. The 4 of them glanced at each other, then replied in unison. We'll do anything to get rid of this divine fever. We're counting on you. And so, 1 week later, with Junwoo's assistance, though it was largely due to their own latent talents, Ujin's 4 friends successfully awakened. As a result, Junwoo received a fair share of valuable gifts from the families of these 4 rich kids, a nice little bonus in this manhwa recap. But those material possessions were not the real reward he was after. Junwoo proactively requested a private meeting with the representative of the Galaxy Store, who was also the parent of one of the 4 rich kids. I have a favor to ask of you, sir. For you, I am prepared to do anything. With a serious expression, Teacher Junwoo stated his demand. I wish to enter the underground gold mine located beneath the Hnam branch of the Galaxy Store. Hearing this, the Galaxy Store representative vehemently denied it. A gold mine? There's no such thing beneath our shopping center. I'm referring to the one situated between the walls of sections Aon and A2 on the 8th floor in the basement level beneath the parking garage. This kind of future knowledge is classic for a reborn manhwa protagonist. Are you absolutely certain it doesn't exist? The Galaxy Store representative waved his hands frantically. I have no idea how you know about it, but even if it's you asking, I simply cannot grant that request. I promise I won't breathe a word about what I see there. Seeing the hesitation in the representative's eyes, Junwoo added, just for 1 day. That's all I ask. I will keep the secret you so desperately want to hide. And so, the very next day, Junwoo led Bagi to the gold mine. I truly can't believe there's a hidden space behind this wall, Bagi exclaimed in awe. See? I told you this was the place where you would awaken. You have no idea the lengths I had to go to get us in here. Baek-so-D asked with some apprehension. But are we really going to train in a place as isolated as this? Absolutely, Junwoo replied with a grin. I guarantee it's going to be a blast. You see, individuals with the heavenly killing star trait cannot awaken through conventional methods. You must place them in an extreme life-threatening situation, forcing them to fight for their very survival, a common trope for creating an overpowered MC. And this was an undiscovered dungeon, the very place where Bagi was fated to awaken in the future. Soldier, it's so dark in here, and there's a strange smell. It's making me anxious. Just as Bagi finished speaking, a shriek echoed through the darkness as a zombie appeared, swinging its arm and attacking Baek-so-D, shattering her glasses into pieces. Soldier, help me! Baek-so-D screamed in terror, but in response, she saw Junwoo toss a sword to her with a chilling command. Training time has begun. Kill that zombie yourself. Huh? What? Baek-so-D stared at Junwoo in absolute horror. What do you mean by that? Junwoo's reply was ice cold. Fight for your life. That's precisely what I mean. It's the only way for you to awaken. So-D? What kind of insane nonsense are you spouting? Before Baek-so-D could finish her sentence, the zombie lunged at her once more. Get away from me, you monster. I'm already in a foul mood. Baek-so-D swung the sword directly, sending the zombie to meet its maker. Even Junwoo was stunned. What the how can a random swing possess that much power? This entire scene is wild even for a manhwa recap. Bagi, her talent might be far greater than I ever imagined. Well done. That was an excellent start. Junwoo applauded her performance, but So-D just pouted and said, You're so mean. You can't just tell me to fight without any warning. But you handled it perfectly, didn't you? Junwoo chuckled, gesturing towards the zombie lying flat on the ground. She really was one of the top 3 warrior characters from the game. Even before her awakening, she fought like a natural-born predator the moment a battle began. Junwoo mused to himself. Do I really have to fight all by myself? So-D asked. You do. he confirmed. But don't you worry. At the very least, I won't let you get taken out, Junu reassured her. Huh? That's not very convincing at all. So Dai shot back, clearly unimpressed. With that, they continued deeper into the gold mine. And so Dai's exceptional performance, a highlight of this manhwa recap, made Junu intensely curious. You said you took some superhuman courses before. Is that where you learned swordsmanship? He asked. Nope, I've never had a single lesson in my life. You're the one who said I had talent, right? So Dai replied with a confident smirk. Junu could only manage a wry smile, thinking to himself about the hell he had to go through just to acquire a single trait, while hers was just naturally broken. She was on the path to becoming an overpowered MC for sure. The two of them pressed onward. This place is way deeper than I expected. I can't even see the end. How much further do we have to go? Junu simply smiled, holding back the real answer. It wouldn't end until she finally awakened. Just then, another zombie charged forward. This one attacked Sodi with a massive drill attached to its arm. Fortunately, her reflexes were lightning fast, and she narrowly dodged the devastating strike. Back in the game, the drill zombie was a notoriously tough opponent. Maybe he should step in. As it turns out, in this reborn manhwa timeline, Junu's worry was completely unnecessary. You're a zombie, you're supposed to fight with your bare hands. Who gave you permission to use a weapon? So Dai scolded it before unleashing two basic strikes that utterly demolished the zombie. Wow, an absolutely flawless victory. It feels like my body is just moving on its own, so Dai remarked, turning to Junu. In that brief moment of distraction, another zombie lunged from the shadows and sank its teeth into her leg. So Dai quickly finished off the attacker, then looked at her wound in panic. What do I do now? Junu rushed to her side to examine the bite. Well, under normal circumstances, a zombie bite means you turn into a zombie, he explained. Please, end me before I turn. So Dai pleaded, her voice cracking as dark, pulsating veins began to crawl across her face and arm, a terrifying development in this system manhwa. So Dai, Junu said with a grave expression, before pulling a vial from his pocket and breaking into a huge grin. Don't worry, I came prepared with the solution. After the cure took effect, they sat down to catch their breath. I'm just so shocked, so Dee said, her voice filled with gratitude. I honestly thought I was about to become one of those hideous creatures. It's a brutal world out here, Junu replied with a knowing smile. Still, these zombies are a little strange. From their outfits to their equipment, it almost feels like this whole place is artificial. You're right, Junu confirmed. The Galaxy store was constructed far faster than it should have been. Given its immense size, this was only possible due to a massive workforce. But the grueling schedule led to countless injuries and even deaths. Despite that, the official death toll for the project was listed as 0. The corrupt construction companies just buried their bodies right here on site, he continued. Later, a representative from the Galaxy store discovered what happened. But since the truth would have caused a massive blow to their public image, he chose to cover it all up, sealing off this area and its dark secret forever. Junu finished his explanation. I can't believe such a wicked secret was hidden here. Sodi gasped. But wait, how do you know all of this? The real reason, of course, was that Dongbek had unleashed these zombies to seize control of Soon, and the dungeon that opened was this very forbidden zone of the Galaxy store. That was the truth, but Junu couldn't possibly reveal it. Instead, he simply played it cool. Let's just say, I have a special kind of ability. B also trusted him completely, not asking any more questions. At that moment, Junu stared intently at B, thinking to himself, this is where the zombies first attacked her, so I figured it would be the perfect catalyst for her awakening. But there's still no sign. The victims were still suffering, even long after their passing. Hearing this, Baji stood up, her entire demeanor radiating with newfound resolve. In that case, the least we can do is help them find eternal peace. Oh, so you finally found your determination. That and I just have this strange feeling, a powerful urge that I have to keep fighting. Baekso replied with sincerity. Haha, it's starting Junshu celebrated internally. This was a classic trope in any good reborn manhwa. He then urged Beak X to keep moving. The further they walked, the deeper the path plunged into absolute darkness. Whoa, it suddenly got freezing in here. This place is seriously creepy. Stay on your guard. After walking a little further, they finally reached a large warehouse. From inside, the sound of a children's fable being read aloud echoed out, but the narrator's voice was enough to make one's skin crawl. Abruptly, the radio crackled with static, and a deafening, mind-splitting screech erupted, forcing Junu and Baji to clamp their hands over their ears as a massive, ice-like object plummeted down right above B. Fortunately, Junu's heightened senses kicked in. He lunged, grabbing B and yanking her aside, saving her from the deadly peril. However, he ended up taking the hit himself. The united vengeful spirit of the Galaxy Store's restricted area, a level 3 mutant, had appeared. A level 3 mutant. Juno clutched his wounded arm and yelled at Bai. You have to get out of here. This isn't a foe you can handle yet. But before B Soji could even finish her protest, hundreds of razor-sharp icicles materialized and shot directly at them. Juno swung his sword, shattering the icy projectiles, but was immediately blasted by a colossal ice beam that pinned him violently against the back wall. Soldier, B screamed, about to rush toward Junsu before he stopped her. Miss Soren, run. I'll do my best to buy you some time. How could I possibly abandon you here? Boggy cried out. One of us has to make it out alive. I can't do that. Miss B, the reason I'm so certain of your talent is because you are a heavenly slaughter star. This isn't just a random system manhwa plot. It's your destiny. So trust in yourself. As another storm of ice lances formed and hurtled toward them, Junshu continued speaking. My lesson concludes here. Trust in yourself. How could I? In that instant, the entire ice barrage was obliterated by some unknown, powerful force. I will trust in myself and in you, soldier. So don't you dare give up. A divine, golden light erupted, enveloping BJ's entire body. This was the sign that she had finally awakened, becoming a level 1 superhuman SSR rank warrior, the birth of a true, overpowered MC. With a single slash of her sword, BJ shattered the ice pillar, freeing Junshu. What is this power? It's incredible. I've truly awakened. Bech Soji was so lost in her newfound joy that she failed to notice another ice pillar rocketing toward her. Just as it was about to claim her life, a figure blurred past, shattering the attack to rescue her. Now that you've awakened, there's no need to keep up the act anymore, Junshu said with a wide grin. Act. The awakening of a heavenly slaughter star requires a life or death struggle, and the mental fortitude to overcome it. It's a classic setup you see in every manhwa or manhwa recap. You put yourself in that much danger just to awaken me? You did an amazing job. Now, it's time for the real fight. At that very moment, the monster let out a furious roar, before launching a volley of bone ice darts toward the pair. Seeing this, Soren couldn't help but mutter with worry. I think it's angry now. Junshu calmly reassured her in a low voice. Don't worry, just meet its attacks head-on. As soon as the words left his mouth, he dashed forward, his sword becoming a blur of motion. The ice darts were effortlessly batted aside. Juno raised an eyebrow at Soren and simply said, See? That was easy. Or so he thought, until he turned to find Soren completely frozen solid. He rushed over. Are you okay? It dawned on him that even though she'd awakened, she was still only level 1. After a long moment, the frost finally dissipated, and Soren let out a slight shiver. She shook her head and replied, I was hit by a lot of ice thorns, but it didn't really hurt. Junshu gave a slightly guilty nod. Good. Every individual manifests a unique trait upon their first awakening, and Soren's, fittingly, was invincibility. It's a trait you'd expect to see in the best manhwa recap videos. Before this, she felt like she could perish at any given moment, but this new power suited her perfectly. A truly top-tier defensive trait. Junshu, however, had awakened numerous times, almost like a protagonist in a reborn manhwa. He had received the insight trait, which gave him the godlike ability to see the traits of others. A clear sign of an overpowered MC. The skill was unbelievably powerful. As Junshu was lost in thought, Soren suddenly spoke up. I don't think I need your help anymore. He agreed without a shred of hesitation. All right then. It's time for our heavenly slaughter star to get some real practice. Just then, a fresh volley of ice projectiles hurtled towards them with insane ferocity. This time, Junshu and Soren didn't stand their ground. They broke into a full sprint. Having just awakened the dash trait, Soren effortlessly weaved through the barrage, not a single ice shard even grazing her. Witnessing this, Junshu couldn't help but feel impressed. You've already mastered dash. Excellent. Soren offered a small, confident smile in return. My body feels so light, it's like I'm flying. It just makes me want to fight more. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she spotted something up ahead. Her pupils contracted instantly. 2 massive blocks of ice were careening straight for them. Junshu, reacting on pure instinct, leaped out of the way. But in that split second, he remembered Soren was still there and yelled, No, wait, let me handle it. But before he could even finish his sentence, Soren cut him off. No need. The next moment, to Junshu's utter astonishment, she launched herself high into the air. With a deafening boom, the 2 ice blocks smashed into the ground and exploded into countless shards. Watching the display, Junshu immediately praised her. That was a brilliant move. He never imagined Soren could also use leap. Soren let out a sigh of relief. cheerfully exclaiming that it really felt like flying. She then stretched her arms, ready for more. A battle-hungry look filled her eyes as she asked, "Warrior, what's my next move?" The more Junshu watched, the more a sense of unease grew within him. Soren is on the verge of becoming even stronger than you, just like Yuan was. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Junshu spoke slowly. "I need you to hold its attention for a moment so I can deal the final blow." He had taught Soren everything she needed to know. It was time to wrap this up quickly. Soren had no objections. She nodded decisively. "All right, I understand." With those words, she pushed off the ground and shot forward. Moving like a blur of wind, she dodged every single ice projectile the monster threw, all while shouting taunts. "Come on, try and hit me. Over here, you big idiot." Watching from the sidelines, Junshu was completely floored, muttering to himself, "To think Soren possesses all of those traits. Her talent is just on another level." At this, he could only let out a resigned laugh. "Well, I suppose that's enough training for one day. Time to end this." With that declaration, he charged forward, his sword glowing with a sharp aura, crackling with immense power. The speed and trajectory of his slash were almost impossible to follow. In less than a blink of an eye, the attack reached the monster, and a world-shaking explosion erupted. Smoke and flames instantly engulfed the entire basement. Soren watched this absolute masterclass of an attack, completely in awe. "Warrior, that attack was incredibly powerful." Junshu just shook his head with a slight smile. It was nothing special. As they spoke, something small fell from the sky. It looked remarkably like a cell phone. Junshu walked over and picked it up, his brow furrowing as he mumbled to himself. "This is the monster's mana core?" Soren asked, finding it hard to believe. "A phone can be a mana core? I've never seen that in any system manhwa before." Junshu began to slowly explain. "For a spectral-type monster, that's a pretty standard reaction." Just then, the image of a small girl materialized on the phone's screen. After a moment of inspection, Junu explained the tragic backstory. A worker had laid down his life in a desperate attempt to protect his daughter. His immense resentment had coalesced into this very phone, transforming it into a potent mana core, a classic artifact in any good system manhwa. Soren's heart ached upon hearing the story, and she whispered through her sobs, "I truly hope he can rest in peace." Junu gave a solemn nod. "He most certainly will." At that very instant, the phone began to glow intensely, levitating into the air as if lifted by an unseen force. In a brilliant flash, it reformed into two strange, crystalline objects. Soren stared at them, completely bewildered, and asked, "What in the world are these?" Junu calmly explained. "They're called crystals. If you learn how to utilize them, you'll be able to acquire much better equipment." It was a fantastic reward, dropped by the final boss of the Galaxy Store dungeon. But right at that moment, the ground began to shudder violently, startling them both. Soren cried out in panic. "What's happening?" A look of realization dawned on Junu's face as he spoke urgently. "We've defeated the boss, which means this entire place is about to collapse." Hearing this, Soren asked with dread in her voice, "So, what's our plan?" Junu eyed her sharply, asking, "Are you getting the hang of those new movement skills you learned?" Soren looked back, a little dazed by the question. She didn't understand, but Junu had no time to elaborate. He turned and bolted, screaming over his shoulder, "Run for it! If you don't want to end up buried alive, you'd better run." His speed was astonishing, and in a flash, he had already created a significant gap between them. Seeing Soren still lagging far behind, Junu yelled, a stark reminder, "Push yourself as hard as you can. If you're too slow, you're a goner." Soren was already giving it her all. She sprinted forward frantically, calling out in desperation, "I can't possibly go any faster than this." Junu frowned when he heard her. They were still quite a distance from the escape portal. This is the kind of clutch moment we love to see in a manhwa recap. Could she actually break past her own limits? As he pondered this, a falling rock clipped Soren's leg, causing her to stumble. For a brief second, pure panic flashed across her face. However, that fear was instantly replaced by unyielding determination. In the next moment, Soren surged forward with an incredible burst of speed. Having just awakened her powers, she refused to let her journey end so pathetically here. It seemed that at that very same moment, the ground behind her began to fracture and crumble into nothingness. Up ahead, Junu spotted their exit and shouted, "I've found it. The portal's right here." Soren could only grimace and mutter, "We actually made it." Junu looked at her battered state with a flicker of worry. He couldn't help her, because this was a trial Soren had to overcome to acquire her final trait. As we see in any great manhwa recap, her path to becoming one of the strongest was defined by 3 specific traits. The Heavenly Slaughter Star gave Soren explosive growth potential, while invincibility was the key to countering its dangerous side effects. And now, there was only one left to unlock. Meanwhile, Soren continued her desperate headlong dash toward the shimmering portal. Yet the obstacles just kept coming. Falling debris from the ceiling slammed into her shoulder, causing fresh blood to stream down her arm. Soren collapsed to her knees, crying out in agony. She bit her lip, fiercely clutching the deep wound. Then she forced herself back to her feet, muttering with absolute resolve, "I refuse to give up. I have to survive this." And instantly, a violent blood-red aura erupted around Soren's body, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Her final trait had finally awakened. It was the locomotive trait, a power you'd expect to see in a top-tier reborn Manhwa, allowing her to easily bypass the remaining obstacles. From his position, Junu watched this unfold in complete confusion. Where did she go? Did she fail? In that single moment, the confident expression of our usually overpowered MC was wiped away, replaced by a grim shadow of despair. But in that critical moment, Soren plummeted from the sky. She grabbed onto Junu's body and yelled, "We have to go now. Hurry." Junu was momentarily stunned by the sudden embrace, but before he could even process it, a shimmering layer of energy enveloped them both, and they vanished from the wreckage. Her narrow escape trait had saved them in the nick of time. The next thing they knew, they had materialized on a bustling street, immediately drawing the attention of a curious crowd. Their abrupt arrival threw the onlookers into a state of confusion, but Junu couldn't care less. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief. "That was amazing. I knew you had it in you." Soren had successfully awakened all three of her traits, including the crucial, narrow escape. Just at that moment, a soft, whimpering voice suddenly reached his ears. "Mr. Warrior." Startled, Junu looked down, and only then remembered that Soren was still clutched in his arms. He quickly helped her up, asking with concern, "Soren, are you all right? Can you stand on your own?" Soren gently shook her head and replied, "I'm fine." But Junu could see she was far from it, and he pointed out urgently, "How can you be fine? Your entire face is bright red." It wasn't just her face. Soren's ears were as red as ripe tomatoes. She stammered for a moment before finally mumbling, "It's because of you, Mr. Warrior. Just a little longer like this." And with that, Soren buried her face in Junu's chest, her voice a desperate plea. "Can you just hold me for one more second?" Junu was utterly bewildered by this, but then Soren whispered under her breath, "I just need to adjust my clothes." Soren quickly sorted herself out, and then spoke with gratitude. "Okay, I'm done. Thank you." It was only then that Junu understood the situation. He scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh, it's nothing. You gave me a scare." As they both got to their feet, Soren let out another sigh of relief. "That was way too close for comfort, but I'm glad we pulled through." Junu observed her, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. He was still deeply concerned about Soren's path. After all, this wasn't some simple Manhwa recap. Her life was on the line unless she awakened in a way that deviated completely from the original storyline. A timeline where she had to endure unimaginable hardships to survive. With that thought, Junu suggested, "All right, let's get out of this mess." The moment they were clear of the gate, he handed Soren a crystal, saying softly, "Here, take this." She stared at him, bewildered, and asked, "You're giving this to me? This crystal has to be worth several billion at least." Junu simply nodded, replying nonchalantly, "Exactly. Use it to get stronger and fast." Soren accepted the crystal, still reeling from the gesture, muttering hesitantly, This is too much. I can't possibly accept this. I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay you." "Don't worry about it. Just pay me back later whenever you can," Junu said with a magnanimous smile, but his mind was already running the numbers. It's a classic move for an overpowered MC to invest in future allies, and he wasn't pouring resources into Soren's awakening for nothing. The Fire Star sword skill was one of the top 3 sword techniques in the entire game. Once acquired, a character's experience points would absolutely skyrocket. However, it was a unique trait within this system Manhwa universe that only Soren could ever wield. This meant the only way for him to learn it was to receive the skill from her, in the form of a memory chip. Soren, of course, was completely oblivious to these profound calculations. She simply looked at him with immense gratitude and said with a smile, Thank you so much." Junu just waved his hand dismissively. "Don't stress over it, but don't you dare forget it either." A short while later, Junu finally made it back home, but he barely had a moment to breathe before noticing a car parked right at his door waiting. He was utterly speechless. All he wanted was a moment of peace, but in this reborn Manhwa world of unrest was a luxury he simply couldn't afford. The person in the car was none other than Ewan. Ewan poked his head out of the car window, flashing a friendly smile. "Hey there, warrior. Hop in." Without a word, Junu opened the door and climbed inside. Junu spoke slowly. "Thank you for coming all this way to pick me up." Ewan simply shook his head and replied, "I should be the one who's grateful. I finally have a chance to repay you for saving my friend. Right? Junwoo nodded with a slight smile, though inwardly he was sighing heavily. A part of him wished Yuan had never come. He was just too exhausted. But Yuan, oblivious, continued to chat cheerfully. We finally managed to schedule a meeting with the armor master. This is so exciting. There's no way you could miss this, Junwoo. In the world of this system, Manhwa top-tier items grant incredible skills, and the master blacksmiths who forge them are legends. Even those who can craft tier 3 items are constantly swamped. While Junwoo was lost in thought, Yuan's excited voice cut through. The craftsman we've contracted with, this time, can forge level 7 armor, you know. Hearing this, Junwoo's interest was immediately piqued. Level 7. Alright, step on it. A short while later, their vehicle pulled up in front of a massive imposing building. As they stepped out, they were greeted by 2 rows of knights standing guard. Junwoo couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this for real? Yuan nodded in awe. A blacksmith's house looks this incredible. But just then, a sudden suspicion crept into Junwoo's mind, and he asked, Yuan, do you happen to know what religion this blacksmith follows? Yuan furrowed his brow, completely bewildered. Why are you suddenly asking about that? Junwoo sighed and muttered under his breath. So you don't know. Of course, Yuan had no idea. This felt just like the trouble he ran into with the Temple of the Father's Will. This blacksmith was a devout follower of that very same temple. It's a classic plot point in a reborn manhwa like this one. The blacksmith Jun wasn't just a follower. He was destined to become the face of the temple's holy war among craftsmen in the future. Junwoo had already refused their baptism, so why would Jun agree to craft armor for him? What on earth did this man want from him? Just then, a hand blocked their path as a knight stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Please extend your hand for identity verification. Junwoo's brow furrowed in confusion. Identity verification. Before he could even process the request, the knight had already grabbed his arm, commanding in an icy tone. Show me your black flame. Junwoo gritted his teeth in anger. He wanted to resist, but it was pointless here. Left with no other choice, Junwoo summoned the black flame into his palm. He presented it to the knight, his voice dripping with dissatisfaction. Are you satisfied now? The knight's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the dark fire in his hand. The cold aura emanating from the guard grew thicker. Beside him, Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. What is the meaning of this? Let him go. We are guests with a scheduled appointment. Stop. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from behind them. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached them. This was none other than Jun, the level 6 superhuman blacksmith. He asked coldly, Who gave you permission to treat my esteemed guest this way? The knight immediately bowed his head. Sir Blacksmith. Jun didn't respond to him, instead fixing his narrowed gaze on Junwoo and speaking. Refusing the baptism and awakening the black flame. You truly are an unusual guest, a real overpowered Mac in the making. Junwoo scoffed, retorting with a sneer. And this is how you treat me, Jun chuckled coolly. Please forgive me. Light and salvation are perceived by the Supreme Being. Junwoo was taken aback by his words. Light and salvation. What kind of nonsense is he spouting? Before he could figure it out, Jun made a suggestion. Now then, shall we head inside and discuss what kind of armor you desire? Junwoo narrowed his eyes, watching the man's back, with a thoughtful expression, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted. Junwoo followed him inside, and for this part of our manhwa recap, we see Ro-chun immediately begin showcasing his finest works. Armor of this caliber is my specialty. These sets were commissioned by the saintess herself, he explained, but I can forge something in your personal style if you'd prefer. Junwoo's eyes scanned the collection for a long moment, before his gaze locked onto a particular set of armor, tucked away in the corner. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode over to it and declared coolly, I've made my decision. I'll take this one. Saying that, he pointed to a surprisingly plain-looking suit of armor sitting in the corner. Ro-chun stared in disbelief and exclaimed, For real? You're choosing that one? Junwoo replied with unshakable calm. That's right. I like it just the way it is. In an instant, Ro-chun's professional demeanor cracked, and he cried out in frustration. That's absurd. Honestly, do you have any idea how difficult it is to enchant armor like that with magic? I can't possibly forge that into holy armor. Unfazed Junwoo just shrugged, a classic move for an overpowered MC, and smirked. I don't need holy armor. You just need to imbue it with giant and extreme attributes. From Ro-chun's flabbergasted reaction, Junwoo knew his unusual request was perfectly achievable. Now, holy armor, also known as the armor of a holy knight, is a top-tier item in any system manhwa, granting its wearer a massive boost to their defense stats. However, this powerful gear comes with a critical drawback. To unlock its full potential, the user must possess a vast amount of holy power. And to gain that power, Junwoo would have to pledge his loyalty to a religion. He saw right through their scheme. They were dangling a shiny prize in front of him, trying to rope him into their religious order. Realizing this, Junwoo quickly closed the distance, grabbing Ro-chun's hands with a disarmingly charming smile. In that case, I'll be expecting the absolute best from you, Master Blacksmith Chun. And with that, he and Yu made a swift exit, laughing cheerfully as they walked away. They were completely oblivious to the knight from earlier, whose piercing gaze followed their every move. Only after they were gone did he turn and head back inside. Hearing the footsteps, Ro Chun immediately stated, "I can only imbue a few attributes into that type of armor." The knight questioned him skeptically. "Are you actually going to fulfill that man's request?" Ro Chun shook his head, resigned. "Do you want me to defy the will of the goddess? You were the one who claimed he is the light and salvation of our temple." The knight, still not buying it, shot back. "But I just can't bring myself to believe it no matter how many times I think it over. It feels like a fantasy straight out of a reborn manhwa." He declared that he needed to confirm the truth with his own two eyes. Bowing slightly, his gaze hardened with resolve. 1 week later. Jumping forward 1 week in our Manhwa recap, we find ourselves at Chun Bok's shop, where the owner was frantically trying to reason with Junu. "Sir, you really shouldn't drink so many Mandragora essences all at once." But his pleas fell on deaf ears, as Junu simply tuned him out, and tipped his head back, downing 3 entire vials of the potent essence, much to Chun Bok's horror. Finishing the last drop, Junu offered a sincere smile. "My thanks." Chun Bok stared at him terrified, and asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Junu just raised an eyebrow, with a smug grin. "Never better. Thanks for the freebies." Seeing that he was perfectly fine, Chun Bok's expression brightened. "You saved our relief effort. Thanks to you, our business is thriving. This is just a small token, compared to everything you've done for us." As they were talking, a man approached and bowed to Junu, addressing him with a powerful voice. "Greetings, Superman." Junu was confused for a moment, but then recognition clicked. He clapped the man on the shoulder with a grin. "Ah, hey, you're that guy from the Iron Fist Guild, aren't you? It's been a while, huh?" The young man leaned in close and whispered into Junu's ear. "Could I have a moment of your time? Our boss would like to have a word with you." Junshu asked with suspicion. "And what might that be about?" The man glanced around for a long moment before finally speaking. "There are a few too many eyes and ears around here. How about we find somewhere a bit more private first, shall we?" Without a moment's hesitation, Junshu nodded in agreement. And just like that, he followed the young man into a car, leaving the market behind them. The man chuckled as he drove. "We've prepared one of the most advanced armored vehicles just for you. So what do you think? Impressive, right?" Junu, paying it little mind, gave a casual nod. "It's not bad." The car swiftly made its way into the Myoram district. Junu's brow furrowed slightly. Something felt off. Is the Iron Fist Gang's headquarters really in Myoram? If he remembered correctly, that place was a cesspool for the absolute dregs of society. Just as Junu was lost in thought, the driver suddenly broke the silence. "Looks like we're out of gas. Let's pull into that station and fill her up." "Okay," Junu replied nonchalantly. "Sure, whatever." However, his eyes narrowed as he quickly realized they weren't at a gas station. The car had stopped at the Miori train station. At that exact moment, the driver flashed a sinister grin. "All right then, I wish you a very good rest." With those chilling words, he stepped out of the car. In an instant, Junshu's expression turned as dark as stone. This was so obviously a trap. But Junshu's reflexes were faster. He shot his hand out, grabbing the man's arm to hold him in place as he let out a cold sneer. "You son of a gun," he growled. "Do I look like some kind of fool to you? Who the hell do you think you're playing with?" The man looked at him, feigning total confusion. What are you talking about?" Without wasting another word, Junshu kicked the car door wide open and vaulted out onto the pavement. He smirked, his voice dripping with menace. "Why don't you stay right there and enjoy the company of all those bombs you prepared for the rest of your life?" As soon as he finished speaking, Junu tossed a grenade inside the vehicle. With a deafening boom, the car was instantly engulfed in a raging sea of fire. Junu had already sprinted to a safe distance to avoid the blast. Once he found cover, he raised an eyebrow and muttered, "That explosion was way bigger than what a single grenade should be able to do." "Just as I thought," he concluded. "That guy was a traitor." Junu then began to piece everything together, starting with the ridiculously expensive bulletproof car. Then came the journey to Myoram, a district swarming with thugs, and finally being lured to this abandoned train station. There was a reason this all felt so eerily familiar. It was because these events perfectly mirrored the plot of a story where the Iron Fist Gang was betrayed by one of their own, a classic twist you'd find in a top-tier reborn manhwa. He didn't know the reason why yet, but it was crystal clear that someone within the Iron Fist Gang had him in their sights. As Junu was processing this sudden revelation, a barrage of bullets suddenly whizzed past him from a distance. He snapped his head in their direction. Sure enough, he saw a mob of men armed with guns stampeding his way, their target unmistakably him. The man in the lead was screaming at the top of his lungs. "There he is. He's the guy in the picture. If we take him down, we'll be rolling in cash. Let's get that money." In an instant, the entire crowd went into a frenzy, charging straight for Junu. He bit his lip hard, a grim look on his face. I knew it, he thought. The car bomb couldn't possibly be the only thing they had, waiting for me, in this Manhwa recap. Meanwhile, the mob continued to unleash a relentless hail of bullets. Left with no other choice, Junu dove for cover behind a parked car and cursed under his breath. Damn it, there are too many of them. This car won't protect me for long. I have to get out of here first. Just as he formulated the thought, Junshu activated his special trait, launching himself high into the air before landing gracefully on the rooftop of a nearby building. A classic move for an overpowered MC in any good system manhwa. He nodded in satisfaction. Alright, there's no way they could have predicted that. But to his dismay, they immediately aimed their guns towards the building and opened fire. Junu was instantly horrified. He couldn't believe they had managed to spot him that quickly. He desperately threw up his shield, barely deflecting the insane storm of bullets heading his way. Junu yelled in disbelief. These guys aren't even superhumans. How the hell are they reacting this fast? But the surprises kept coming, as one of the grunts roared an order. Everyone concentrate your fire on the center. Take him down instantly. Every single barrel swiveled, zeroing in on the very heart of his shield and unleashing hell. A relentless wave of firepower slammed into him, making the shield vibrate violently. Junu's heart skipped a beat in a split second of panic. What's with this insane pinpoint accuracy? He knew he had to fall back. This was getting way too dangerous. It's like something out of a top-tier system manhwa. With that thought, Junu leaped back, and in that exact same instant, his shield shattered into a million pieces, a bullet grazing his arm as it whizzed by. It was then that a cold realization dawned on Junu. He couldn't just treat these guys like common thugs anymore. Junu really didn't want to use his new toys so soon after buying them, but they had left him no other choice. So he whipped something out from his inventory and hurled it with all his might, shouting, "Eat this, you scumbags." In a flash, a volley of smoke bombs rained down on the enemy's position. Immediately, thick, hazy clouds billowed through the air. The goons panicked, covering their noses and sputtering in fear. It's tear gas. We can't let him get away. We have to take him down to get the antidote. Junu let out a cold snort, a smirk playing on his lips. Who do you clowns think you're chasing? You're not even enhanced. Time to make my exit. With that, Junu spun on his heel and bolted, sprinting non-stop until he reached a nearby residential district. Once he felt he'd put enough distance between them, Junu finally stopped, touching down on the rooftop of a tall building. His brow furrowed as he muttered to himself. A bunch of low-life grifters, showing the focus and power of a genuine superhuman. How is that even possible? As he pondered this, he suddenly recalled something. There was only one thing that could cause this combat enhancement drugs. This is the kind of plot twist you'd see in a dark reborn manhwa. They come with severe side effects, but they can temporarily skyrocket a person's fighting capabilities. Junu was almost certain that was the answer. He nodded to himself. They mentioned an antidote. That has to be it. And the only person in Miorim who could command a crew of grifters like this. The only name that came to mind was that notorious Manhunter. He's the top dog when it comes to long-range engagements in all of Miorim. The Manhunter's signature move is a three-step process. First, use an inside man to plant a bomb. Second, deploy a squad of grifters jacked up on combat enhancers to cause chaos. And third, use his own legendary marksmanship to finish the target off. This is a classic setup you'd find in any good manhwa recap. Sure enough, Junu spotted a faint glint of light in the far distance. And in that very same instant, a bullet came screaming through the air, right for his head. Not daring to let his guard down for a second, Junu instantly dodged. The round zipped past, hitting the spot where he'd been standing a moment ago. He let out a sharp breath. If he'd been a fraction of a second slower, he'd be a dead man. But then, a confident smirk spread across Junu's face. The gamble was worth it though, because now I know exactly where that hunter is hiding. He was about to turn the tables and become the overpowered MC of this situation. Junu narrowed his eyes, gazing down from his high vantage point with a calculating glint. A moment later, he leaped off the rooftop. Junu muttered with a smug grin, "I've got you now, you coward." With that said, he broke into a dead sprint, dead set on taking down a sniper who was only brave enough to fight from a distance. Junu knew his only option was to close the distance between them. With that in mind, Junu pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Even though his body was screaming in protest, he had to push through the pain. He had to be certain the Manhunter couldn't get a clear shot, banking on the smoke clouds to obscure his approach. It was a strategy worthy of a Manhwa recap finale. As Junu charged forward, a bullet tore through the air, aimed directly at him. Miraculously, he dodged just in the nick of time. To face off against a professional marksman, he knew he needed a plan. After a short sprint, Junu came to an abrupt halt. He glanced upwards, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "There you are." The hunter heard him and cursed in frustration. Damn it, He couldn't get a visual on Junwoo. In stark contrast, Junwoo was feeling incredibly confident. He had used the smoke and flames to vanish from the hunter's line of sight. No matter how hard the man searched, he was nowhere to be found. Junwoo continued his relentless advance. Before long, he had closed the distance to the hunter's hiding spot. The moment the sniper saw him, he cried out in pure panic. Did he just jump up here? Ignoring the hunter's shocked reaction, Junwoo raised his gun to take aim. The hunter, however, refused to back down. He let out a cold snort. You dare challenge a sharpshooter to a gunfight? But before he could even squeeze the trigger, Junwoo unleashed his black flames, a classic move for an overpowered MC, and immediately fired. At almost the exact same moment, a bullet erupted from the hunter's rifle. The hunter's bullet grazed Junwoo's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth against the searing pain. This guy was definitely an elite sniper. To land a hit in such a chaotic situation was genuinely impressive. But Junwoo wasn't overly concerned. He flashed a triumphant smirk, because across the way, the hunter had also been hit in the shoulder. Unlike Junwoo's wound, however, the hunter was completely engulfed in black flames, causing him to scream out in sheer agony. Even a glancing blow from Junwoo's bullets was a fatal wound for the hunter. Junwoo watched silently as the black flames consumed his target, a scene straight out of a dark system manhwa. He smirked with satisfaction. I win. But in that very instant, the ground beneath Junwoo's feet suddenly collapsed. It seized both of his legs, trapping him. Junwoo cried out in alarm. A magic trap. Meanwhile, the hunter was pouring some kind of potion over himself. He snarled through clenched teeth. You bastard, don't you dare think this is over so quickly. Junwoo's expression immediately soured. This was bad. If he couldn't escape, he was a dead man. This manhwa recap is getting intense. The hunter, still seething with rage, spat out. Now it's your turn to burn with black fire. Junwoo struggled desperately to break free. If he got hit by that explosive magic, he was finished. He never expected the situation to devolve into a frantic race against time like this. Now Junwoo had to slow the sinking process by reducing the amount of magical damage he was taking. The method was a long shot, but he had to survive this encounter first and figure out the rest later. Immediately, Junwoo slammed his hands onto the ground. The power coursing through him began to surge. With all his might, Junwoo fought to pull himself free from the sinking earth. He then activated his purification attribute, which he hoped would destroy as much of the trap's magic as possible. But before he could fully escape the quagmire, his eyes suddenly narrowed in shock, because the hunter had somehow extinguished the black flames, a twist worthy of a top-tier reborn manhwa. He was slowly walking toward Junwoo. The hunter let out a cold sneer. I'll give you credit for trying to resist the magic trap, but you're far too late. The expression on Junwoo's face immediately froze. He couldn't believe the hunter had managed to douse the black flames. The hunter ignored his reaction, his hand trembling as he picked something up off the ground. He spoke with chilling indifference. So I guess this round goes to me, right? If I manage to finish this guy, I won't have a single worry for the rest of my life. I will end you. But just as the hunter raised his gun to take the final decisive shot, but there was no one in front of him. His face instantly froze, and before he could process a thing, he was met with a solid punch from Junwoo, who smirked and said, "This is what you call a spectacular comeback. You absolute fool, thank the heavens." At the very last second, Junwoo had obtained that attribute. The power he'd just received was earth resistance. At that moment, Junwoo was beyond relieved. It had saved him from certain doom, a classic power-up in any good system manhwa. Junwoo seized the hunter by the collar, letting out a cold snort as he spoke. You're a marksman, which means at this range, you're completely helpless. Now start talking. Who ordered the hit on me? The hunter stared at him trembling, and quickly blurted out, all right, I admit I lost. I'll tell you everything, just let me have one last smoke. Fine, do what you need to do. Junwoo agreed without a moment's hesitation and released him. Having regained his freedom, the hunter pulled out a cigarette and prepared to light it. Junwoo watched him with narrowed eyes, his thoughts a complete mystery. As the hunter casually took a drag, Junwoo frowned and asked, do you enjoy the taste? The man let out a guttural laugh, a twisted smile spreading across his face. He cackled loudly. Of course I do, because it tastes like a sweet, sweet victory. Immediately after, the hunter charged forward in a frenzy. But before he could make a move, a deafening bang ripped through the air, and fresh blood sprayed like rain. The hunter stared blankly at the man before him, his voice a trembling whisper. You knew. A smirk played on Junwoo's lips as he replied, of course I knew. You can't be an overpowered MC in this world and not see that coming. Did you really think a player with 10,000 vision like me wouldn't realize that Cigar would turn its smoker into a mutant? That trick is so overused. You see it in every Manhwa recap. The hunter only had time to utter those 3 words before he collapsed face first onto the ground. Looking down at the body, Jun-soo sighed and mumbled. Now, that part I truly didn't see coming. This hunter was a real piece of work, the absolute scum of the earth. He was ready to surrender and spill everything when defeat was imminent, yet this time he fought to the death. Even turning into a mutant, there had to be a reason for it. After a moment of hesitation, Jun-soo bent down to inspect the hunter's body. Sure enough, he discovered a USB drive. A smirk crept onto Jun-soo's face as he said, "All right, then let's find out who's pulling the strings." The next day, inside Choi's office at his company, Choi and Jun-soo were watching the news, which was reporting on a gang shootout in Maorim the previous night. Upon hearing the report, Choi exclaimed in horror, "You managed to survive something that dangerous." Jun-soo simply gave a slight nod. "And that's precisely why I'm caught up in this mess. It was a life-or-death situation." Hearing this, Choi became furious. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who was it that attacked you?" Jun-soo let out a weary sigh. It was a long story, and he didn't even know where to begin. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the office door was smashed open and a man was hurled to the floor, while another figure stood in the doorway. Both Choi and Jun-soo snapped their heads toward the commotion. The visitor was Iron Fist. The hero's voice boomed, "My apologies. It appears I have failed to properly manage my own men." Jun-soo, still lounging casually in his chair, nodded with a slight smile. "I'm glad you're aware of that." Choi, however, was furious and shouted, "Can you please stop breaking a door every time you visit? Was it the Iron Fist gang that attacked you? Is this some reborn Manhwa plot twist?" Iron Fist quickly clarified, "He's one of our lower-ranking subordinates. However, after a more thorough investigation, I did manage to uncover some useful information." Jun-soo's eyes narrowed as he studied the man Iron Fist was holding up like a ragdoll, making this whole situation more intense than your average manhwa recap. Frowning, Jun-soo muttered, "The guy who attacked me. Seems like he was really desperate for money, or something along those lines." Taich-kwan looked slightly surprised. He spoke up, "How did you know that's him exactly? The guy blows every bit of prize money he gets on gambling and is now drowning in debt." Jun-soo nodded in understanding. "Well, that makes his motive for betrayal painfully obvious, doesn't it?" Taich-kwan said guiltily, "Whatever the reason, it's still my fault. Once again, I sincerely apologize to you." Jun-soo, not paying it much mind, replied coolly, "Apology accepted." Even for the leader of a mercenary guild, managing every single soldier is no easy feat. The Iron Fist Guild can't possibly know everything, can they? Because if it wasn't me, the one targeted for revenge would have undoubtedly been you, Taich-kwan. At that moment, Taich-kwan spoke up again. "I will take full responsibility and unearth the mastermind behind this entire affair." Jun-soo simply raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Ah, about that. I've already got the evidence." With that, he produced a USB drive. He explained, "The superhuman who tried to take me out was carrying this. Do you know your way around a computer?" Cho nodded slightly, exclaiming with excitement, "I even have an IT certification." And just like that, he immediately got to work on the computer. After a long moment, Cho exclaimed in awe, "This guy is a major league player. He's taken out nearly 20 superhumans." But Jun-soo, our typical overpowered MC, wasn't surprised in the slightest. He said nonchalantly, "Never mind that, just check his most recent request." Hearing this, Cho nodded and checked, replying in an instant, "It's the one he accepted 3 days ago." But upon seeing the bounty, he cried out in horror, "The reward is 20 billion. Even Taich-kwan and Junu were equally astonished. Jun-soo hurriedly asked who in the world could post that much money. Cho glanced at him and replied, "The request came from someone within Ascendant Security." Hearing this, Junu's brow furrowed in thought. "Someone from a major corporation." Cho slid the computer closer for him to see. "It's this person right here." Seeing the information on the screen, Jun exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, it's that bastard. Don't you recognize him? He's the knight we met at Yu's house." This whole plot twist is wilder than any manhwa recap. Junu let out a helpless sigh. Things are starting to get complicated now. Cho glanced at him, asking with suspicion, "Why would he want you eliminated?" Jun-soo didn't answer, instead, making a quick request. "I have a theory. Can you show me the family tree for Ascendant Security?" Cho gave a slight nod. "Of course, just a moment." He immediately began to pull up the information. It wasn't long before he showed it to Jun-soo, whose face instantly darkened. It was just as he'd suspected. He knew exactly what was happening now. Ascendant Security is a private military guild operating under the Ascendant Group, one of the 5 largest guilds in existence. And Jian is a direct descendant of that company's founding family. He was at the top of the succession list, but after undergoing the baptism rite at the father's request and becoming a holy knight, Jian was removed from the line of inheritance, a plotline worthy of a reborn manhwa. Now his only path forward is to become a renowned holy knight, but the saintess has already deemed Junu to be the savior. Jun-soo sighed and muttered to himself. He must have been enraged. that I passed the baptism and gained so much fame that he ordered my assassination. Hearing this, Cho shouted in admiration. We have to teach him a lesson. Tich Quian's brow furrowed slightly. He hesitated, murmuring, but how? Our opponent isn't the heir to some small merchant guild. He comes from the family that runs a major guild. One wrong move, and the entire guild will descend upon us. Cho, of course, was already well aware of that sobering fact, but he still protested. That doesn't mean we should just let this slide. Hearing his defiance, Junsu finally chimed in. You're right, and I've got a plan. Choi's face lit up, thinking this was unfolding better than any manhwa recap he'd ever seen. With a soft chuckle, Junsu continued cheerfully. Since we're up against a major player, our priority should be to level up first. A short while later, another person arrived at Choi's office. After Junsu explained the assassination attempt, Yuan flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table and roaring. That absolute mad dog! How dare he try to take out Warrior Kim? Seeing his explosive reaction, Junsu quickly tried to placate him. Hey, take it easy. I'm still in one piece. Among them, Yuan was the most dependable. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also a level 5 superhuman. At that moment, Yuan declared with conviction, I am not letting this slide. They say a blood debt must be paid in blood. Let's just hire our own assassin and get revenge. Hearing this, Choi hastily tried to talk him down. I can't even begin to imagine the price tag on that kind of job. We're talking about assassinating the son of Ascendant Security after all. Yuan was about to argue, but Junsu cut him off, saying, I have another idea. Yuan glanced at him, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Let's hear it. Junsu replied with a smirk. I'm going to challenge Lion to a formal duel. His words left the other three completely stunned. They exclaimed in panic, a duel, but that's far too dangerous. Casually shaking his head, Junsu stated coolly, there's no other choice. If I let this go, he'll just hire an even stronger assassin to finish the job. Yuan hurriedly tried to reason with him. He'll just get a proxy fighter? It's the kind of unfair trick you'd see in a cheap manhwa recap, Junsu calmly replied. If I win the duel, I'll receive a formal apology and a hefty compensation. The room instantly fell into a heavy silence. After a long pause, Iron Fist reluctantly mumbled, it sounds like this might be the most viable option we have right now. Junsu gave a slight nod, holding up the USB drive in his hand. With this evidence in hand, I have more than enough grounds to force him into a challenge he can't refuse. If we set the terms to allow a proxy fighter and limit attendance to just family members, he'll have no choice but to accept. His logic was sound, and Joel immediately volunteered. In that case, I'll send the official duel challenge. We'll also need a legal representative. After a moment of hesitation, Ujin spoke up. Leave that to me. My parents know a lawyer who used to be a Supreme Court judge. Seeing that everyone was pitching in, Junsu smiled brightly and said, thanks everyone, but the other three just stared at him intently, their expressions unreadable. Junsu let out a resigned sigh. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm not walking into a death trap. Iron Fist then asked hesitantly, are you really confident you can win? The enemy knows exactly how strong you are. He's guaranteed to find a fighter who's at least level 4 or higher. It won't be easy, Junsu answered without a second of hesitation. He knew that in this real-life system, manhwa formal duels often had rules forbidding special attributes like his mutation. That makes this fight even tougher than when I faced the chairman, but it's not impossible. Junsu then declared, with all the confidence of a protagonist from a reborn manhwa, I can already guess who he'll pick to fight in his place. Hearing this, Iron Fist gasped in astonishment. You mean you already know who your opponent is? Displaying some classic overpowered MC foresight, Junsu confidently replied, that's right, which is why I need time to prepare. Ujin, how about a sparring session? Ujin agreed without a moment's hesitation. Of course I'll give it my all to help you, master. Junsu noted his enthusiastic expression. He quickly added a reminder, I appreciate it, but let's take it easy. All right. We don't want a repeat of last time where you nearly kicked the bucket. 3 days later, at the designated duel arena, all of Junsu's allies had gathered in the stands waiting anxiously. Ujin and Joel were chanting relentlessly. We're rooting for you, Warrior Kim. We believe in you. However, despite their cheers, the look on Junsu's face was far from confident. He looked a little haggard, a clear sign of the intense training he'd endured for the past 3 days. But that effort meant he was now fully prepared, ready to prove he's the overpowered MC of this story. Just then, a group approached from the distance. Junu immediately recognized the man in the lead. It was Duich, the commander of the Bishop's Holy Knights. Duich let out a faint smirk and remarked, it's been a long time since I've had to personally step in for a duel. Jian, trailing behind him, hastily opened his mouth to speak. Commander, there was no need for you to come all this way. Hearing this, Duich shot back with a disgruntled scowl. Silence. Do you think you have the right to speak? As long as I am the commander, no holy knight under my command is permitted to lose. Jian was immediately silenced by the declaration, unable to utter another word. Witnessing this exchange, Junu couldn't help but frown. Jian had put on such a tough guy act in front of him. But before his commander, he was as meek as a lamb in its pen. What a coward. While Junu was lost in thought, Duich addressed him directly. Warrior Kim, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Junu gave a polite nod in return. Hello. But then Duich did something unexpected. He bowed his head deeply and began to speak with grave formality. First and foremost, I wish to apologize for this unfortunate incident. Junu was completely taken aback. You don't see this kind of formal apology often, not even in a manhwa recap where honor is everything. Was this guy for real? Before he could even process it, Duich continued, this affair is entirely the fault of a single individual and is in no way connected to the Saintess. Junu narrowed his eyes, studying the commander intently. He asked in a low, serious tone, so what is the Bishop's Guild's official position on this? This is a crucial point in our manhwa recap. Duich hesitated for a moment before leaning in and whispering. The Saintess has proclaimed that Warrior Kim will be our light and our savior. Junu was once again completely floored. Light and savior, he thought. Ro-chun had said the exact same thing before. This whole situation feels like it's straight out of a reborn manhwa, where the protagonist is destined for greatness. Ignoring Junu's bewildered expression, Duich pressed on. Therefore, the condition I am setting forth is this: if I am victorious, you will join our ranks. What, join their squad? Junu was so startled he blurted out, are you guys completely obsessed with me? Or something. While Junu was practically freaking out, Jian could only grind his teeth in silent fury, powerless to object. Duich then continued to speak. This is all according to the will of our master and the Saintess. But before Junu could even form a response, the lawyer Yuan had hired made his appearance. The lawyer began to speak in a slow, deliberate voice. The appointed time for the duel has arrived. With all parties present, please confirm the terms of the binding duel contract. Should the Holy Knight win, Junu will join the Bishop's Guild. Conversely, if Junu is the victor, Jian will be forbidden from harming him either directly or indirectly, and must pay a significant sum in compensation. The lawyer looked between the two combatants, seeking final confirmation. Are these terms correct? Both Junu and Jian responded in unison. Yes. The moment the word was spoken, a powerful surge of magical energy flared within Junu's chest. In the world of Ixensen, a dual oath is a binding magical contract. Anyone who dares to break it will have their heart explode from the inside out. The same applied to Jian. In this chaotic world, no one was foolish enough to defy such a powerful vow. The lawyer then spoke again. Now I will proceed to confirm the rules of engagement. This duel will adhere to standard international regulations. The use of all personal abilities and weapons is permitted. However, any consumable items must be crafted here on the field. Junu's allies watched from the stands, their faces etched with concern. Meanwhile, the other Holy Knights waited just outside the arena. Duich's excitement was palpable as he declared, I am ready. But Junu simply smirked and replied, I need to craft my items first. Duich's enthusiasm visibly waned, but he nodded in agreement. Very well, you have 10 minutes for each item. It didn't take long for Junu to produce 3 vials. With his ability to manipulate attributes like this, he was practically a master alchemist, the kind of skill you see in a top-tier system manhwa. These were the ultimate elixirs he needed to take on a Holy Knight. Seeing the 3 vials, the lawyer announced their names for the record: the Diamond Body Potion, the Potion of Swiftness, and the Magic Dragon Potion. Right? Junu responded with a slight nod. Yes, I'll be using them. In a battle of this magnitude, using every available buff was essential. So without hesitation, he chugged all 3 vials in one go. With both combatants ready, the fated duel was set to begin. The screen immediately flashed with a countdown timer for the match. Junu and Duich both stepped into the arena, and Duich squinted at his opponent, breaking the silence. Warrior Kim, it's a great honor to be invited into our guild. How about you have a change of heart and join us willingly? Get lost. Junu shot back with a cold sneer, not missing a beat. Seeing his utter lack of cooperation, Duich's voice turned icy. Well, then I guess there's no other way. But don't you worry. I won't kill you, he said. You still have to join the guild after all. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous amount of mana erupted from Duich. Junu couldn't help but frown. This magical pressure is insane. His opponent was on a completely different level. No matter how well he prepared, Junu knew he couldn't win without risking it all. A classic setup you'd find in any survival manhwa recap. In a flash, the countdown timer ticked down to its final second. And then, at last, the clock struck 0. Duich let out a ferocious roar, his mana surging to an unbelievable peak. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, leaving behind a deep crater in the ground. Junu was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowed as he muttered in disbelief. He's gone. But it only took him a split second to realize the truth. He understood that Duich had simply activated a high-speed attribute. Sure enough, in the next instant, Duich reappeared directly in front of him, screaming like a madman. "Warrior Kim, you will become a god." The bizarre declaration left Junwoo completely dumbfounded. What, become a god, you say? While he was still reeling from the shock, the hammer in Duich's hand came crashing down, engulfing the area in smoke and flames. Up in the stands, Ewan and the others cried out in panic at the sight. What the hell? That guy is a monster. Don't tell me it's already over with. Just one hit. However, as the smoke began to dissipate, Soren caught a glimpse of something and let out a sudden gasp of astonishment. There, standing tall amidst the debris, was Junwoo, completely unharmed, like a true overpowered MC, because he had conjured a shield to block the blow just in time. Junwoo narrowed his eyes at Duich, his voice cold and flat. "You said I'd become a god? What kind of nonsense are you spouting now?" Duich, in contrast, said nothing, simply standing there with a calm, faint smile on his face. Junwoo's instincts had been spot on. The man had indeed used a high-speed trait from the very start, a top-tier ability for surprise attacks, just like you'd expect to see in a high-stakes system Manhwa. But since Junwoo had anticipated it, there was no way he was going to fall for it. Even so, the sheer force of that attack had managed to crack his triple-layered shield. At that moment, Duich let out a chuckle and said, "Now I finally understand why the Saintess herself acknowledged you." Junwoo just scoffed in response. "Enough with the cryptic talk. Start explaining. First, you called me the light and the savior. And now you're calling me a god. What gives?" A small smile played on Duich's lips as he answered casually, "It's exactly as you heard. You are the hope of our legion, the champion who will save us from the impending apocalypse." Hearing this, Junwoo's brow furrowed in deep thought. The hope of the pontiff's army. Come to think of it, the god they worship is already dead. This was a crucial piece of future knowledge, a major advantage in what felt like his own reborn Manhwa. He recalled that in a few years the storyline would progress to the Saintess performing a divine ritual leading to a massive boss battle right in the center of Soon. A horrifying realization suddenly clicked into place for Junwoo, and a shocked thought crossed his mind. Don't tell me the savior is actually meant to be the god's vessel. Precisely. Duich let out a grim laugh, his voice cold and fanatical. A noble sacrifice and a sacred offering. That sickening confirmation sent a wave of pure rage through Junwoo as he yelled, "You insane freaks. So your grand plan was to use me as a sacrifice all along, huh?" Duich, however, seemed completely unfazed, letting out a wild, excited laugh. "Your body and soul will become one with the Father and his divine form, because you are destined to lose this fight and join our cause." Junwoo let out a cold snort, then channeled his absolute fury into a devastating charge. Duich didn't dare get careless, instantly raising his shield to parry the blow. Despite his defense, he was still knocked back several steps, causing Duich's eyebrows to shoot up in genuine surprise. That level of raw power was just absurd. Seeing his reaction, Junwoo smirked to himself. "Getting worried now? You absolutely should be." He had reallocated all of his attribute points into a pure offensive warrior build. With this in mind, Junwoo burst forward with wind-shattering speed. Now, he was about to unleash a flurry of warrior-class attacks, specifically designed to make his opponent tremble in fear. Duich, however, remained completely composed, expertly blocking with his shield, while a faint, mocking smile graced his lips. "Heh, I'll admit, your swordplay is actually quite impressive." Junwoo ignored the taunt, his mind already calculating the next phase of his attack. "Perfect, now that he's committed to a defensive stance. I can switch my attributes. It's over." In the next heartbeat, Junwoo drew a secondary weapon and launched his assault. Just as he'd predicted, the new weapon slammed hard against Duich's bicep. But far from being alarmed, Duich just grinned and offered some backhanded praise. "Well now, isn't this getting more and more interesting?" Junwoo bit his lip, feeling a rush of victory. It was working. His 3 days of intense preparation were not a waste. The reason he had sought out Ewan for training wasn't just to gain the necessary stats for this battle. It was to master the art of changing his entire build in the blink of an eye, a skill he could only learn by fighting a superhuman on a completely different level. Sparring with a monster like Ewan forced him to learn to swap to defensive attributes when under fire, then instantly switch to offensive stats for a lightning-fast counterattack. He could even mix in other warrior traits to execute a wider variety of skills. This is the kind of tactical gameplay that makes a system Manhwa so thrilling, and right now Junwoo was using it to relentlessly pummel Duich, forcing him into a corner. "Here I come." Junwoo let out a savage roar, his eyes glowing a menacing blood red. He charged forward like a madman. Junwoo had mastered how to activate his Berserker attribute the very instant an opportunity to attack presented itself. For a level 3 superhuman to fight a level 4, the key to victory was this dynamic mid-combat attribute switching. Under Junsu's relentless and suffocating assault, Dushich couldn't even find a split second to launch a counterattack. All he could do was grit his teeth and desperately defend. Moments later, a powerful blow sent the hammer flying from Dushich's hands. Seeing this turn of events, Jaeon's face immediately darkened. Dushich himself was just as stunned. The constant shift in fighting styles made him feel like he was battling 4 different warriors at once. How is this even possible? He wondered in shock. Ignoring his opponent's confusion, Junsu spoke with an ice-cold finality. I am winning this battle, because I refuse to become a sacrificial pawn for your pathetic, rotten army. Duzish bit his lip hard, his hands clenching into fists. He scoffed. All right, I'll concede that I can't afford to take you lightly anymore. I don't care if you're a sacrifice or some reborn Manhwa protagonist anymore. I'm just going to kill you. The moment the words left his mouth, Duzic charged, hurling his weapon directly at Junu. Not daring to be complacent, Junu instantly materialized a shield to block the incoming attack. He gritted his teeth, believing the straightforward attack wouldn't work, but in the very next instant, Junu's shield exploded into fragments, the sheer force launching him backward through the air. He bit his lip and cursed internally. Damn it, Dushich's power just spiked massively. Does this mean he was holding back on me this whole time? Before Junu could even process the horrifying realization, Duksich was already charging in for the kill. He roared in absolute fury. How dare you speak ill of our army? Caught completely off guard, Junu was sent flying once again. His body slammed violently against the rear wall before he crumpled to the ground. Duit narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with ice as he spoke. If you apologize right now, I will accept your surrender. Never. Junu's refusal was instant and absolute. Pushing himself up from the cold floor, he declared with chilling finality. You can't even dream of victory unless you take my life. The moment the words were out, Junu launched himself forward. His presence was overwhelmingly ferocious, his blade a blur of frenzied slashes. Duit, knowing he couldn't afford a single mistake, hastily blocked the assault before countering with a powerful blow to Junu's shoulder. The two warriors then locked into a desperate, chaotic exchange. Shockwaves from their relentless attacks pulsed through the arena, a testament to the power on display in this incredible Manhwa recap. Both fighters endured the brutal impact of the other's skills. Before long, a final explosive clash blasted them apart, forcing a gap between them. Duit was bleeding from numerous cuts, inflicted by Junu's sword, his body a canvas of fresh wounds. But Junu was in no better state, battered and bruised to a pulp. It was at that precise moment, Duit let out a savage yell. It's time to end this meaningless charade. As he roared, a colossal shield materialized in his grasp. He hoisted it high, his voice booming with invocation. Oh, Father! In an instant, a monstrous wave of water erupted from thin air. Duit's entire form was swiftly consumed by the immense torrent. Witnessing this spectacle, Junu's expression immediately turned grim. This was Duit's ultimate technique, the Dark Tsunami. Seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood it was nothing short of a cataclysm. If that attack connected Junu's defeat, was a 100% certainty. Yet there was absolutely no way to dodge it. To win this fight, he had to find a way to shatter it. This is that classic moment you see in a reborn Manhwa, where the hero must trust in the traits he painstakingly built as Warrior Kim. The mountain-breaking sword art, a discipline he had never not even for a day neglected in his training. The swordsmanship learned under Ujin and the Heio cultivation technique he'd invested so much into it was like a skill list from the ultimate system Manhwa. And of course, the Dharma heart that grew stronger with him each day. There was also River Fa, a skill forged in the depths of desperation, and his ultimate trump card, a technique capable of slicing through any material in the universe. The Severance trait. Junu decided he would put his absolute faith in the sum of his abilities. He would trust in the time and effort he had poured into them, and finally, most importantly, he would trust in himself. With that steely resolve, Junu raised his sword and charged. An incandescent beam of sword light erupted from his blade. Duit was utterly flabbergasted by this turn of events, but he was powerless to do anything. He could only watch stunned, as the piercing light plunged directly into his tsunami, where it began to expand, unleashing a blinding, unbearable radiance. Up in the stands, Jian and the others stared in disbelief, completely unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Even Yujin's group was in the same state. The light was so overwhelmingly bright that their vision was completely whited out. It was only when the glow began to recede, bit by bit, that the figures of Junu and Duit finally reappeared. But just a moment later, Junu violently coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. On the opposite side, Duit was clearly in no condition to continue. He mumbled in a low, respectful tone, "That was a truly magnificent battle, Warrior Kim. With those final words, he collapsed to the floor. The referee wasted no time raising Junu's arm high and bellowing. The winner is Warrior Kim. Seeing that the fight was officially over, Woojin and the others scrambled down to the arena to celebrate. A grin of pure hard-won satisfaction spread across Junu's face. He had actually done it. He had defeated a higher-ranking superhuman without relying on his mutation trait, proving he was a true, overpowered MC. Woojin threw his arms around Junu, shouting with excitement, "Master, you are absolutely the greatest." The three behind him were crying tears of joy as they swarmed their friend, showering him with praise. "You were acting like a true overpowered MC back there. I knew you were going to wipe the floor with him." But just as the dust settled, a furious roar ripped through the air. "You damn bastard!" Junu whipped his head around, shocked to see someone charging right at him with a massive axe. Before Junu could even blink, Yuan leaped forward, placing himself directly in the path of the attack. With a massive boom, a shockwave of pure energy erupted. And to absolutely no one's surprise, the loser was Jian. He was sent flying backwards, as Yuan furiously laid into him. "You spineless coward, how dare you refuse to accept the outcome and pull a sneak attack on our master? You must have a death wish for real." However, before he could make a move, a few lawyers stepped in to restrain him, turning to Jian with a stern reminder. "Don't you forget about that magical oath you took. One more reckless move like that, and your heart is going to literally explode." But Jian, still refusing to back down, screamed, "Warrior Kim, our captain is dead because of you. We will have our revenge. This isn't just some Manhwa recap. This is real." The bishop's army wasn't about to forget this grudge. The second he finished his threat, the knights behind him surged forward. Junu, however, remained completely unfazed. He calmly spoke, "Are you claiming I'm the one who killed him?" Jian shot back without a moment's hesitation. "That's right. We saw him die by your hand with our own two eyes." "Cut the nonsense," Junu scoffed, his voice dripping with ice. "The person responsible for Otis's death is none other than you, Jian." Those words struck Jian like a bolt of lightning, his face contorting in horror as he began to tremble uncontrollably. Junu, showing zero sympathy, continued his cold takedown. "He may have been my opponent, but he was the very image of an honorable warrior. He was absolutely not the kind of man who should have died like that, especially not in a duel rigged by your disgusting assassination attempt. For the sake of Otis's honor, you'd better accept the results and fulfill your promise," he demanded. Hearing this, Jian's head sank low, his silence speaking volumes. He was utterly speechless. Junu, completely ignoring his reaction, delivered the final blow. "This all happened because of your pathetic inferiority complex. The kind of psychological warfare you see in the best reborn Manhwa." Jian just remained there, with his head down, trembling, as he muttered, "Captain." A few of the other holy knights finally came over to help him to his feet and lead him away. Junu's eyes narrowed, tracking Jian's retreating figure, as he frowned in deep thought. "So even after I exposed him like that, do you think the bishop's army will still come looking for revenge?" The very next day, over at Choi Seal's office, Choi Seal was on the phone, practically glowing with excitement. "Yes, that's right. We've officially signed Warrior Kim, the very man who just took down the captain of the bishop's army. This story is better than any Manhwa recap. I know exactly what you're after." Just then he noticed someone approaching and quickly wrapped up the call. "My apologies. I'll have to call you back." It was Junu, fresh from picking up his custom armor from Jo Chun, and he sounded incredibly pleased. "I was half worried that the master blacksmith Jo Chun might have taken some creative liberties with my armor. But he delivered exactly what I asked for: gigantic, super durable, and insanely strong." Seeing the new gear, Choi Seal rushed over excitedly, a gift box in his hands. He approached with a sycophantic grin. "Well, since you're already here, why not try this on as well? Consider it a little gift from me." A bit bewildered, Junu took the box and opened it. A massive grin instantly spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Now this is what I'm talking about." Choi Seal, beaming, began to explain. "That's a luxury handmade training suit. It even comes with self-cleaning and mana recovery functions straight out of a top-tier system Manhwa." Junu shot him a thumbs up, smiling in satisfaction. "You've got great taste, Director Choi. Thanks a lot." The director even gushed that he looked like a professional model wearing it. But then Choi Seal's expression shifted, and he hesitated for a moment before stammering, By the way, could I possibly ask you for a small favor?" Junu's brow furrowed. "What's on your mind?" Choi Seal lowered his voice, muttering, "It's because of you. Our business is absolutely booming, but since your history with our organization is still pretty new, some folks are raising an eyebrow about us signing this contract." Hearing this, Junu immediately understood and nodded. "Ah, if that's the holdup, then I'll just have to prove myself. Have you already accepted a mission on my behalf?" "Of course, I've prepared the absolute perfect one for you." Cho gave a slight nod, handing Junu a file as he spoke. "The Sun Tower wants to study your black flames for scientific purposes." Junu frowned at the proposal. He knew of the Sun Tower. It was one of the 4 great magic towers, and if he recalled correctly, it was the epicenter for learning fire-related magic in this system Manhwa. Just then, Cho added another detail. They'll reward you with the same benefits as one of their own members. Junwoo nodded slightly. Alright, I'll take it. Because a certain key figure was inside the Sun Tower. He knew exactly what the ultimate reward would be. A short while later at the Sun Tower, a place practically overflowing with fire-based mana, Junwoo arrived to begin the quest. After stepping inside, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was a place where science and magic intertwined, a truly magnificent sight to behold. At that moment, a man approached him and spoke up. Warrior Kim, my name is Park Hyung-do, a researcher here. I presume you've come about the request to study your black flames, correct? Ah, yes, that's right. Junwoo confirmed with a slight nod, and Hyung-do began leading him further into the facility. We don't have much time, so let's hurry. Please follow me this way. In no time, the two of them had entered the research laboratory. Hyung-do suggested. First, let's run a few basic diagnostic tests. Junwoo's brow furrowed. The machine before him looked unnervingly familiar. While he was lost in thought, Hyung-do spoke again. Please step inside the machine. All you need to do is stand perfectly still. Without giving it a second thought, Junwoo stepped inside. Immediately, a complex magic circle materialized right in front of him. In a flash, his expression turned grim. He recognized this machine. It was designed to reveal every last detail about a person to its operator. This device would expose all of Junwoo's hidden traits and secrets. Realizing this, he immediately slammed his fist against the glass, shouting, "Shut this machine down now, I didn't agree to this." From the outside, Hyung-do simply smirked with a chilling confidence. Please remain calm, this is just a necessary procedure. It was all stipulated in the contract. Junwoo's anger finally erupted. He clenched his fist tightly and roared, "Get lost, you bastard!" The next instant, his fist crashed down, shattering the machine's reinforced glass. This was the kind of moment that defines an overpowered MC. Hyung-do stumbled back in a panic, shouting, "Hey, what in the world do you think you're doing?" Junwoo shot back with a furious glare. "The contract I signed only required me to demonstrate my black flames for your research. I never imagined you'd try to pull a stunt like this on me." Just then, the sound of rushed footsteps filled the air, and without a shred of hesitation, a newcomer stormed in and decked Hyung-do right in the face with a shout of pure frustration. "You idiot, Park Hyung-do, are you pulling this nonsense again?" The person who had arrived was Yoo Myung-seo, the head of the research department. He gritted his teeth and seethed. "How dare you try to sabotage my project?" Seeing his superior, Hyung-do frantically tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. Unfortunately for him, Myung-seo wasn't listening, angrily yelling, "A misunderstanding, my foot. You were trying to sell information about Warrior Kim. I've been watching you for a while now." This revelation left Hyung-do completely speechless. He hung his head low, muttering softly, "I'm sorry. I was blinded by greed." Myung-seo let out a short, sharp huff. In a stone-cold voice, Myung-seo declared, "Get out of here immediately. You're off this team." Junwoo could only watch the entire scene unfold in a state of utter confusion. This manhwa recap was certainly taking an unexpected turn. At a loss for what to do. At that moment, Yoo Myung-suk spoke up apologetically. "My apologies, Warrior Kim. I am Yoo Myung-suk, chief researcher, about what just happened." Before the man could finish, Junwoo cut him off. "That wasn't your fault. I'm guessing this sort of thing happens quite often, doesn't it?" Myung-suk let out a weary sigh. That idiot sold the information to feed his gambling addiction. If it weren't for his mentor, he would have been kicked out of here a long time ago. "I see," Junwoo replied with a slight nod. "However, I went out of my way to fulfill your request, and my personal information was nearly leaked entirely because of it." Hearing this, Myung-suk immediately offered a solution. "As a token of my apology, I will upgrade your membership tier. You'll be able to use our promotional facilities as well as our exclusive training grounds." Junwoo's face instantly lit up at the offer. The Magic Tower's training grounds are typically reserved for mages, right? With that thought, he gave a satisfied nod. It didn't sound like a bad deal at all. Seeing this, Myung-suk suggested, "While I get everything prepared, please feel free to rest." Junwoo nodded slightly. "Alright, I think I'll take a walk around then." He then made his way to one of the floors in the Sun Tower. His mood significantly lifted. He had almost been completely swept up in the moment. That's soon for you, but it was worth it. This was a prime chance to gain more traits from the Magic Tower's training grounds, the kind of level-up opportunity that makes a system manhwa so thrilling. Just then, an announcement echoed from the speakers signaling the start of the lightning-based magic training. As soon as the words were spoken, the orbs before him were enveloped in mana, and, in a flash, a barrage of lightning bolts rained down. Junwoo was immediately engulfed by the crackling bolts, which relentlessly assaulted his body. The pain was bone-deep. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, but realized it would be better if he used a trait to withstand it a little longer. With that thought, Junoo switched his active trait. Instantly, the barrage of lightning began to subside. Before long, Junoo had completed the lightning magic training, acquiring the 6 elemental resistance trait. Having gotten what he wanted, Junoo cheerfully called out, "All right, you can cut the power. Now I'm about to get fried to a crisp in here." But at that very moment, the room's system suddenly flashed red as warning sirens blared. The training system had been switched to manual control. Warning, warning. The current's intensity has been adjusted. Lightning once again slammed into Junoo, causing him to roar in frustration. "Wait, what the hell? I said I was done? Who's out there?" It didn't take long for Junoo to spot the scumbag Hyungdu on the other side of the glass. He was gripping the control lever, his eyes filled with malice as he glared inside and snarled, "You messed with the wrong person. You bastard." Without another word, Hyungdu shoved the lever to its maximum setting. The lightning descended upon Junoo with insane fury. Junoo's expression turned grim in an instant. Hyungdu had gone completely mad, screaming uncontrollably, "Die, you mutt!" And just like that, Junoo was forced to endure the full, unrestrained power of the highest-level lightning attack. Seeing this, Hyungdu burst into a triumphant laughter. "This is what you get for messing with me." However, his laughter died in his throat a moment later. The smug look on his face froze solid. Because Junoo, like a true overpowered MC, was standing there completely unfazed. There was no way he would fall for such a cheap, pathetic trick. He had a very good reason for visiting the training room during his free time. Among Junsoo's equipped traits was one called Divine Resistance. He had obtained it while withstanding the purification ritual of the Saintess. Fire Resistance was a trait he gained from soaking in the Dharma Spring, and Darkness Resistance was acquired during his epic battle with the necromancer Karen. It's a power progression you'd expect from the best reborn Manhwa stories. He had Ice Resistance, a trait he acquired from battling those vengeful spirits, and Earth Resistance, which Junsoo gained after escaping the hunter's magic trap. And now, thanks to this intense training, he had just unlocked Electric Resistance. Without a second thought, Junoo swiftly combined all 6 attributes. An immense surge of mana instantly enveloped his entire body. Even the heart beating within Junoo's chest was no exception. It underwent a constant transformation, until finally he obtained a brand new trait. Magic Resistance. A satisfied grin spread across Junoo's face, giving him chills of excitement. This is the kind of level up you'd see in an epic system manhwa. Outside, Hyungdu watched this unfold and cried out in sheer panic. How on earth did he block a tier 3 spell with just his physical body? Was this guy even human? This time, the magic will be even stronger. Vowing this, Hyungdu once again gripped the control lever, cranking it up. A piercing alarm immediately blared through the facility. "Warning, warning. The system is now out of control. Please cease all training and evacuate immediately." Junoo, however, remained completely unfazed. He let out a cold scoff. "The system is out of control, you say? Sounds pretty dangerous. If that's the case, I'll just use my new traits to dodge every single attack it throws at me." It seems that at that very moment, our overpowered MC had a plan. A bolt of lightning crashed down on Junsoo, but this time he evaded it with incredible speed, even gaining a new trait called Retreat in the process. This made Junoo absolutely ecstatic. "Excellent. At this rate, I'm sure I can get a trait even higher tiered than Airstrike." In stark contrast to his joy, Hyungdu outside was seething with rage. He continuously manipulated the controls, screaming in fury. "Damn it, I'm really going to kill you this time." But just then, Myung-Ek-sok stormed into the room and delivered a sharp slap across his face. The director raged. "You absolute madman. I heard the warning alarms. What in the world do you think you're doing?" He then immediately ordered the others to shut down the controls. In a flash, the crackling lightning completely vanished, and the system returned to normal. Myung-sok couldn't contain his fury any longer. He grabbed Hyungdu by the collar, growling through gritted teeth. "You psycho, how dare you attempt to harm the esteemed warrior Kim?" Hyungdu frantically waved his hands, desperately trying to deny the accusation. "Director, that's not what happened." Just then, Junoo emerged from the training chamber. He let out a cold, disdainful scoff. "Harm me?" Myung-sok was taken aback and looked over, asking with deep concern, "Warrior Kim, are you uninjured?" With a slight chuckle, Junoo simply pouted and said, I guess I felt a little bit of static electricity." This casual display of power left the entire group utterly bewildered. After this series of despicable actions, Hyungdu was finally expelled from the tower for good. No matter how much he pleaded, it was completely useless. Junoo watched his retreating figure and asked with a hint of curiosity, what will happen to him now that he's been kicked out? Myung-sok explained slowly. "A spell will be cast upon his brain, preventing him from ever learning any new magic. Junwoo nodded slightly, his voice indifferent. His life as a mage is effectively over. He got what he deserved. It's the kind of karmic justice you love to see in a reborn manhwa. Myung-suk showed no sympathy either, stating coldly, "That kid has caused way too much trouble. This is the natural consequence. Please accept this. It might not be much, but consider it our formal apology." As he spoke, he handed Junwoo a box containing a vial of elixir, a potion with incredible healing capabilities. Although he was thrilled on the inside, Junwoo maintained a calm facade and said, "Thank you. This potion is like a second life to me. Getting to cover scenes like this is why I love doing a good manhwa recap." Hearing this, Myung-suk simply waved his hand with a smile. "Not at all. I believe this is a perfectly reasonable price to pay for what happened." It looked like the old man wanted to keep this whole mess under wraps, but Junwoo had other plans. He needed something very specific from the tower. With that in mind, he slowly voiced his demand. "Still, you have to admit it's a little concerning that I've been ambushed twice now, right after paying a visit to your tower, isn't it?" Myung-suk was clearly flustered, stammering, "All right, just tell me what it is you want." Junwoo feigned a moment of thought before coolly stating his price. "There's something I've had my eye on for a while now. I want to experience all 4 spells from the Great Magic Tower's arsenal." The moment those words left his mouth, Myung-suk immediately panicked, exclaiming, "What are you saying? You want to experience the Sun Cannon firsthand?" Junwoo simply nodded in confirmation. He confirmed it nonchalantly. "That's right. Fire that thing directly at me." Myung-suk immediately tried to talk him out of such a crazy idea. A level 3 superhuman wouldn't last a single second against that. Perhaps after you've grown much stronger. But before he could even finish his sentence, Junwoo cut him off coldly. "No, I'm certain I can withstand it for about 15 seconds. Myung-suk was completely and utterly stunned. "What? But that's a feat even a level 5 superhuman struggles with." Junwoo just clicked his tongue and shook his head, his resolve as firm as steel. "I'm not like them," he stated, a chilling confidence in his voice. Myung-suk stared at him, bewildered, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. "That black flame of yours, it can burn an enemy's mana. It's a fascinating approach, I'll give you that, but it's still incredibly risky." Junwoo just let out a small, confident smirk. "We'll just have to see how it plays out, won't we?" And just like that, Junwoo was escorted to the chamber housing the legendary Sun Cannon. Standing before the massive weapon, he fell into deep thought. He had to admit the thought of being blasted by that thing was genuinely terrifying. But for his goals, there was no other path forward. If Junwoo wanted to acquire the Sun Cannon characteristic, a unique trait in this system manhwa, there were only 3 possible methods. The first was to enter the Magic Tower as someone's official disciple. The second method was to challenge and defeat the master of the tower in a one-on-one battle to the finish. However, both of these paths were exclusively for magic-type superhumans, a class he didn't belong to. As Junwoo pondered his limited options, Myung-suk's voice cut through his thoughts. "We are commencing the firing sequence now." Junwoo gave a slight nod, signaling he was ready. This was it, the third and final way. He could utilize hidden events unlocked by gaining sufficient favorability with the Tower Master, and as fate would have it, the Master himself was present. It was a classic reborn manhwa move, exploiting a known loophole. The immense power of the Sun Cannon began to charge its light, blinding. Junwoo tilted his head back, watching the destructive energy gather, preparing to slam into him. In a flash, a brilliant sphere of fire hurtled towards him. With a deafening roar, the ball of solar fury exploded on impact. Junwoo was instantly swallowed by a raging inferno, but he was withstanding it. He could endure this all thanks to the collection of characteristics he'd acquired from his magic armor. Witnessing this spectacle, the observers above were utterly dumbfounded, shouting in disbelief. "Is he really tanking that? He's only a level 3. How is this possible?" This wasn't just any protagonist. This was a truly overpowered MC. Of course, Junwoo was oblivious to their shock. He just gritted his teeth, enduring the full force of the searing flames. He had prepared meticulously, but the pain was still beyond imagination. And just like that, he endured for 15 agonizing seconds. Myung-suk's urgent voice boomed through the chamber. 15 seconds have passed. Disengage the Sun Cannon. As soon as he gave the order, the torrent of solar fire was retracted. Junwoo, now looking completely wrecked, clutched his chest and gasped for air. Finally, it was over. That had to be the longest 15 seconds of his entire life. The Tower Master, watching the whole thing, was thoroughly pleased, a smirk playing on his lips. What was his name again? Warrior Kim. A truly impressive individual indeed. A short while later, inside the Tower Master's personal office, he had invited Junwoo for tea. The Tower Master looked at him with a newfound respect, smiling as he said, "Your performance back there was simply magnificent. To think you could use your black flame to endure the Sun Cannon for such a long time." He then added that Junwoo would be an invaluable asset for a project they had been waiting on. meaning this manhwa recap is about to get even more intense. It would be my honor, Junwoo replied, with a calm nod and a smile, though inwardly, he was buzzing with excitement at the chance to boost his favorability stats. Meanwhile, the Tower Master let out a hearty laugh. Haha, I like your attitude, kid, and as it happens, I have a request for you. Junwoo was taken aback. A request for me. Just a moment later, a young man entered the room from outside and spoke up. Grandfather, you called for me. The Tower Master nodded gently, then gestured for the two to get acquainted. Go on, greet Warrior Kim. He's a level 3 superhuman, you know. Junwoo immediately stood to offer his greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you. The young man bowed his head in return. The pleasure is all mine, sir. Junwoo recognized this guy instantly. It was Mage Kim, the Magic Systems Guide character, who appears after Iron Fist and Priest Kim. And just as you'd expect in this kind of system, Manhwa the kid was perpetually shrouded in a gloomy aura. At that moment, the Tower Master spoke again. This is my grandson. He holds the potential to become a high-level superhuman, yet his power remains stubbornly stuck at level 1. After hearing this, Junwoo nodded and voiced his thoughts. That is certainly strange. Mage Kim, sounding utterly hopeless, muttered, I'm sorry for being the strange one, and I'm sorry for being a disgrace to this tower. Junwoo was completely bewildered and quickly tried to clarify. That's not what I meant. The Tower Master, however, was all too used to this behavior. He glanced over at Junwoo and pressed on. So, what are your thoughts, Mr. Kim? I heard you successfully healed Director Seo's son. I'm confident you'll have an idea on how to awaken this boy's true power. Mage Kim didn't dare make a sound, remaining perfectly still in his seat. Junwoo narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the Tower Master and his grandson, before a smirk finally spread across his face. Naturally, there's a way. Hearing these words, the grandfather and grandson duo immediately lit up with hope. The Tower Master exclaimed with glee, Is that really true? If you can do it, I will grant any wish you have. Anything at all. Junwoo let out a sly chuckle. This was a classic overpowered MC moment. This was the starting point for the hidden quest, Sun Cannon. Junwoo wasted no time in revealing his true purpose. After hearing the request, the Tower Master gasped in shock. Say that again. What is it that you want? Junwoo answered without a hint of hesitation. The Sun Cannon. Was I not clear enough? The Tower Master hesitated for a long moment, finally muttering to himself, the Sun Cannon, you say. If the tower's future hinges on this, I can give it to you. But I'm not entirely sure what you intend to use it for. Junwoo, however, wasn't in any rush. He winked playfully and said, In that case, could you give it to me as a memory chip? That way I can learn it instantly. It's a cheat you'd only see in a reborn manhwa like this. The Tower Master didn't expect such haste, but he could only nod in agreement. Very well. Just then, Mage Kim suddenly interrupted. I apologize for cutting in, but how exactly do you plan to train me? Junwoo replied with casual confidence. First things first, we need to identify the root of the problem. Before Mage Kim could even respond, the Tower Master cut in with a cold, blunt assessment. The biggest problem is that this kid is an absolute blockhead. He's meant to be a mage, yet his understanding of mathematics is practically zero. As we continue this manhwa recap, it's obvious Junwoo was already well aware of Mage Kim's core issue. He was clever enough to study business management at Soon University, but was a complete lost cause in mathematics, rendering him unfit for magical research. After a long pause, Junwoo finally spoke. In that case, why don't we just learn magic that doesn't involve any calculations? The Tower Master looked utterly confused. What are you talking about? Magic that doesn't require calculations? Junwoo simply nodded and stated plainly. By using spirits, you can become a pyromancer. The Tower Master was flabbergasted, exclaiming, a pyromancer, but that's not a proper mage. Shrugging nonchalantly, Junwoo shot back with a pout. So what, would you rather your grandson stay this way for the rest of his life? Or are you suggesting we make him a fire mage and help him unleash his true potential? The Tower Master shot a skeptical glance at Mage Kim. After a long, tense silence, he finally sank into his chair with a heavy sigh. All right, then explain your plan in detail. Junwoo calmly began. The core of the problem is the spell incantation itself, correct? Since he can't chant the incantations, he can't perform the magic. So we'll just outsource the difficult part to the spirits. All he needs to do is supply the mana. The Tower Master immediately shut the idea down, shaking his head. That's completely impossible. The boy has zero affinity with spirits, so how in the world would he even find one? Frowning at their doubt, Junwoo pressed on with unwavering resolve. I never said he needed to form a contract. As I stated, he's going to command times them, a classic move for an overpowered MC. My method is simple. Mage Kim just needs to inscribe a spell directly into a magic circle. That way, the user's only responsibility is providing the mana, while the circle itself handles the complex incantation. The Tower Master's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Are you saying we should capture a spirit and force it to act as a living mana circle? Or even crazier, transform at times into times the magic circle itself. Junshu simply nodded, confirming the wild theory. Precisely. A slow grin spread across the Tower Master's face. Absolutely brilliant. That is a truly magnificent theory. I had you pegged as just another warrior. How could you possibly know something like this? How could Junshu possibly answer? Of course, the method was genius. It was a revolutionary technique from the future. That's the kind of foresight you only see in a reborn Manhwa. Just then, the Tower Master's excitement cooled, as he muttered, "But there's a catch. The gate to the spirit world is currently sealed shut. We can't summon any spirits at all." Completely unfazed, Junshu replied. "Then, we'll just use an animal spirit as a substitute." The Tower Master's brow furrowed in thought. An animal spirit? You mean like a phoenix? That sounds nearly impossible. How are we supposed to find a mythical creature like that? With a faint smirk, Junshu spoke, his voice filled with absolute confidence. "Don't worry about that. I already have a way." A short while later, the trio arrived in a secluded canyon, and to their amazement, it was teeming with phoenixes. At the sight, Mage Kim couldn't contain his shock. A place like this actually exists, an entire valley filled with phoenixes. The Tower Master was equally flabbergasted, noting that even a high-ranking transcendent would have immense difficulty finding such a sacred place. So how did you find it? Junshu gave a sheepish smile. The phoenixes aren't exactly what the legends claim. They hide away deep in this valley, and I just happened to stumble upon it. The Tower Master clearly didn't believe a word of it, but he played along enthusiastically. "Haha, by the heavens, you truly are a lucky one." Seizing the moment, Junshu leaned in and whispered, "Now, about that solar cannon we discussed." The Tower Master gave a slight nod in response. "Very well, I will give you one." Junshu couldn't hide his delight. He'd just secured his prize simply by revealing a location. What an incredible bargain. As he savored the victory, the Tower Master spoke again. "On another note, how does a warrior like yourself intend to wield the full power of a solar cannon?" Junshu replied nonchalantly. "I'm going to upgrade it. My ultimate goal is to create core fission." Hearing this, the Tower Master leaned back and burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. Fission, you say? That's not some easy task. It took us decades of research to achieve that." Shrugging indifferently, Junshu casually retorted. "Approaching it from a warrior's standpoint is bound to produce a different outcome than a mage's, wouldn't you agree? Who knows, perhaps my method of fission will be superior to yours." The Tower Master eyed him with a sharp skeptical gaze, a classic reaction in any good manhwa recap. "All right, then let's make a wager. The time limit is 2 years, and we'll see which is superior, your venture or our magic tower." Junshu calmly replied. "And what precisely are the stakes?" The Tower Master pondered for a moment before declaring, "If you win, I will grant you any one wish. But if I win, you must join the Magic Tower's security force." "Done. That sounds like a fair deal." Junshu, playing this like the protagonist of a reborn manhwa, accepted without a second thought. Another chance to profit from the Magic Tower? How could he possibly say no? While the two were negotiating, Mage Kim had already slipped quietly into the canyon. Now, it was time to confirm the results. A short while later, outside the operating room, Junshu was waiting patiently. Mi Eung-ja approached him with a cheerful grin. "This is absolutely brilliant, Warrior Kim. I never imagined you could unlock the path to becoming a fire wizard within our magic tower." Junshu looked up at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Director, that's true, but for now, let's just hope the procedure itself is a success." Mi Eung-ja sat down beside him and nodded slowly. "You're right. But regarding that mage who was expelled earlier," Junshu's brow furrowed as he muttered, "Ah, you mean that failure?" Mi Eung-ja's tone grew serious. "After he left, I investigated him more thoroughly. It's become crystal clear that he accepted money from the Kumo Group." Junshu's eyes widened in shock at the news. The Kumo Group, one of the 5 major corporations, was infamous for its aggressive and predatory business expansion tactics. They show no mercy, devouring rivals like a plot point in a dark manhwa recap. In the game, they were the undisputed main villains. Mi Eung-ja looked at him with a grave expression, lowering his voice. "The problem isn't that they were trying to steal our magical data. It's that they were specifically after your time's information. I suspect they want to recruit you. Not a chance." A chill ran down Junshu's spine hearing that. He let out a weary sigh. "I would never, in a million years, team up with villains like Kumo. Just great, another major headache to avoid." At that very moment, the doors to the operating room swung open. The Tower Master rushed straight over to Junshu and slapped him heartily on the back. He boomed with laughter. "Haha, it was a resounding success, and it's all thanks to you, Warrior Kim. My grandson has now become a superhuman mage, a true overpowered MC in the making." Junshu was momentarily stunned by the blow. As Mage Kim emerged from the room enveloped in a massive aura of magical energy, he bowed his head low and said, "I am truly and deeply grateful to you." Junshu squinted, observing Mage Kim's new power level. To think he's already as strong as me, hitting level 3 right from the start. Is this the legendary power of genetics? This whole scenario feels like something straight out of a system manhwa. Mage Kim spoke up, then a sense of wonder in his voice. This feeling is so bizarre. To be able to wield magic this effortlessly. Junshu walked over with a friendly smile and offered some expert advice. From now on, you should focus on consuming fire attribute elixirs. That way, you'll be able to generate an even greater amount of mana. Mage Kim was filled with gratitude. You're even teaching me how to become stronger. Thank you so much. Just then, the Tower Master suddenly exclaimed, "Well done, Kim. Here is the reward you requested." Hearing this, Junshu's eyes lit up instantly. He was finally getting his hands on the solar cannon, but it turned out there was something else included in the reward package. He asked quizzically, "What's this other item?" The Tower Master opened the bag at his feet and explained, "I've added a little something extra in this bag as a bonus for you, and I've even used a spatial preservation spell to keep it fresh." Junshu's eyes were now shining like stars, realizing the old man's affection level had skyrocketed beyond normal limits, a twist worthy of any manhwa recap. Later back at the office, seeing the reward Junshu brought back, Choi Seal couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "You actually earned a reward of 5 billion. That's absolutely insane." Junshu just grinned smugly in response. "I think it's about time you got used to my greatness." With that, he made another suggestion. "Now's the time to drink that nectar I've been saving." Cho hesitated, voicing his concern. "Nectar, you just hit level 3 in less than a month. Isn't that a bit too soon?" "Watch out for the side effects," he warned. Junu just pouted and asked, "In that case, can you refine the nectar?" The director, refining nectar. Cho was momentarily stunned, but then his eyes twinkled with confidence as he gave a wink. "Just put your trust in me." And with that, he opened his storage inventory searching for something. After a long moment, Choi Seal spoke up. "I just need the main ingredients. These are the most common ones." Junu glanced over them, his brow furrowing as he muttered, "So, I'll get different traits based on the materials I use. This is how this amazing system manhwa works, huh? This is a tough choice," he mused. He already had super strength and regeneration, not to mention the steel armor on his shield. After a moment of deliberation, Junu pointed to one of the ingredients and declared, "Then, let's go with the heart of a horned tiger." Hearing this, Cho couldn't help but be flabbergasted, asking hesitantly, "Are you absolutely sure about the horned tiger?" Seeing his reaction, Junu asked with a hint of suspicion, "What's the problem?" Cho slowly began to explain. "It's an endangered species. That makes it incredibly difficult to obtain." Junu was utterly bewildered by this news. So naturally, the very next moment Junsu was in his car, driving off to find one himself, like a true overpowered MC. He wasn't worried about the fight. If he couldn't get one, he'd just take it. The real issue was how to find a single horned tiger in this vast region. Junu didn't want to resort to this, but he had no other choice. With a sigh, he pulled out a can of fish and brought it to his nose for a deep sniff. It wasn't long before Junu acquired the dog's nose trait. "I'd rather smell a durian," he gagged. "This fermented herring is absolutely disgusting." It felt like the rotten smell was permanently stuck in his lungs, but thanks to the new trait, he could now smell every scent imaginable. Just like that, Junu ventured deeper into the wilderness. He could smell a lot of blood. Was there a predator hunting nearby? Does that mean it's here? Junu's eyes darted around, searching frantically. But before he could find his target, he spotted something else entirely. In the distance, a vehicle was speeding towards him. There were people inside, and they were chasing an animal, firing their weapons at it, relentlessly. From the opposite side, Junu immediately gave chase. "Great, I have rivals," he thought. "I'm going to lose its trail." Looking at the claw marks on a nearby carcass, he realized this wasn't just an ordinary horned tiger. As we often see in a good manhwa recap, the real boss has appeared. This was the most famous mythical creature of the Chungo Plateau, the Mountain King, and it possessed a full 6 traits. At that moment, the Mountain King charged straight for Junu. If he let his guard down for even a second, he would definitely die. Junu didn't dare be careless, dodging out of the way in a flash. But what surprised him even more was that the Mountain King also had an evasion trait. Junu bit his lip. "I don't have many opportunities here. I have to end this in a single blow." From here on out, he'd have to rely on his senses and instincts. While Junu was strategizing, the Mountain King launched another ferocious attack. He aimed his gun at it, activating a trait at the same time. Without a shred of hesitation, Junu fired, but the Mountain King still managed to dodge the bullet, which only grazed its side. Junu bit his lip in frustration. "So it can even dodge that," he muttered, "but I'm not done with you yet." With that thought, his confidence unwavering, like someone in a reborn manhwa, Junu charged forward again, meeting the Mountain King head-on. Junwoo aimed his gun at it once more, letting out a cold snort. Even though I'm a warrior, I'm pretty confident in my marksmanship. As soon as the words left his mouth, he fired directly, and this time the magic bullet slammed into the Mountain King's body. Junwoo flashed a satisfied grin, thinking he'd caught it. But before his smile could even fully form, the Mountain King suddenly lunged forward again, catching him completely by surprise. Junwoo narrowly dodged the attack, completely stunned that the creature could still move after being scorched by his black flames. Staring at the beast in alarm, Junwoo frowned and muttered, "If the black flames aren't enough, it looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty with some close-quarters combat." Meanwhile, the Mountain King's eyes glazed over, with pure murderous intent, locking onto Junwoo. Without a shred of hesitation, it charged forward in a blind rage. Junwoo instantly recognized the move. This was the Mountain King's ultimate skill, Rampage. It could reinforce its body to weigh over 1.5 tons and utterly obliterate any target it crashed into. Despite its terrifying reputation that struck fear into countless players, the strategy to defeat it was laughably simple. A classic move straight out of a reborn Manhwa playbook, use its own strength against it. With that thought, Junwoo leaped onto the Mountain King's back, startling the beast. He let out a soft scoff and spoke with chilling calm. "Surprised? You had to know you couldn't dodge this." As the words left his lips, he plunged his sword deep into the middle of the Mountain King's body, causing fresh blood to gush out endlessly. A short while later, Junwoo dragged the Mountain King's massive corpse into the city, drawing a massive crowd of onlookers. Holding the container with its heart, he announced powerfully, "This is the beast. Does everyone see its heart right here?" Junwoo had dealt with it himself, fearing that any potential partners would just betray him to steal the unique trait he was after. With that settled, he slowly addressed the crowd. "I only need the heart, so the rest of its parts are for sale. Any takers?" He was curious to see just how much the Mountain King was worth. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted with bids, and in a flash, the price shot up to 2.5 billion. But then a woman in a hat stepped out from the throng and offered a jaw-dropping figure. "I'll pay 5 billion. Without a moment's hesitation, Junwoo sealed the deal, shouting, "Sold for 5 billion. Seeing the deal was done, the crowd began to disperse. The mysterious woman approached him and said, "I'll transfer the money to you right now." Junwoo gave her his account details. She quickly sent the funds, then asked with a hint of suspicion, "By the way, did you really kill this thing all by yourself?" Junwoo gave a slight nod. "Ah, yes. I got very lucky." The woman let out a smirk, pouting slightly as she replied, "There's no such thing as pure luck in hunting. That was a display of pure skill, the kind you only see from an overpowered MC." With that said, she handed Junwoo a business card, adding, "Here's my card. I'd be very grateful if you'd contact me in the future." Then she turned and walked away. Junwoo glanced at the card in his hand, which read, "Jun Jin's." The name felt strangely familiar. She was probably just another ridiculously wealthy individual. But Junwoo didn't dwell on it. He had secured the tiger's heart and an extra 5 billion, which was more than enough luck for one day. 2 days later, Junwoo returned to his residence and headed straight for the training room, looking down at the potion in his hand and nodding with satisfaction. Just from its vibrant color, he could tell the potion was of the highest quality. Now for the moment you've been waiting for, in this Manhwa recap. After bringing the tiger heart back, Junwoo had given it to Choi Seo for refinement. The man had guaranteed there would be absolutely no side effects, and he seemed so confident that Junwoo felt he could trust him. Still, Junwoo let out a sudden sigh, whispering, "But I'm still a little nervous." As a precaution, he arranged his traits first. Then Junwoo downed the entire potion in one go. In an instant, a searing heat, like molten lava, erupted within him. A system notification flashed, a classic moment in any system Manhwa. Junsu's body was beginning to evolve upon detecting the change in accumulating adrenaline. The potion's effects were finally kicking in, and a wave of pure elation washed over Junsu. It was regenerating his mana circulation, and just like that, he leveled up to level 4. It's this kind of satisfying power-up that gets us hooked on every Manhwa recap. Now, at level 4, the difference was staggering. It felt as if his very soul had ascended to a new plane, a common trope in any good system Manhwa. To top it off, he also received a brand new attribute, Berserk. This was the ultimate reward for his successful crafting, and it finally explained why Junwoo had been grinding so hard, hunting monsters, just to sell off their drops. By taking the powerful traits he'd acquired through countless battles and fusing them with the essence of this diamond, he was about to create something incredible. In a flash of light, he acquired the sturdy and giant traits. A satisfied smirk spread across Junwoo's face as he nodded in approval. With all preparations finally complete, it was time for the final transformative step. In that very instant, Junsu's body began to violently change. His muscle fibers tore themselves apart only to reform stronger, and his entire skeletal structure began to realign itself. It wasn't long before the real magic happened. The traits began to fuse into one. Junwoo had successfully obtained the strength of a giant. Looking down at his new powerfully built physique, he was ecstatic. He was beyond thrilled. He'd finally done it. The strength of a giant, a legendary top-tier warrior trait, was now his. This is the kind of epic power-up you'd expect to see in a top-tier reborn Manhwa. It didn't take long, however, for Junwoo to notice a slight problem. He was now significantly wider, but that was a minor issue. It was time to test his newfound power. In the next moment, Junwoo unleashed a punch towards a pane of glass. In a split second, the entire surface spiderwebbed and exploded into dust. Junwoo muttered with satisfaction. It shattered from the shockwave alone. This power is absolutely insane, but it's a classic overpowered MC problem. It comes with a serious side effect. Just as Junwoo figured to safely use this trait, he'd need a complementary ability like Diamond Body for immense durability or the Undefeated trait for super fast regeneration. The catch, of course, was that both of those were also top-tier traits. He could potentially acquire them from equipment just as he had done before. The problem was, he was completely out of diamonds, a dilemma that was giving him a massive headache. But before long, an idea sparked in his mind. He knew the exact place to find more, so he set off immediately. However, upon arriving, he was met with absolutely devastating news. They were completely sold out. Chunbok sighed, explaining, "We have none left. The earliest we can restock is next month." Hearing this, Junsu's face fell in panic. "Next month is far too late," he exclaimed. Just then, Chunbok leaned in and spoke in a hushed tone. "In that case, would you be interested in accompanying me to the mine to retrieve the diamonds yourself?" Junsu was completely stunned. This is the kind of twist you'd see in a wild Manhwa recap, because he was certain this event was never in the game. Chunbok lowered his voice even more. "This is a strictly off-the-books expedition. It cannot be exposed. So, are you interested?" Without a shred of hesitation, Junsu agreed. "Of course I'm in." That evening, amidst the crowded streets of Soon, Chunbok drove them toward their secret destination. The old man spoke slowly, his eyes on the road. "I'm sure you understand that to obtain something as precious as a diamond, one must be willing to take risks, right?" Junwoo gave a slight nod in response. "Naturally." Chunbok then offered a piece of advice. "Take a good look before you fully commit. If it doesn't sit right with you, you can still back out." Junwoo couldn't figure out why he was being so cautious, but then a startling realization hit him. The car was speeding towards the Bun district. It was barreling forward, showing no signs of stopping or even slowing down. Junwoo finally understood exactly where they were going. It was a notorious place where superhumans risked everything fighting for their very lives. They were headed to the largest underground arena in the capital, a brutal stage for one-on-one duels. This is the kind of content that makes for a thrilling manhwa recap. A place where you can spill blood, but you can never ever lose. A short time later, deep within the basement of a lavish building, in Bun, Chunbok and Junwoo made their grand entrance. The sound of the crowd was a deafening roar. Junwoo scanned the area, unable to hold back his awe. This place is absolutely enormous. Chunbok looked over, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "So you know about the arena?" Junsu replied, coolly. "I've only heard the rumors. By the way, don't tell me you have a connection to this place." Chunbok let out a short, dismissive laugh, scoffing. "Ha ha. So you finally caught on," Junshu mused, realizing he'd stumbled upon the secret. He'd always wondered where old man Chunbok procured such rare items. It turned out this was the source. Now that he thought about it, Kim Chunbok's entire background within the game was incredibly suspicious. As Junshu pondered this, Chunbok finally spoke up. "But let me be clear, I didn't bring you here to send you up there." Junshu just smirked, whispering back, "But you brought me here, because it's part of the plan, right?" Chunbok gave an awkward nod. "You got me. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This is one of the quickest ways to earn diamonds. The rules are brutally simple. The winner takes all the diamonds from the loser, and the loser must shatter their own magic circle to generate those diamonds." Upon hearing this, Junshu's brow furrowed in concentration. It was in essence a complete reset of all your experience points. After a long, tense silence, he finally spoke, thinking this felt like a scenario from a high-stakes system manhwa. "So I'm essentially betting my entire progress on this. The higher the risk, the greater the reward." Chunbok gave a slight solemn nod. "That's the long and short of it. If you're not comfortable, we can leave right now." But before he could finish, Junzu cut him off with a confident grin. "Leave? Why would I leave? Point me to the registration. This is the perfect opportunity to farm some diamonds." Hearing his eagerness, Chunbok immediately volunteered. "Since I'm your sponsor, I'll handle the registration process for you," he offered. Junshu eyed him with suspicion. "And what's your take in all this?" Chunbok replied cheerfully. Half of the winnings are yours. The other half is split between me and the organizers." Junshu didn't object, stating calmly, "Sounds fair enough. Let's see what this place is really made of." And with that, Jun Shu ascended to the fighting stage. His opponent was a hulking brute who charged at him with wild fury. No matter how much Jun Shu dodged, the big guy's frustration grew until he finally roared, "Are you going to keep dodging like a coward forever? I'll use these muscles to crush you in a single blow." But at that exact moment, Jun Shu let out a cold laugh. "You talk far too much. Now I believe it's my turn, isn't it?" With those words, he activated the giant strength trait, becoming the very definition of an overpowered MC, and slammed a fist directly into the brute's face. It was a one-punch knockout. The giant man simply collapsed. And of course the winner is Jun Shu. Seeing the result, Chun Bok rushed down to celebrate. "That was incredible. That's a 5-win streak already." Jun Shu just smiled brightly. "I bet you've made a mountain of diamonds off of me by now." Chun Bok gleefully started massaging his shoulders. He was grinning from ear to ear, not just from the prize money, but from a hefty sum of side bets. "So, what are you planning to do with today's earnings?" Jun Shu thought for a moment, before replying, "I'll probably buy a new set of items." Chun Bok's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "So you're only interested in getting stronger?" Jun Shu gave a nonchalant nod. Well, of course. This was his life now, not some reborn Manhwa fantasy. Because in the world of Eric's power determined your rank, and he refused to live as a failure to be toyed with by the system. Just then Chun Bok spoke up again, his expression serious. "It seems you've just received a challenge." Jun Shu's curiosity was piqued. "From who?" Chun Bok answered casually. "From the #1 ranker, a level 4 superhuman named the King of Destruction." The name alone was enough to stun Jun Shu into silence. Chun Bok could tell this was a serious threat, and tried to advise him. "This seems a bit out of your league. You don't have to accept this challenge." However, it seemed Jun Shu recognized the name as he accepted instantly. Moments later, he was walking back onto the stage, a scene worthy of any manhwa recap. Below the stage, the crowd roared with anticipation. A massive masked figure was already standing in the center of the arena. Hearing the crowd chant his name, he basked in their adoration with clear satisfaction. This was him, the King of Destruction, a level 4 superhuman. The King of Destruction looked over at Junu and chuckled. "I'm surprised you actually accepted my challenge, kid. Looks like you've lost your mind." At the same time, Junu narrowed his eyes, sizing up the man before him. The King of Destruction was undoubtedly an opponent on a completely different level. The King of Destruction was an SR rank character, specializing in close-quarters combat, possessing immense strength and formidable fighting techniques. In a pure hand-to-hand brawl, he was arguably the strongest, boasting 3 high-tier traits. A classic boss for this manhwa recap, but he could still be defeated. In the game, the King of Destruction was level 5, but here he was only level 4. On top of that, Junu was starting to feel that the diamond reward for this fight simply wasn't good enough. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the King of Destruction charged forward, letting out a relentless battle cry. "I'm going to smash that smiling face of yours. Get ready to become a pile of mincemeat, writhing and crying on the floor." Just like that, his fists flew in a relentless barrage, yet Junu managed to dodge every single one. He wasn't the least bit afraid, even provoking him with a taunting smile. "I was about to say the same thing to you." In that instant, the King of Destruction lunged forward and wrapped Junu in a powerful grapple. Junu, however, remained perfectly calm. Just as he'd predicted, he knew this guy would charge straight in. The King of Destruction was a wrestler after all. Once he lifts an opponent, his signature move is to instantly slam them into the ground. But the King of Destruction was oblivious to one crucial fact. His opponent this time was Junu, someone who wasn't so easily taken down. Sure enough, just as the King of Destruction prepared to slam him to the ground, Junu suddenly twisted his body. He had stacked giant strength, super strength, and raw strength, then activated his counter at the perfect moment. A truly cinematic reversal unfolded on the stage as Junu spun around, and then he drove his elbow deep into the King of Destruction's stomach. The single blow was powerful enough to make him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. But the King of Destruction reacted with shocking speed. He grabbed Junu's arm and immediately locked him in a chokehold. But Junu, acting like the protagonist from a reborn manhwa, had already predicted this move and escaped with ease. Following up, he grabbed the King of Destruction by the collar and viciously threw him to the ground. For his efforts, Junu earned the suppression trait, which made him quite pleased. The King of Destruction hastily got back up, looking at him with pure confusion as he asked, "How did you do that, Junu?" Just smiled casually. "You're probably wondering how I managed to predict your moves and dodge them, aren't you? Well, you're out of luck, because I'm just getting started." After acquiring suppression, he had finally collected all 6 basic combat traits in this incredible system manhwa. And when these traits were combined into one, they evolved to become a single unique characteristic: close combat. Junu raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "All right, let's test out just how strong you really are." Hearing this, the King of Destruction was instantly stunned. He scowled, muttering, "What are you trying to do? Before he could even figure it out, Junu lunged in to attack. The King of Destruction didn't dare let his guard down quickly, raising his arms to block, but he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What the hell is this? What on earth did you do? How did your entire aura suddenly become so completely different?" With a soft chuckle, Junu raised an eyebrow and replied, "You're pretty perceptive. No wonder your rank is so high." His opponent was right. For a rookie who had just entered the arena, he shouldn't possess this kind of experience, but he had become a complete combatant after obtaining the close combat trait, a truly overpowered mech. Equipping it allowed Junu's normal attacks to activate the continuous combo trait, and it even added a few extra buffs to his strikes. The King of Destruction was pushed into a corner, fighting back frantically, but Junu still managed to evade every single blow. Then, in a move straight out of a Manhwa recap, he firmly grabbed the King of Destruction's incoming fist. When using this trait, Junu had also integrated several other fundamental traits into his arsenal, which is why even the King of Destruction stood no chance against him. At that very moment, Junu trapped the King of Destruction's arm against his neck with a powerful leg lock, completely immobilizing him. He raised an eyebrow and issued a chilling warning. "If you don't want a broken arm, you'd better surrender now." Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, the King of Destruction's voice trembled as he yelled, "I lose, I surrender." Instantly, the referee's voice boomed across the arena, declaring, "The winner is Warrior Kim." To everyone's utter astonishment, he had claimed the top spot in the tournament for level 4 superhumans. Junu couldn't help but feel incredibly satisfied with this outcome. This is the kind of progress you love to see in a good system manhwa. From the stands below, the crowd erupted, chanting his name and hailing him as the Warrior King. This new title made Junu blush with embarrassment. Just then, the referee spoke again. "And now, we will begin the diamond creation process." Junu narrowed his eyes at the King of Destruction, wondering if the man was truly willing to give up all the power he had painstakingly collected. The King of Destruction bit his lip so hard it nearly drew blood. After a moment of intense contemplation, he finally spoke up. "I want to use the special contract." Hearing this, the referee asked with a hint of doubt, "Are you absolutely certain you want to use it?" The special contract was an agreement the organizers had made with the King of Destruction when he became the #1 warrior. The condition was that if he were ever defeated, the organizers would pay the diamond penalty on his behalf. However, this arrangement required the winner's consent. So the referee turned to Junu and asked, "Do you agree to this?" But before Junu could even answer, the King of Destruction interjected, "If you agree, I'll give you 10 diamonds. Yet Junu simply shook his head and replied, "That's not enough." His response left both the King of Destruction and the referee completely stunned. With the power of B rank and SR rank superhumans on the line, Junu knew he had to seize this golden opportunity, just like any truly overpowered MC would. So he started negotiating his own terms. "I want something, but it's not diamonds." Junu laid out his demand. If the King of Destruction gave him the Iron Fist, he would accept the deal. The moment these words were spoken, a flash of panic crossed the king's face. He avoided Junu's gaze and muttered under his breath, "What's the Iron Fist?" But it was far too late to feign ignorance. Junu had already seen his shocked expression. A smirk played on his lips as he said, "I won't accept anything less than 10 diamonds and the Iron Fist." The King of Destruction bit his lip in frustration, hesitating for a long moment before asking suspiciously, "How did you know?" Junu ignored the question, coolly firing back with one of his own. "So what's it going to be?" He knew the man couldn't refuse. If he broke the magic circle to create the diamonds, he would lose every single one of his skills. After a long, agonizing pause, the King of Destruction finally conceded, "I'll give you the Iron Fist. But you have to return to the arena later for a rematch, and you'll have to wager the Iron Fist." Junu grinned without a second's hesitation. "Sounds like a plan. We can set a date later." And just like that, Junu acquired the legendary Iron Fist. He left the underground arena and headed home, barely able to contain his excitement. He laughed. "Look at the aura on this thing. This is incredible. This item can even reduce damage. It's a total game breaker. This is the kind of stuff you'd expect from an epic manhwa recap." On top of that, Junu also received a mountain of diamonds. After crafting a high-grade trait, he'd likely have a ton left over. So he decided to add the healing trait from the necklace Priest Kim had given him. A surge of magical energy immediately enveloped the necklace, and Junu's entire body began to transform. Before long, he received a notification for a new trait, Immortality. He exclaimed joyfully, "Now I have the strength of a giant and immortality. This power-up is insane, almost like he's a reborn manhwa protagonist. I just need one more to complete my AAA warrior build." And with that thought, Junu carefully stashed away the diamonds, knowing he had to guard this treasure with his life. But just as he was basking in his success, his phone suddenly blared to life. The caller ID displayed the name, Jin Yang. Junu's brow furrowed as he muttered, Isn't that the female hunter who bought the tiger from me? A short while later at the Hunters Guild, Junu arrived as requested by Jin Yang. She personally escorted him to the very top floor of the imposing building. She turned to him and said gratefully, "Thank you for coming. Our guild master is incredibly eager to meet you." Junu was just as eager to meet the legendary figure. After all, the NPC guild master in this kind of system, Manhwa, was famous for giving out incredible rewards. In no time, the two of them stepped into the master's chamber. A man in a sharp black suit was waiting inside. He greeted them with a wide, welcoming smile. "It is a genuine pleasure to meet you. I am the master of the Hunters Guild, Jun Bung Jin." Junu was completely stunned, staring at the man before him. This wasn't the guild master. He's the boss of the Assassins organization. What is he doing here? This plot twist felt like something out of a dark, reborn manhwa. However, Junu kept his thoughts hidden and politely shook Byung Jin's hand. In a low voice, he replied, "The honor is all mine, sir. I am Warrior Kim." Byung Jin let out a soft chuckle and said, "Haha, the honor is mine, I assure you." It finally clicked for Junu. He remembered from the game's original plot, a key point in this entire manhwa recap, that this imposter gets kicked out after a few major storylines. But the timing felt completely off. Just then, another man burst into the room from outside, apologizing profusely. "My apologies for being late." Byung Jin shot a glance at the newcomer and asked Director Kang, "What is it? Is this about the processing delay?" Director Kang scratched his head in embarrassment. "I heard that the one who vanquished the Mountain King was here, so of course I had to rush over immediately. And besides, today is also the day of the unification tournament." Junu silently observed the man before him. This person was the real guildmaster from the game. The story was diverging so much, it felt like a completely different Manhwa recap. What in the world was happening? Director Kang then walked over to greet him. "It's a pleasure. I am Director Kang. You can just call me Kyok." Junu shook his head and replied with a polite smile, "No sir, I couldn't possibly call you by your first name. You must be joking." Director Gang. Seeing the two of them chatting so cordially, Byung Jin cut in with a cough. "Ahem. If you two are finished with the introductions, shall we get down to business?" Junu and Kyok both turned their gazes toward him. Byung Jin then began to speak with a calm, deliberate tone. "Warrior Kim, we would like to formally invite you to become an official member of the guild, the Hunters Guild." "I'll have to think about that," Junu replied cautiously. Junu frowned at the offer. Becoming an official member sounded great, but he was deeply suspicious of the man currently claiming to be the guildmaster. Sensing his hesitation, Byung Jin pressed on. "To be frank, our guild is currently establishing a high-level hunting ground in the Onchun sector. Truthfully, the guild's current position is not as stable as we would like. Right now, we are only permitted to hunt within 2 designated areas. If we run into any issues with those permits, we'll face a major crisis. Therefore, we want to create our own territory where we can hunt without such restrictions. To do that, we need an overpowered MC with skills like yours to help establish it." Junu had to admit the logic seemed sound. But before he could respond, Kyok spoke up sharply. "Guildmaster, that is not our true purpose. Our guildmaster doesn't just want a hunting ground. He wants to be recognized as a military power and create an armed kingdom in the Onchun sector." Junu was flabbergasted, exclaiming in shock, "Isn't that a bit beyond the scope of a simple guild? The generals in the other 2 sectors wield immense influence thanks to their long history of independence and their private armies." "Exactly, which is why it's impossible." Kyok nodded in agreement, but Byung Jin cut him off with an ice-cold voice. "It is possible." He narrowed his eyes at Junu, his offer delivered with absolute conviction. "Superman Kim, if you lend us your power, in the future, I could even offer you this position of mine." Junu's brow furrowed at the bold proposition. The guild master's seat. The man's eyes were practically blazing with ambition. Kisok, not to be outdone, simply flashed a charming smile and continued his own pitch. "Right now, you should forget everything else and just join us. I promise I'll take excellent care of you." Hearing this, Jin Young let out a cold, contemptuous snort. "Director Kang, are you implying I'm incapable of handling that?" Kisok just scratched his head awkwardly, fumbling for words that wouldn't come. Junu shot a glance at her, then his eyes flickered back to Byung Jin. That man was a complete wildcard, and in this world, even an overpowered MC like himself had to be cautious. If something were to happen to Kisok, the one making him this offer, things would get needlessly complicated. As Junu was weighing his options, Kisok pushed Jin Young aside, a wide grin plastered on his face. "Hunter Kim, if you join, you'll even get a tax reduction. And on top of that, you get to enjoy the unification competition today." After a moment of thought, Junu made his decision. He had to protect Kisok, and so he cheerfully agreed. "Sounds good, I'm in." With that, Kisok drove Junu away laughing and chatting animatedly. "Haha, I seriously owe you one. I was so worried the guild master had already invited you that I had to rush right over. Honestly, the idea of him getting close to you makes me nervous." This whole situation feels like a plot from a tense reborn manhwa. Junwoo, sitting in the passenger seat, could only sigh as Ki-seok rambled on. The game never mentioned this guy was such a chatterbox, he thought. Puzzled, he then asked the director, "Why haven't you established your own private hunting ground?" Ki-seok answered, without a moment's hesitation, "That would be because of the Won-hyung team." Junwoo was a little confused, so the older man slowly began to explain. They're a group of members loyal to the Guild Masters faction. To give you a quick manhwa recap, they don't bother with hunting, they're only concerned with politics. Hearing this, Junwoo frowned and muttered, "So the Guildmaster is trying to recruit me to his side, is that it?" Ki-seok gave a slight nod. "That's right. He's going about it all wrong. Shouldn't he be concerned with what's most important in the guild, instead of these pointless power plays? But recently all the members at Feki Exok have been dispatched elsewhere, so my own position has become rather unstable." Junwoo couldn't help but reflect on this. He'd thought Ki-seok was just a simple, cheerful guy. But it turns out the man has some real depth to him, huh? The car continued its journey, cruising through the desolate wasteland. A short while later, they finally pulled up to a large encampment. This was a private hunting ground belonging to the Hunters Guild. Junwoo walked inside alone, scanning his surroundings, and couldn't help but feel impressed. There are so many hunters here. Just at that moment, Jin Young approached to greet him. "Hunter Kim, you're finally here. Weren't you with Director Kang?" Junwoo replied with an awkward smile. "Oh yes," he suddenly said he had to use the restroom, so. But before he could even finish his sentence, Jin Young cut him off coldly. "Good. I have something I need to tell you. Getting too close to Director Kang is not a good idea." Junwoo's brow twitched slightly as he asked, "Are you assuming I'm going to join his faction?" Jin Young didn't answer directly, her voice remaining icy. "It seems you're already aware of the different factions within our guild." Junwoo gave a small nod in response. "I have a general idea. You understand our ways of thinking are different." Jin Young stated flatly. "Correct. He is a man who focuses so much on the minor details that he can't see the overall picture." As they spoke, Junwoo was secretly observing her, analyzing her, like a character in a complex system manhwa. He finally noticed a critical detail. Golden eyes and a scar. It felt like a scene from a Manhwa recap where the big twist is revealed. Jin Young was a member of Bung Jin's assassin organization. Now he understood. The Jeonchan Guild was the precursor to that very assassin organization. Completely oblivious to Junwoo's earth-shattering realization, she continued to speak. "It's the same deal even with the hunting grounds. He goes ballistic over even the slightest infractions of the law," Junwoo commented with a soft chuckle. With a slight smirk, he added, "But I kind of like him for it. He doesn't talk trash behind people's backs and is brutally honest." His words made Jin Yang's expression instantly darken. She scoffed coldly, "Suit yourself. Just don't come crying to me when you regret it later." With that parting shot, she turned and walked away. Junwoo didn't say another word. Now that he had a grasp of the situation, it was time to get ready. This part of the manhwa recap is where the real prep begins. Moments later, Junwoo retreated to his tent, ducking into the washroom to slather a thick layer of sunscreen all over his face. The chemical smell was so potent, it nearly made him gag, but Junwoo forced himself to endure it. He had to acquire the sensitive skin trait first, a classic objective in any system manhwa. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the notification for the new trait finally appeared, and only then did Junwoo wash the gunk off. Finally, he had gathered all the traits he needed. When combined, they would form an absolute attribute that would be a game-changer for the hunt, the legendary Sixth Sense. A satisfied smirk spread across Junwoo's face. The Sixth Sense wasn't just useful for hunting. It was perfectly suited for situations like this, solidifying his status as an overpowered MC. So after cleaning himself up, Junwoo stepped back outside, muttering to himself, "Guess I'll take a stroll and see what kind of wicked thoughts are floating around, shall I?" And right on cue, his new ability flared to life. Just ahead of him, two men were radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. But it wasn't just them. Nearly everyone in the vicinity was giving off the same hostile aura. Junwoo was floored. What in the world is this? Don't tell me this whole place is crawling with villains. As he was trying to process this, Ki-seok approached from the side. He was carrying 2 bottles of soju, that same simple, unassuming smile on his face. "Warrior Kim, I finally found you. Let's have a drink before the competition gets started." Trailing behind him were 2 other men, who were apparently his most trusted associates. The 2 men quickly offered a greeting. "Director Kang has said many great things about you." Junwoo simply shook his head, politely declining. "I don't think I should be drinking." He refused, because from one of the men, Ki-seok, considered his closest confidant, Junwoo's new sense was picking up something utterly vile, the acrid, unmistakable stench of a traitor. And so Junwoo found himself grilling meat on the sidelines, while Ki-seok and his crew ate and drank merrily. He let out a helpless sigh. They were so caught up in their fun, completely oblivious to the snake hiding in their midst. He had to warn Ki-seok, But would the man believe someone he just met today? This kind of suspense is what makes a reborn Manhwa so gripping. While Junwoo was wrestling with his thoughts, one of Ki-sok's so-called confidants approached him and said, "Warrior Kim, could you please look after the director for a moment?" Junwoo gave a slight nod. Got it. By now, Ki-sok was completely hammered. The older man staggered over, slinging an arm around Junwoo's shoulders with a wide grin. "Warrior Kim, how are you finding the team-building event?" Fun, right? Junwoo could only muster a strained smile. "Ha ha, yes, it's a blast. It's even more fun with a traitor in our midst," he muttered under his breath. It wasn't long before the subordinate returned, carrying a whole crate of drinks this time. As he poured, he announced, "I'll have a glass of whiskey. For Director Kang, it has to be a soju bomb, right? I'll mix it extra delicious just for you." Hearing this, Ki-sok's face lit up with excitement. Manager Choi's drinks are the absolute best. The Manager Choi quickly filled a glass to the brim and offered it to Ki-sok with a smile. "Let's down this in one go." Ki-sok had no objections, reaching out for the glass. "One shot, you're on." But just as his fingers were about to touch it, Junwoo stepped in, blocking the exchange. "Wait, you drink first," he demanded, causing Manager Choi to flinch. The man asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" Junwoo's eyes narrowed, his gaze locking onto Manager Choi as his voice turned ice cold. "What's wrong? Is there some reason you can't drink it?" After all, as any good Manhwa recap would show, the best time to catch a traitor is at the very moment their plan is put into motion, right as the poisoned drink is being served. Manager Choi was radiating a thick, killing intent, yet his expression was a dead giveaway, pure anxiety. In a situation like this, poison was the perfect silent way to take out Ki-sok. Putting the pieces together, Jun-soo held the glass out to him, calling him out directly. "Did you perhaps spike this with something nasty?" Those words hit a nerve, making Manager Choi flinch. He stammered in panic, "What are you even talking about? Stop spouting nonsense." Ki-sok, completely baffled, asked Warrior Kim, "What's with the sudden accusation?" Jun-soo ignored him, his tone unyielding, as he issued a command. "If there's nothing in it, then drink up." When Manager Choi just stood there frozen, Jun-soo brought the glass right to the man's face, ready to force it down. Realizing he was cornered, the manager violently slapped Jun-soo's hand away, snarling, "Get away from me." The glass shattered on the floor, its contents spilling everywhere. Manager Choi's guilt was written all over his face as he lowered his head. The sight sent a jolt of horrified realization through Ki-sok. The old man roared in disbelief. "You bastard, Manager Choi, did you really poison it?" Seeing that his plan was exposed, Manager Choi dropped the act and turned on him. "You betrayed us first. I heard everything from the guildmaster. You're the one who blocked my promotion to director." As they argued, the manager suddenly launched a vicious kick at Ki-sok. But Jun-soo, our resident overpowered MC, moved faster. He caught the traitor's attack, twisted his arm back, and had him completely immobilized in an instant. Jun-soo placed his blade against Manager Choi's throat and sneered, "So the betrayal is real. Now, what should I do with you?" The traitor trembled, begging for his life. "Wait, please spare me." Jun-soo paid him no mind, looking up at the furious, trembling Ki-sok to ask, "Or perhaps you'd prefer to handle this yourself?" The director and Manager Choi tried to stammer out another plea, but Ki-sok had already drawn his weapon. Without a shred of hesitation, he brought it down in a brutal arc, and a shower of crimson painted the air. Manager Choi's head tumbled to the ground. Ki-sok wiped a splash of red from his face, his voice chillingly calm. "You fool. I knew you were greedy. But to think you'd try to end me for a promotion." Immediately after, the three of them got in their car and sped away from the scene. Ki-sok was still seething, cursing under his breath. "That bastard, Run Bung Jin. Does he really hate me that much? So, that's why he reassigned all my men. That filthy snake." But just then, in a scene straight out of an intense Manhwa recap, a truck suddenly pulled up alongside them. And behind the wheel was none other than Jin Yang. She smirked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I heard you caught some interesting prey." The moment he saw her, Ki-sok's expression turned grim. But the old man tried to play it cool. "Yeah, just a regular catch." Jin Yang scoffed. "Oh, come on. Tell us the truth. The word on the street is you captured Manager Choi." And with that, she pulled a gun and aimed it squarely at Ki-sok. Seeing this, Jun-soo instantly activated his special characteristic, a classic move in any good system Manhwa, and slammed his foot on the gas, peeling out. It wasn't just Jin Yang behind them anymore. A whole convoy of vehicles was in hot pursuit. Jun-soo's car expertly weaved through their initial blockade, but a relentless hail of bullets rained down on them from behind. Ki-sok, refusing to be a sitting duck, leaned out of the window. He roared defiantly, "You wench, who do you think you're shooting at?" and immediately hurled a grenade back at their pursuers. A deafening explosion rocked the street, sending fire and smoke billowing into the sky, but somehow, Jin Yang's vehicle emerged unscathed. Ki-sok grumbled in frustration, "Hunter Kim, can't you slow down a little?" But Jun-soo just flashed a confident smirk. Want me to show you how it's done? Before Ki-sok could even process the question, he saw Jun-shu leaning his entire upper body out of the speeding car. Not to mention, he was also brandishing a gun, aiming it squarely at the pack of pursuers behind them. Junu had already activated a new trait for his firearm. This skill not only imbued his shots with a lightning effect, but also drastically reduced the gun's recoil. With the bonuses from his 3 active traits, he could perceive their every move in slow motion. He then tapped into his 6th sense for pinpoint accuracy. Without a moment's hesitation, Junu squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet screaming through the air with deadly intent. It slammed directly into a tire, forcing the vehicle to veer wildly off course. Junu just kept firing, and soon the entire convoy was a chaotic mess of swerving cars. Ki-sok's right-hand man watched in utter awe, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, "That's insane. He's a legendary marksman," to which Ki-sok simply nodded in agreement. "Warrior Kim," he muttered, "you truly are an overpowered MC." But the celebration was short-lived. Jin Yang's vehicle was still closing in on them, her eyes burning with a venomous glare. She looked as if she wanted to ram them into oblivion. In response, Junu switched his active trait once again, and in a move straight out of a system Manhwa, their car suddenly flipped upside down. The audacious maneuver sent Jin Yang into a panic as their vehicle scraped right alongside hers, allowing them to break free from the 2 flanking pickup trucks. Junu's driving was a work of art. He pulled away with incredible flair, leaving Jin Yang absolutely fuming in his wake as she screamed in frustration. "Damn it, I'll get them now," she shrieked. A quick glance in the rearview mirror confirmed Junu's suspicion. 5 cars were still hot on their tail. He activated yet another driving trait, pushing the car to its limits to pull away. Junu finally let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. That was way too close for comfort. Meanwhile, his 2 passengers looked like they were about to lose their lunch all over the car's interior. A short while later, they pulled up to another base only to be stopped by guards at the entrance. Ki-sok quickly leaned out to make the introductions. "This is Warrior Kim, a level 4 hunter from the association, just returning from a hunt." The guard gave a non-committal nod. "Right. So what's all the commotion behind you?" Just then, Jin Yang's crew pulled up, sticking to them like glue. Having followed them all the way here, Jin Yang leaped from her vehicle and ordered her subordinates to lower their weapons. The guard's eyes narrowed as he issued a stern warning. "Any trouble within Chogon territory will be considered a direct challenge to the general himself." Junu gave a slight nod. "Understood. We won't cause any problems." But just then, Byung-jin showed up looking ready to stir the pot. He stormed forward, roaring, "Wait, don't let them in. They're criminals, murderers." The guard, however, remained impassive. "The Chogon army does not interfere with incidents that take place inside the hunting grounds," he stated coldly. "You of all people should be aware of this, Mr. Chairman." Correct. Byung-jin opened his mouth to argue, but the guard's expression darkened into a clear threat. "Are you challenging the authority of the Eastern Army's general? Is that what you truly wish to do?" Byung-jin's jaw snapped shut, his face paling instantly. After a tense moment, his face a mixture of rage and fear, he turned his glare on Ki-sok. "Running away like a cornered rat doesn't suit you. What did you hire a professional getaway driver?" Ki-sok just chuckled nonchalantly. "That was all thanks to our hunter Kim here. He's a master hunter, a phenomenal driver, and as you saw, his marksmanship is practically an art form." This whole escape was like a live-action Manhwa recap. "If I had a daughter, I'd have already arranged their marriage." Hearing this, Byung-jin's face contorted with rage and he ground his teeth in frustration. "I can't believe Superman Kim would ever side with scum like you." Seeing things were about to escalate, Junu stepped in. "Director Kang, let's all just calm down. There's no need for any bloodshed here." But Ki-sok just scoffed. "I don't think so. Have you forgotten we're in Theo world? What's with all the racket?" And at that very moment, a powerful, authoritative voice cut through the tension. It made everyone jump. Turning to look, they saw a commanding figure emerging from the base. It was none other than Gu Hyong-gu, the level 7 warrior. He was the general of the Eastern Army. At the sight of him, everyone including Byung-jin's crew immediately bowed their heads in respect. "General, my apologies. We were just having a conversation," Junu said, frowning slightly at the newcomer. And just like that, he's here. Hyun-W glared daggers at the crowd and roared. "The personal squabbles of hunters are none of my concern, and that goes for G's territory as well. Do people think this is some kind of playground?" Kok and Bung-jin were berated into silence, unable to utter a single word. Hyun-W then issued a chilling warning. "If something like this ever happens again." But before he could even finish his threat, his gaze suddenly snapped towards Junu. For a long, tense moment, Hyun-W observed our protagonist in silence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally announced in a booming voice, "Let's drop it. This one time, and this time only, the Eastern Army will intervene in this affair." Byung-jin, hearing this, cried out in utter disbelief. "General, with all due respect, this is clearly an internal matter for the Hunters Association. But Hyun W was resolute, bellowing back, "This is a direct order from the top." His words sent a fresh wave of horror through both Coke and Bung Jin. Without further discussion, Hyun W calmly declared, "Tomorrow afternoon, you will hold a duel of honor directly in front of the city hall. Only a single combatant from each side will be permitted to step forward." As he spoke, his eyes landed squarely on Junsu, causing our hero to frown in surprise. "Why is he staring at me like that?" Hyun W held his gaze for a mere moment before looking away, his voice turning ice cold as he announced the terms. "The one who loses must voluntarily offer up their own head. Should you refuse this proposal, then I myself will be the one to pass judgment." And just like that, the stage was set for the following day. In front of the city hall, a large crowd had already gathered despite the pouring rain. Kiriak looked on with a worried expression, turning to Junsu. "Hunter Kim, are you absolutely certain you're all right with this duel? I know you volunteered, but this seems a little extreme." "Don't worry," Junsu cut the older man off with a cool indifference. "After all, in a classic system, Manhwa like this, an honor battle is just another stage to test the protagonist's true power. This sudden proposal for a duel, there's no doubt, it was orchestrated by Times Man, the rank 8 superhuman, who was silently observing from within the city hall, the Eastern General Hoang Guam." As this realization dawned on him, Junu's lips curled into a smirk. "All right, then watch closely and see what an overpowered MC is truly capable of." A moment later, in the center of the designated grounds, Junu and Bung Jin stepped forward to begin their fateful duel. Bung Jin narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with false indifference. "What a shame, really. Warrior Kim, had you simply agreed to join our Hunters Association, we could have been great allies." Upon hearing this pathetic offer, Junu couldn't stop himself from bursting into laughter. He waved a dismissive hand. "Yeah, but I have a strict policy against working with disgusting filth like you people." The insult struck a nerve, causing Bung Jin to grit his teeth in pure rage. He roared ferociously, "If that is the choice you have made, then I will simply have to slaughter every last one of you." The moment the words left his mouth, Bung Jin unleashed a torrent of his own malevolent, magical power. The onlookers cried out in terror. "It's a vampire. Is he some kind of shape-shifting demon?" Junsu, however, understood why they were so shocked. Vampires were supposed to have been driven to extinction long ago. But like a protagonist in a reborn manhwa, he already knew this enemy's secret and had prepared accordingly. The previous night, Junsu had tasked Kiriak with finding a specific item for him. The old man's trusted subordinate returned with a small amount of it, and then asked with a hint of doubt, "I scoured every nearby market to gather as much of this as possible. Are you absolutely certain this will be enough to handle that vampire?" Junu just smirked. "Manager Park, you're always so impatient." He then began the process of merging his attributes into a single powerful trait. And just like that, in a classic power-up you'd see in any Manhwa recap, Junsu acquired the diamond body characteristic. This new ability perfectly completed his trinity of primary characteristics. Snapping back to the present, Bung Jin was now unleashing a frantic, desperate assault on Junsu. Without a hint of carelessness, Junu simply raised his shield to block the onslaught. The ease with which he did it left his opponent in utter disbelief, his eyes wide as he muttered in shock. "How can a piddling level 4 brat so effortlessly parry my strike?" With a soft snort, Junsu's voice dripped with ice as he retorted, "I'm not so fragile as to fall to a monster like you." With that, he unleashed a single sword strike that sent Bung Jin staggering backward. Hissing through his teeth, he muttered, "What kind of power is this? Don't tell me he's been concealing his true level, just like in some classic system manhwa. This right here was what you'd call a completely broken combo, a set of traits usually only seen at the 3rd-tier guild level." And unbelievably, Junsu possessed all three, allowing him to maximize the power of the giant to its absolute limit. Combined with his diamond hard body and immortality, he seized the advantage, launching himself at Bung Jin in a relentless, overwhelming barrage. He systematically forced Bung Jin onto the back foot, until in a flash, the monster's claws were shattered into splinters. His eyes blazed with fury as he let out a maddened roar. "If this is how it's going to be, then I have no other choice." The moment the words left his lips, Bung Jin's body began to warp and contort. His razor-sharp fangs elongated menacingly, and a brand new set of claws sprouted from his fingertips. To make things worse, grotesque pincers erupted from his back. Watching from the sidelines, the two Kyok Guild members muttered in sheer disbelief. "No way. A mutation. That's the demon's second awakening, triggered by the mutation trait. The danger is that he could lose control and become a mindless beast, but once awakened, he'll have enough power to annihilate an entire squad of level 5 hunters, which means he has to be taken down before that transformation is complete." And right on cue, the mutated Bung Jin lunged at Junsu, who immediately countered with a blast of his signature black flames. However, the creature's new pincers swatted the dark fire away as if it were nothing. Junsu was stunned. It can actually resist my black flames? If that thing fully awakens its power, we'll easily surpass level 7. This is the kind of escalation you'd see in a top-tier manhwa recap. Before he could process it, one of Beyond Jin's massive legs lashed out. Junsu couldn't react in time and was pinned to the ground with bone-crushing force. He coughed up a spray of crimson blood, his mind reeling. What in the hell is this strength? Seizing the moment, Beyond Jin charged forward maniacally. He gloated, his voice dripping with false pity. I truly regret this, Warrior Kim. To think I must personally extinguish such a valuable talent. A storm of razor-sharp pincers descended upon Junsu all at once. With a deafening crash, the ground around them was utterly pulverized, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Beyond Jin stood tall amidst the devastation, certain of his victory. But then a calm sigh echoed from within the settling dust cloud, making him freeze. The sound sent a jolt of shock through him. Emerging from the rubble, Junsu brushed himself off and let out a cold huff. That was a close one, I almost actually died. In his hand, the iron fist of the Destroyer King materialized. This overpowered MC just keeps pulling out new tricks, and Beyond Jin couldn't believe his eyes. What in the world? After taking a direct hit from my awakened power, you should be a corpse. I would have been. Junsu chuckled softly, but my black flames were subtly slowing your demonic transformation the entire time. You've had your fun, so I suppose it's my turn now. Since your evolution has been stalled, there's only one thing left to do. Stories like this, whether it's a manhwa, recap, or a reborn manhwa, always teach you one thing: before the final evolution, you go for the throat. With that thought, Junsu unleashed a single devastating slash. A smirk played on his lips as he said, "Farewell, monster." Beyond Jin's eyes widened in terror at the brilliant arc of sword energy hurtling toward him. He was utterly petrified. Powerless to stop it, he could only watch as the attack cleaved him in two. When the blinding light finally dissipated, a massive fissure was carved into the earth, and Beyond Jin had been completely vaporized. The two Kiok members rushed over, cheering wildly for Junsu's incredible victory. You actually managed to defeat a 5th-level vampire. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, and I still can't believe it. You're simply amazing. On the other side, Bang Jin's faction was in complete disarray, spiraling into a panic, utterly clueless about what to do. Jin Yang was just as shocked, never imagining Bang Jin could be defeated so soundly. Junu, completely unconcerned, glanced over at Kisek and asked, "So, what are your plans for the Hunters Association now?" Kisek pondered for a moment before making a suggestion. "What if you were to become the new president of the association?" Despite proving he's the definition of an overpowered MC, Hunter Kim Junu simply shook his head. "No, director. You know the association best, which is why I trust you can handle it." While they were talking, Hongwan approached and cut in, "Warrior Kim, please come with me. The general wishes to see you." A smirk played on Junu's lips upon hearing this. It was exactly as he'd suspected. General Jom had been watching the entire fight. A short time later, inside the Emperor's palace, an audience was already assembled. Junu walked in, bowed his head in greeting, and said, "Hello, I am Warrior Kim." He then lifted his gaze to the man at the center. This must be General Jom of Huawang. He thought to himself, I figured he'd be over 100 years old, but he doesn't look it at all, does he? As Junu was lost in his thoughts, Jom suddenly spoke up. "That's right. Your fighting style is quite refreshing. Who was it that taught you?" Even without releasing any mana, the pressure from his very presence was overwhelming. Junu took a deep, calming breath and replied, "I have no teacher." Jom was taken aback by this. "None at all. You learned on your own." The two individuals seated on either side of him also spoke up. "Your techniques are indeed those of an outsider. Your swordsmanship is barely above basic, and your movements are incredibly clumsy." Junu felt a surge of dissatisfaction at this assessment. Unaware of Junu's thoughts, Jom continued, "The more I observe you, the more fascinating you become. Have you considered becoming my disciple?" It was an offer that wasn't entirely unexpected in this kind of system manhwa. In the game, choosing the warrior profession would have also triggered this very event. Becoming Jom's student would guarantee a monumental increase in strength, with the ultimate reward being the martial arts of the Emperor's Sword General. But in this moment, Junu bowed his head and declined. "I am truly honored and grateful, but I wish to try and walk this path on my own 2 feet." This declaration left the surrounding people flabbergasted, one of them crying out in disbelief, "How dare he refuse Father's offer? Are you out of your mind?" Junu stood there in silence, not uttering a word. He knew that if he accepted, he would be bound by numerous restrictions. Choosing the easy road isn't always the correct answer, a core theme in every great reborn manhwa. General Jom, for his part, also remained silent. But the people beside him wouldn't stop their clamoring, causing him to lose his patience. He erupted with his aura and bellowed, "Silence. All of you be silent." The sheer force of Jom's presence rippled outwards, leaving those around him feeling utterly stunned. Even Junu felt as if something was crushing his body. The pressure from the general alone was enough to make him feel like he was being ground to dust. But he could endure it all thanks to his special trait. Seeing that Junu was still standing firm within his killing intent, Jom was slightly taken aback. He withdrew his killing intent and spoke coolly. "You can withstand it. You clearly have potential, so why refuse to become my student?" Junu shivered slightly, feeling as if he were facing a tiger larger than a mountain itself. Junu took a deep breath and declared with unwavering conviction, "I have a dream to reach the 9th level superhuman state and touch the realm of the constellations, a place only 4 people have ever reached before." Hearing these words, a classic cliffhanger moment for any manhwa recap, Jom was slightly taken aback by his ambition. He explained slowly, "To become as mighty as a level 9 warrior, you'll need to master advanced swordsmanship and undergo the proper training, something you don't just find in any system manhwa. More than anything, you require a true awakening. Once you hit level 7, it's easy to be held back by your own vices and bad habits," he warned. But Junu's resolve was unshakable as he declared, "Even so, whether it's the right path or the wrong one, I am determined to walk it myself." This was his definitive answer. Hearing such words, Jom couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent. I respect that indomitable spirit of yours." With his words still hanging in the air, he reached for the magnificent sword resting at his side. He then tossed it directly towards Junu, a move that sent a wave of panic through the room. As Junu caught the blade, he stared at it in awe. His eyes shone like stars. This was the legendary SSR grade item, the Black Tiger Sword. Junu was still reeling, trying to process what was happening. Jom's voice cut through his confusion. "Come here and take this as well." Being the obedient type, Junu approached the general and held out his hands to receive the next gift. Jom explained slowly, "This is the Hoa Wang swordsmanship." He had heard that Junu's fighting style was defined by overwhelming power. The Hoa Wang style is a perfect fusion of strength and speed, which he believed would be an ideal match for Junu. The sheer suddenness of these gifts was almost too much. Junu was momentarily speechless before he finally managed to ask, "Thank you, General, but why are you giving these incredible treasures to me?" It wasn't that he was ungrateful, but the weight of these gifts was immense. Jom simply smiled. "I'm giving them to you because I see your spirit and your boundless potential to become a truly overpowered MC. If you can reach level 9 within 10 years, hell, even just level 8, the entire Eastern Army will be yours to command." The moment those words were spoken, Junu was once again struck with utter disbelief, and he wasn't alone. The entire room erupted in shock. One of the men immediately began to protest. "General, this is preposterous. He is merely a foreigner." But Jom's decision was absolute. He declared with an iron will, "All of you listen to me carefully. Every single one of you present here. Anyone who reaches level 8 will inherit my position." That bold statement silenced the dissenters. Jom then turned his gaze back to Junu. "You have 10 years. During that time, you are free to do as you please, but if you fail to achieve the 8th level, you must return the Black Tiger Sword." Hearing this, Junu's grip tightened on the hilt of his new blade. After a long moment, he knelt before the general. He spoke with grave solemnity, "I will etch this promise into my memory, and I vow to show you the results within 5 years." Junu had no intention of inheriting the Eastern Army. Like a character in a reborn manhwa, he had his own grand destiny to follow. But keeping the offer on the table was a smart move, and it would be rude to refuse such generosity. The very next day, Junu was finally back in the city. Inside the Hunters Association headquarters, K-Oak was beaming. "Guess who's going to be called Lord Black Tiger from now on? But tell me, why on earth did you turn down the chance to become his direct disciple? That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Junu replied nonchalantly, I just have this dream of making it on my own, you know." His true goal was to gather all 3 of the divine swords, and he couldn't be tied down to any single organization. He already had a connection with Soren, so he just needed to wait for her to awaken her incredible fire warrior form. However, he still hadn't encountered Janet or Kali. The thought made him let out a quiet sigh. K-Oak, completely unaware of Junu's grand schemes, just kept on chuckling. "Ha ha, you really are one of a kind. Honestly, your story is more exciting than any Manhwa recap I've ever seen. Without you, our association would probably be in ruins by now." His tone suddenly shifted as he paused, then grabbed Junu's hand with a serious expression. "Since you refused the chairman's seat, how about becoming our honorary director instead?" Junu's brows furrowed in alarm. An honorary director? He could only nod blankly, still processing the absurd turn of events. Kishak slowly explained, "You only need to attend the quarterly meetings. All of your benefits will be fully guaranteed." Junu's brow furrowed in thought. Was this a dream job, getting paid without even showing up to work? Seeing his hesitation, Ki sweetened the deal. "Of course, we figured that wouldn't be enough, so we've also prepared something else for you." Junu's eyes immediately lit up. Kishok then produced a briefcase which he opened to reveal 2 long rifles. Kishok excitedly introduced them as Dasan guns, a legendary item you'd see in any top-tier manhwa recap. Junu stared at the weapons with pure excitement. The story goes that at the end of the Joseon era, a mad scientist named Dasan Jeong created them. Noticing Junu's fascination, Kishok grinned with delight. "We're willing to give you both of the ones our association currently possesses. What do you say? While you're at it, why not try to collect the entire Dasan set? It's rumored that if you gather all 5, you can create the legendary Dasan's magic book." Junu was of course well aware of this. It was a divine artifact that could unlock top-tier traits for a sharpshooter build, the kind of thing that makes an overpowered MC truly unstoppable. He fully intended to collect them all when the opportunity arose. Kishok watched him intently, then winked and said, "So do we have a deal?" With the directorship and all these perks on the table, there was no way Junu would refuse. He nodded happily. "All right. Then, I'll be in your care, Director Kang." "No, I mean Chairman Kang." After settling things with the old man, Junu returned to his private residence. He immediately headed down to his basement to practice his swordsmanship, a classic training arc for any system manhwa protagonist. In just a short time, Junu had already reached the 4th stage of the Hwaguang swordsmanship. He trained relentlessly, losing all track of time as the brilliant light from his blade danced through the air. The key to mastering the Hwaguang technique lies in the precise control of one's mana. When the form is executed perfectly, the sword's aura unifies into one. Junu took a deep breath, focusing his mind, and once again drew his sword from its sheath. In an instant, an immensely powerful slash of light erupted from the blade. With a deafening boom, the area in front of him exploded, filling the air with smoke and debris. When the dust finally settled, a massive crack had been carved into the thick wall before him. Junu muttered in awe. "This power is absolutely insane, but I'll definitely need more practice to gain complete control over it." Thanks to the Black Fox sword, he was able to draw out a massive amount of aura. But that wasn't his only gain. A satisfied smirk spread across his face as he realized he had acquired 2 new traits, Swift Draw and Lone Moon. Junu exclaimed with excitement. Gaining 2 traits like these made all the grueling training completely worthwhile. He was now tantalizingly close to unlocking the Foxmaster trait. He just needed 2 more to finally reach his goal. He was tempted to keep going, but decided instead to head up to the rooftop for a well-deserved break. But for a protagonist in a reborn manhwa life, is never that simple. Before long, a commotion from below had him muttering in annoyance. "What the hell is that?" I was just about to relax. A black car was parked at his gate, and a man stumbled out of it. It was none other than Iron Fist. However, he now had only one arm. His body was covered in wounds, and he was crying out in anguish. "Warrior Kim, please help me. No, please, you have to save my little brother." Seeing the battered state Iron Fist was in, Junu was completely stunned. He rushed downstairs, immediately asking with deep concern, "What in the world happened to you?" Later that evening, on the rooftop of a building, Junu and Iron Fist had relocated. After hearing the whole story, Junu frowned and asked for clarification. "So you're telling me your own underlings betrayed you because they wanted to start their own gang?" Iron Fist gritted his teeth and gave a slight pained nod. "Apparently, they'd secretly established a human trafficking ring right under my nose, all because they were salty that I disciplined their team leaders." But Jun Shu with a frown shot that theory down. "I highly doubt that's the real reason." This response left Chael Quan utterly baffled. Ignoring his confusion, Jun Shu activated his trait, his senses expanding to scan the entire area. Even though in the original timeline Chael Quan was betrayed, Junu recalled that the incident concluded once the traffickers were exposed. But despite Chael Quan's severe injuries, the enemy still posted an excessive number of armed guards. This whole setup feels less like a simple gang dispute and more like a scene from a complex reborn manhwa, which could only mean one thing. Perhaps the true target they were after was him all along. The human trafficker brothers, that unhinged mad bomber, and the demolition expert. They were all likely part of this conspiracy. With that realization, Jun Shu laid out a bold plan. "I'll make a grand entrance through the front gate. In the meantime, you go find your brother." Chael Quan immediately panicked, shouting, "The front gate? Are you insane? That's obviously a trap. What's going through your head?" A faint smile played on Jun Shu's lips as he replied with unshakable confidence. "Just trust me. I'm level 4 now, remember." And with that said, he drew a handgun. True to his word, Junu strode nonchalantly through the main entrance, looking as if he were taking a casual stroll, the very picture of an overpowered Mac. The moment they saw him, the ambushers inside snapped into combat-ready stances, their leader sneering coldly. "Well, look what we have here. The fool actually walked right into our nest." Jun Shu's eyes narrowed his voice, low and dangerous. So it was you. You're the one who betrayed Kim Chul-Kwon. The man just clicked his tongue in annoyance, firing back with his own version of events. It wasn't a betrayal. Kim Chul-Kwon is the one who defied the will of the entire gang. Jun-Shu let out a short, cold laugh. Even if that were true, human trafficking is a line that should never be crossed. Don't you agree? He then leveled his pistol at the man, but the traitor remained completely unfazed. He just laughed smugly. What do you think you're doing? This is a bulletproof vest, you moron. Go on, take your best shot. I dare you. If you insist. Jun-Shu's lips curled into a smirk as he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet tore clean through the bulletproof vest and slammed into his body. The sheer force sent the traitor flying backward, and he could only stammer in disbelief. How? How did you penetrate my armor with a single bullet? Jun-Shu, on the other hand, was looking incredibly pleased with himself, because the weapon in his hand was the Dawson pistol, a legendary firearm known to pierce through any and all defensive skills. Seeing that smug look on his face, the traitor completely lost it. He roared in a frenzy. What are you staring at? Light him up now. Instantly, a storm of bullets ripped through the air, heading straight for Jun-Shu. But with nimble footwork, he effortlessly evaded the onslaught, calmly reloading his weapon to return fire. The very first gun he ever received from the Hunters Association was this Dawson pistol, and its primary attribute is pure, unadulterated power. This kind of power is what you'd expect in a top-tier system Manhwa, and Jun-Shu fearlessly unleashed it upon the mob before him. It could obliterate anything it struck, sending his enemies to the afterlife in an instant, but for Jun-Shu that still wasn't enough. He had already stacked traits perfectly suited for a gunslinger build. Wiping out these grunts was as easy as flipping a switch, and he had even acquired the ricochet shot trait. And just like that, Jun-Shu placed the final perfect piece into his ultimate gunslinger build. A confident smirk spread across his face as he thought, time to use this to clean house, and then I'll go deal with the masterminds pulling the strings. And in a scene straight out of an epic manhwa recap, Jun-Shu began to showcase his god-tier marksmanship, unleashing a relentless torrent of gunfire. Despite their body armor, they stood no chance against the rounds from his Dawson pistol. One by one, they all hit the floor. In no time at all, the entire mob had been neutralized, leaving only a single, terrified survivor. Shaking on the ground, the goon stared at Jun-Shu as if he were some kind of monster, but our protagonist couldn't have cared less, simply letting out a cold scoff. Judging by your reaction, you're not the mastermind behind this. Where are they? But before the traitor could even answer, the phone on the ground suddenly started ringing. Jun-Shu picked it up, only to be met with a mocking voice on the other end. Warrior Kim. I'm sending you a little gift right now. Hearing this, Jun-Shu couldn't help but frown in confusion. A gift. Before he could even process what was happening, something came hurtling toward his position. With a deafening boom, an explosion ripped through the area in front of him, engulfing everything in smoke and fire. The entire basement was on the verge of total collapse. Fortunately, Jun-Shu managed to activate his traits just in time to make a swift escape. He made it out of the basement safely, only to see the entire building threatening to come down at any second. Jun-Shu gritted his teeth in absolute fury. These lunatics used a whole building as a trap. It's time to show them what a truly overpowered MC can do. He then immediately used his sixth sense to track the mana of his enemies. In an instant, their locations appeared in his mind. Jun-Shu bolted towards the adjacent building, a cold sneer forming on his face. Go ahead and hide, he thought. With this trait, I could find you even if I were blindfolded. Yet, as he closed in on his foes, another projectile came flying at him from a distance. Jun-Shu dodged in a flash as the object slammed into the building behind him, erupting in another massive explosion. Staring at the fresh pile of rubble, Jun-Shu was thoroughly unimpressed. He pursed his lips and muttered, so this is how they want to play, huh? Fine by me. Today I'm ending this vicious cycle once and for all. As soon as the words left his mouth, he whipped out his sniper rifle, simultaneously activating his sharpshooter trait. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun-Shu took aim. A confident smirk spread across his face as he thought, with all these traits, it feels just like I'm playing an FPS. This is the kind of action that makes a system manhwa so addicting. And just as expected, he quickly pinpointed the location of two hidden enemies. Jun-Shu's lips curled into a wicked grin as he squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet tearing through the air. It found its mark, embedding itself straight into one of their heads. Seeing his comrade fall, the other guy instantly panicked, scrambling to catch his falling partner. He furrowed his brow, muttering in disbelief. I deliberately hid between two buildings. How can he still be so far away and hit me? This isn't your average manhwa recap, folks. Our MC is on a whole other level. Meanwhile, Jun-Shu kept the remaining target locked in his sniper scope. He taunted with a playful smirk. Better run and hide. After all, with my current ammo, these walls are completely useless. This is a classic reborn Manhwa ability, a bullet that can pierce through any object and hit targets you can't even see. And with that, Jun-Shu pulled the trigger again. The bullet shot forward with insane speed. A direct hit. It went straight through the guy's head. However, Jun-Shu knew he wasn't gone for good, because this particular bullet targeted the soul, not the physical body. But this was even better. The others could now handle the rest. Just as the two enemies fell, Truck-Kun arrived on the scene. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Big bro." Truck-Kun turned around. He saw his men approaching. The one in the middle was carrying another young man on his back. A wave of relief washed over him as he called out, "You're all alive." The Truck-Kun's subordinate quickly replied, "We did our best to protect your little brother." Truck-Kun nodded with a slight smile. "You guys, you have no idea how worried I was." His gaze fell upon the boy sleeping soundly on his subordinate's back. Truck-Kun finally let out a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he asked again, "Where are the other members?" His subordinate quickly reported, "Those who were captured have all escaped safely." "So, what's our plan now?" Truck-Kun pondered for a moment before speaking. "The first step is to clean up this entire mess, and we'll be covering all of it in this Manhwa recap. But first things first, it was time to handle the two traitors who dared to double-cross his gang." Iron Fist glared at the two men as they finally regained consciousness. He advanced on them with a dark aura, causing the pair to tremble uncontrollably. Elsewhere, Junu, having dealt with his opponents, was waiting in a corner for Iron Fist. But after a long while, he still hadn't shown up. Junu's patience wore thin, as he muttered to himself, "What in the world is taking Iron Fist so long?" Just then, Iron Fist's voice suddenly called out from behind Warrior Kim, making Junu jump and spin around. He was shocked to see the man suddenly run forward and collapse into a kneeling position before him. Baffled, Junu asked, "What's wrong? What's going on?" Iron Fist kept his head bowed, hesitating for a long moment, before finally whispering, "Please, Warrior Kim, teach me how to become as powerful as you are." This entire incident had served as a massive wake-up call for Iron Fist. If he wanted to protect his family, he needed overwhelming strength, and right now he simply wasn't strong enough. Iron Fist declared, "If you teach me Junu, I will become your loyal servant." Hearing this, Junu was initially stunned, but then he just clicked his tongue and sighed. If Iron Fist was that grateful, a hefty reward would have been more than enough. It's not like Junu wanted the guy to be indebted to him for life. However, he couldn't deny one thing. Iron Fist definitely had the potential to become a much stronger warrior, a true powerhouse like you'd see in a reborn Manhwa. Seeing Junu's silence, Iron Fist pressed on, "I can even sign a magical contract with you. One that will prove my absolute and unwavering obedience." Junu narrowed his eyes, studying him skeptically. "For real?" Iron Fist nodded without a shred of hesitation. "Of course, absolutely." A wicked grin spread across Junu's face as he spoke. "All right then. In that case, starting tomorrow, prepare yourself to face hell." Hearing that Junu had agreed, Iron Fist immediately slammed his forehead to the ground. "From this moment on, I will obey your every command." After the long battle, the sky was finally beginning to brighten with the dawn. The area around them had been reduced to a pile of rubble. The two of them were now heading to a specific location, and Iron Fist muttered as they walked, "Is this the human body modification facility we managed to secure?" Junu gave a slight nod in response. "That's the one. And the traitors who betrayed you used this place to continue their human trafficking." At these words, Iron Fist cried out in sheer horror, "Here. I told those scumbags to only use this place for storage. Don't tell me you brought me here to modify my body." Junu casually confirmed his fears. "Precisely. This place is perfect for upgrading espers with upgradable abilities, a classic method for creating an overpowered MC in any system Manhwa. Today you're going to undergo both biological modification and prosthetic implantation at the exact same time." Iron Fist instinctively shuddered, stammering in a panic. At the same time, isn't that incredibly dangerous? There have been countless cases of people losing control of their mana during procedures like that, but before he could finish, Junu waved his hand dismissively with a smile. "Don't sweat it. As long as the modification factor and the prosthetics are compatible, everything will be fine." With that, the two continued deeper into the facility. They finally stopped upon reaching a basement level. Junu directed Iron Fist into an experimental pod, while he took his place at the external control panel. They didn't have a wealth of materials, but it was more than enough to upgrade a third-class warrior. The theory behind upgrading warriors is basic stuff you'd find in any Manhwa recap or Manhwa recap, but the real art lies in knowing how to combine the elements in a fresh way. Thinking this, Junu looked over to remind Iron Fist, "This is going to hurt a lot. Are you sure you're okay with this?" Iron Fist gave a firm nod. "I'm ready." "Then let's get started," Junu said with a confident grin, his hand already starting to click the mouse. The moment he confirmed the action, Immense magical power began to swirl and envelop the experiment machine. Awakens took a deep breath, steeling himself as the whirring buzzsaw crept ever closer to his body. In an instant, it bit into his flesh, and a wave of pure agony forced a blood-curdling scream from his throat. Juno knew Awakens' combat style was split a prosthetic arm for brutal close-quarters combat and a machine gun for mid-range suppression. Therefore, rather than focusing on materials for close or long-range fighting, choosing the dexterity trait would unlock the path for Awakens' demonic transformation. And for the final ingredient, Juno added a magic core into the volatile mixture. In a flash, the experimental chamber ignited with a blinding light as the fluid was rapidly pumped and injected directly into Awakens' system. In that very moment, his entire body began to violently twist and mutate. Watching from the outside, Juno held his breath for a long moment before a deeply satisfied smirk spread across his face. The experiment was a spectacular success. The chamber door hissed open slowly, revealing a set of monstrous claws, followed by a jaw lined with razor-sharp fangs. Awakens had been reborn as a mutated wolf. Junu's smirk widened as he asked, "How does it feel, Kim Awakens? Enjoying this second chance? It's like a scene straight out of a reborn manhwa." The werewolf mutation potion was designed to infuse his prosthetic with magic, triggering the kind of forced evolution you'd expect to see in the best system manhwa. This was the game-changing gift Juno had bestowed upon Awakens, and he watched the results with a knowing, inquisitive smile. "Now that your evolution has begun, achieving your goals will be effortless," Juno stated. A thrilled Awakens laughed. "My God, I can't thank you enough." "So, what should we do now?" he asked. Juno paused in thought before laying out their next move. "Why don't you start by expanding your influence throughout Area 1? You'll need a proper gang to maintain order and to monitor the other villainous factions." Just then, some of his men rushed in from outside. Awakens turned to face them, calling out, "You guys." However, the moment they saw his new terrifying form, the men froze dead in their tracks before one of them stammered out in a trembling voice. Is that your voice, boss? What in the world happened to you?" Awakens replied with cold indifference. "I've undergone a significant body enhancement." "Forget about it. Why are you here?" The subordinate hastily delivered his report. "We've found the human trafficking route used by the traitor Kijom Boom, and we've also discovered traces of his biological experiments. But the location is nearly impossible to approach. It's being guarded by a young mage who can shoot lasers from her hands." Awakens' brow furrowed at the report as he muttered, "A young mage." Behind him, Juno fell silent. This could be the very person he was searching for. In a building not far away, a scene of chaos unfolded as the interior was relentlessly blasted apart with laser beams punching clean through the concrete walls. And inside a cage, a small, frail figure was huddled in a corner. This was the scene of utter devastation that greeted Awakens and Juno when they arrived. Awakens couldn't help but be awestruck by the destruction. All this was caused by that one mage. If we don't act fast, this entire building will collapse. With this level of power, there's no doubt it's her. Inside that cage was Janet, one of the 3 most dominant warriors from the original game. While Soren possessed the heavenly killing star, Janet wielded immense innate energy. It was this raw talent that propelled her to become one of the top 3 warriors in the game, a truly overpowered MC in her own right. But the grim reality was that Janet's constant use of her precious ability meant her life was now in grave danger from complete mana exhaustion. She was lashing out with her power, purely on instinct, in a desperate primal attempt to protect herself. Just as Juno was contemplating his next move, crackling tendrils of magic erupted from the cage, lashing out violently toward him and Iron Fist. With no time to spare, Iron Fist dodged, cursing in frustration. "Damn it! At this rate, there's no way we can get near her." Yet Juno fearlessly charged forward, completely ignoring the deadly streams of magic hurtling straight for him. With a deafening boom, the magic detonated in a massive explosion. Seeing this from inside the cage, Janet finally halted her assault. But in that same instant, Juno had already reached the cage. He gripped the iron bars with his bare hands, tearing them apart despite the searing pain, all to save her. This is why we love an overpowered MC. However, Janet, still inside, raised her hand to unleash another attack. Caught off guard, Juno was engulfed by a second point-blank explosion right in front of the cage. A thick cloud of smoke and dust filled the air. Iron Fist watched in horror, but before he could even react, he saw a small potion vial tossed out from the haze. Juno then emerged from the smoke, carrying Janet's small, unconscious form in his arms, as he let out a heavy sigh of relief. "That was way too close. I was almost roasted alive," he muttered. Overjoyed, Iron Fist rushed toward him to speak, but Juno quickly motioned for silence. "Shh, I used a potion to calm her down," he whispered. "We need to get out of here before the effect wears off." Iron Fist urgently asked, "Should I order my men to take her to a hospital?" Juno simply shook his head. No, I'm taking her to my place, he stated firmly. I will personally take responsibility for her treatment. A short while later, at Junu's private residence, Soren arrived in the basement with her equipment, greeting him with a cheerful smile. Master, I'm here. Junu looked her over for a moment before remarking with admiration. You've already reached the 3rd level, Soren beamed. I knew you'd notice. By the way, what did you call me here to teach me today? Junu awkwardly scratched his head, explaining hesitantly. The situation is a little complicated. It seems my 2nd apprentice candidate is currently not feeling well. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Janet, resting with her eyes closed on a nearby chair. Soren's eyes followed his, and she immediately rushed over to check on the girl. Oh my god, what in the world happened to her? Junu slowly explained. She can't control her power at the moment. It's a classic scenario you see in a system Manhwa. When an ability awakens chaotically, he revealed his plan to accept Janet as his student and help her awaken her true power, asking if Soren could help care for her. Soren agreed without a shred of hesitation. If it's a request from you, senior, then of course I'll do anything. And with that, she began staying at Junu's home to assist. A few days later, down in the basement, Junu and Soren had been relentlessly attacking Janet for several days straight, forcing her latent magic to constantly generate a protective barrier. In the middle of an attack, a weary Soren questioned Master, how much longer do we have to counter these things? It's already been a full week. Junu had no answer as he too was pouring all his energy into the assault. After a long while, he noticed the IV bag was nearly empty. Junu finally spoke. Her mana reserves must be almost depleted. She should regain consciousness any second now. Keep it up. The two of them pressed on for a little while longer, and finally their tireless efforts were rewarded. Janet's magical aura completely vanished. She slowly opened her eyes, looking around the unfamiliar space with a bewildered expression. Janet mumbled in confusion. Where am I? Soren immediately dashed to her side, her face lit up with a relieved smile. Hey, you're awake. I was so worried you wouldn't come to. Are you injured anywhere? Janet gently shook her head, replying, No, I don't think so. But where is this place? And why am I here? Soren pointed towards Junu and explained, The man standing over there saved you, and he's the one who healed your injuries. This whole part of our Manhwa recap is dedicated to his efforts. Hearing this, Janet immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Junu. Thank you for saving me. My name is Janet. Junu simply shook his head and replied, It was nothing. I'm so glad I've recovered. But why was I locked up in there? As she brought it up, Janet's voice was heavy with sorrow. My parents. They perished while trying to escape the Iliang magic tower. I was captured right after. Hearing her story, Soren couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Junu, however, wasn't surprised. This was a classic advantage for the protagonist in any reborn manhwa, knowing the tragic backstories of key characters. Junu approached the young girl, his voice filled with genuine sincerity. Janet, if you have nowhere else to go, you are more than welcome to stay here. To be perfectly honest, he continued, I want to take you on as my disciple. Janet was utterly stunned by the offer, and Junu gave a slight encouraging nod. You can avenge the deaths of your parents. I will teach you how to become a superhuman. The young girl bit her lip and mumbled. But I have nothing to offer you in return. That's not a problem, Junu said with a gentle shake of his head. You can repay me after you've become strong enough. For a moment, Janet hesitated, her eyes welling up with tears. But that uncertainty quickly hardened into firm resolve, as she declared, Yes. Then please help me become a superhuman, I swear. I will repay your kindness in the future. Junu nodded in approval. Good. I'll be looking forward to it. Internally, Junu was ecstatic. Janet wasn't just some side character. She was a priceless talent. She was the one who would eventually teach him one of the 3 most overwhelmingly powerful sword skills in the entire game. But as Junu was lost in thought, a bolt of raw magic suddenly shot past him. It seared the air next to his ear before slamming into the wall behind him, causing it to explode into rubble. Janet cried out in alarm. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Soren quickly tried to soothe her. It's all right. No one was hurt. Junu, on the other hand, could only let out a long, helpless sigh. Janet, let's focus on getting your magic under control first, shall we? The young girl nodded meekly. Yes, sir. And so, Junu began to explain the nature of her unique trait. The name of the trait you possess is innate energy. Do you understand what energy means in this context? Janet quietly shook her head. No. But Soren, ever the enthusiast, chimed in. I know. It's like sword ki, isn't it? Junu slowly explained that while it was similar, her trait was more akin to the heavenly killing star. He stressed, however, that Janet first needed to rigorously train her physical body to be able to withstand the immense magical power she wielded. After all, if the pipe is too small, the water can't flow through it properly. Hearing this, Janet hesitated, murmuring, Do you really think my physique can even be improved? Of course, Junwoo replied with the unshakable confidence of a true overpowered MC. I'm going to teach you one of my own traits. He planned to use this as a chance to test the conversion system, a crucial feature in any top-tier system Manhwa, that he'd later use to learn swordsmanship from both Soren and Janet. The trait known as Golden Body was designed to forge both the user's body and mind, making them as tough as diamonds. And that was precisely what someone like Janet, who had endured so much physical and mental trauma, desperately needed. Realizing this, Janet's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Master, where do we begin? Junwoo flashed a mysterious smile, and then his voice boomed through the room. Where do we begin? First, we eat. Eat as much as you possibly can. The training ahead is going to be hellish, so you'll need the fuel. And so both Soren and Janet were treated to a massive feast. Fast forward 2 weeks and back in the basement of Junwoo's home, the two were locked in a ferocious sparring match. Gone was the frail girl from before. Janet was now a whirlwind of vitality. Soren, not to be outdone, had also improved by leaps and bounds. Watching them from the sidelines, Junwoo couldn't help but marvel at their progress. To think they've reached this level in just 2 weeks. This is the kind of rapid progression that makes for an amazing manhwa recap. They're both natural-born geniuses, and Soren has even awakened a swordsmanship trait. With that thought, Junwoo stepped forward to intervene. Alright, that's enough for now. I'm taking the little one for some different training. Janet's body was finally ready. The time had come to properly train the young girl in the precise use of her mana. Junwoo, sword in hand, faced Janet, and said with a wry smile, I won't be holding back, so you'd better try to block my attacks. Without another moment's hesitation, he charged forward with his blade. Janet, not daring to be careless, raised her shield to parry, but Junwoo's relentless assault kept coming, forcing her into a desperate defense. Before long, they had exchanged several blows, and by now, Junwoo could get a clear sense of her potential. Her proficient movements exuded a steady aura fueled by the flow of mana from Janet's innate talent and her phantasm heart. With this in mind, he raised his sword and slashed forward once more. The blade cut through the air with a powerful whoosh, sending Janet staggering backward. Yet Junwoo was incredibly pleased, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Janet could now control her mana with pinpoint accuracy. Just then, Soren rushed over and threw her arms around Janet, crying out in delight. You did it, Janet. That's wonderful. Congratulations on your awakening. Junwoo also voiced his approval. Janet smiled gratefully and said, Thank you, Master. This was all thanks to your help and my sister's support. As expected from an SSR rank character, she's on a completely different level. To hit level 3 right after awakening is the kind of growth you see in a truly overpowered MC. Compared to most other people, it's not even a surprise. At that moment, Soren declared boldly, I can't let my junior surpass me. I need to go hunting right away. Hearing this, Janet eagerly ran after her. Sister, let me come with you. Junwoo was naturally very satisfied with this scene. The faster they grow, the sooner they'll learn one of the 3 strongest sword techniques, and he couldn't afford to fall behind either. And so Junwoo took out his phone to check something. After a long moment, he spoke to himself. Before my students' personal quests begin, I need to take care of a few things. Several days later, in a land surrounded on all 4 sides by mountains, Junwoo had just stepped off a flight. This was the city where the Holy War of Awakens took place. Beneath those shell-shaped buildings lies a colossal space-traversing labyrinth, a treacherous place where the souls of forgotten gods constantly attempt to invade. However, Awakens is currently protected by humanity's strongest team, the Guardian Alliance, so there's nothing to fear. This is a crucial point in our manhwa recap. The reason I came to Awakens is to acquire the enhancer cultivation technique here. Shortly after, Junwoo made his way to a bar named Diana. When he entered, a woman was already waiting inside. Seeing Junwoo, the woman raised an eyebrow and spoke. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Are you looking for a special kind of drink? Junwoo replied coolly. Do you happen to sell information along with your beverages? The woman asked back, her curiosity piqued information. What is it that you want? Junwoo calmly answered. I'm looking for Sigmund Sigurdsson. I'm prepared to pay well for this information. Upon hearing that name, the woman was instantly taken aback. After a long pause, she finally spoke with hesitation. I'm sorry, but that might be a bit difficult. His wife is currently gravely ill. Junwoo's brow furrowed in silence. In a classic reborn manhwa scenario, he remembered that Sigmund's game lore mentioned a tragic story about his deceased wife. With this thought in mind, Junwoo immediately spoke up. Ma'am, would it be possible for me to see his wife for a moment? Elsewhere, at a house on the outskirts of the city, the woman from the Diana bar had led him to this very place. She spoke in a hushed tone, You can go inside. Mr. Sigmund is in a very sensitive state at the moment. Junwoo nodded slightly, indicating he understood. With that, the woman pushed the door open and cautiously announced, Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Sigmund. There is a guest who says he wishes to see your wife's condition. However, as soon as they entered, they saw 2 two priests standing by the bed performing some kind of ritual. Seeing this, the woman let out a sigh of relief, realizing they weren't the first to arrive. Thank goodness, it looks like a priest is already here treating her. Perhaps we should step outside for a moment. But before they could act on that thought, a firm hand clamped down on the priest's wrist. It was none other than Jun Shu. Startled, the priest yelped, "What do you think you're doing? Release me at once. How dare you interfere with a sacred healing ritual?" You see, these two were priests from the esteemed Tho and Gur congregations. When it came to healing prowess, both congregations were considered equals. But Jun Shu, with an ice-cold tone, cut through the tension. "Your healing is utterly useless right now. That holy light will only aggravate her condition." This declaration sent the Tho priest into a rage, who spat back in defiance. "What nonsense are you spouting, and how could you possibly know that?" But before Jun Shu could even formulate a reply, Ikshich-mun, who had been waiting, anxiously exploded. "Enough of this garbage, get out of here. What would some unknown superhuman like you know about this?" Hearing this, the woman from the bar quickly tried to explain Shishmun. "Wait, this man, he said he knows how to cure jaundice." But before she could finish, Shishmun roared in frustration, his voice laced with desperation. "Every single second counts right now." Just then, as if summoned by his words, the woman on the bed, jaundice, was violently lifted into the air. Shishmun scrambled towards her in a panic, crying out, "Jaundice, no." He desperately yelled, "I'm going to start the treatment right now." Jun Shu reached out to intervene, but it was already too late. The priest had already resumed channeling holy light into jaundice's body. In response, she was hoisted even higher into the air, her body convulsing. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Ekshishmun's face turned ashen. In an instant, a sinister black aura erupted and enveloped jaundice completely. He turned on the priest, his voice a furious roar, demanding answers. "Why is this happening to jaundice? Keep treating her, hurry up." But the priest could only shake his head in defeat, whispering, It's too late. The holy light. It can no longer contain this affliction." Those words plunged Shishmun into the depths of despair. But just then, a calm, cold voice cut through the grief. "She can still be saved. Your wife's condition is caused by the spirit possession of a Hakimeris, correct?" Stunned, Shishmun stared at him, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. How? How could you possibly know that? Can you really cure her?" With a nonchalant nod, Jun Shu replied coolly, "That's right. I was telling the truth from the beginning. This is the kind of confidence you only see in a truly overpowered MC." With that simple confirmation, Shishmun's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees on the floor. Trembling, he pleaded, his voice cracking, "Then I am begging you. If you can save my wife, I Shishmun swear on my very honor that I will give you anything and everything you desire." "Perfect." Hearing those words, a smirk played on Jun Shu's lips. "Then you'd better be a man of your word." Immediately, Jun Shu activated his unique trait, a classic move in any good system, Manhwa, and began channeling his own energy into jaundice's body. You see, the affliction known as stigma is a curse inflicted by demons found deep within the labyrinths. It's one of the most vicious debuffs imaginable, designed to shatter a person's very soul, as the malevolent spirit slowly siphons away the victim's life force. But now, thanks to Jun Shu, jaundice's body calmed, returning to a state of peace. Shishmun exclaimed with joyous relief, She's stopped convulsing." Jun Shu simply gave a slight nod. "I've merely used my mana to put her into a peaceful sleep." Right on cue, the two priests returned, carrying the requested items. "Sir, we've brought everything you asked for." A satisfied look crossed Jun Shu's face. "Excellent. Let's begin immediately." And just like that, the preparations for a new ritual were set up around jaundice's bed. While Jun Shu prepared a concoction off to the side, the two priests, having finished their tasks, asked with a hint of skepticism, "All the candles are lit as you instructed. But can this truly cure her?" Jun Shu answered, his tone as cool and sharp as ever. "To be precise, we're not curing her, we're helping her win times the fight." As we often see in any good manhwa recap, a debuff of this magnitude isn't something you can just dispel easily. The more they attempted to heal her, the more that entity would feast on her power, systematically draining jaundice's HP in a way common to any system manhwa. Essentially, they were just feeding it her strength. To overcome the possession, the parasitic seed embedded within the host's body had to be ripped out first. Right at that moment, a dark aura once again swirled around jaundice, lifting her body and suspending it weightlessly in the air. It wasn't long before two sinister horns sprouted from her head, and her entire physical form began to warp and change. Saipun witnessed this horrific transformation and cried out in a panic. "Why is jaundice turning into a demon? Did you mess something up?" But Junsu simply shook his head and replied, "Not at all, the process is unfolding exactly as it should. This is how demons always operate. You have to provoke a reaction to expose their true form before you can strike." It's a classic move for an overpowered MC like me. With those words, he produced a holy cross, and without a moment's hesitation, slammed it right into Jordis's abdomen. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from within her body, as Junsu roared with authority, "Be gone, you creature of sin, you foul demon." The moment his command echoed through the room, a torrent of black miasma shot out of Jordis, and her limp body collapsed back onto the bed. Sipun scrambled to her side to check on her, finding that Jordis was finally awake. Seeing her husband's tear-streaked face, she asked in utter confusion, "Did someone pass away?" "Why are you crying?" Sipun explained through his sobs. "You've been possessed for the last 6 months. This whole ordeal feels like a grim reborn Manhwa plot. If it weren't for him," he said, pointing towards Junsu across the room, "you would have actually died." Junsu, unfazed by the emotional reunion, glanced at the two priests and declared, "Now it's your turn. Please handle the remainder of the healing process." Having said his piece, he turned and left the room, giving the priests the space they needed to work. A short while later in the reception hall, Sipun looked at Junsu with immense gratitude, asking, "I truly cannot thank you enough. But why did you bother coming all the way from Korea just for this?" Junsu didn't beat around the bush, replying, "Matter-of-factly, I came here for you, of course." This straightforward answer left Sipun completely bewildered. Junsu continued with a knowing smile. "Didn't you promise you'd give me anything I wanted? Well then, I want you to pass the Sigis technique on to me." You see, Sigmund's ancestor was the most legendary human hero in all of Norse mythology. Sigis himself, a tale worthy of its own manhwa recap. The Sigis technique was a treasured art passed down through his family line, a high-tier cultivation method that was leagues above the Ha technique. So, as Sigmund began transferring the technique into Junsu's body, our hero felt every single cell within him awaken as the very nature of his mana began transforming, growing stronger, more resilient, and far more potent. A dense cloak of this new mana now enveloped Junsu's very heart. He sat cross-legged, concentrating on his cultivation, and finally, he fully assimilated the properties of the powerful Sigis technique. Junsu's maximum mana pool had just skyrocketed by over 30%. With this kind of boost, learning other sword arts would be a complete breeze. Right at that moment, the two priests walked in and announced, "Mr. Sipun, Lady Jordis's treatment is now fully complete." Hearing the good news, Sipun jumped to his feet with joy. "Really?" he exclaimed, before rushing out of the room. The two priests then approached Junsu, asking hesitantly, "Mr. Kim, your ability to cure that possession was nothing short of miraculous. Do you happen to know how to treat other forms of spiritual affliction?" Junsu gave a slight confident nod. "I know a thing or two." Hearing this, the two priests lit up with excitement and proposed, "Would you be willing to teach us your methods? We will, of course, compensate you handsomely. If we master this, it could earn us significant favor within our faith, don't you think?" Junsu agreed without a second thought. Of course. After all, the Allied Guardian Army is composed of heroes who have held back the giant labyrinth for the sake of all humanity. He explained that he couldn't possibly accept payment from such noble individuals, so he would teach them everything he knew for free. The two priests were ecstatic, hailing him as a living saint, but they were completely oblivious to the intricate calculations unfolding in Junu's mind. But would these two powerful factions truly accept such a monumental gift, for free, and simply pretend nothing ever happened? Of course not. This was precisely the trigger to unlock a hidden quest, a classic move in any great system manhwa. Days later, a massive celebratory feast was thrown in the city of Achen. Cheers and toasts echoed through the hall as everyone raised their glasses. The Shichmun couple flanked Junu, relentlessly pressuring him to join them in drinking. They then proceeded to down drink after drink themselves. Junu was at a loss for words. Just how much had they already put away? He, on the other hand, was about to collapse from sheer exhaustion. To give you a quick manhwa recap, 1 week prior, Junu had held a massive public lecture for everyone in the city. He had shared the method to overcome this affliction with both the Church and the Guardian Alliance, and even personally saved warriors suffering from the demonic possessions. Junu had also revealed the exact ingredients required for the cure. In short, this overpowered MC had single-handedly altered the fate of Achen, so a festival in his honor was more than justified. But right now, Junu desperately needed some rest. The endless noise and chatter were completely draining him. A short while later, Junu finally managed to slip away outside, breathing a deep sigh of relief at his escape. Those people certainly know how to throw a party. Just as he was catching his breath, the director of the Guardian Alliance approached to greet him. With a cheerful smile, the director said, "I was worried I wouldn't get the chance to thank you properly. I rushed over the moment I recovered. Do you have a moment to spare?" Junu gently shook his head. In response, "I'm feeling a bit drained at the moment. I think it would be best if we talked later." Hearing this, the director of the Guardian Alliance couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. "Oh, what a pity. Our chairman was very keen on meeting you. At those words, Junu's feet stopped dead in their tracks, even as the director continued to ramble on. If you're not up to it, there's nothing to be done. I'll explain the situation to him. However, Junu had a sudden change of heart. A sly grin spread across his face as he replied, "Actually, I suddenly feel my energy returning. Please lead the way." If it was the chairman of the Guardian Alliance, Junu knew exactly who he was about to meet the youngest disciple of the Heavenly Demon Blood King. A short while later, Junu was escorted to a lavish estate. Bowing respectfully to the man seated before him, he introduced himself. "It is an honor to meet you, sir. I am Warrior Kim." The other man returned the greeting politely. "The pleasure is all mine. I am Chen Wei." Junu watched him intently as he began to speak. "Chairman, your reputation precedes you. I am well aware of your tireless efforts in guarding the labyrinth and your unwavering dedication to the Guardian Alliance." Chen Wei responded with a humble smile. "Thank you for the kind words. It's a small matter, please have a seat." Junu did as he was told, and then listened as Chen Wei continued with a smile. "I hear you're the one who disseminated the cure for the demonic seal in HN, is that correct? You are truly as impressive as the rumors suggested." Junu couldn't hide his surprise, asking, "You know of me?" A faint smile touched Chen Wei's lips as he answered nonchalantly. "There is very little in this world that escapes the notice of the Guardian Alliance. We've been keeping a close watch, almost like a Manhwa recap of your journey, and we know you're the rising star of South Korea. Have you ever considered becoming my disciple?" As the words hung in the air, he fixed his gaze on Junu, awaiting his answer. Hearing this offer, Junu was left completely stunned, exclaiming, "What? What do you mean by that?" Chen Wei began to explain slowly. "Your disposition is uncannily similar to my master's. It's as if you can predict the future, like the main character of a reborn manhwa." Junu's brow furrowed as he questioned this. "Are you referring to the heavenly demon?" Nodding solemnly, Chen Wei continued, "Indeed. The very same heavenly demon who was the undisputed strongest in the world in his time. His skills had reached a godlike level, though he has been in closed-door cultivation for several decades now, and I have not seen him since. The disciples of the heavenly demon, the heavenly lord, the ghost sovereign, and the blood king, they're all top-tier SSR class and level 8 fighters. But the heavenly demon is in a league of his own, a peerless tier 0 entity. And the reason is the heavenly demon arts, a perfect absolute technique for both offense and defense, encompassing everything from mana control formulas to unique movement patterns. The heavenly demon possesses the most formidable martial arts in the world." At that moment, Chen Wei slowly began to speak. "Although it's a slight shame that the heavenly demon arts were passed down to my senior brother, my blood fist technique is still something to be reckoned with. Anyone seeking power, like a true overpowered MC, would have zero regrets." Hearing this, Jun Shu felt his eyes light up. "This is insane. The blood fist is a first-rate martial art. This is a golden opportunity, if I've ever seen one." But Jun Shu spoke with a hint of apology. "I'm incredibly grateful for the offer, but I'm afraid I cannot follow you, Chairman." A bewildered Chen Wei asked, "Why am I not qualified to be your master?" Jun Shu gently shook his head and replied, "It's not that at all. It's just that I already have one, so I must refuse any offer to become someone's disciple." With that, he showed the chairman his sword. After examining it, Chen Wei nodded in understanding. It seemed the boy had already met the great Master Goom. "I can't do something so disrespectful to him. After all, he's a living legend, a figure straight out of history." Speaking of which, the chairman couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. "Just when I thought I'd found a brilliant candidate for a disciple, that old geezer had to snatch him up. It seems I have no other choice." Finishing his thought, Chen Wei produced a medal and placed it on the table, speaking once more. "A small gift to express my sincerity towards you." "Isn't this the heavenly demon's medallion?" Jun Shu exclaimed in utter shock. "Wait, are you really gifting me such a rare item?" Chen Wei's voice was low as he said, "Only our master and his direct disciples are permitted to use this. You should cherish it." Jun Shu voiced his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." But the reason he was given this was crystal clear. It meant that if Jun Shu ever had a change of heart, he was to find Chen Wei. It was probably the same logic the general used when giving him the sword, and Jun Shu absolutely loved it. Being scouted by two absolute powerhouses like this, he was on cloud 9. He was so thrilled he began to tremble. Noticing this, Chen Wei asked with a puzzled look, "Why have you suddenly started shaking?" Jun Shu quickly stood up, bowing deeply to him and speaking with respect. "It's because I was so moved by your gift. I will treasure it. Please, take care of yourself." Chen Wei nodded, satisfied. "Very good. I hope that the next time we meet, it will be as master and disciple, just like in a classic reborn manhwa." Jun Shu's heart was soaring. It was finally time to collect the rewards from that grueling quest. The very next day, inside a skyscraper in the city, the two priests from the other sects presented Jun Shu with a large chest. Although he was ecstatic inside, Junsu put on a humble facade, saying, "I really wasn't expecting any kind of thanks for this," which only made the two priests praise him even more. After some brief pleasantries, Junshu finally opened the chest. Inside lay a massive hammer. The priest from the Thor sect quickly introduced it as a gift from their order, the hammer, Mjolnir. This is the kind of epic loot you'd see in a top-tier manhwa recap. The Gaia sect in turn gifted him an SSR-grade item, an invisible shield that could be freely shaped by the wielder's magical influence. Junshu clutched both items tightly in his hands, absolutely overjoyed. Seeing this, the two priests spoke up. "Are they to your liking, Sir?" Junshu looked up at the two of them and said with a smile, "Are you truly gifting me such precious items?" If this was all there was, he'd be a little disappointed, but they weren't about to let his disappointment last for long. They proceeded to crack open yet another chest, revealing 10 flasks of Ya's nectar, 7 brilliant diamonds, and even the fabled angel's tears. But that wasn't all. Another more curious item lay within. Junshu picked it up puzzled. "Huh, what is this, a demon's heart?" The priest gave a slight nod, beginning to explain. "Indeed, we prepared it specifically for you to alchemize with the nectar." Hearing this, Junshu's brow furrowed as he fell into a thoughtful silence. "I'm going to have to push for a bit more," he thought, then hesitantly asked, "By any chance, do you have the heart of a fire dragon sunflower?" The priest from the Gaia order looked perplexed by the request. "Isn't that an item typically used by fire system mages?" he questioned. Junshu summoned a ball of black flame into his palm, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Exactly. Since I can wield these dark flames, it's a necessity. A true sign of an overpowered MC, don't you think?" The fire dragon sunflower's special attribute is purgatory flame, he continued. "If I'm going to win this wager against the tower, I absolutely need that power." The sight of the black flame was all the proof they needed. The priest from the Tho order nodded in immediate understanding. "I see it now. In that case, we will gladly provide it for you." Without delay, the priest produced the heart of a fire dragon sunflower and handed it to Junshu. This was to be their final gift. Junshu accepted it, a grin spreading across his face. "My thanks to all of you." Just then, the priest from the Tho order spoke once more. "By direct order from our highest authority, you are to be named an honorary Holy Knight of the Tho Legion." The priest from the Gaia order nodded in confirmation. Junshu didn't object. While his personal growth was paramount, he saw no reason to turn down such a beneficial alliance. And so he accepted with a casual smile. "Thank you. I would be honored to become an honorary Holy Knight." This was a strategic move. If Junshu ever planned to seize control from the Father's order, a plot twist worthy of a reborn manhwa, he would need the might of these two factions. As the afternoon wore on, the sun began its descent, but the village festival was still in full swing. Junshu had no choice but to begrudgingly navigate the dense crowd on his way home. He was only halfway there when a familiar voice cut through the noise, and a figure cloaked in white came rushing towards him. It was none other than Priest Kim, and his face was etched with pure anxiety. Junshu opened his mouth to ask what was happening, but before a single word could escape, Priest Kim clamped a hand over his mouth. He whispered urgently, "Shh! The Father's order is hunting me down. We need to get somewhere else now." And just as he said it, Junshu noticed a group of rather unfriendly-looking individuals within the crowd, their eyes darting around, as if searching for someone. A short while later, in a more secluded spot, having successfully evaded their pursuers, Priest Kim finally let out a shaky breath. "I think we lost them. Man, for a second there, I thought I was done for." Junshu eyed him with confusion. "What's going on? I thought you were supposed to be in Lavon." Priest Kim began to slowly explain the situation. "Well, to give you a quick manhwa recap, I found the treasure. Thanks to the golden holy artifact inside, I managed to reach level 5, but then the Father's order found me. After all, that place is basically their home turf." Reaching this part of the story, Priest Kim clutched his head in fear, muttering to himself, I don't know how difficult the next trial will be, which is why I desperately need to reach level 7 for our god as fast as possible." Junshu watched him, his eyes narrowing slightly before he hesitantly asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" At his offer, Priest Kim's brow furrowed as he sank into silence. It took a long moment before he finally spoke a bit sheepishly. "Actually, that's the very reason I sought you out." Junshu's curiosity was piqued. "What is it, priest?" Kim blurted out. Can you take me into the giant labyrinth?" Junshu's brow furrowed. "The labyrinth," he muttered. Priest Kim nodded firmly. "That's right. The entry-level dungeon on the 10th floor. A classic quest in any system manhwa." Junshu sank into thought after hearing the plan. For Priest Kim's sect to gain official recognition, they first needed to amass more divine power. Using the labyrinth as a sanctuary to build up their strength in the meantime seemed like a flawless strategy. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the labyrinth's entrance, where guards kept a vigilant watch around the clock. Suddenly, the sentinels spotted movement in the distance. It was Junshu and Priest Kim, their faces completely obscured. A guard's voice cut through the air sharp with suspicion. "Halt. State your business," Junshu nonchalantly replied. "I wish to enter the Great Labyrinth." His answer was met with a deep, silent frown from the guard. At this hour, the guard questioned. Junshu calmly explained, "I have my reasons," before whispering to the priest. "With your face hidden, they'll automatically assume you're a criminal. This Great Labyrinth is a notorious sanctuary for fugitives and outlaws. It's a lawless zone, where the rules of the overworld hold no sway." After a moment's hesitation, the guard finally spoke up. "A level 4 superhuman, huh? Fine. You can pass, but be warned, your identity will be thoroughly checked upon your exit." And just like that, the two of them gained entry into the labyrinth. Priest Kim followed, still a bit bewildered by the ease of it all. But on second thought, he realized the guard's assumption wasn't entirely off the mark. From the world's perspective, he was technically a religious fugitive. Once inside, Priest Kim turned to Junsu with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you say you were famous around here? Those guards didn't seem to recognize you at all?" Junshu just smirked in response. "Let's not ask silly questions. If they recognized me, word would spread like wildfire, and your cover would be blown instantly." Priest Kim gave an embarrassed chuckle before observing. "Still, it's much quieter in here than I expected." But in that very moment, Junshu's senses suddenly flared, his pupils contracting. He frowned, muttering, "There's a foul stench in the air." A confused Priest Kim asked, "What kind of stench?" Junshu's expression turned grim, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Demons. They're lying in wait up ahead." "No. I take that back. They're not waiting, they're charging right at us." And just as the words left his lips, a horde of demons burst forth from the shadows. Junshu summoned Thor's hammer, his voice ringing out, "Priest, bless our weapons." Without a moment's hesitation, Priest Kim complied, channeling a holy buff onto Junshu's weapon. In the blink of an eye, the hammer was radiating a brilliant sacred aura. A wicked grin spread across Junshu's face. This was perfect, as he'd been eager to test his new gear. An SSR-grade weapon combined with a golden blessing, this is the kind of combo that makes any system Manhwa so epic. Without another word, Junsu launched himself forward, initiating a brutal demonic purge that was over in a flash. The entire horde was annihilated. Priest Kim could only watch in awe, thinking that Junshu was a truly overpowered MC, more than worthy of his title as the Gold Warrior. Junshu was quick to praise him back. "That blessing of yours is top-notch too." Priest Kim let out a relieved chuckle, his spirits lifting. "I'll admit, I was terrified the bishop's forces had tailed us," he said cheerfully. "But once we're through this gate, we'll reach the 9th floor, safe and sound." However, the grim expression that suddenly fell over Junshu's face made the priest's newfound confidence vanish. "What's with that look?" he asked, bewildered. Junshu's voice was heavy. "I have a feeling things aren't going to be as simple as you hope." Right on cue, the gate before them creaked open, revealing a woman standing on the other side. Flanked by a squad of followers, she let out a malicious laugh. "You took longer than I expected, my dear savior." The sight of them sent a shiver down Priest Kim's spine, and he immediately ducked behind Junshu for cover. Junshu, meanwhile, was just wondering how they'd been tracked, but it didn't take long for the obvious conclusion to hit him. They must have been tailing the priest from the very start, a classic trope in any good manhwa recap. It seems that women must possess a tracking ability just like Junshu's. No wonder they could follow them so effortlessly, a classic trope in any good system manhwa. Just then, the supervisor from the Pontiff's Association chimed in with a smirk. "This tiresome little persuasion attempt ends here. Have you finally decided to join our faith?" "Oh, Savior," Junshu just scoffed, retorting coldly. "Join your cult? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" The woman simply curled her lip into a smile. "The saintess has blessed us with a holy decree. If the Savior agrees to join, you will be treated as her equal. You must dedicate both your body and your spirit to the Pontiff's church." Hearing this, Junshu cursed under his breath. Are they trying to justify sacrificing me like some side character in a dark reborn manhwa? Fuming at the thought, he roared, "Are you insane? Who gave you the right to decide that?" The woman just clicked her tongue twice, pouting as she said with a laugh, "You don't need to worry your pretty little head, because the succession ceremony for you, our savior, has already been prepared." As she spoke, a truly wicked smile spread across her face. Junshu just chuckled dryly and said, "Did you just throw the rights of Westphalia into the trash? You know that acting on your own whims will unleash utter chaos, don't you?" Hearing this, the woman's lips twisted into a sinister grin. She then threw her head back and screamed at the sky. "This is a giant labyrinth. A place free from all rules, where there are no limits whatsoever." And with that, she commanded her holy knights to eliminate Junshu. Junshu was momentarily stunned, and Priest Kim, standing behind him, was too terrified to utter a single word. But in that moment, Junshu let out a cold laugh. "That's right. This place is outside the law, which means I can act like a true overpowered MC and dismantle you all without a second thought. Priest Kim, hearing this, hesitated and whispered a warning, brother, can we really pull this off? There are 2 of them at level 5, and the rest are all level 3 or higher. But Jun Heksu replied with absolute confidence, we've got this. With that, he produced a grenade and then yelled, Priest Kim, give me your blessing. Priest Kim immediately got to work. With all the high-tier traits Junsu had collected and the weapons he'd acquired, this was shaping up to be a classic system Manhwa showdown. He wasn't afraid to throw down with them. The grenade, now glowing with a holy aura after being blessed, shot forward. With a deafening boom, a massive explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. But when the dust finally settled, the members of the pontiff's cult were still standing there completely unharmed. The leading woman sneered, what kind of cheap parlor trick was that? This isn't some amateur manhwa recap. Those little toys of yours won't even leave a scratch on us. Yet, in that very moment, Junu pulled out a massive cannon and aimed it straight at them. He had also switched his trait to that of a sharpshooter and began to unleash a furious barrage. However, the woman effortlessly conjured a protective barrier, rendering his attacks useless. She laughed triumphantly. This is the true power of the pontiff savior. Do you understand now? Junshu paid her no mind as he landed a smirk playing on his lips as he said, that was just the warm-up. The main event is about to begin. Immediately after, Junu switched his trait once more, adopting Sig's combat techniques. His magical power surged so intensely that the very blood in his veins began to boil. In the next instant, Junu launched himself forward. His speed was so incredible, it was completely invisible to the naked eye. As he began his assault on the pontiff's followers, Junu's senses were heightened to a supernatural degree, as if he could perceive every detail in the world. He saw the exact position of every single enemy, instantly identifying all of their weaknesses. And so he swiftly drew his sword. Junu unleashed the flower-light consecutive slash technique. The scene played out like the climax of a thrilling manhwa recap, as in a mere moment, the pontiff's cult's formation was utterly shattered. This sent one of the goons into a full-blown panic, screaming, hold on, something is seriously off. In that same instant, Junshu began to channel his mana again. His eyes swept over the stragglers cowering behind, before he once again unleashed the devastating Tiger King's double strike. A frenzied dance of swordlight filled the air, looking as if it were tearing apart the very fabric of space itself. The female commander barked out an urgent command. Do not fall back. The Great Father is watching us. Knights form a shield wall. Almost instantly, the remaining soldiers locked shields, creating a makeshift fortress. But Junshu didn't hesitate for a second and charged straight in. His blade flashed from its sheath once more. This time, he unleashed the Tiger King's violent burst, a wild torrent of sword energy. The attack then detonated with explosive force, wiping out the entire formation and even slicing off a few strands of hair from the commander standing safely in the rear. The terrified Holy Knights cried out in desperation, Supervisor, the enemy is overwhelming us. What are your orders? Please command us. But the woman's reply was chillingly cold. You will accept death in glory. This left the knights utterly bewildered. Ignoring their confusion, she continued with a twisted smile. Your sacrifice will bring great pleasure to the Father in the divine realm. This is his divine will. You are forbidden to refuse. It's a classic scenario in any good manhwa. Recap: the sheer difference in power made their numbers completely irrelevant to Junshu. He was absolutely dominating the so-called Holy Knights. Junshu pressed his assault, his blade a continuous deadly dance. His form was almost beautiful in its lethality, yet it brought nothing but destruction to everything around him. Witnessing this carnage, the female commander didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, a wide smile spread across her face. She exclaimed with feverish excitement, You are truly magnificent, my savior. It is a profound honor to witness this true face of the light. Junshu just scoffed, asking coldly, So, are you finally done sending out the cannon fodder? With a nonchalant nod, the woman replied, Indeed, I will send opponents worthy of your skill. But I have just one condition. You absolutely must not perish. The moment her words faded, 2 high-level Holy Knights stepped forward. Yet even now Junshu's stance was one of absolute confidence, completely devoid of fear. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 Holy Knights charged in to attack. Junshu calmly raised his shield to intercept their blades. But what happened next was shocking. The knight, whose sword met the shield, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of pure confusion. Internal damage. He'd only struck the shield a single time. It was a scene straight out of a reborn manhwa, where the MC's defense is also an attack. Before he could process it, Junshu sent him flying. The remaining knight took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. Junshu fluidly leaned back, dodging the blow with ease. He then used the momentum to pivot and counterattack, bringing his powerful hammer crashing down on the Holy Knight's body, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. This is the best you can throw at me. This isn't even a proper warm-up. The Holy Knight was left a battered and broken mess, his gaze on Junshu filled with growing terror. How could this man be a savior? He was convinced now that this overpowered MC was a follower of the devil himself. With that thought, he gripped his sword and charged, screaming, "Perish, you demon!" Junshu simply frowned in mild confusion. "You're still standing." The words had barely left his mouth when his sword flashed cleanly, taking the knight's head from his shoulders. He let out a cold huff. Such a shame. I really don't enjoy taking things this far. I guess that just leaves you then. With that, Junshu's gaze shifted to the female commander. But instead of fear, she burst into ecstatic laughter. "There's still more hidden power within you. You truly are the savior from the father's prophecy." Junshu completely ignored the madwoman's ranting. Like a true pro in a system manhwa, he quickly swapped his weapon to a sword and instantly reallocated his stats. "Not to mention, you've got Priest Kim in the back providing powerful buffs for you," Junshu stated coldly. "Is that all you have to say?" Hearing this, the woman shrieked maniacally. "What more possibly needs to be said? Now I will simply wait for your soul to arrive in the divine realm." Yet the moment the words left her mouth, a powerful flash of sword energy slashed forward and exploded on impact. When the smoke and flames dissipated, the woman had been completely annihilated. Priest Kim couldn't help but marvel at the display. "You actually handled all of them by yourself." Junshu replied nonchalantly. "It was thanks to your blessings. Good work." With that, Junshu glanced at the woman's remains and scoffed coldly. "Did you see how she was spouting nonsense right up to the very end? That's precisely why you can never reason with lunatics." Immediately after, they began to collect the dropped items. However, everything in the vicinity had been utterly obliterated. Junshu sighed helplessly. "Hey, do you think I got a little too carried away in my anger? All their items were destroyed. We can't salvage a thing. What a pity. Still, thanks to that battle, you've gathered enough materials for the high-grade 1 versus 1,000 trait, so it's all good." With no further obstacles in their path, Junshu and Priest Kim smoothly entered the colossal labyrinth of the 10th floor, a scene straight out of an epic Manhwa recap. Priest Kim exclaimed with delight. "We've finally reached the 10th floor." Junshu also nodded in acknowledgement. "Congratulations on reaching your destination." Priest Kim turned to look at him, his voice filled with gratitude as he spoke. "I never would have made it this far without you. I'd probably still be nothing more than an ordinary healer." Junshu simply shook his head and smiled. "You're the one who put in all the hard work. I barely did anything." At that moment, Priest Kim suddenly remembered something, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a necklace to hand to Junshu. He spoke softly. "This is the Heart of Prosperity." Junshu accepted it excitedly. This was an SSR grade holy relic. This was some top-tier loot. Seeing how much he liked it, Priest Kim added, "I found it in the Leivan Treasure Valley you told me about. I thought it would be perfect for you." Junshu grew even more delighted. He ruffled the young priest's hair and said with a grin, "Thanks a lot, kiddo." Beaming from the praise, Priest Kim then asked curiously, "So where are you planning to go now?" Junshu replied nonchalantly, "It's time to return to Korea. And it's also time to find the final item for my 5th class up." This is the part of any system manhwa where the real grind is about to begin. Several days later, within a forest in Gangwon Province, South Korea, Junshu ventured into the area upon his return. It was a lush, verdant forest, but one that concealed great danger. Junshu hadn't been walking for long before a cold blade was pressed firmly against his neck. A figure cloaked in black had appeared from out of nowhere. "What is an outsider doing in this place?" the figure asked icily. Junshu narrowed his eyes slightly. This person was concealing their appearance, but he recognized them instantly. This was the SL class entity Bone Serpent. It seemed he had found the mutant's hideout, just as a protagonist in a reborn manhwa would. Seeing that Junshu didn't answer, Bone Serpent spoke again in an even colder tone. "I asked, why are you here?" Junshu replied calmly. "I have some business in this place." The creature, however, ordered him away. "This is a restricted area. Get lost." A faint smirk played on Junshu's lips as he retorted, "Isn't this the path to the Village of Hope?" Upon hearing these words, Bone Serpent froze instantly. It asked in utter bewilderment, "How do you know that name?" The place Junshu sought was known to the world as Monster Village, but the mutants who resided there called it the Village of Hope. At this, Bone Serpent lowered its blade, its voice now laced with indifference. "I didn't expect you to know the village's true name. I will lead the way. Stay close to me." With that, it turned and departed, and Junshu quickly followed suit. Fortunately, Bone Serpent was on patrol today. It was far more reasonable than the other mutants. A short while later, inside the Village of Hope, the trees were in full vibrant bloom. The village was absolutely teeming with life, and the mutant creatures all seemed to be in high spirits. However, the moment Junsu was led inside by Snakebone, every mutant in sight immediately grew wary. In no time at all, a pair of colossal legs stepped forward, completely blocking their path. It was a massive bear named Ju. It squinted at Snakebone and demanded, "Why have you brought a human into our village?" Snakebone calmly replied, "He knows the name of this village, and he claims to have business with you." Upon hearing this, the great bear lowered its massive head to scrutinize Junsu. After a long tense moment, it spoke with suspicion, "I've never seen your face before. What do you want?" Junsu took a deep breath, composing himself before declaring, "I wish to ask for a favor." The bear's skeptical gaze never wavered. Junsu hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I need a mutant beast magic core. I don't know if you'd be willing to." But before he could even finish his request, the bear lashed out with a sudden violent swipe of its paw. Junsu was sent flying through the air. If not for his diamond-hard body trait, he would have been knocked out cold. Seeing that the human was still on his feet, the great bear charged with even greater ferocity, growling, "Not bad, but now you've earned yourself a fatal beating. I'm going to end you." Panicked, Junsu immediately yelled out, "Wait, what are you doing? I have no intention of harming anyone here." He knew exactly why it was so enraged. In pretty much every system, Manhwa magic cores can only be harvested from the dead. The great bear roared in fury as it swung its claws. "If it were your family's corpses, would you sell them for a handful of silver coins?" Junsu watched utterly stunned as a blade of pure energy shot from its claws. A bear that could use sword aura. Seriously, it was like the beast was an overpowered MC in its own right. But this was hardly the time to get lost in thought. He quickly pleaded, "Please just calm down. I can pay a worthy price, I swear." The great bear roared back in disgust, "I already said we don't need your money. This isn't about money." Junsu simply shook his head and reached into his bag, pulling something out. A bright light flared from the object, forcing the bear to shield its eyes and step back. It peered at the item in Junsu's hand, muttering in confusion, "What in the world is that? This isn't some reborn manhwa where you pull out a legendary artifact." But all Junsu had revealed was a simple cup of instant noodles. He smirked, repeating, "I will pay a worthy price." The great bear flew into a rage, bellowing, "Are you making fun of me?" Yet Junsu remained perfectly calm as he poured boiling water into the cup. He spoke slowly, "Don't say that, just give it a try. We can talk afterward, there's no need to rush." He then placed the lid on the cup and pushed it toward the bear. "This isn't just any ordinary instant noodle. You know, I don't want it. Get out of here before I tear you limb from limb." The great bear roared its threat, but the irresistible aroma of the noodles had already reached its sensitive nose. In that very instant, its ferocious expression melted away, replaced by the eager look of a puppy. Junsu's smile widened. He knew a mutant bear with such a keen sense of smell stood no chance against the national dish. It's this kind of twist that makes for a great manhwa recap. Sure enough, the great bear sat down before the cup of noodles, murmuring in absolute wonder, "I've never smelled anything like this in my life." Junsu's smirk grew as he added, "A friend of mine mentioned that the people of Hope Village struggle greatly to find food." The bear snorted coldly, "So you've done your homework." With an indifferent shrug, Junsu taunted, "Go ahead and eat. Aren't you curious why humans go crazy for instant noodles?" The great bear hesitated for a split second before its demeanor changed completely. This quirky negotiation is the kind of content that makes a manhwa recap so much fun. "I am the chief of Hope Village," it declared, with all the dignity it could muster. "Therefore, I am only eating this to better understand human culture. It is certainly not because it looks delicious." With that excuse made, it promptly devoured the entire thing. The very second the flavor hit its tongue, the great bear's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. This taste, it was like being instantly transported to paradise itself. The chewy noodles flooded his mouth as the hot, savory broth warmed his stomach with a deep, satisfying heat. It was a truly divine flavor that left him completely mesmerized. The great bear's voice trembled as he mumbled, "How can something possess a taste like this? Is there any more?" Junu gave a slight nod and replied, "I brought plenty of other dishes today. Everyone is welcome to come and try." With that said, he brought out a huge spread of delicious food to share with the surrounding mutated creatures. Not all mutants shared the bear's palate, so Junu had cleverly prepared everything with a special magic powder. Just as he predicted, the horde of mutated creatures ate with pure ecstasy. Even the great bear was so lost in the food he forgot everything else. The group's opinion of Junu began to warm up, much to his satisfaction. But just then, the skeletal snake suddenly held up a vial and demanded, "Wait a second, this is magic powder. Is this stuff even safe for us to eat?" The moment he spoke, the crowd of mutants instantly panicked. The great bear shot a sharp glare back at Junu. Our hero let out a reluctant sigh. He couldn't blame them for their caution. If absorbed incorrectly, a mutant's magic core could violently explode. But just like a true overpowered MC, he already had a plan. With that in mind, Juno smiled and said, "If you're worried, why not ask your guardian deity? The one who possesses the power of prophecy, also known as the grandmother of the monster village, the God Tree, the guardian of this very place." The God Tree. While she might be weaker compared to other divine beings, she was still a genuine god in her own right. Therefore, all matters concerning the mutants were ultimately decided by her. The Great Bear quickly brought the magic powder before the God Tree for her inspection. Even after receiving her answer, he asked with lingering doubt, "Is that really true, Godmother?" The God Tree responded slowly, "Yes, the powder he's using is unpurified grade 0 core powder from a holy spring, an exquisite supplement for all of you." The Great Bear used a translator so everyone could hear. Upon hearing those words, the surrounding mutants immediately erupted in joy. They then began to pay their respects to the God Tree. "Thank you for lending us your wisdom, Godmother." At this point, the skeletal snake approached Juno and spoke, "Well, that clears up any suspicion. I acted a bit rashly back there, my apologies." Juno waved his hand with a smile. "It's fine, I understand. You don't need to apologize. Now that all the misunderstandings are cleared up, how about we celebrate with a barbecue or something?" Juno immediately started grilling meat for everyone to share. It was an incredibly joyous meal, and Juno managed to earn a great deal of goodwill from them, a key development in this Manhwa recap. The God Tree was also delighted to witness this scene. It seemed the Village of Hope finally had a distinguished guest. Not only did he bring food, Juno also brought along alcohol. The Great Bear took a sip of soju, then let out a hearty laugh. "Now I get why humans enjoy drinking so much. This is incredible." Juno smiled and replied, "I'm glad you like it. But Village Chief, aren't you also human? Why do you speak as if you're from a different species entirely?" The Great Bear answered casually, "Just an old habit. To be honest, it's been a very long time since we were treated like actual people. Back when the Japanese army ruled, we were seen as nothing more than talking beasts, constantly targeted by hunters." Juno narrowed his eyes, then gave a broad, respectful smile. "But even so, you are still an amazing individual. I heard you participated in the war and achieved great things. And because of that, mutants were finally granted some rights." The Great Bear nodded slightly. "That was a result we achieved together. It's a key part of our history, something you'd find in a deep system manhwa. It's been such a long time since the village has been this happy." He added that he had longed to hear the sound of laughter like this again. Hearing these words, Junshu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his own scheme. What a pure-hearted village. All it took was prodding at their most painful wound, and he could complete the reputation quest with absolute ease. After spilling his guts, Big Bear spoke up again. "Oh, that's right. Didn't you mention you needed magic cores? Here, take these." Without another word, he produced 4 magic cores and handed them to Junsu. Junshu's heart was soaring. The reputation quest was officially complete. Come to Papa, he thought. But on the outside, our overpowered MC simply maintained a friendly facade and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir." Having obtained what he came for, Junshu quickly concocted an excuse to slip away. He was in an incredibly good mood. They had absolutely made the right decision by giving him something so valuable. This is the kind of satisfying progression you love to see in a great system manhwa. However, before he could even leave the forest, Snakebones suddenly blocked his path, standing directly in front of Junshu and slowly parting its jaws to speak. "You're leaving already. I haven't even had the chance to thank you properly." Junshu scratched his head in embarrassment, replying, "There's no need for all that. You've all already given me such a precious gift." Snakebones stated flatly, "I have a feeling you desire something much greater from our village." Junshu figured their paranoia was understandable considering this was likely their first decent meal in several decades. But to his surprise, Snakebones didn't seem to object. Instead, he made a sincere offer. "If you require more mutant cores, please just tell me. I am willing to give you my own." Junshu was utterly flabbergasted by the offer, frantically waving his hands in protest. "Don't say such terrifying things. I'm not asking you to carve out a living being's heart, you get me." But Snakebones remained steadfast and serious. "But I am completely serious. My godmother prophesied that it is my destiny to give a part of my body to the one who can regenerate my flesh." Junshu was once again thrown into a state of shock. Was that piece of meat really that valuable? This was the prologue to Skull Snake's personal quest, a classic trope in any good reborn manhwa, but he had never heard of it involving a magic core before. After a moment of thought, Junshu spoke up again. "Perhaps it's just a metaphor, and it's actually something else entirely, not a literal magic core." Snakebones nodded slightly in agreement. "That's true. I suppose I will know for sure when the time comes." After chatting for a little while longer, Junshu finally took his leave from the Village of Hope. He returned to the city swiftly, and his first order of business was to select a new house. The moment he laid eyes on it, Junshu's face lit up. The massive mansion before him was finally going to be his new home. A place where the garden alone spanned an incredible 3,000 square meters. And it even came with a swimming pool in the yard. But that wasn't all. The real reason Junshu chose it was because of the private secret training facility in the basement. This training ground was significantly larger and more fully equipped than his last one. Junshu was absolutely thrilled, letting out a whoop of excitement. He never dreamed that he would make it this far. This isn't just any manhwa recap, it's the chronicle of a legend in the making. Just then, Director Choi walked in from outside. Seeing Junshu laughing uncontrollably, he asked with a quizzical look, "Superman, Kim, are you really that happy?" Junshu, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Director Choi, thank you for recommending such a fantastic house to me." Hearing this, Choi simply waved his hand and laughed. It was nothing at all. "But may I ask why you decided to move so suddenly?" Junshu began to explain slowly, showing a level of foresight you'd expect after watching a few manhwa recap videos. "My apprentices will be coming to train, so I wanted to provide them with a better facility, and I also need a private space for myself. By the way, what about the room I requested?" Director Choi winked and smiled. "Naturally, it's all ready. There's also a large laboratory inside the house." As Junshu stepped inside, a spirit materialized before him. "Greetings, Master. I am the magic spirit assigned to assist you. How may I be of service?" Junshu stepped into the diagnostic machine and stated coolly, "Let's start with a general checkup. From now on, leveling up will be far more complex. For the best results, you'll need the spirit's help." And just as Junshu stepped into the machine, the spirit snapped her fingers, and a surge of magical energy enveloped him, beginning a comprehensive scan of all his attributes. However, it wasn't long before the system suddenly glitched, a classic trope in any good system manhwa, leaving Junshu a bit bewildered. The spirit's voice laced with concern. "Master, did an error occur while we were checking your mana circle?" Junshu paused for a moment, thinking before finally replying, "Ah, that's probably my fault. I can freely switch my mana circle, but let's keep that our little secret." The spirit was momentarily stunned, muttering in disbelief. "Is that even possible? My database has no record of such a condition." Junshu casually replied, "You can see for yourself, which is why we need to find a 5th-level divine elixir that's uniquely suited for me." Hearing this, the spirit fell silent, contemplating the issue. After a long pause, she exclaimed excitedly, "A standard elixir won't work, but if we craft a custom one, that might be possible, right?" Junshu gave a simple knowing nod. "Exactly. Sounds pretty valuable, doesn't it?" The spirit then began to query all of Junu's abilities, inputting the data into her system. The process was completed in a flash, and the spirit cheerfully announced, "You possess a total of 136 abilities, and the constellation design is complete." Junshu, hearing this, asked with a hint of confusion, "A constellation? What's that?" The spirit began to explain slowly. "It's a type of divine elixir that was until now purely theoretical. Have all the ingredients for its creation been prepared?" He frowned slightly, thinking, "It's not the exact elixir I had in mind, but it should be fine." After all, Junshu had asked the spirit to prepare what was most compatible with him. With that thought, he gave a slight nod and replied, "Of course." Seeing that Junshu was ready, the spirit initiated the creation of the 5th-level divine elixir. And just like that, Junshu was occupied for the entire day, right until nightfall. Soren and Janet then arrived from outside, their hands full of various items. They cheerfully announced with a smile, "Congratulations on reaching level 5. You're like the hero of a reborn manhwa starting a whole new chapter." Junshu looked at the two of them and asked, bewildered, "How did you two know?" Soren pointed outside and explained, "The people out there told us." Junshu glanced over and immediately saw Choi So and Thich Quinn standing outside, impeccably dressed in suits and carrying wine and fruit. Junshu gave them a helpless look, but Choi So paid it no mind, running up with a grin and saying, "I'm the one who invited them. It would be a real shame to let a day like this just pass by. This entire celebration is turning into a major event, something we'd definitely feature in our manhwa recap." But the biggest surprise for Junshu was yet to come. He saw fireworks and a projection of Yuan's family of 3 offering their congratulations, causing him to blush in embarrassment. Why was Yuan getting involved in this too? Just then, Chell spoke up. "Come to think of it, I saw a celebratory wreath in front of your house." Junshu gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering under his breath, "Now that I've reached level 5, everything I do will attract attention. It's the classic curse of the overpowered MC. Are you all trying to get me in trouble with these gifts?" He then immediately tore the wreath to shreds. At that very moment, a black car suddenly pulled up in front of Junu's house, startling him. A woman with an incredibly composed and mature aura stepped out of the vehicle. Junshu furrowed his brow in confusion. "Who is this now?" Was everyone invited to this party or something? While he was still trying to process the situation, the woman spoke slowly. You must be Warrior Kim. Correct. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Junwoo gave a polite nod in response. Thank you. But who are you? The woman seemed to realize her omission and said with a quick smile, Oh my, I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Son Hun, of the Kumo Group. As soon as Junwoo heard that name, a name famous enough to be in any Manhwa recap, he knew exactly who she was. Isn't that the youngest daughter of the Kumo Group, he thought to himself before asking aloud with suspicion. What business does the Kumo Group have here? Son Hun calmly replied. I have a proposition for you, a job I'd like to hire you for. Taken aback, Jun eyed her suspiciously and asked, What kind of job are we talking about? But then, it clicked. Wasn't the Kumo Group currently embroiled in a bitter war of succession? Getting tangled up in their family drama would be a massive headache. It was far better to keep his distance. Just as Jun was weighing his options trying to find a polite way out, Hai Yang broke the silence. We want you to fight as our champion in the upcoming 5-round succession tournament. The official reward will be more magnificent than you can possibly imagine. As she finished speaking, she produced a handgun. The moment Jun laid eyes on it, his own widened in utter astonishment. Wasn't that one of Don's custom-made firearms, the one with the infamous destruction attribute? Suddenly, the entire game had changed. A grin spreading across his face, Jun immediately replied, So where do I sign? It's time to go collect all the best loot again. The very next day, inside a towering skyscraper, Hai Yang, lounging on a sofa, looked across at him and stated, Since you already possess 2 of Don's creations, I figured you'd accept my offer. Hearing this, Jun couldn't help but smirk. This is where we see the classic overpowered MC mindset kicking in. If the prize is already this generous, he mused, what else might you add if I happen to win? Hai Yang replied coolly, unfazed by his request. We will add another Dawn firearm to the pot, one with a stasis attribute. She went on to explain that further victories would yield even greater rewards, but warned him against being too greedy. After all, in a high-stakes system, Manhwa like this, every opponent he'd face was a fearsome level 6. Securing even a single victory would be a huge accomplishment. Jun listened, his brow furrowing in deep thought. The following day, Hai Yang escorted him to a massive imposing arena. Upon spotting her, a man with a condescending smirk called out, Well, look, who decided to show up, little sister. I'm surprised you even bothered to participate. You must be feeling lucky today. Hai Yang paid his taunts, no mind brushing past him, without a word, and heading straight for her designated seat. Her dismissive action clearly irked the man, who let out a cold snort. What's with the attitude, he muttered. This man was none other than Song Hai Jun, the eldest son of the Kumo Group and a level 6 superhuman himself. Seated beside him was the second son, Song Hai Chun. He too was a level 6 superhuman. He let out a weary sigh, telling his brother, Just leave her be. This is a battle between the 2 of us anyway. Jun made his way to the seat beside Hai Yang and asked quietly, So, the first match is between the champions of the eldest and the second son, I take it. Hai Yang gave a slight nod. That's right. And both of their chosen fighters are incredibly powerful. At her words, Jun directed his gaze down to the arena floor. As we continue this manhwa recap, we see the 2 combatants, an SR rank, ironclad warrior, facing off against an equally formidable, SR rank flame demon. After a moment of observation, Jun let out an impressed sigh. Just as you'd expect from a major corporation, they've brought out the big guns, all high-level fighters. Hai Yang's tone turned serious as she warned him, You need to watch this fight very closely. That one, the ironclad warrior, he's fighting for my second brother, and he's widely considered to be the strongest competitor in this entire tournament. Down on the sand, the battle began as the ironclad warrior charged, launching a fierce attack on the flame demon. But the flame demon simply met his charge with a wicked grin. Suddenly, he threw his head back and roared a single command, Sunfire. The sheer power in his voice startled the ironclad warrior. Before the armored fighter could even process what was happening, a blazing sphere of fire was already hurtling toward him. Watching the scene unfold, Hai Yang's face went pale with panic. With a deafening boom, the arena floor erupted in a massive explosion as the ironclad warrior was completely swallowed by the inferno. In a mere instant, he was incinerated, turning to nothing but dust and smoke. When the chaos subsided, only the flame demon remained standing. A look of pure terror washed over Hai Yang's face. Hai Chun shot to his feet, clutching his head in disbelief, while only Hai Jun, the eldest brother, wore a smug, triumphant smile. At that exact moment, Jun noticed something was off. That flame. It felt strange. He realized the flame demon wasn't a level 6 warrior at all. He was merely a mage who could wield thermal magic. But wait, wasn't taking a life strictly forbidden within the Tower of the Sun? This crucial detail in our manhwa recap raises a chilling question. Junwoo activated his sensory trait to analyze the so-called flame demon. In an instant, a realization hit him wasn't that the solar eclipse art. Don't tell me that guy is exactly who I think he is. After a long moment of silence, Junshu glanced over at Hai Wai and asked, Miss Hai Wai, I'm up next, right? She gave a slight nod, confirming, that's correct. Hearing this, Junshu immediately shot to his feet. I'm heading out first, so make sure you're prepared. Hai Yang looked at him with worry, hesitating before asking, are you absolutely certain about this? Shouldn't we send a level 6 superhuman instead? Shrugging nonchalantly, Junshu replied with total confidence, I can win this. It seems that guy knows exactly what he's doing. So it was Hongdu, the exile from the Sun Tower. It looks like he's thrown in his lot with the Kumo group, a classic twist you'd see in the best reborn manhwa. Up in the stands, the three heirs of the Kumo group continued to spectate the upcoming battle. Hai Jun glanced at Hai Wai, with a smirk, taunting, let's see if our little sister's champion can actually defeat the flame demon. At that moment, Junshu strode into the arena, the black fox sword in his hand. Hai Jun's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but he was still certain that even a swordsman stood no chance against the sunfire. It looked like another corpse was about to be added to the pile. Down on the field, Junshu narrowed his eyes at Hongdu and spoke coldly, I never expected to meet you again like this. Hongdu's brow furrowed slightly. He asked, with suspicion. You recognize me, Jun? Shu answered casually. Of course. The cheap trick you're using belongs to the Sun Tower. Does your master, that old lady, do know you're doing this? Hearing this, a sneer spread across Hongdu's face, and then he threw his head back and let out a booming laugh. My master knows everything. Before arriving, Junwoo had heard a few things from Choi Seo. Right before the Kumo Group's succession war kicked off, it was rumored that the chairman had been suddenly assassinated. In this entire country, only 2 people were capable of such a feat, the head of the Sun Tower and one other individual. Could that old hag do really be involved in the Kumo Group's war of succession? The plot in this system Manhwa is getting thicker. While the thought was terrifying, Junwoo figured he might have to confront her for confirmation after this was all over. But as he was lost in thought, Hongdu spoke up. Well, since you recognize me, I can finally get my revenge. I'll show you the power I've prepared especially for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant flame erupted forth. Yet, Junshu's figure remained standing tall and unfazed. A classic overpowered MC moment, if I've ever seen one. This just enraged Hongdu. He roared furiously. So the rumors that you can withstand the sunfire are true. But my sunlight is on a completely different level. Just be a good boy and turn to ash. Immediately after, another dazzling beam of fire shot out. Seeing this, Hai Yang instantly panicked, exclaiming, impossible. A level 6 superhuman can use a divine art. How is a level 5 supposed to survive that? But when the smoke and fire finally cleared, Junshu was still standing there defiantly, a contemptuous smirk on his face. Is that all you've got? I guess it's my turn now, isn't it? He said that, but internally Junshu admitted he was nearly roasted alive. Pushing the thought aside, he chuckled and said, let me borrow that fire for a second. The moment the words left Junshu's mouth, the sunlight enveloped his axe, causing Hongdu to cry out in absolute terror. No way! How can you use my sunlight? Junwoo completely ignored his reaction, raising his axe high into the air. As lightning rapidly descended from the heavens, Junshu simultaneously switched his attribute. With a deafening boom, the lightning channeling through the axe crashed down on Hongdu, who screamed in a panic. Wait a minute. But it was far too late, and that's where this manhwa recap ends for now. His entire form was consumed by a blinding flash of lightning, and when the light finally dissipated, Hongdu had vanished without a trace. This unbelievable sight left the 3 heirs of the Kumo group completely aghast. Jundu, in stark contrast, was buzzing with excitement. Are we ready for the next round? He asked eagerly. Later that evening, back at the Kumo group headquarters, Jundu sat on a plush sofa, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for fulfilling my request, and here's a little bonus for your victory. At the sight of the reward, Junshu's eyes immediately lit up. He was finally getting his hands on the 4th gun. Seeing his joy, Hyun added, but wait, there's more. We did promise you something else, didn't we? Though it was just a pair of shoes, they were incredibly valuable. Internally, Junsu was ecstatic. On the outside, however, he feigned modesty, asking, can I really accept something of this caliber? Hyun responded with cool confidence. You've more than earned it. Junu's 3 consecutive victories were a truly stunning performance, the kind of highlight reel you'd see in a top-tier manhwa recap. However, he was promptly banned from competing further. The remaining representatives fought it out, and the final victor was precisely who Hyun had wanted all along. Junwoo could have kept fighting, of course, but he wasn't about to reveal his entire hand like some rookie. A truly overpowered MC knows when to hold back, especially when the whole world is watching the Kumo group's power struggle. With this in mind, Junwoo finally broke the silence and asked, "Does this mean you're officially the heir now?" Ha-yoon shook her head gently. "Not exactly. This battle was just a tactic to persuade the board of directors, and they won't give up their power that easily." Junwoo nodded with understanding. "I see. A young CEO is bound to face disadvantages on multiple fronts after all." Hearing his words, Ha-yoon's hand tightened into a fist. After a moment of silence, she said with determination, "That's true, but I have no intention of just sitting back and taking it. Now that it's come to this, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you, Clamp Warrior." Jun-shu looked at her, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "What is it? With a reward this big, who in their right mind would refuse?" Ha-yoon hesitated for a beat. She reached up to touch her earring, her voice dropping as she began. "There is one way to completely turn this situation around." In a flash, a spectral image of a black crow materialized before them. Ha-yoon began to explain in a hushed tone. "The Raven chip contains a unique mutagen that only reacts to my family's DNA. It's the kind of game-changing item you'd find in a system Manhwa. If I use it, I can reach level 7 and flip the board in my favor." Hearing this, Junsu instantly understood the gravity of her plan. Ha-yoon was willing to risk using a dangerous mutagen. Without a moment's hesitation, he gave a firm nod. "All right, let's do it." Ha-yoon stared at him surprised. "Really?" "Of course," Junsu replied softly, thinking to himself, only a fool would pass this up. And so deep within the Kumo Group's basement that night, a black crow flew silently through the shadows, completely undetected by anyone. Junwoo sat comfortably on its back, a smirk playing on his lips as he whispered, "We found it." Flashing back a few hours, Ha-yoon had presented her offer to Junsu. "If you can bring the Raven chip to me, I will pay you double this amount." And right after she spoke, she piled a veritable mountain of gold bars onto the table, worth an estimated 10 billion. Junwoo was left utterly speechless as Ha-yoon calmly continued her pitch. "And if I successfully become the chairman, I promise to grant you the helmet and armor currently held by my brothers." As she spoke, Junwoo couldn't suppress a small snort, which made her pause in confusion. He quickly played it off. "Sorry, just an itchy nose." In reality, he was simply overwhelmed with joy. The complete Kumo equipment set, currently split among the 3 siblings, would ultimately belong to the chairman. This meant the entire SSL-grade Kumo, set a legendary prize you'd expect the protagonist of a reborn manhwa to acquire, would become his. He just had to keep his excitement from showing on his face. Ha-yoon, however, seemed oblivious to his reaction, and simply continued, "My brothers cannot know about this, so please, this must remain our secret. If you need anything to make this request a reality, just say the word." Junsu hesitated for a beat before flashing a confident winking smile. "Oh, in that case, how about I take some of those diamonds off your hands?" And just like that, Junwoo was transported to the rooftop of the Kumo building, surveying his new domain. A smirk played on his lips as he mused, "I can see all of Gangnam from up here. Money really is the ultimate cheat code, isn't it?" Junwoo was now decked out in a full set of high-grade equipment: a detection helmet, super speed boots, a berserker's diadem, and a crisis detection ring. The perfect loadout for an overpowered MC. The time had come to absorb the unique properties from these magical artifacts. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant stream of magical energy surged directly into Junwoo's body. Moments later, he acquired the airstrike trait. A satisfied grin spread across his face. His new movement skill was now active. With all preparations complete, it was time for the main event to begin. In the very next moment, Junwoo launched himself off the towering skyscraper. Naturally, just before he could become a pavement, painting a massive black crow swooped in to catch him. Junwoo chuckled, thoroughly pleased. Just as expected from the Mo boots, this feels like a whole different dimension. Now it was time to report back to his client. Without a moment's hesitation, Junwoo contacted Ha-young just as they'd planned in the previous scene. Upon hearing the news, she exclaimed in shock, "Where is it?" He casually replied, "Right in front of the crow statue, in the main lobby." But then he added, "There's just one tiny little problem." Hearing this, Ha-young's brow furrowed as she asked. "A problem," Junwoo explained slowly. "I'm going to have to cause a bit of a commotion to retrieve the chip. So you'll need to take full responsibility for the fallout." The moment the president gave her consent, he brought his hammer crashing down on the lobby statue. This is the kind of epic moment you'd see in any great manhwa recap. Instantly, the Raven chip was revealed. Junwoo snatched it up in a flash and immediately reported back to Ha-young. "I've secured the Raven chip. What's my next destination?" Ha-young's voice was urgent. "Get to the body modification room on the 2nd floor. I'm heading there right now." Junwoo didn't waste a second, breaking into a full sprint. As he ran, he warned her, "Your brothers have probably caught on by now. You need to move fast." A short while later, inside the modification room on the 2nd floor, the tightly sealed doors were suddenly thrust open, startling the person inside, who asked in confusion, "Youngest president, what brings you here?" At an hour like this, it was Hai Young, and she had no time for pleasantries. She commanded sharply, "Activate the modification chamber." The lab technician was momentarily stunned into silence by the sudden order, but they quickly complied, their fingers flying across the computer controls. Once finished, the technician asked hesitantly, "But what do you intend to do with it?" Hai Young ignored the question, her gaze fixed on the doorway as a smile bloomed on her face. "You've arrived just in time. I'm ready." The warrior who had just entered was none other than Junu. A smirk touched his lips as he said, "And so is the chip. Let's get this show on the road." With that, he handed the Raven chip over to Hai Young. She accepted it and stepped into the modification machine, her voice steady. "Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands." The warrior Junu gave a calm nod in response. "Yeah, don't worry. I'll be right here to witness it all." This is a classic system Manhwa moment, where trust is placed in the protagonist. Reassured by his words, Hai Young confidently activated the chip. She stood tall inside the modification chamber, her eyes filled with unshakable resolve. Hai Young had made her decision, and there was no turning back. Just then, the enraged shout of "Hai Jun" echoed from outside, making Junu's head snap towards the entrance. The newcomers were none other than Hai Young's two older brothers. Hai Jun stormed in, fuming, "You little brat. How dare you pull a stunt like this behind my back? Someone stop her now." However, Junu moved to block their path, his voice calm and steady, as he declared, "I'm afraid I can't let you take another step." "Hi," Jun shot him, a piercing glare, his voice dripping with ice. "So, I hear you've defeated a few superhumans before, and now you think you can stand against me. Do you have any idea who I am?" In response, Junu simply offered a casual, unfazed smile, the kind you only see in a reborn manhwa, where the MC is always 10 steps ahead. "Of course, I know you're the chairman of the Kumo group. Or perhaps I should say, the former Times chairman." The remark made Hai Jun's face flush crimson with rage. He gritted his teeth and spat, "You absolute bastard." Just then Hai Chun stepped forward, intervening before the master of the black and green fox sword could attack. Hai Jun shot him a sharp glare, but Hai Chun paid it no mind, speaking with cold indifference. "No matter how skilled a warrior you are, you can't possibly fight both me and my brother, two level 6 superhumans, at the same time." He then offered to pay Junu a reward equivalent to what Hai Wai had promised, suggesting they negotiate rather than come to blows. Hai Jun even sweetened the pot, offering him the position of Deputy Director of Security for Kumo. Hearing this, Junu's brow furrowed in a moment of silence, but that silence was quickly broken by a sneer of contempt. "What a pathetic offer. You want me to betray my client while she's completely defenseless? That's the kind of logic only a scoundrel would use." His words ignited the fury of the two Zhong brothers, but before they could even retort, Junu continued to mock them. "And you call that an equivalent reward? You'd have to at least double or triple the offer for me to even consider it. And even then, I would never accept." That was the final straw. Hun could no longer hold back and lunged forward with his sword. Junu swiftly raised his shield to block the attack. The impact was more powerful than he'd anticipated. So this was the true strength of a level 6 superhuman. Just as they'd claimed, fighting both at once was out of the question, but in a one-on-one fight, victory was far from guaranteed for them. Because in that same instant, a deep gash appeared on Hun's stomach, with fresh blood pouring out. Junu smirked and said, "Whoops, my hand slipped." Seeing the dire situation, Hai Chun raised his gun and fired at Junu, who instantly conjured a shield to block the shots. It seemed that in that very moment, he had acquired a new trait. This is the kind of clutch power-up that makes a system manhwa so thrilling, and Junu couldn't help but let out a smug grin. He wondered to himself why his shield suddenly felt so much more durable. Now they could fire all they wanted. He wasn't going to budge a single inch. While Junu was busy dealing with Hai Jun seized the opportunity and made a mad dash for the editing machine. But just before his hand could make contact, a bullet glowing with an eerie blue light struck him down. Hai Chun watched in absolute horror as his brother's body froze solid, completely immobilized. He knew exactly what that was. He roared in frustration. "You bastard! Where did you get a weapon like that?" But he was screaming at thin air as his target had already vanished. When he reappeared, Junu was already behind Hun, having instantly switched his active trait to airstrike. This was a leap enhanced by the airstrike trait, allowing him to exploit a split-second opening and rain down a barrage of bullets. This is the tactical brilliance you expect from a truly overpowered MC. After taking them both down, Junu let a confident smirk spread across his face and asked, "So, are you ready to give up now?" Yet, at that moment, Hun let out a chilling laugh. "How ridiculous. You think you can win with just that meager amount of power?" As soon as the words left his lips, his body was engulfed in a sinister blood-red aura, forcing Junu to instinctively step back. Hun was using an item. It was called the Eternal Dark Fruit. And at that same moment, Junwoo found himself surrounded by the cold black muzzles of numerous guns. Hai-chun was now being helped to his feet by his subordinates. The situation had suddenly turned grim, and Junwoo tightened his grip on his sword. Even he wasn't sure he could escape this predicament unharmed, but just then a commanding voice shouted, "Everyone stop!" At the same time, the editing machine began to pulse with a brilliant golden light. Everyone present was stunned into silence by the incredible sight. Junwoo, on the other hand, was ecstatic. She had made it just in the nick of time. The faces of the two Zhang brothers turned as dark as thunderclouds as Hai Yang emerged from within the light. Her form had transformed entirely. She had become a level 7 superhuman, with 2 pairs of wings sprouting from her back. Hai Yang's new title was now the Sun Crow. She spoke with a chilling indifference. "You're too late this time." Witnessing this spectacle, Hai-chun couldn't help but tremble, muttering, "The Sun Crow." Hai-jun, on the other hand, remained defiant, yelling, "Who do you think you're scaring? It's the kind of bravado you see in every action. Manhwa recap, before the villain gets humbled. Fine, let's fight." But just then, a middle-aged man walked in, placing a restraining hand on his shoulder. "Stop it. If the youngest chairman truly unleashes her power, this entire building will collapse in under 1 minute." This man was Dong Kyung-jun, one of the founding members of the Kumo Group. He stated coolly, "I thought the outcome was already decided during your last confrontation. Yet, you still behave like this. Are you ignoring the procedures approved by the shareholders?" Hearing this, Hai-jun trembled and tried to explain, "Father-in-law, that's not what I meant." But before he could finish, Kyung-jun cut him off coldly. "If that's not what you meant, were you perhaps plotting something else beyond the chairman's demise?" These words made Hai-jun's face darken, and he was left speechless for a long moment. Then Kyung-jun turned his attention to Hai Yang and spoke. "Congratulations on reaching level 7, Chairman Song Hyeon-jon. I'll see you at the shareholder meeting to elect the next chairman. This whole corporate takeover plot is classic system Manhwa stuff, isn't it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed to her, then led his people away. A few days later, at Hai Yang's private residence, she stood on the balcony, sipping wine as she spoke. "As per tradition, my brothers have withdrawn from all business activities and moved to America." Junwoo smiled cheerfully. "Congratulations. You're about to become the new chairman of the Kumo Group." Hai Yang replied gratefully, "It's all thanks to you. Have you received the items from my 2 brothers as promised?" "Ah, yes, of course." Junwoo nodded slightly. "If you have any other requests in the future, just give me a call." Thanks to her, he had finally completed his KO set. Hearing his offer, Hai Yang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Actually, now that you mention it, I do have one more request for you." Junwoo's excitement was immediate. "What is it this time?" But then Hai Yang suddenly produced a man's ring, an SSR grade item, leaving him utterly bewildered. Only a truly overpowered MC could just casually pull out an item like that. But before he could even process it, Hai Yang knelt on the ground and proposed, "Warrior, will you marry me?" Junwoo froze on the spot, completely shell-shocked. He hastily waved his hands, refusing, "I'm sorry, but I can't accept." "Hai," Yang cried out in astonishment, "What? But why am I lacking something as your partner?" And she had a point. She had both wealth and beauty. But Junwoo just shook his head and replied, "You're not my type." Hai Yang couldn't believe it, muttering in a daze, "That's absurd. Why would something so trivial matter to people like us? It matters a great deal." Junwoo declared firmly, "I want to marry someone who has genuine feelings for me, not someone like you, who only sees me as a tool to consolidate her power." This accusation, a classic theme in many a manhwa recap, left Hai Yang stunned. She finally sighed in resignation. "You truly are a difficult person to read." She then raised her glass again. "In that case, I'd like to propose a partnership. We can help each other whenever needed. How about that?" Of course, Junwoo agreed without a second's hesitation. The two quickly clinked their glasses, officially sealing their alliance. It wasn't until late that night that Junwoo was in a car heading home. Thinking back on the marriage proposal, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling like he'd just foolishly thrown away a golden ticket to a life of luxury, the kind of second chance you only get in a reborn manhwa. He couldn't shake the feeling of regret. After all, Junwoo was still in his roaring 20s, so marriage was a bit much, but just dating Hai Yang, he couldn't even finish the thought. In a fit of frustration, Junwoo smacked himself squarely across the face. The real issue he needed to focus on was the Elder of the Sun Tower. That guy Hongdu's story had some serious holes in it. Was that old crone truly what he made her out to be? As Junwoo was lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly blared to life, with a call from the Sun Tower itself. Talk about perfect timing. The very next day, Junshu arrived at the appointed location in Phoenix Valley. Strangely enough, he couldn't spot a single phoenix anywhere. Just then, the Tower Master approached from the distance with Mage Kim right behind him. The old man greeted him cheerfully. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, long time no see Superman Kim. Or should I be calling you the master of the Black Lake Sword? The Tower Master continued to ramble on, forcing an exasperated Mage Kim to interrupt. Sir, with all due respect, perhaps we could get straight to the point. That finally silenced him. Mage Kim then looked Junshu dead in the eye and began, Superman Kim, I'm sure you've already guessed, but we've summoned you here to ask for a favor. Junshu, who seemed to have anticipated this, narrowed his eyes and asked, Is this because all the phoenixes have disappeared? Damn Mac nodded and the Tower Master confirmed in a grim tone. Precisely. I don't have a single clue as to where they've gone. I suspect another mythical creature has captured them all, he added. Junshu crouched down, inspecting the ground for a moment. After a long pause, he finally spoke. That's a definite possibility, but have you considered that they might have been illegally poached? This is the kind of gritty survival plot you'd find in a top-tier manhwa recap. The Tower Master immediately shook his head in protest. That's highly unlikely. Our security is absolutely impenetrable. Junshu simply squinted at him, his gaze firm and unwavering. But what if the person behind this was on the level of an elder from the Magic Tower? He countered. The question made Mage Kim pause and seriously consider the implications. He frowned thoughtfully. Someone on the elder level, you say? I suppose it's possible, but who would dare to attempt such a thing? In stark contrast, the Tower Master was seething with rage. He growled through gritted teeth. Abusing a phoenix is a flagrant violation of our most sacred regulations. Master of the Black Lake Sword, can you find the culprit responsible for this? Of course, our overpowered MC didn't even need to think twice before answering. He vowed to find every last missing phoenix and expose the one responsible, but made it clear that the Tower Master would be paying a significant bonus for his services. A short while later, out on the sea near Phoenix Valley, a speedboat was slicing through the waves like a blade. The sheer speed was enough to make Junsu feel queasy. Mage Kim, grinning from the driver's seat, yelled over the roaring engine. So tell me, why did you choose this boat as your advance payment? I never even dreamed I'd get to drive it. My grandfather treasures this thing more than anything. Junshu casually replied, because it's essential for the mission. We need a vehicle with extreme speed to catch times that asterisk. The thing they were in hot pursuit of was a blue-feathered phoenix. This all stemmed from a moment earlier, when Mage Kim had seen what Junshu was crafting. Sir, what is that? He had asked with curiosity. Junshu had just smirked and said, Can you tell what it is? It's a phoenix. Although the one you tried to make looked nothing like it. But Junsu wasn't concerned. He had just acquired a new crafting trait from the system, a classic power-up in any good system manhwa. A moment later, Junsu had declared, All right, then Mage Boy, I'm going to need a little of your blood. Before Kim could even process the request, Junshu had grabbed his hand and swiftly drawn the blood. Back in the present, Mage Kim couldn't help but marvel at the memory. I still can't wrap my head around how a tiny bit of my blood was enough to transform that steel wire into an artificial phoenix. Junshu calmly explained. Your blood contains the pure essence of the phoenix species, allowing us to use its innate homing instinct to track down where the others are being kept. A short while later, on Yulangdo Island, Junshu and his companion finally tracked down the artificial phoenix. Just as they suspected, they located the flock of phoenixes, but the creatures were in a truly sorry state. Mage Kim stared in disbelief, muttering, They're supposed to live for over 20 years, yet they look completely depleted. Junshu, ever the strategist, suggested. After a moment, can you scan their mana levels? Mage Kim immediately nodded in agreement. He then initiated the magical examination, and what he saw was horrifying. The very hearts of the phoenixes were hollowed out and void of energy. Their mana has been completely siphoned away, Mage Kim cried out. From their hearts to their veins, everything is scorched dry. But his shock quickly morphed into dawning horror. Mage Kim recognized another, more sinister detail. He spoke with dread. Hold on. This magical signature. It belongs to the everlasting sky. A look of grim understanding crossed Junshu's face. This was the lead they needed. We have to contact the Tower Master now, he declared. The culprit could only be one person, Elder Du of the everlasting sky. Upon hearing the news, the Tower Master arrived in a fury, a scene straight out of an action-packed manhwa recap. His voice boomed with rage. Mudbrain, do that insane witch. Mage Kim watched as the Tower Master's fury literally manifested as flickering flames around him. He quickly tried to intervene. Master, please calm yourself. But the Tower Master was beyond reason, roaring. She was caught red-handed. I swear if I get my hands on her, I'll tear her apart. But before he could finish his threat, Junshu interjected with a laser-focused question. Does this mean Elder Du has also vanished from the tower? The Tower Master gave a grim nod. That's right. I went to her office myself, but she was long gone, leaving nothing but a magical duplicate in her place. His fists clenched. The Tower Master's anger was reaching a boiling point. Fortunately, Mage Kim was there to restrain him. Junshu, however, was already deep in thought, his brow furrowed. A duplicate, he murmured, prompting Mage Kim to explain. It's a spell that creates a perfect replica of the caster, the mage clarified, but it's designed to perish after a set amount of time. Junshu processed this before voicing his conclusion. She's not just hiding, Junshu stated with certainty, she's stalling for time. The words hit the Tower Master with the force of a physical blow. Suddenly, all the pieces started to click into place: the death of Chairman Ko, his heart mysteriously scorched, and the return of an exiled mage, now an enhanced warrior. The phoenixes being hunted to fuel someone's power, and now Elder Du's disappearance. The clues painted a terrifying picture, the kind you'd see in a complex system manhwa. Junshu's mind raced, connecting the dots like the overpowered MC he was destined to be. After a tense moment, he turned to the Tower Master. Sir, are you thinking what I'm thinking? The Tower Master's eyes widened in alarm, a dreadful suspicion taking root. Don't tell me. Mudbrain Du has gotten her hands on Times at Asterisk. It he spoke of with such dread was the forbidden ritual of the everlasting sky. This forbidden rite was a cataclysmic spell designed to burn away mana and block out the sun's light, an event tied to the solar optimization quest. But wait, the solar optimization quest shouldn't have been triggered, yet Junshu was bewildered. This was a major deviation, the kind of plot twist found in a reborn manhwa. It must be the butterfly effect, the Tower Master surmised. The interventions of Yu and Hyundu have altered the timeline. This explanation only confused Mage Kim further. What exactly is she doing? He asked. The Tower Master's voice was grave. She is using the life force of the phoenixes to directly drain the mana of the sun itself. And it doesn't stop there. The sun, the earth, the oceans. That madwoman is siphoning the mana from every living creature on the planet. Mage Kim paled, exclaiming, if that happens, the entire magic tower could collapse. But Junshu cut him off, his focus absolute. Forget the tower, we need to find Elder Du, and we need to do it now. Just then the Tower Master's eyes snapped open. I sense it, a massive nexus of mana nearby. Follow me, he commanded, his voice filled with newfound purpose. I think I know exactly where she's hiding. Their destination, a secluded house perched on a cliffside. The three Tower Masters arrived on the scene, preparing to cast a powerful spell to track down the elusive Okbuon. Junshu, witnessing their grand magic, gasped in astonishment. Is she really holed up in there performing the ritual? He exclaimed. The Tower Master nodded grimly. Indeed she is. However, the maze is incredibly fortified. She can't destroy the entrance instantly, because it was specifically designed to withstand even the power of solar fire. The Tower Master proposed that Junshu and Mage Kim stay put, while he went in to deal with Okbuon personally. But Mage Kim immediately intervened to stop him. You cannot go, he insisted, and Junshu nodded in firm agreement. Mage Kim then declared, that's right, it's far too dangerous. Allow me to resolve this. The Tower Master was taken aback by this. You intend to enter? He questioned, his voice laced with surprise. Junsu calmly replied, yes, I do. To catch her off guard, it's best if an outsider like me goes in. Junshu explained a plan already forming in his mind. The Tower Master, seeing the undeniable logic, reluctantly agreed. It seems I am in your debt once more, he sighed, handing over several items to Junshu. Take these. Among them were a set of magic dice and a crucial escape ring. Without a moment's hesitation, Junshu accepted the gifts. The escape ring essentially granted him a second life, a common but welcome trope in any good reborn manhwa. Risking his life just once was a small price to pay, especially since Okbuon possessed one of the 8 legendary treasures of the Magic Tower. A moment later, deep within the spatial maze, Junshu had just stepped inside when he realized Mage Kim had followed him. He turned in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Why did you follow me into the maze? You'll get yourself eliminated. Mage Kim just pursed his lips and mumbled his reasoning. But this is the Magic Tower's problem, he argued, and 2 heads are better than 1. While you're using the dice to neutralize the interdimensional space, we'll be in big trouble if an enemy appears. Hearing this, Junhas had to admit it made a lot of sense. After a moment of thought, he posed another question. So, does the Eclipse faction always stir up this kind of trouble? Mage Kim replied with a touch of embarrassment. Ah yes, they do. The very roots of the Eclipse faction are steeped in black magic. As they were talking, neither of them noticed a demonic beast lunging at them from the shadows behind. Thankfully, Junshu's reflexes were lightning fast. He hurled his sword, impaling the beast and ending it instantly. Mage Kim, finally snapping back to reality, was left utterly speechless. Junshu calmly stated, if I had been even a fraction of a second slower, we both would have been its next meal. This is the kind of clutch play you expect in a top-tier manhwa recap. It seems they've caught our scent. Stick close behind me. With those words, he yanked his sword free from the creature's corpse. Gripping his sword tightly, Junshu moved on, simultaneously altering his own stats. This is where our overpowered MC truly begins to shine. as he issued a stern warning. From this point forward, expect dozens of them to swarm our position. Sure enough, the moment the words left his mouth, a horde of demonic beasts charged toward them from all directions. Unfazed Junshu vanished in a flash. His sword became a blur, a deadly dance of light and steel, cutting through the air reminiscent of action scenes in the best Manhwa recap videos. Each strike expertly severed the bodies of the beasts, landing on their weak points to inflict massive additional damage. With the thunderous boom, the entire pack was annihilated. Mage Kim, watching from behind, could only stammer in horrified awe, these monsters. But before he could even finish his sentence, a powerful shout echoed through the maze. Stop. Their eyes darted upwards to see an old woman standing menacingly on a cliff ledge. It was none other than Akbul. She aimed her magic staff directly at the two intruders, her voice seething with pure, unadulterated rage. "How dare you set foot in this sacred place?" she shrieked. "The crime of interfering with my masterpiece is not one that will be met with a light punishment." As soon as she finished speaking, a furious barrage of lightning bolts rained down from the sky, aimed directly at Junshu and Mage Kim. The nearby cliff faces shattered under the onslaught. Junshu knew Akbul was no easy opponent, but he had no intention of dying in what felt like a mini-game from his favorite system, Manhwa. Thinking fast, he grabbed Mage Kim's shoulder, firmly telling him to hold on tight. After all, Junshu had witnessed this exact attack pattern countless times before in the game, granting him perfect clarity. Instantly, he altered his gear's attributes, grabbing Mage Kim and soaring into the sky, effortlessly dodging the relentless barrage from Mudbrain. In the blink of an eye, the air crackled with non-stop explosions like something straight out of a high-action Manhwa recap. Lightning strikes scorched a corner of the forest black as Junshu, clinging to Mage Kim, made his escape. He asked with concern, "You all right, Mage?" Kim shook his head slightly, replying, "I think so. But where are we?" Junshu calmly explained, "We're at the focal point of all the mana in this dimension. Go and install the neutralization device." Mage Kim immediately sprang into action. "Got it, I'll be quick." But he hadn't gotten far before Mudbrain intercepted him. She shrieked maniacally, "You little rats, you're just digging your own graves." The moment the words left her mouth, Mudbrain began weaving another spell, and a dense web of lightning crackled into existence. Seeing this, Junshu yelled a desperate warning, "Mage Kim, get back." Fortunately, Mage Kim leaped back just in the nick of time, narrowly avoiding being vaporized by the electrical storm. Junshu narrowed his eyes at the old hag, a thought crossing his mind. This is the kind of power you'd expect from a level 7 mage in a top-tier system Manhwa. A direct hit would obliterate him instantly. There was no way he could tank a blow like that through conventional means. Realizing this, Junshu called out, "Mage Kim, I'll be the decoy, get it done now." Mage Kim hastily agreed, "Right," and bolted. Seeing him take off, Mudbrain's face twisted into a scowl as she snarled through gritted teeth. Where did that little rat scurry off to? But just then, Junshu deliberately yelled, "Hey Mudbrain, over here, you old crone." The sound immediately drew her furious glare, but Junshu was unfazed, continuing his defiant taunts. "You suddenly wielding this much power. I'm guessing you used the Kumo Group chairman's mana ring for a little boost, didn't you? Or has old age finally made you lose your marbles?" Mudbrain bit her lip viciously, her voice dripping with malice. "I had intended to use my own student to acquire the Sun Crow, but you ruined everything, no matter. That black crow will suffice." The moment she finished speaking, she unleashed her magic once more, sending a frenzied bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Junshu, who deftly evaded it. His agility only fueled Mudbrain's frustration. "Do you really think you can keep dodging like some protagonist from a reborn Manhwa? You can't escape the power of the eclipse," she seethed. Junshu retorted nonchalantly, "Are your eyes failing you, old woman? You can't even land a single hit." His words pushed Mudbrain's fury to its absolute limit. She roared in pure rage, "You insolent whelp." Meanwhile, Mage Kim had begun setting up the magic dice. Within moments, the installation was complete and the device activated. From afar, Mudbrain witnessed the spectacle, and she muttered in disbelief. When did they? The neutralization device. At the same time, Mage Kim looked towards the sky, whispering, "Master, the neutralization device is now projecting its power piercing through this dimension and weakening the spatial integrity." Outside the dimension, the Tower Master saw his chance and exclaimed with excitement, "It seems the time has come to make our move." Without a moment's hesitation, he began casting his own spell, causing the fabric of the labyrinth dimension to fracture and splinter. Back inside, a jubilant Mage Kim shouted, "Hey, Superman, the labyrinth is breaking apart." Junshu nodded, confirming, "Yeah, it is. Looks like the Tower Master is doing his part." The eclipse in the sky is also starting to fade. This turn of events sent Mudbrain into a complete panic. She began to ramble incoherently. "This can't be happening. How could a mere boy, even an overpowered MC, ruin everything? My magic, my power, my world. In the blink of an eye, the old hag's body shriveled into a frail, withered husk as a layer of her very skin peeled away from her face. She began muttering incessantly. I was so close to finishing it. It's all your fault. All because of you. And with that, she channeled her boundless rage into a devastating magical assault. Juno, not daring to be careless, hastily raised his iron fist to block the attack. However, he was still a step too slow for Awakens. The sheer power of her attack was absolutely insane. Before he could even catch his breath, Awakens unleashed another strike. Juno scrambled to dodge as a series of explosions erupted right where he'd been standing, sending Awakens into a screaming rage. Damn it. Why can't I hit you? Just die already, she shrieked, unleashing a barrage of lightning magic directly at Junsu. Bolts of pure energy rained down relentlessly, a storm designed to tear him to absolute shreds. But when the blinding light finally faded, all that remained was a massive crater in the ground. Juno was nowhere to be seen, leaving Awakens utterly bewildered. At that very moment, Juno had activated his weakness detection, a classic skill in any good system Manhwa. His eyes locked onto the fatal flaw, the vital point right on Awakens' back. A confident smirk spread across Juno's face. Gotcha. I've found your weak spot, you old witch. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward with his sword and delivered a vicious slash across her back. Awakens' frail body crumpled to the ground as fresh blood poured from the wound. Refusing to accept defeat, she muttered, No, I can't die like this. I have to at least kill you with my own hands. And then, her trembling hand rose, aiming one last desperate attack at Junsu. But in an instant, another hand shot out and clamped down hard on Awakens' throat. It was the Tower Master. He had finally arrived. He sneered coldly, You filthy old hag. Just die for me, before incinerating her with a torrent of cleansing flames. In that very instant, the light returned to the Sun Tower. After everything settled, the Tower Master couldn't stop heaping praise upon Juno for his incredible feat. He remarked that before Juno seemed like a mere apprentice warrior, or perhaps someone with only a minor talent for magic. But today he looked like a seasoned warrior ready for any battle. Juno, a bit embarrassed by the praise, simply scratched his head. But the Tower Master's admiration didn't stop. No wonder the general gave you the Black Tiger sword. What you possess is the potential of a peerless myriad star, a power level you only see in the best reborn Manhwa. Juno recalled the magic spirit mentioning something similar. Puzzled by the term, he couldn't help but ask, what is that exactly? The Tower Master slowly explained that it's a term used to describe those with limitless potential and 10,000 units of superhuman energy, the very definition of an overpowered MC. With that said, he presented Juno with a ring. In any case, take this as your reward. It is the Eclipse Ring, he announced. It's one of the 8 great treasures of the Magic Tower and the most powerful relic of the School of the Eclipse. Juno joyfully accepted it and slipped it onto his finger. The ring's binding property was Eclipse, and it even possessed the incredible functions to devour, absorb, and store mana. With everything settled, he returned home absolutely buzzing with excitement. Back at his private residence on the outskirts of the city, time flew by, and winter soon arrived. Soren had begun practicing how to properly wield the energy of the heavenly fiend star. Meanwhile, Janet was honing the steel energy within her body, growing stronger by the day. Naturally, Junsu was overjoyed to see their progress. He mused that Soren would probably reach level 5 soon. The day she finally learns the Firestar sword art was not far off, and this whole Manhwa recap is just one epic level up after another. As for Iron Fist, he had already reached level 4, and was beginning to spread his influence across the entire country. And for Junsu, the 24th of December had finally arrived. That evening, Junsu took both Soren and Janet to a festival. The two of them couldn't stop marveling at the incredible sights as they walked. Junsu just smiled happily and said, Enjoy yourselves to the fullest tonight, because starting tomorrow, we're right back to the training grind. Hearing this, Janet's smile instantly vanished. She quickly announced, Well, then I'll go on ahead, as Soren chimed in and ran off right after her. Janet, wait up, Soren called out as the two of them dashed off into the crowd. The date was December 24th, the day of the God-slaying festival. This momentous day marked when the pontiff was officially declared deceased and the Treaty of Westphalia came into effect, turning it into a global celebration much like Christmas in our world. You see, in the world of this system, Manhwa Christmas simply doesn't exist. As Soren and her companion were strolling through the festivities, Soren suddenly spotted a familiar face, her voice filled with excitement. Janet, look over there. It's the Holy Knight Chan. Janet's gaze followed, landing on the exceptionally dashing man. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Wow, he's gorgeous. Juno, on the other hand, was completely lost in his own train of thought. He was mulling over the fact that during the festival holy knights from every nation held a private gathering and he'd been invited as an honorary knight for both the Thor and Jur sects. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by a family of 3 approaching him. It was a diplomatic representative coming to pay his respects. "Well, if it isn't the master of the Black Fox sword himself," the man said warmly. "I'm Aim Karat, India's diplomatic representative to Korea." Junu, ever polite, returned the greeting. "I am the 5th-rank superhuman warrior Kim. Thank you for the invitation." Aim let out a small, knowing chuckle. He then gestured to the 2 women behind him. "This is my wife and this is my daughter." Aim's daughter bowed her head in greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Junu." "Warrior Kim," she finished. Junu's mind immediately went into overdrive. There she is, he thought. The final member of the top 3 from the Kikurat warrior class. She's destined to become the master of the Kalarachi. Should I use Janet as a way to get closer to her? He wondered. After a brief hesitation, Junu decided to make his move, gesturing towards Soren and Janet. "These are my disciples," he began, "and as it happens, my second disciple and your daughter." But before he could even finish his sentence, a sudden cry of recognition cut through the air. "Hey, isn't that the master of the Black Fox sword over there?" Instantly, all eyes in the room swiveled towards Junu. He was swarmed by a crowd of admirers, all singing his praises much to his utter helplessness. The classic downside of being an overpowered MC. This was my golden opportunity to get close to Kali. So why is this happening? He fumed internally. Ironically, without him there, Soren and Janet were hitting it off perfectly with Kali. A good while later, a completely drained Junu finally managed to escape the mob. As he made his way back, he saw the 3 girls huddled closely together. They were chatting away like they were old friends. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, well, I guess that worked out. Just then, outside the first flakes of snow began to fall. It was a quiet reminder that the year was drawing to a close. Junu found himself wishing that things could stay this peaceful forever, a common hope you see in any reborn Manhwa. As he continued his solitary walk, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hello there." Junu glanced over his shoulder to see a woman walking towards him. A faint, almost unreadable smile played on her lips as she spoke. "Could I have a word with you?" Junu's mind identified her instantly. She was the inheritor. Of course, he recognized her. Wasn't this the saintess from the pontiff's own army? He narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with suspicion. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be busy preparing for the god-slaying festival?" At his words, the saintess's expression instantly soured, and she retorted in an icy tone. "It's not the god-slaying festival," she corrected him sharply. "It's the festival of rebirth." Hearing this, Junu let out a soft, contemptuous snort. "Right. Call it whatever you want." And with that, the 2 of them began to walk and talk the saintess, breaking the silence with a detached air. "You do realize that I am being incredibly generous with you, don't you, Junu?" practically scoffed. "Generous? What on earth are you talking about?" The saintess let out a soft, chilling laugh. "Don't you find it the least bit strange?" she asked coolly. "The fact that you eliminated one of our supervisors, and yet you're still breathing. This kind of plot twist is what makes a great Manhwa recap." Junu froze, completely stunned by her words. It happened inside the labyrinth, he thought. How could she possibly know every single detail? Ignoring his stunned reaction, the saintess's malicious smile widened. "If I had personally intervened, your pathetic little body would have been 6 feet under a long, long time ago. The only reason you're alive is because I'm pulling the strings from behind the curtain for now." She paused, letting the threat hang in the air. "Do you understand?" Junu's eyes narrowed, his suspicion mounting with every word she spoke. "Why would you do that?" "It's not like I asked you to," Junu questioned, but the saintess simply leaned in a faint smile on her lips as she whispered into his ear. "It's simply because a soul as magnificent as yours could become the savior of our legion, a beacon to guide the light." Junu froze, utterly dumbfounded. Don't tell me the soul she's talking about is the one I had back in the real world, he thought. In reality, Junu was just one of countless failures, a complete loser with no achievements, unlucky in love, and even unluckier with money. The more he thought, the more he panicked. Is this some kind of new age scam? Why on earth are these people targeting me? Could it be because of my trait change? This whole situation feels like a twisted system Manhwa plot. If the saintess views trait change as an ability that binds to the soul, then perhaps she would indeed consider it a magnificent soul. As Junu's mind raced, the saintess's voice dropped to a serious, low tone. I sincerely anticipate you growing stronger, strong enough to become the perfect vessel for that soul of yours. Before Junu could even process her words, the saintess let out a small mocking laugh. Today is the day. Her statement left him utterly bewildered, but the saintess continued her cryptic monologue, spouting even more confusing phrases. From this day forward, everything begins. We have great expectations for you, Savior. She claimed that while Junu was running around creating chaos, her faction would also be gaining a great deal. The more he heard, the more confused Junu became. What the hell are you rambling on about? All of a sudden, the Saintess just chuckled and shook her head, as if to say, "You'll find out soon enough." In the next instant, a magic circle materialized beneath her feet. A malicious smile spread across her face, as she declared, "Stay in one piece, until we meet again." And just like that, the Saintess vanished from Junu's sight, leaving him alone in a state of utter confusion. That crazy woman just appeared, spouted a bunch of nonsense, and then poofed away. What in the world is she plotting? Everything begins today. The main game hasn't even officially started yet. That means the super explosive main quests from Chapter 1 should be impossible. But then, a sudden thought struck him. In the Reborn Manhwa story, I remember things played out differently. He whipped out his phone and saw today's date, the God-Slaying Festival, the exact same day that Chapter 10 takes place in the game. In the game, the Saintess had made a nearly identical declaration. So, could it be? As Junu's mind reeled, the clock kept ticking. When the hands struck exactly 12 o'clock midnight, a world-shaking explosion erupted, sending the festival-goers into a state of pure panic and chaos. Junu looked up at the smoke and flames before him, cursing inwardly. Son of a bitch, it's starting. Chapter 1. The Soon crisis had officially erupted. Demonic beasts and monsters materialized from thin air, launching a full-scale assault on the human population. Their numbers were almost too vast to comprehend. Junu wasted no more time thinking, grabbing his gun and sprinting into the fray. He quickly shouted orders to a nearby knight. "Guard this side with the other holy knights." The man heard his command and nodded firmly. "Understood." "What about you?" the knight asked. Junu replied with the calm confidence of a true overpowered MC. "I have someone I need to protect first. After that, I'm making a swift exit." Every single corner of the city was under siege by the demonic beasts. Elsewhere, Soren and Janet were desperately trying to fend them off. In the original game's timeline, when the Soon terror incident exploded chaotically across the city, Callie's parents were among the casualties of the attack. That tragedy inflicted a deep wound upon Callie's heart, becoming the very reason she resolved to become a transcendent. But this time, they had a protector. Soren and Janet's faces lit up with relief as they saw the approaching figure, crying out, "Teacher!" The newcomer was none other than Junu, and he had absolutely no intention of letting that tragic history repeat itself in his timeline. This is where our Manhwa recap truly diverges from the original story. Callie held tightly in her parents' arms, watched as Junu appeared like a descending god, and a spark of pure admiration ignited in her eyes. In that very moment, the master and his two disciples immediately teamed up, unleashing a coordinated assault on the monsters. But amidst the citywide chaos, a single vehicle was slicing through the air like a bullet. Behind the wheel was none other than Junsu, who was frantically trying to contact Jom. The moment Jom picked up, his voice was strained. "Soldier Kim, I'm in the middle of handling this terrorist attack in Sun right now. We'll have to talk later." But Junu urgently cut him off. "No, this can't wait," Junu insisted. He knew that even though the attack seemed to engulf all of Sun, its true objective, a classic plot point in any Reborn Manhwa, was laser-focused on a single target. Putting the pieces together, he blurted out the chilling truth. "The president is in danger." The words hit Jom like a physical blow, causing him to cry out in alarm. "What, are you serious?" "But all reports say the Blue House is secure." Junsu calmly countered. "That's because the president isn't there. It's a diversion. I'm sending you his real-time location now." With that, he slammed the accelerator, pushing the vehicle even faster. During the God-Slaying Festival, the unmarried president had a secret habit of visiting one specific place. That place was the home of his secret mistress. Moments later, Junsu's vehicle screeched to a halt, hovering high above a cluster of skyscrapers. His magical spirit companion asked hesitantly, "We've arrived. Should I set us down on the rooftop?" "No time for that," Junu replied, shaking his head grimly, as he positioned himself on the edge of the vehicle. Wherever the president was, security would be ironclad. To bypass all those checkpoints and get to him in time, a direct approach was the only option. He had to make a dramatic entrance by leaping down and shattering through the reinforced window. With a deafening crash, Junsu smashed through the security glass, landing right in the middle of a chaotic scene. A man was desperately shielding a woman cowering in a corner. It was none other than the president himself. His face was pale with terror, but upon seeing Junsu's sudden appearance, he stammered, Are you a swordsman?" Jinu ignored the question, rushing to their side and asking urgently, "Are you two all right?" Instead of answering, the president's eyes widened in horror as he screamed, "Look out! Behind you! It's behind you, Jun! An ambush!" Luckily, Junsu's reflexes were razor-sharp. He spun around, raising his sword just in time to parry the blow, but the sheer force still sent him staggering back several steps. Jun narrowed his eyes, staring down the figure before him. So she'd finally shown herself. The infamous first-chapter boss, who terrorized Soon the Executioner Queen. A threat worthy of any top-tier system manhwa. A level 7 superhuman. She spoke with an icy tone. Well, Kim Junsu. It looks like I've stumbled upon the jackpot today, facing our overpowered MC in the flesh. Junu's brow furrowed his expression, turning deadly serious. The executioner queen, however, simply smirked, completely unfazed by his reputation, and continued her taunt. Imagine the look on that old tiger's face when I kill you and toss your corpse into the middle of Guangwaman. He'll be utterly heartbroken. And just like that, she drew her blade. The infamous Japanese sword Yodo Masamune, with every successful strike, it inflicts a random debilitating curse upon its victim. Junsu knew all too well the terrifying reputation of that sword. But as he was calculating his next move, the executioner queen let out a ferocious battle cry. Let's have a little spar, shall we? Let's see just how much that old fossil actually taught you. In the next instant, she unleashed a crimson arc of sword energy, a move you'd see in any top-tier Manhwa recap that shot towards him like a missile. Junsu didn't dare underestimate the attack, raising his shield to block. The impact was so immense, it still sent a shockwave through him, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but be stunned by her raw power. Blocking just a single blow was already this devastating. This is the kind of power scaling you see in a great manhwa recap. The executioner queen, on the other hand, just sneered. Not bad, but let's see you block this one. And with that, she swung her blade down with even greater force. This time, Junsu couldn't fully parry the strike, and was sent flying across the room. He bit his lip, tasting blood, realizing the queen's specialty wasn't defense, but pure, unadulterated offense. To survive even another second, he had to fight fire with fire. Fighting half-heartedly would be a death sentence. Realizing this, Junsu shot forward like a moth drawn to a deadly flame. In a flash, he reappeared directly behind the executioner queen. Yet she remained perfectly still, a condescending smirk playing on her lips, completely unfazed. How pathetic, just die. Already the executioner queen sneered, pivoting to land a fatal strike, only to find Junshu was a step ahead. In a flash, he manifested a shield to parry her attack, simultaneously altering his core attribute. He then unleashed a direct counter-offensive that sent the queen flying. Without giving her a moment to recover, Junshu charged forward aggressively. His hammer rained down in a relentless torrent, forcing the executioner queen onto the defensive as she seethed through gritted teeth. You little brat. Junshu, however, couldn't care less. His entire focus was now on the executioner queen's sole weakness, a vulnerability to close-quarters combat. A classic setup for an overpowered MC. One misstep would spell his end, but it was a gamble he had to take. The two continued to exchange a flurry of blows. Blinding flashes of sword light and raw mana erupted across the area. The president, watching from the side, was completely frozen in fear, while at the heart of the battle, the two combatants remained locked in an intense stalemate. Junshu bit his lip, hard cursing internally. Damn it. Thanks to the queen's passive, invincible talent, his attacks weren't inflicting a single point of damage. This is the kind of challenge you expect in a high-tier system manhwa. Finally pushed to her limit, the executioner queen was utterly infuriated by Junshu's persistence. She let out a furious roar. You persistent cockroach, this is the end. With that, she unleashed a devastating slash that sent Junshu reeling backward. Squinting down at him, the executioner queen spoke with icy contempt. You're more resilient than I imagined. Do you have any last words? Junshu ignored her instead, shouting desperately, Red, get the president out of here now. During their clash, the getaway vehicle had already reached the president's hiding spot and was making a swift departure. The executioner queen realized what was happening too late. She could only make a futile attempt to stop them as the car sped off and disappeared from sight. Junshu let out a derisive chuckle, taunting her. So what's the plan now? You seem to have lost your target. His words pushed the queen's fury to its absolute peak. She ground her teeth, spitting out, You bastard. This kind of epic confrontation is why we love making a good manhwa recap. So this was your goal all along. As she spoke, she began a frenzied dance with her sword, unleashing her ultimate technique, heaven and earth destruction. Junshu watched as the tide of blood-red mana slowly advanced on him, a flicker of genuine concern rising within him. He was bound by a curse, unable to move an inch. But, am I out of options? In your dreams. A sudden confident smirk played on Junshu's lips. The ring on his finger began to glow faintly. This was his escape ring, an item that allowed a one-time emergency exit from any battle. Junshu clenched his fist around the ring, shouting defiantly, Thanks for everything, you foolish old hag. In the next instant, his body was enveloped in a protective cocoon of mana. By the time the executioner queen's sword slammed down, he had completely vanished. Her blade could only plunge into the empty earth. The sheer frustration made her scream in pure rage, that miserable little brat. When Junshu reappeared, he was back in his own bathroom. He shot up from the water, gasping for breath. That was an incredibly close call. It's a plot twist, worthy of the best reborn manhwa. If it weren't for that escape ring the Tower Master gave me, I'd be a goner for sure. That was way too close, Junshu muttered to himself with a frown. The general should have reached the building by now. I wonder if they caught the Executioner Queen. With her insane power, it seems a bit unlikely. But that's not something I can worry about now. My first priority is to heal. With that, Junshu sank back into the bathtub to rest and recover. He remained there until the sharp ring of his phone jolted him back to reality. Junshu answered with an annoyed grunt. Hello? Soren's panicked shouting immediately blasted through the receiver, snapping Junshu wide awake as Soren continued to ramble frantically. Why haven't you been answering my calls? It's been several days, Junshu replied, with a weary sigh. I was resting. But he quickly snapped to a startling realization, exclaiming, Wait a second, it's been several days, Soren shot back, her voice laced with frustration. That's right. Do you have any idea how worried I was? What was up with those bizarre text messages before you completely vanished? Junshu, still disoriented, pulled up his message history to check. And sure enough, they were pretty strange. He offered a sheepish apology, but Soren wasn't interested. She pressed on. Forget it, that's not the main issue. Do you even know where I am right now? Her question made Junshu frown as he asked. Where are you? Soren lowered her voice conspiratorially. I'm at the Blue House with Janet. The president himself wants to see you. As Junshu stepped out of the bath, he replied with unnerving calm. I understand. All right, I'll be there shortly. It was finally time to go collect his quest rewards. A short time later at the Blue House, the moment Junshu arrived, the president greeted him with a warm handshake and a look of immense gratitude. I honestly can't thank you enough for risking your life to save me. Are you feeling any better now? Junshu just smiled casually. I'm completely recovered. Magic and divine potions work wonders, you know. Just then, a massive hand came down on his back with a friendly thud. It was Jom. He had just arrived, already grinning from ear to ear. See, what did I tell you? The little rascal shows up without a single scratch on him. Didn't I say so? The Tower Master, also present, added with a cheerful laugh. It seems the divine potion was effective, wouldn't you say? Just be sure to thank our magic tower for it. Junshu felt a wave of exasperation. Since when did everyone get so friendly? At that moment, the president stepped forward again. My deepest thanks once more, Warrior Kim. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. With that, he presented a box containing a magnificent set of SL-grade essence armor. Its unique characteristic was, as the name implied, essence. It was an insanely overpowered trait that could alter its own settings, a core feature of any good system Manhwa that grants an advantage with every single transformation. If he switched the trait to Swordsman, it would prioritize attack power and agility. If he changed it to the Warrior trait, it would grant immense strength and durability. And if he switched to Marksman, his attack and movement speed would be greatly enhanced. Wasn't this armor practically tailor-made for him? It was the absolute pinnacle of gear. Thinking this, Junshu gladly accepted it. Thank you, I will make good use of it. Just then, another hand landed on his shoulder, making him jump slightly. Before he could even figure out what was happening, both the Tower Master and Jom exclaimed with excitement. All right, now it's time to get down to the real business. And just like that, Junshu was pulled into a strategy meeting with the two of them and the president. As we continue this Manhwa recap, the president took center stage and began to speak with authority. Our current target is Shin Yurin, the leader of the terrorist faction. She's the one they call the Executioner Queen. Junshu stood in silence, observing the map on the table. He'd seen this map hundreds of times before. It was the mission layout for Chapter 1. If this were the game, everything would be over in a flash. That's how it was supposed to be. But in this reality, even the commander of the Western Army, a war hero on the same level as the Eastern commander, along with numerous guild leaders, and even the elite strike team from the Hunters Association, had all been brought in to cooperate on this. It really goes to show what a huge difference having a government makes. So this was the reason the bishop's forces wanted to eliminate the president. It also aligned with what the saintess had said that day. Junshu was curious to see what her next move would be. It seemed like Chapter 1 was ending a bit too quickly. This whole reborn Manhwa experience was on an accelerated timeline. In the following days, news of Junshu's heroic deeds spread like wildfire across every news outlet and social media platform. Soren and Janet were ecstatic when they saw it. You're the talk of the town now, sir, Soren exclaimed. It looks like the battle at the Indian embassy really made you an overpowered MC in the public eye. It seems the first major arc has finally concluded. Junshu figured it was time to focus on training, so he drove the two girls back to his private residence. But the moment they stepped out of the car, Janet spotted something unexpected awesome along with his wife and daughter. They were standing right at the entrance to Junshu's home. Seeing him, Asim quickly approached to greet him. Greetings, Master of the Black Tiger Sword. I've come to express my deepest gratitude to you. Junshu gave a slight nod in response. Yes, I understand. This was the perfect chance to recruit Callie, a moment he had to seize. Yet before our overpowered MC could even say a word, Callie herself suddenly stepped forward. She looked at Junu with unwavering determination and declared, "Master, I want to become your disciple." Junu was utterly stunned. He hadn't even started his pitch yet. He asked, with genuine confusion, "My disciple? What exactly do you mean?" Callie slowly began to explain. "During the recent disaster, I keenly felt how much humanity needs strength, so I want to become as strong as your two students, Soren and Janet." Callie's sincerity was palpable. She bowed her head low in a traditional gesture of respect. "I hope you can teach me." Before Junu could reply, Asim cried out in alarm, "Callie, are you certain you won't regret this? Please think it over carefully." Junu understood exactly why Callie's parents were so apprehensive. Callie's grandmother was once the master of Kalarachi, but she was tragically warped into a mutated creature while exploring a dimensional rift. Once a member of the ambassador's family comes of age, the fate of the goddess Callie manifests, and if they dare defy their destiny, death becomes their shadow. Because of this, they've had no choice but to follow in their ancestors' footsteps. But what era are we living in? Junu thought before immediately speaking up, "Mr. Ambassador, no Callie's father. This is my chance to secure the final member of the top 3 warriors. I have to take it right." And so, Junu spoke with unshakable resolve. "I am well aware of your goodwill towards humanity, as well as the destiny passed down through your family line." Hearing these words, a shocked Asim couldn't help but exclaim, "How could you possibly know that? It's almost like he's from a reborn Manhwa, knowing things he shouldn't." Junu didn't answer, continuing calmly, "I understand your worries, but Callie has the potential to protect herself." Asim heard this, and asked with suspicion, "Does that mean you know a way for our Callie to avoid suffering?" With a cool nod, Junu replied nonchalantly, "That's right. For that to happen, Callie must become a superhuman." He declared that if they entrusted her to him, he would absolutely make it a reality, a bold claim fitting for any system Manhwa. Asim still couldn't accept this, hesitating as he mumbled to himself, "She's an innocent child who has never even held a sword. She can't become a superhuman. There must be another way." However, worried for her daughter's future, his wife began to reason with him. After a moment of tense silence, Asim looked back towards Callie and asked, "Is your decision still unchanged?" Callie nodded firmly. "Yes, I will do my best. Please believe in me." Asim walked over and patted her shoulder. His voice was filled with affection. "This will be an incredibly difficult path, but if you're truly prepared, then you should follow your heart. You must overcome your fate and survive." Hearing his blessing, Callie cheered with delight. "Yes, I definitely will." And so later at the training grounds, Junu narrowed his eyes at Callie and asked, "Have you made your final decision?" Callie, still completely unaware of what awaited her, nodded with a bright smile. "Yes, I have." At her response, Junu threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Excellent. In that case, Callie, your hellish training begins this very night." His smile was so terrifyingly wide that it made Callie tremble as she muttered, "I'll be in your care, sir." A few days later, the training room echoed with the sound of a relentless high-tempo beat. Callie, dressed in comfortable workout clothes, was dancing non-stop. Kalarachi was a dual threat, a graceful dancer who was also a lethal assassin, and Junu had already succeeded in unlocking her hidden stealth characteristic. Now only her dancing trait remained dormant, and the moment had finally arrived for Callie to awaken it. With intense focus, Callie continued to dance, a whirlwind of motion. She danced until a powerful aura of mana completely enveloped her body, causing her dancer trait to unlock in a brilliant flash. It was just as Junu had suspected. Callie was a true prodigy. The very foundation for defying their predetermined fate had been laid. Now, the only thing left was the relentless grind of leveling up. Just then, Junu approached with a towel and spoke, his voice filled with approval. "Your dedication is incredible. You've already reached level 3. Callie accepted the towel, nodding as she spoke. "Thank you, master." With that, she began to wipe the sweat from her face. Junu, noticing her utter exhaustion, made a suggestion. "You need to take a break," he advised. "Your stamina is still on the low side, and it's better not to push yourself past your limits." Yet she simply shook her head, refusing his offer. "No, I'm fine. Please, let's start the next phase of training immediately," she pleaded. Callie was desperate to become as strong as Soren and Janet, especially since Soren had already soared to level 5. Meanwhile, Janet was already at level 4. The girl was driving herself into the ground, not even realizing just how monumental her self-imposed task was. Seeing this, Junu knew he had to intervene. So Junu offered some gentle encouragement. "You possess the same innate talent as the other two, you know. This is the kind of potential you only see in a classic system Manhwa." He assured Callie that all she needed was steady, consistent training to reach her goals. There was no need to rush. Pushing her body too hard would only create more problems down the line. Callie listened to his words. She nodded quickly in reply, "Yes, I will remember that." At that exact moment, Junu's phone started ringing. He quickly excused himself to go outside and answer the call. He also reminded Kali to get some rest. The person on the other end was Chun Bok, and even through the phone, his exhilarated tone was crystal clear. Kim, no, I mean Master of the Black Tiger Sword. It's me, Kim. Chun Bok. Junu furrowed his brow slightly as he asked. It's been a while. Is there a reason for your call? Chun Bok eagerly replied. As a matter of fact, a formal challenge has been issued to the Black Tiger Sword. You remember him, don't you, the King of Destruction? Junu immediately understood the situation. The King of Destruction wanted to challenge him, betting the rights to his technique in the process. This whole scenario felt like it was ripped straight from a thrilling manhwa recap. Considering this, he casually nodded and confirmed, yes, I remember. Chun Bok then continued with the details. This time, they're putting up diamonds as the prize. And a fragment of Mars. Upon hearing that last part, Junu's eyes widened in disbelief. A fragment of Mars. He knew exactly what that was. The Mars martial arts is sealed inside it. A wide grin spread across Junu's face. This was the very quest he needed to obtain that legendary power. Chun Bok's voice brought him back to the present. The decisive match will take place in 2 weeks, and it's going to be a 4 versus 4 battle. So will you accept? Junu didn't even need to think about it. Of course, he replied without hesitation. I'll see you there. He promptly ended the call. With only 2 weeks to assemble a team, Junu needed a crew that could absolutely guarantee a decisive victory against the so-called King of Destruction. This is where an overpowered MC truly gets to work. A few powerful allies came to mind like Soren or even Yuan, but he had never deployed them in a team-based battle before, which presented a slight complication. However, Junu had already formulated a different strategy. He pocketed his phone, a confident smirk forming on his lips as he spoke to himself. Just as I thought. Only that specific lineup will be the ultimate key to victory. 2 weeks later, inside the clandestine underground arena, the match referee's voice thundered across the crowd. Tonight's main event is about to commence. Warriors, make your way to the battle stage now. The King of Destruction's team strode into the arena. He wasn't alone. Trailing behind him were 3 legendary old men, the Flying Dragon King, the Demon Master King, and the Heavenly God King. The Flying Dragon King scanned his opponents with a dismissive smirk. Well, look at you brats. I may be old, but I've still got more than enough energy to spare. You'd better try to make this interesting for us. Junu squinted at the 3 ancient masters before him, unable to suppress a heavy sigh. He had fully expected the King of Destruction to bring an entourage of masters, but he never could have imagined he'd bring 3 separate level 6 powerhouses into the arena. This kind of insane power scaling is something you'd expect from a top-tier, reborn manhwa. But there was absolutely nothing to worry about, because Junu already had a foolproof path to victory. His lineup for the day featured the mighty Iron Fist, flanked by Priest Kim and Mage Kim. Interestingly, back in his gaming days, he'd never actually deployed this specific trio, the so-called Kim clan. With this particular team composition, however, Junu knew the perfect strategy to execute. He was absolutely going to get his hands on that Mars fragment. A few days prior, immediately after accepting the King of Destruction's challenge, Junu had summoned 3 people, Iron Fist, Priest Kim, and Mage Kim, to his home. They came without a single objection, arriving instantly, each one more than happy to lend their strength to his cause. This was a textbook Holy Trinity team, a Catalyst Warrior, a Mage, and a Priest. It's a classic setup in any good system. Manhwa and Junu had used this kind of formation plenty of times. But this Kim variant had one critical weakness. Mulling this over, he addressed them with a serious tone. First and foremost, our team's biggest problem is its defense. Hearing this, Priest Kim nodded and replied, Don't you worry about that. My support skills have got us covered. Mage Kim suddenly raised a hand, muttering in despair, Ahem, so does that make me the weakest link? Junu simply shook his head to reassure him. Not at all, you don't need to blame yourself. The fact is, our opponents are seasoned veterans of the arena, so trying to take them on in a direct confrontation is going to be incredibly difficult. Iron Fist watched him intently, before asking hesitantly, So what's your plan? Junu let out a soft, confident chuckle and said, There are 2 things you need to remember. First is how we engage, and second is an all-out brawl. And so, the arena had now erupted into a chaotic melee. This might seem like a simple strategy, but it's the kind of epic showdown we love covering in this manhwa recap. But for those old veterans, it was an absolute nightmare. The 3 members of Junu's team each locked down a single opponent, completely disrupting the enemy's synergy and specialties. As for Junu, he was facing the Flying Dragon King head-on. The man hovered in midair, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips as he taunted. I can't believe you'd resort to such a pathetic tactic. Do you really think we're that easy to beat? And with that, the Flying Dragon King launched his assault. Junu calmly parried his foresight, making him seem like a protagonist from a reborn manhwa. They were underestimating his crew, and had begun to break formation just as he'd predicted. The Flying Dragon King thrust out his prosthetic arm, preparing to open fire. In an instant, a sinister black cannonball shot straight towards Juno. He was well aware that aerial combat was the Flying Dragon King's specialty, but he already had the perfect counter. A moment later, Juno switched his attribute to air cannon. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with a series of small explosions blanketing the area in smoke and fire. Meanwhile, Juno ascended safely into the air, causing the Flying Dragon King to cry out in sheer disbelief, "You can fly." But before the old man could even process what was happening, Juno had already sliced the cannonball clean in two. At that very same moment, an immensely powerful beam of sword light shot forward. The Flying Dragon King saw it and panicked, but it was too late. The beam detonated in a brilliant flash, a spectacle worthy of any top-tier manhwa recap. Witnessing this incredible display, the Heavenly King was left utterly stunned. The King of Destruction also cried out in alarm, "Uncle Flying Dragon." But in that single moment of distraction, Iron Fist unleashed a devastating punch, sending the King of Destruction crashing to the ground. Iron Fist seamlessly followed up, aiming the gun barrel in his prosthetic arm right at him. Seeing this, Juno couldn't help but let a satisfied smile spread across his face. Against someone with Iron Fist's insane damage output, the King of Destruction was practically a non-factor. Next on the list were the other two. Priest Kim and Mage Kim were still perfectly executing their lockdown roles against the Heavenly King and the Magic Master King. Juno let out a soft chuckle, looking every bit the overpowered MC as his grand plan came together. Everyone was following his orders to the letter, and it was working flawlessly. He had previously given the two of them a strange command: do not use any magic. At the time, they were both completely baffled. What? Then how are we supposed to fight? Juno had answered nonchalantly. For now, just stick to your opponents like glue and disrupt everything they try to do. And an opening will eventually show itself. That's our cue to unleash our magic. Just then, the Angel King began to conjure his attack spell. In an instant, a blinding light flooded the entire arena, forcing Priest Kim and his companion to shield their eyes from the glare. Simultaneously, the Sorcerer King summoned his own mana, bellowing with absolute confidence. The game is over, now perish. And with that, a crimson beam of pure magical energy shot straight toward them. With everything hanging by a thread, Junsu dashed forward, erecting a shield to protect his two comrades. He then roared with authority. "Priest Kim, buff me now." Priest Kim instantly complied, nodding sharply. Got it. As he began the blessing outside the shield, the relentless barrage of magical attacks continued to hammer against their defense. It wasn't long before a notification popped up. Junshu had acquired the Barrier Wall trait, a classic power-up in any good system manhwa. The Sorcerer King, seeing them only defending, scoffed contemptuously. "Is that all you pathetic whelps can do? Just hide behind a shield." But the Angel King sensed something was off, and urgently cried out, "Hold on, Sorcerer King, I'm detecting a bizarre surge of energy." Meanwhile, Junshu stood his ground completely unfazed and unharmed by the onslaught, looking every bit the overpowered MC. Mage Kim moved to his side and said, "Shall we put an end to this?" Junshu gave a slight nod. "Yeah, let's finish it." The words had barely left his lips when Juno summoned Thor's mighty hammer. At the same time, Mage Kim began channeling his own immense magical power into the weapon. In the blink of an eye, a majestic fire phoenix materialized from the energy. Wielding the empowered hammer, Junshu charged forward in unison with the fiery phoenix. A confident smirk played on his lips as he declared, "This is the Kim Guild's victory." A thunderous explosion rocked the entire arena, engulfing the stage in a cloud of smoke and fire. The referee wasted no time in making the official call. The match is over. The winner is the Kim Guild. At that moment, another system notification appeared. Juno had unlocked the Fearless trait, the condition to defeat 3 high-ranking enemies consecutively. Thanks to the so-called Destroyer King and his team, all the conditions for acquiring the trait had been perfectly met. As Junshu was processing this, the Destroyer King approached him and conceded, "We've lost." Junshu gave a slight nod in return. It was a great fight. True to his word, the Destroyer King produced the shard of the fire crystal and handed it to Juno. "Here," he said coolly, "this is the item I promised you. The rest of the winnings will be distributed to your team members." Junshu's face lit up upon seeing the shard. He had finally obtained the one thing that could awaken Soren's true swordsmanship. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but make an offer. "If you ever want a rematch, feel free to contact me anytime." The Flying Dragon King let out a small chuckle. "I don't think that'll be necessary. It seems the time has come for me to retire. Our era has passed, and a new one has just begun." This whole scene is like the climax of a manhwa recap, where the old guard steps aside. Juno and his team watched silently as the former champions walked away. The very next day at Junsu's private residence, inside the training room, The air crackled with the constant flash of sword light. Soren and Junsu were locked in an intense sparring session. The two were fiercely trading blows, a whirlwind of motion before they broke apart to create some distance. Junoo narrowed his eyes, studying the young woman before him. Soren stood tall, her posture perfect, and declared confidently, "Master, you're not tired yet, are you? Because I'm just getting started." And with that, she lunged forward with ferocious intensity. A colossal amount of magical energy swirled around her. This was the true power of the heavenly killing star, a power-up worthy of any reborn Manhwa. Just a few hours prior, after returning home, Junoo had summoned Soren and presented her with the fire crystal shard, causing her to cry out in astonishment. "Huh, you're giving this to me?" "That's right, Junoo," confirmed matter-of-factly. "In my hands, the fire crystal shard is essentially useless, because it only reacted to Soren." Clutching the artifact in her hands, Soren's expression grew heavy as she murmured to herself, "Just looking at this gives me an unsettling feeling." Junoo simply shook his head to reassure her, "It's all right. You don't need to fight it. Just let the mana inside you follow its natural instincts." Heeding his words, Soren settled into a cross-legged position on the floor and began to resonate with a fragment of the fire star. The three great sword styles are a combination of both martial techniques and methods for cultivating mana. This was the very reason Junoo couldn't teach them the specific method of mana control. In no time at all, Soren's eyes snapped open, and without a shred of hesitation, she drew her blade. The atmosphere immediately became oppressive as a blood-red magical aura began to swirl around her. This was the true form of the heavenly fiend star, the raw power of Mars, the god of war, and the heavenly fiend star god. In that instant, Soren had completely absorbed the fundamental characteristics and the very essence of the fire star sword style. Soren was still in disbelief, muttering dazedly, "I can't believe this, but my head has been filled with nothing but dark premonitions." Junoo let out a soft laugh, patting her shoulder reassuringly. "That's perfectly normal. That's the power of the heavenly fiend star. Embrace it and channel it into your fighting, and you'll become immensely more powerful." Soren nodded firmly. "Thank you. I truly don't know how I can ever repay you for this." A sly grin crept onto Junoo's face as he said mysteriously, "Actually, you can start repaying me right now," which left her utterly confused. Junoo raised his sword once more, arching an eyebrow as he proposed, "How about you take me on as your student? Teach me the fire star sword style." And just like that, the two immediately began to train. After awakening the fire star sword style, Soren's speed and power were on a whole different level. And to top it all off, her stamina and mana recovered at a ridiculous rate, so it didn't take long for Junoo to be put on the defensive. He frowned, thinking to himself, "Damn, this sword style is completely game-breaking. It's the kind of insane power-up you'd find in a top-tier system Manhwa. If Kali's technique was a graceful sword dance, then Soren's was a brutal, savage war dance." The very moment their swords met, Junoo could feel his perception of the world twisting, as if it were being submerged in an ocean of blood. In just an instant, Soren's eyes went wide with absolute astonishment. Junoo's entire presence had shifted almost like a protagonist from a reborn manhwa, and they clashed once again. It wasn't long before Junoo completely flipped the script, blasting Soren away. With a deafening boom, she smashed into the wall behind her, causing it to shatter. Junoo had finally acquired the fire star sword style characteristic. A grin of satisfaction spread across his face. So this is the heavenly fiend star. A classic overpowered MC moment. However, he quickly snapped back to reality when he saw Soren, whom he had just sent flying sprawled awkwardly on the ground. He rushed over, asking with concern, "Big Soren, are you okay?" She glared back, snapping, "Do I look okay to you?" As we continue this Manhwa recap, the training session ended there. Soren went off to recover, while Junoo took a shower and then relaxed with some tea on the balcony. He was on the cusp of reaching level 6, but still needed a little more, concluding that he required more activity and experience. With that thought, Junoo pulled out his phone, a wide grin on his face as he said, "For times like these, I know just the person to call." The following day, Junoo found himself in Cho's office ready to receive a new mission. The moment Cho spotted him, he chuckled. Well, if it isn't our star player, the pride and joy of our organization. Our #1 earner, and look, Kisok, is with him too. Junoo paid them no mind, plopping down in a chair and cutting straight to the chase. "Anyway, you said something about a big mission." Cho gave a slight nod in response. "As the mission broker, I'll give you the rundown," he began. "First off, you're aware that the terrorist alliance has been completely dismantled, right? This part of the Manhwa recap is where things get serious." He gave a slight nod, signaling that he understood the situation involved the Germanicus army, a terrorist alliance from the first chapter's disaster plot. However, unlike in the game, they had already been dismantled in a major suppression campaign led by the government. Rebuilding that organization now would be a monumental task. The executioner Queen Sin Yeren and her remaining followers were being crushed and scattered everywhere. Just then, Cho continued, so acting on a request from the military, we managed to track them down. Kisok sighed and chimed in. But one of them is holed up in a place we can't get to. Junu's brow furrowed slightly. He asked with a hint of doubt, is that place really so problematic? Kisok replied with resignation. It's a monster village. One of the terrorists is a mutant. Hearing this, Junu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. In a monster village, any mutant is treated as one of their own. Kisok shook his head with a heavy sigh. But these terrorists are incredibly dangerous, and yet that bear continues to shelter them, which makes things very difficult for us. Still, I never would have guessed Hunter Kim had a connection to that monster village. This feels like destiny. Junu nodded the pieces, finally clicking into place. So that's how it is, he thought, though he couldn't accept the mission just yet. In this kind of system, Manhwa reaching level 6 was his priority, and he couldn't risk a reckless confrontation with the monster village. But a flat-out refusal doesn't feel right either. While Junu was weighing his options, Kisok slid a photograph across the table. The photo showed a salamander-like figure. The man explained slowly, this is a picture of our target, the salamander mutant, currently hiding out in the monster village. Doesn't he just look like a terrorist? Junu picked up the photo, examining it for a long moment, before frowning and asking a question of his own. You're telling me this thing is a mutant? Kisok nodded slightly. Yes, is there a problem? But Junu knew better. This salamander was no mere mutant. This was the mid-boss from Chapter 1 Salamander Senior, a high-tech biocriminal. It's a classic reborn Manhwa scenario, where the overpowered MC has future knowledge. This terrorist had completely fooled the Great Bear. With that crucial insight, Junu accepted the mission and immediately set off, running through the night toward Hope Village. He was certain that once the Great Bear knew the truth, it would cooperate. It wasn't a guarantee, but he had to try. Just as he was getting close, however, a sky-shattering explosion erupted, throwing Junu into a state of alarm. Wasn't that explosion right in the direction of Hope Village? It seemed that blasted salamander had already made its move. In an instant, smoke and flames consumed the distant sky. Back in the village, every creature was severely weakened, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Even the formidable Great Bear was shaking. With a lump in its throat, it managed to croak out in a hoarse voice. What? What is happening? It's a mana bomb, Junu yelled, as he sprinted into the scene. Seeing him, the Great Bear cried out in shock. Swordsman, Kim, what are you doing here? Junu quickly explained. I heard a terrorist was here, and this has to be his work. He's a criminal, disguised as a mutant. The Great Bear was floored by the revelation. What? An imposter. But before it could even process the shock, another creature scrambled over to report. Chief, the serpent's bone is gone, and the salamander has disappeared with it. The Great Bear was utterly stunned. It was frozen, completely unsure of what to do next. Junu shouted urgently. We're out of time. At this rate, everyone is going to turn into a living bomb and explode. The creatures of the village were writhing in agony. Junu yelled his suggestion, raise the barrier now. Without a second of hesitation, the Great Bear replied, I understand. It then bolted toward the spirit tree and knelt before it. In a pleading tone, it begged Godmother, Oh, Great Mother, I implore you, protect your children. As the words left its mouth, the spirit tree began to radiate a brilliant light. Immediately, countless streams of mana shot out from the divine tree, enveloping the entire village in a protective dome in a matter of seconds. With the condition of the other creatures finally stabilizing, Junu declared, Do me a favor and maintain the barrier. I'm heading out to find that terrorist and Bone Snake. The large bear, filled with worry, asked, Will you truly be all right going alone? Junu gave a subtle nod. I've already modified the properties of my sixth sense, he stated with unwavering confidence. I'll locate them and be back in a flash. With that, Junu sprinted deep into the village. The area was thick with a foul miasma, prompting him to frown and mutter, This must be the right place. Yet at that very moment, a voice called out from behind Teacher, causing Junu to jolt and spin around in surprise. The person calling him was unbelievably Soren. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion and asked, Why are you here? Soren simply smiled back. You're the one who called me for help. Junu was utterly baffled, questioning her. Huh, did I? But comprehension dawned on him in an instant, and a smirk crept onto his face. Ah, right. I did. That's why you came to assist me. As soon as he spoke, his body lurched violently, and a panicked Soren had to catch him. She asked with deep concern, Teacher, are you all right? Junu clutched his head, his lips pressed into a firm line. I'm fine, but this is strange. Why does my body feel so limp? Soren supported him, moving slowly, as she earnestly suggested. You need to rest. Let me go and investigate. Junu's brow furrowed slightly as he asked with a hint of doubt, Are you sure that's a good idea? Soren's lips twisted into a confident grin. Of course. Just leave the rest to me. And rest in peace. The moment those chilling words escaped her, she produced a knife ready to plunge it into him. Instantly, the coppery scent of fresh blood permeated the air. But upon closer inspection, Soren's eyes bulged in utter disbelief, because Junwoo stood there completely unscathed, while the knife she wielded had been knocked clean from her hand. He smirked, condescendingly. Did you really think I'd fall for such a pathetic illusion? In his hand, Junwoo held a vial of holy water. He had stabbed his own leg to keep his senses sharp, a classic survival move in these manhwa recaps. In that instant, the fake Soren before him violently exploded, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. And when the true scene came into view, Junwoo's pupils involuntarily constricted in horror. He saw the real bone snake gruesomely strung up on a post, with numerous IV bags feeding strange fluids directly into its body. Seeing this, Junwoo roared in a fit of rage. You absolute lunatic. Are you turning a mutant's body into a living bomb? The chameleon, having reverted to his usual form, simply sneered back at him. These mutants are laughably easy to lure. Thanks to them, I can stage the perfect terrorist attack. And now I've even managed to capture you, the troublesome swordsman. Junwoo squinted at them, his voice dripping with disdain. You think this pathetic display is enough to handle me? You clearly don't know what an overpowered MC can do. This is the perfect moment to unveil these. Fresh from the system: rage, perseverance, attack destruction, and unrivaled slaughter. By combining these 6 traits, I'll forge the Firestar sword style, and even activate 1 versus 1,000. This is the kind of power-up you only see in the best system manhwa. The synergy between the traits and his swordplay was executed with masterful precision by Junwoo. In a heartbeat, the chameleon's lackeys were ensnared by tendrils of blood-red mana, which threw them into a state of utter terror. By now, Junwoo's eyes had taken on a crazed predatory gleam. He let out a cold laugh. You truly messed with the wrong person, didn't you? As the words echoed, Junwoo, with a sword in one hand and an axe in the other, lunged forward. In mere seconds, his blade was slick with crimson. The entire enemy force, including the chameleon, was completely annihilated. Junwoo flashed a satisfied grin, clearly pleased with his own terrifying might. Immediately after, Junwoo rescued Bone Snake and carried it back to the Village of Hope. Upon seeing its condition, the large bear gasped in shock. Bone Snake, what in the world happened? Junwoo answered grimly. It's lost too much mana. It'll probably go berserk soon. Please, you must take it to the godmother. Understood. The great bear frantically nodded, rushing the serpent's bones over to the god tree and pleading, Godmother, I'm begging you. However, the voice that came through the translator was tinged with the god tree's profound sorrow. It is too late. There is nothing I can do now. Hearing this, the great bear was struck with terror, trembling as he stammered. It can't be. At that very moment, the weakened snake bone raised a trembling hand, weakly calling out, Bear, bear. The great bear scrambled to his side, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right? Are you back with us? With a faint tremor, Snakebone made a horrifying request. Bear. End me. In a flash, pure panic contorted the great bear's face. He roared in disbelief and anger. What are you even saying? End you. Even Junwoo found himself in a difficult position, a truly grim moment you'd see in the most intense reborn manhwa. It was perhaps the most logical, albeit tragic solution. If Snakebone's mana core were to go critical, the resulting explosion would be massive enough to annihilate the entire village. But the great bear, heartbroken, wailed in protest, I can't. Even if it costs me my own life, I could never do that. Just as despair began to settle over everyone, Junwoo's voice cut through the gloom. I have a method. The great bear's head snapped up, a spark of joy in his eyes. Truly. But Junwoo was quick to temper their expectations, hesitating before admitting there was a 90% probability of failure. Furthermore, if anything went awry, Junwoo's own life would be on the line. Yet the words Snakebone had spoken during their first farewell echoed in his mind, pushing him forward. Perhaps it was worth risking everything to save him. Despite the daunting odds, the great bear's resolve was unshakable. Even if there's only a 1% chance of saving Snakebone, I don't care. Please, I'm begging you, do whatever it takes. Junwoo gave a slight nod. Understood. First, prepare a large tub for me. Everyone else needs to evacuate the immediate area quickly. Junwoo then turned to the great bear with another instruction. The Hunters Association is waiting just beyond the forest. Please grant them entry. The great bear immediately complied with his request, clearing a path for Kyoke and his people to enter. The old man presented Junwoo with a suitcase, stating, Here are the items you requested. Is there anything else you require? Junwoo began to speak slowly. Chairman, no. All high-ranking soldiers. I need you to extract the mana cores and lubrication oil from your prosthetics. Kyoke's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, How many do you need? Junwoo's reply was urgent, the kind of bold command you'd expect from an overpowered MC. Extract every last one. The only way for Snakebone to survive is to grant him a human body. And so Junsu is concocting a special elixir for him. He then carefully submerged Snakebone's body into the prepared mixture. This particular method was something that only emerged after the nuclear war arc, but it was definitely worth a gamble. The key was a sacrifice from a being who had reached the divine realm. And luckily for them, a god tree was right here. With this thought, Junsu spoke with grave seriousness. God tree, in order to save Snakebone, would you be willing to share your blood? This audacious request made the great bear cry out in shock, Godmother's blood. After a moment of hesitation, the god tree finally conceded. Very well, take it. She then allowed her precious essence to flow into the vial Junu held. Junu wasted no time pouring one mouthful into Snakebone's mouth and consuming the other himself. He then activated 3 of his traits, Divine Power, Holy Light, and Aura, a classic system Manhwa power-up. With these 3 traits stacked, he could momentarily reach their divine level, allowing Junu to enter the sacred space granted by the god tree. In the blink of an eye, the entire world before him transformed. This was the domain of the god tree, and with her were 2 other guests. She had invited 2 other gods. Junsu felt utterly minuscule in their presence, yet their holy relics were resonating with him. With the combined presence of these 3 divine beings, Junu could shatter the system's probability correction and ascend directly, a crazy plot twist for any manhwa recap or even manhwa recap. Very quickly, the sky above Hope Village was consumed by an encroaching darkness, and then, just then, 2 more torrents of magical energy erupted, converging with the first. All 3 streams slammed directly into Junsu's body and the snake bones. Witnessing this insane spectacle, Big Bear couldn't help but roar in astonishment as lightning rained down upon the snake bones. The snail was equally bewildered by the chaotic scene. No one had a clue what was unfolding, and all the while Junsu remained completely enveloped in a cocoon of magical energy. Moments later, bolts of lightning rained down relentlessly from the heavens, brilliantly illuminating an entire corner of the village. When the thunderous assault finally ceased, the tub containing the snake bones was billowing with thick steam. A confident smirk played on Junsu's lips as he declared, "Snake bones, it's time for you to awaken." The very moment the words left his mouth, a single hand slowly rose from the water of the tub. Soon after, a young woman with shimmering golden hair gracefully emerged. Junsu's face broke into a satisfied grin. The ritual was a success. She had truly taken on a human form, a classic trope you'd see in a reborn manhwa. Or to be more precise, she was now a newly created artificial human. Snake Bones, now possessing a human vessel, gracefully stepped out of the tub, fully embodying her brand new appearance. Junsu quickly draped a cloth over her, offering a warm smile. "Congratulations," he said. "You have a new body." Snake Bones looked back at him, her eyes filled with profound gratitude. She spoke in a soft, ethereal voice. "Thank you. This feels like a dream. I can feel the wind on my skin, smell the fresh grass, and the clean air. It's been so very long." This caused the startled Big Bear to cry out, "Snake, are you all right? Tell me nothing's wrong." Even Junshu found the situation deeply suspicious. How strange it should have already taken effect. Just as confusion washed over the group, Snakebone suddenly let out a dry cough. From her hand, a circular treasure materialized. Junu recognized it instantly. This was the artifact that appeared at the very end of Snakebone's personal quest, the SSR grade Ring of Prophecy. Snakebone narrowed her eyes at it, murmuring under her breath, "So this is what my godmother's prophecy foretold." Hearing this, a bewildered Big Bear scratched his head. "A prophecy? What does that even mean?" Snakebone simply placed the ring into Junu's hand. Then, with a faint smile, she explained, "You returned my flesh and bone to me. Therefore, it is my destiny to entrust a part of myself to you." True to its name, the Ring of Prophecy was a device capable of revealing any information within the game, the kind of item that truly creates an overpowered MC. For example, it could unveil the exact rewards hidden within a treasure chest, or even reveal the maps of any related random dungeons. Junu was completely blindsided by such an incredible reward. While he was still processing this, Snakebone produced a mana core and offered it to him. "You should take this as well," she said. June couldn't help but ask, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Isn't this a mana core? Even if you're no longer a mutant, you'll still need it." Snakebone simply shook her head and replied, "It's fine. If you want to reach level 6, you will need my mana core." Those were her specific instructions for me. At that very moment, the divine tree suddenly began to tremble. A single leaf drifted down into Snakebone's hand. She quickly unfurled it to find words inscribed within. After a quick scan, she looked up and spoke. "My godmother has given us the guide to reaching level 6. Zhengshu was utterly stunned by the revelation as Snakebone began to explain slowly. "According to what's written here, you will also need the mana cores from other mutants. The moment those words were spoken, Big Bear immediately declared, "You are the savior of our village, so this is nothing. I will give you every single mana core I have stored away." Inspired by his declaration, the other villagers began to clamor, all offering their own cores to him. A deeply satisfied smile spread across Junshu's face. These cores were likely precious mementos, yet they offered them without hesitation, a loyalty you love to see in a reborn Manhwa. He was truly grateful to them all. The following day, Junu returned to the city, heading towards a towering skyscraper with his 3 apprentices trailing closely behind, setting the stage for the next part of this manhwa recap. Soren gazed around in absolute awe for a long moment, before hesitantly asking, "Is this entire building, seriously, all yours?" Junu gave a slight nod, a smirk playing on his lips. "That's right, a recent purchase. In this world, money is its own kind of power." Just then, Choseo came jogging over, waving enthusiastically. "Greetings, Superman." Kim Junu chuckled softly in response. "Director Choi, you're here bright and early." A smile bloomed on his face. Choseo beamed with pride. "Of course, I'm the manager of this fine establishment now. It's truly an honor to serve you. Now, if you'll allow me, I'd be delighted to give you a grand tour of the building." Hearing this, Soren and the others lit up with excitement. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation, ready to check out the cafeteria, but Junu cut in with a different suggestion. "Let's head to the training room first." At his words, a wave of panic washed over the 3 girls. A short while later, inside the state-of-the-art training room, Junu and his 4 disciples had already begun their intense regimen. Callie had reached the status of a level 3 superhuman, Janet had ascended to level 4, and leading the pack was Soren, a powerful level 5 superhuman. Junu, of course, was training right alongside them. His movements were a blur so astonishingly fast that the naked eye couldn't even track him. He had officially switched his class attribute to Swordsman, and had already broken through to level 6, a feat worthy of any top-tier system manhwa. Junu paused, observing his 3 apprentices. They had finally built a solid foundation, which meant our overpowered MC could now shift his focus to his own personal training. Thanks to the Prophet's Ring, Junu had been able to acquire all the necessary items to break through to level 6 with ease. Moreover, he had also mastered 2 legendary techniques of the Eastern Army, the Black Tiger Sword style and the devastating Hellfire skill. After stacking so many new attributes, the high-tier class of Master Swordsman felt tantalizingly within reach. However, there was a catch. To truly wield the power of that class, his current training methods were simply not cutting it, causing him to struggle with controlling his Firestar sword style. Junu felt a growing certainty that the time had come for him to visit that fabled place, the very abode of the gods themselves. A few days later, standing before a colossal palace in Sweden, Junu made to enter only to be blocked by the formidable guardian at the gate. "Warrior Kim, I'm afraid you are not permitted to enter," the guardian stated. Junu was taken aback, asking with a hint of confusion, "But I'm an honorary holy knight of this sanctuary." The guardian's voice was cold and unyielding. "Even so, as a holy knight who has only reached level 6, it is far too perilous. Please return when you have attained level 7. Junu let out a resigned sigh, not entirely surprised by this development. He had anticipated this roadblock. It was a well-known rule, a classic trope you see in many a manhwa recap, that any mortal below level 7 would perish upon meeting a god. But he wasn't without a plan. He then produced a single ethereal branch. Junu smiled calmly and explained, "This is a myth-grade item from Norse legend, known as Miss Duen's Regret." The angelic guardian murmured in disbelief. "You actually managed to obtain it. Very well, I understand now. Please allow me to guide you." Upon hearing those words, a satisfied smile spread across Junu's face. Everything was going according to plan, just like the protagonist of a reborn manhwa. It was a good thing he had prepared in advance. A short while ago, in a Swedish plaza, Junu was strolling through the streets, but it was a walk with a clear objective. Before his fated meeting with Thor, there was one more piece he needed to put in place. "There's a hidden quest here, and the reward is Miss Tan's regret," he thought to himself. "I have to clear it first." As Junu recalled from his past life, he had to find several special individuals hidden within this very marketplace. While he was lost in thought, a hand suddenly clapped down on his shoulder. It was Rasikman. He grinned boisterously. "Well, if it isn't you, long time no see, I never expected to run into you all the way out here." Junu returned the gesture with a polite smile. "It has been a while. What a coincidence to meet you here." Rasikman let out a hearty laugh. "It's all thanks to the newest addition to our family," the man explained. "We have a child now, and we've brought him here to receive a blessing." Junju observed the couple's pure happiness, and he couldn't help but crack a smile. Now that he thought about it, this place was once a sanctuary for the Norse. Wait a minute. Isn't the deity who blesses infants in Norse mythology her? As the realization dawned on him, Junshu quickly spoke up. "Hold on, Are you two here to receive a blessing from Freak? But from what I've heard, she passed away a long time ago. The man Jichmun nodded grimly and replied, That's true, but there is a prophecy. The prophecy states that, in the castle, floating between the sky and at the deepest end of the world, we must seek the gemstone that holds the sunset. Bring the stone to the open field, board the flying ship, and restore order to the world. Only then will the gods smile. Junshu's brow furrowed slightly. According to that prophecy, the floating castle in the sky must be that giant palace, and the lowest end had to be this very place. While he was lost in thought, Shimun spoke up with an offer. We've already found the gemstone, would you like to take a look? With that, he handed Junshu the object he was holding. Junshu accepted it, murmuring in astonishment. This is the gemstone. So, in this world, gemstone is another word for forbidden knowledge. It was just that within the image, Junshu recognized something familiar. Seeing his reaction, Shimun asked with a hint of confusion, What's wrong? Is there a problem? This depicts the birth of the purest and most innocent god, the birth of Miss Nu. It all clicked into place. The special characters Junshu was fated to meet were this very couple. He realized he had to help them get Freak's blessing to complete his mission. With this thought, Junshu's attitude shifted completely for this manhwa recap. My friend, he said with sudden enthusiasm, allow me to join you on your journey. And so the three of them made their way towards the field mentioned in the prophecy. But the ground below was absolutely swarming with monsters. Zichmun, sitting in the driver's seat, pointed into the distance and announced, That is the airship from the prophecy, the legendary vessel constructed by the Dwarf King. Junshu followed his gesture, and sure enough, he saw two magnificent airships hovering in the sky. Junshu was instantly ecstatic. He recognized it. It was a mobile fortress that could be folded to fit inside a pocket. A literal flying mobile fortress. Seeing him speechless, Shimun continued, It's an amazing sight to behold with your own eyes, isn't it? In truth, Junshu was already scheming to get his hands on it. In the game, this item was completely unobtainable. Inside the car, Jimun and his wife remained on high alert, constantly scanning their surroundings. The prophecy was clear. Bring the gemstone to the open field, board the flying ship, and restore order to the world. Only then will the gods smile. This meant they had to capture Skit the Bladnir and defeat the horde of titans. The weight of the task made Zichmun sigh in resignation. So many have lost their lives with the ambition of capturing that ship. It won't be easy at all. Hearing that, Junshu simply clenched his fist. Not easy, not for him. For an overpowered MC like him, it was going to be a piece of cake. At that very moment, massive cannons swiveled and aimed directly at their vehicle. In the blink of an eye, a volley of magical cannon blasts shot towards them. The car's internal system immediately issued an alert. Projectiles detected ahead. It's my time to shine. At the same time, Junshu activated his master driver trait. He then slammed on the accelerator, and the car tore through the wind, launching forward. The magical blasts chased them, relentlessly exploding in their wake. But Junshu's car charged forward defiantly, weaving through the chaos like something out of a reborn manhwa. The cannons, however, continued their frantic barrage, causing the system to issue a constant stream of warnings. This is the kind of action you'd see in a top-tier manhwa recap. Ignoring all warnings, Junshu slammed on the accelerator, charging headfirst into the chaotic plume of smoke and fire before him. Witnessing this reckless act, Zichmun and his wife could only watch from below in absolute horror. Deep within the fiery abyss, something began to glow with an insane intensity. And who else could it be but Junshu's ride? He launched his vehicle straight into the sky, pulling off a maneuver so cinematic it defied belief. This incredible feat earned him the unification trait, allowing him to merge as one with his mechanical warhorse. Immediately after, Junshu piloted his ride straight towards the enemy airship. It landed dramatically on the deck, sending the guards scrambling in a full-blown panic. But before they could even grasp the situation, a powerful explosion erupted, a classic move by an overpowered MC that sent them all flying overboard. The general emerged from inside just in time to see his forces utterly decimated, his face paling with shock as he locked eyes with the culprit. He immediately confronted him, demanding, Why would a holy knight of Thor, of all people, do something like this? Junshu just scoffed at the question. What kind of nonsense is that? I place my faith in no gods, he retorted, gripping his hammer tightly and tuning out the general's terrified screams. Without a single shred of hesitation, he charged forward. A thunderous boom echoed as another explosion tore through the airship. And just like that, in a scene worthy of any top-tier manhwa recap, Junshu had wiped out everyone on board and seized control of the vessel. After boarding the captured airship, Sipun couldn't help but express his awe. That was an absolutely magnificent battle, my friend. Now, we just need to figure out how to pilot this thing. Junshu nodded slowly, admitting That's true, but how in the world do we operate it? Just as he was at a loss, the AI from his vehicle spoke up. Master, I am capable of controlling it, proving once again why this is a grade A system Manhwa. Wasting no time, Junsu connected a cable from his warhorse directly to the airship's main console. In an instant, the system began its access sequence. Sipun, observing the map that appeared on the main screen, frowned and muttered, "To obtain Freck's blessing, we need to find Fenria." Junu immediately stepped up to the task. "I'll help you find it." With that settled, he had the system pilot the airship away from the area. But before making a clean getaway, he dropped a parting gift of explosives on the field below, annihilating the entire Titan force in one fell swoop. Junsu watched the carnage with a satisfied grin and said, "Now we can finally fulfill the rest of the prophecy, can't we, Sish?" Mun nodded in agreement. "My deepest thanks, my friend. I will never forget this favor. Now listen closely." As he spoke, he took out the precious gemstone he'd been holding onto. In a flash, a brilliant column of light erupted from the gem, and from within it, the goddess Frick herself gracefully appeared. Without uttering a single word, the goddess Frick slowly raised her hand and gently touched Jordis's abdomen. A moment later, she vanished without a trace. Saipun, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke with sincere reverence. "The blessing you have bestowed upon us, I accept it with my deepest gratitude." Junu was equally pleased, as this meant the quest was finally complete. As a reward, he obtained an item with a mere 1% drop rate, a moment you'd cheer for in any Manhwa recap. It was Miss Kun's regret. Junsu clutched the ethereal flower, a newfound determination burning within him. He was now ready to confront the gods themselves. Back in the present, Junsu finally stepped into the colossal palace. As soon as he crossed the threshold, an invisible, shimmering barrier appeared before him, blocking his path. Junu grit his teeth, determined to tear through the obstacle with sheer force. The divine pressure was so immense that just getting close made it hard to breathe. However, armed with that special item, Junu could withstand it even at his current level. It was all thanks to that one-time use item, a classic trope you'd find in a reborn manhwa that gives the hero an edge. And through his unyielding persistence, Junsu finally broke through. He finally met the god of thunder, Thor. The deity was lounging on a massive throne, a wry smile playing on his lips as he greeted him. "A pleasure to finally meet you, outsider." Jun was completely stunned. How did this god know who he was? Filled with doubt, he had to ask, "How do you know I come from another world?" With a slight chuckle, Tho casually replied, "How do I know, you ask? These eyes of mine can see everything, you tiny little human." Hearing that, Jun realized the truth. It seemed even the gods themselves were aware of his unique origins. At that very moment, Tho spoke up again. "So why have you come to see me?" Junshu answered calmly, "I just wanted to ask a few questions. Do you know who was the one to summon me here? Surely a transcendent power capable of altering the very world would be known to a god like Tho." But Tho simply shook his head and said, "I don't know," which left Junshu completely frozen in his tracks as Tho glared daggers at him. "Let me repeat myself. I said I don't know. How could I possibly know?" That Junsu furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. In that case, could it be that the father summoned me? At this, Tho's expression soured. After a long moment of thought, he replied, "Impossible. If any god had used that kind of power, there's no way I wouldn't have known about it." Junshu's brow tightened in deep concentration. So it seems it wasn't a god after all. He then recalled his conversation with the saintess, realizing her words were clearly hiding a deeper, more sinister meaning. With that in mind, Junshu asked quietly, "Then why did she call me a vessel?" Tho pondered for a long while before finally answering, "It's likely because of your soul. The level of your soul is exceptionally high." Junshu, still confused, pressed on, "Is it because I can combine different traits?" Nodding coolly, Tho confirmed, "That's right. The ability to learn and fuse all kinds of powers is something only a true transcendent being can achieve. The Eastern folks call it something like the peerless myriad star, I believe. A classic setup for an overpowered MC." Junshu had heard something similar from the Tower Master before. He continued his questioning. "I've heard of that. Have you ever met anyone else like me?" Tho gently tapped his fingers on the armrest, and after a long pause he finally spoke. "There was one. The Heavenly Demon." Those words hit Junshu like a lightning bolt. He suddenly remembered Chen Wei saying he resembled the Heavenly Demon. It was like a plot twist from a reborn manhwa, and everything was finally clicking into place. While Jun was lost in thought, Tho made a startling proposal. "You know, you should just ditch the father and that whole disgusting church. After that, I'll appoint you as my personal angel." Jun was floored by the offer and quickly refused. "I'm not ready to die just yet." Tho looked at him with clear dissatisfaction, scoffing, "I meant times after times you die, you mortal. Besides," he added, "it's not like it would matter if that old geezer came back to life anyway." Junshu shot back, a hint of disbelief in his voice. "Are you being serious right now?" Tho let out a weary sigh. I refuse to be cooped up in this stupid palace, drinking for eternity. After all, Tho was the god of thunder, but also the god of war. If you recall the mythology mentioned earlier in this Manhwa recap, during the god-slaying war, all the defeated gods were executed when the father perished. Meanwhile, the victorious gods were sealed away. Being trapped like this, it was only natural for a war god like Tho to be restless. At that moment, Tho suddenly remarked, "In the end, the god-slaying war only really benefited you humans, didn't it? Fine then. I suppose I'll cheer you on a little more." His words left Junshu utterly bewildered, but Tho offered no further explanation. Instead, he stretched out a hand towards our hero. "You want the power to escape the father's grasp, don't you?" Junshu didn't speak, but his firm nod was answer enough. A satisfied smile spread across Tho's face as he declared, "That power, I will gladly bestow upon you." And as soon as the words left his lips, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Jun directly. His entire body was engulfed in crackling energy, the sheer agony causing veins to bulge across his skin. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he threw his head back and let out a primal scream, all while Tho sat on his throne watching with cold indifference. Use it well. Through a crucible of unimaginable pain, Juno had finally claimed it, Tho's cultivation arts, and the very lightning that danced at the god's command. At that moment, Tho's voice rumbled through the chamber. "Is it done, little mortal?" The hammer in his hand thrummed with raw energy. After enduring that baptism of lightning, Juno could now summon the storm himself. The agony was immense, but the reward was undeniable. Juno bowed his head in gratitude. "My deepest thanks." The god of thunder gave a slight acknowledging nod. "You may leave now, traveler from another world." A satisfied grin spread across Junu's face. This little detour had paid off handsomely. With that, he departed the divine palace, boarding his vessel for the journey back to Korea. Several days later, Junu's ship breached Korean airspace. He calmly gazed down at the familiar landscape below a changed man. The journey had been long, but the rewards were more than worth it. He hadn't planned on it, but he'd acquired the god-slaying weapon, Mistletoe, a plot twist worthy of the best manhwa recap. It was a weapon capable of nullifying invincibility itself, and he'd even snagged Skady's blade on top of it all. The more he considered his haul, the wider his grin became. "Perhaps I should take the apprentices out for a little celebration," he mused. But just as the thought crossed his mind, a distant tremor shattered the peace. His brow furrowed as he muttered, "What's that rumbling sound?" His eyes scanned the horizon, and in the next instant, he saw a massive explosion blooming in the distance. The color drained from Junu's face in an instant. That's my building. Why is it engulfed in flames?" A moment later, the scene on the ground confirmed his worst fears. Ambulances were already swarming the area, rushing the wounded to the nearest hospital. The moment he touched down, Junu sprinted towards the chaotic scene. He moved in a blur, a gust of wind that startled the medical staff, but Junu didn't spare them a glance. His only focus was finding Director Choi's room. He found him there, covered in grievous wounds, and lying motionless on the hospital bed, with Iron Fist standing vigil beside him. Junu's jaw clenched as he spoke. Iron Fist. Who were the cowards that did this to him? Iron Fist's expression was grim as he replied, "We're still investigating. But all signs point to the remnants of that terrorist group." At those words, a dark and murderous shadow fell over Junu's face. He ground his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips. Those terrorists, they finally crossed the line. Director Choi wasn't just a business partner to Junu, he was family. In the cutthroat, selfish world of Ichon, he had been the first person to show Junu genuine kindness. Choi was his most trusted right-hand man. The man who always had a warm smile on his face was now lying broken and unresponsive in this sterile room. Junu bit his lip hard, the taste of blood filling his mouth. His eyes swam with guilt. "Curse it all. This is my fault. I'm the one who asked him to manage that building." But just then, a weak, trembling voice cut through his despair. "Superman, Kim Junu." The hero's eyes widened. He looked down at the man on the bed, his voice catching as he cried out in disbelief. "Director Choi, you're awake." Choi So managed a weak shake of his head. "I'm all right." With a trembling effort, he raised his hand. Clutched in his fist was a small vial of blood. He whispered, his voice raspy, "But there's something far more important. This is my blood. You have to take it." Junu's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why are you giving this to me?" he asked. Choi's gaze, though weak, was steady as he answered. "Because I had nanotrackers implanted in my bloodstream. During the attack, I made sure to get my blood on them." This is the kind of clever plot point you'd see in a top-tier system manhwa. With this, Junu could hunt them down. Hearing this, Junu's hand closed tightly around Choi So's, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you for surviving this, Director Choi. Thank you. I'll use every medical resource at my disposal to make sure you recover fully." Choi's CEO managed a slight nod, that same genuine smile gracing his lips. Reassured that his friend would live, Junu turned to leave, his expression transformed into a mask of pure cold fury. And this time he vowed, I'm going to finish every last one of them. This is the moment our overpowered MC fully awakens. A short while later, Junu and Iron Fist arrived at the Guro district base. After a quick sweep of the area, Iron Fist turned to him. Iron Fist finally broke the silence. Superman Kim, I've tracked the nano devices from Director Choi's blood. Here are the results. They're holed up in here. Junu and Cheol-Guan moved in swiftly, but a frown creased Junu's brow as he turned to his companion. Are you sure their trail ends here? Cheol-Guan gave a grim nod. Positive. Should I just level the place? Most of the people in Guro are either residents or criminals. Nothing my iron fists can't handle. But after hearing this, Junu fell into a deep, troubled silence. Taking them down was the right call, but this time he was absolutely determined to defeat their leader, the assassin Queen Iron. The problem was, the terrorist alliance had started out as the Rights Alliance. This wasn't some simple villain takedown you'd see in a typical reborn manhwa. It was once an organization founded to fight for the rights of society's marginalized right up until they formed an alliance with the Father's congregation. If they recklessly destroyed this place, it could very well strengthen the twisted sense of justice their followers clung to. With this in mind, Junu finally spoke, his voice calm and measured. Violence isn't always the answer to everything. It could endanger the lives of innocent people. Cheol-Guan's brow furrowed slightly in response. Yeah, you're right, of course. So have you cooked up another plan? A faint smirk played on Junu's lips as he said, we're going to tear it down. And then build it back up. Cheol-Guan was utterly stunned, asking in complete confusion, what in the world does that mean? Junu's eyebrow arched playfully. From now on, we are going to redevelop the entire Guro district. Cheol-Guan was so baffled by the statement that the cigarette simply fell from his lips. A confident grin spread across Junu's face as he declared, this is my plan. This is the kind of big-brain play you only see from a truly overpowered MC. And so the redevelopment of the Guro district proceeded quite smoothly, all thanks to the president himself, who quickly approved the plan to overhaul a region plagued by public disorder, and also thanks to investments from several powerful figures, like the Magic Tower Master, Hai Young, and even the general himself. In addition to all this, another major event occurred. Junu finally located the terrorists' main headquarters on the outskirts of Darum, and once it was found, he was definitely going to pay a visit, bringing Yuan along with him. Yuan helped him bypass the lock. With a cheerful grin, he announced, it's unlocked, Master. Junu couldn't help but praise him. You truly live up to the name of the #1 security company. You're not just a master of security, Yuan, but a genius at breaking it too. Yuan looked a little bashful at the compliment. He lowered his voice and asked, but don't you think this is a little too dangerous? We're about to go up against the infamous Assassin Queen. A casual smile touched Junu's lips as he replied calmly, of course, it's dangerous. This is no easy mission, and that's precisely why I asked for everyone's help. As it turned out, he had brought along several other people, all of them familiar faces, including the formidable trio led by Cheol-Guan. Mage Kim and Priest Kim were now level 5 superhumans. Junu's 3 disciples still held their ranks at level 3, 4, and 5, while Junu and Yuan were both level 6 superhumans. These were truly individuals with extraordinary talent. Their growth speed was much faster than the average you'd see in any manhwa recap. Junu himself was surprised that Yuan had already caught up to his level. Thinking about it, he let out a pleased laugh. In that case, everyone here is more than strong enough to handle the people inside, so there's no need to worry. This is the kind of dream team you'd see in a top-tier system manhwa. Hearing these words, Soren's group immediately grew excited, shouting, Master, just leave it to us. Yuan's resolve also hardened, and he declared fiercely, I will also do my best as a fellow level 6 superhuman. Once everyone was ready, Junu pushed the door and stepped inside. The very instant the door was opened, a powerful whirlwind slammed into everyone's faces. When they could finally see again, a shimmering spatial gate had appeared. Staring into that terrifying expanse of pure black, the resolve of Soren's group instantly crumbled. Soren hesitated, muttering under his breath, Teacher, are you absolutely sure we'll be okay going in there? Junsu, our ever-confident protagonist, in this manhwa recap, just winked and replied, when have I ever miscalculated? Let's move in and eliminate the Executioner Queen. Meanwhile, deep within a gloomy cellar, a low menacing voice echoed, those inferior beings have just walked willingly into their own tomb. As these words were spoken, a sword glowing with a blood-red aura was raised high. It was Yeren. A wicked sneer spread across her face as she said, since things have come to this, I suppose I should help them find a beautiful burial plot. A short while later, out on the vast grasslands, Junsu's party had finally entered the trial zone. However, the bizarre and unfamiliar scenery surrounding them left everyone feeling slightly disoriented. A massive magic circle dominated the ground, flanked by 3 strange arenas. This place was once infamously known to players as Minigame Hell. You had to clear 3 mini-games to dispel the buff protecting the Executioner Queen, a classic trial in any system Manhwa. In the original game, it was a simple side-scroller and hardly a challenge, but now having to conquer it in person seemed far from easy, the kind of twist you'd expect in a reborn Manhwa. However, it was precisely for this kind of situation that Junsu had brought his disciples. With that thought, he glanced at his team and announced the plan. We'll split into 3 teams to break through. Team 1 will be Yujin with Iron Fist, Mage Kim, and Priest Kim. Team 2 will consist of Soren, Janet, and Kali. After hearing the team assignments, Soren asked with a puzzled look, what about the final team? Junsu simply smiled with utter confidence. I'll go alone. A true overpowered MC. He was a veteran who had mastered these mini-games long ago. The first game was assigned to Yujin's team. It was a challenge where they had to destroy falling blocks to reach the goalpost. While it looked difficult, it was a completely different story. If you had magic that could sense mana, and that's where Mage Kim was indispensable. He quickly identified the correct blocks to destroy, and Iron Fist immediately shattered them with his powerful punches. Ujin's team progressed through the first game with ease. Yet a strange seed of doubt began to sprout in Ujin's heart, and his expression grew heavy with a somber thought. The second game fell to Soren's team, a trial where they had to find invisible cloud platforms to cross the sky and reach the end point. Success simply required moving according to a specific pattern, and since they had Kali, a complete fanatic for game bosses, it was an absolute cakewalk. And the final game was left for Junsu. He glanced at the others and gave them a final reminder, I'll handle my section on my own, so don't worry. If you get there first, do not open the door, just wait for me. Alright, good luck then. A moment later, Priest Kim stood before a large door, smiling as he spoke. It seems we're the first to arrive, Iron Fist draped an arm over Mage Kim's shoulders, laughing. It's all thanks to this kid right here. His pathfinding skills are on another level. Mage Kim replied, shyly, I'm just happy I was able to help everyone. The 3 of them stood there, chatting cheerfully. Only Ujin stood off to the side, his face a mask of bitter frustration. Just then, the other group appeared. It was Soren's team. They were ecstatic about their success, and Soren hugged Kali, tightly showering her with praise. Our Kali is an absolute genius. The 3 girls embraced in a fit of laughter, their close bond on full display for everyone to see. And once again, Ujin was the odd one out, feeling completely lost and isolated. He had been so determined to show Junsu how much he had grown, but what was he even doing? He couldn't let things stay this way. As the only level 6 warrior present, he believed he should be the one to face the Executioner Queen head-on. With this resolve solidifying in his mind, Ujin strode defiantly toward the door in front of them. Soren, in the middle of her conversation, caught the movement from the corner of her eye as Ujin prepared to push the door open. Soren desperately screamed to stop him. What do you think you're doing? Get back here right now. Priest Kim also chimed in with an urgent plea. You can't go in there. Warrior Kim hasn't arrived. But it was too late. The door was already open. Ujin, however, just smiled with unearned confidence. It's fine, everyone. I'm level 6 too. I can handle this. And just like that, they defied Junu's orders, marching right into Yeren's lair. The very instant they crossed the threshold, a wave of mana slammed into them, causing Ujin to shudder. The others were caught in the exact same predicament. What in the world was this soul-crushing pressure? Ujin felt his entire body lock up, unable to move an inch. The culprit, of course, was the Executioner Queen Yeren herself, who was now slowly advancing on the petrified Ujin. Seeing this, Soren immediately roared in frustration. You complete idiot. The master told us to wait. Immediately after, all 3 of them, Soren included, charged forward as one. Ujin was floored to see that they could actually move. How were they withstanding this curse? Yeren, on the other hand, didn't seem the least bit concerned, calmly handling the 3-on-1 assault. She let out a disdainful laugh. You must be insane to be this eager to die. I'll be happy to grant your wish. As soon as she finished speaking, Yeren began to swing her sword again. A barrage of light from her blade shot out, blasting all 3 of them backward. Ujin was still struggling against the immobilizing curse, his brow furrowed in agony. This enemy was on a completely different level from the start, a hopeless fight, straight out of a grim Manhwa recap. Meanwhile, Yeren had leisurely strolled right up to Soren. Seeing the dire situation, Ujin desperately yelled a warning. Run, Soren. Yeren just scoffed, a cruel smirk spreading across her face. Goodbye, kid. But before her sword could fall, another figure appeared in a flash, blocking her path. Yeren's eyes narrowed involuntarily, her expression turning foul. The person who had arrived was none other than Junu, our resident overpowered MC, who blocked Yaren's blade with his thorn gauntlet. He raised an eyebrow in a classic taunt. Well, Executioner Queen. Long time no see. It's been over a month, right? Realizing who it was, Yaren's face twisted in pure annoyance as she asked with a cold cackle. You dare to seek me out here? Fine, this just saves me the trouble. I'll just slaughter every last one of you. And with that, Yaren began her deadly dance of blades. A storm of sword beams filled the air, flashing chaotically. Seeing this terrifying display, Yujin was instantly thrown into a panic. No way, even if it's Junu, this is impossible. He wanted to scream out in fear, but before a sound could escape his lips, something that completely defied his expectations happened. Junu was actually matching Yaren blow for blow. Not only that, he even managed to force her back several meters. In that single moment, she snapped, charging forward while shrieking, "I will absolutely kill you." Junu, however, remained perfectly composed. He calmly sheathed his sword, then let out a smirk. You've got that backward. Today you're the one who's going to die. With his declaration made, he brought out Thor's hammer, which crackled with immense lightning as he attacked a truly epic scene from a top-tier system Manhwa. The crackle and boom of lightning strikes filled the chamber, but Yaren's form plowed right through them without slowing down. She snorted with contempt. You think you can stop me with this piece of trash? You could hit me 1,000 times, and it would still be useless. And of course, Junu was well aware of this fact. During the Soon terrorist incident, he had already suffered through the harsh lesson of Yaren's passive invulnerability. Back then, Junu couldn't lay a single scratch on her. But now, it was a completely different story. It's like he's the protagonist of a reborn manhwa, able to fight Yaren as an equal. This reality made her absolutely livid. How could she have ever guessed that he would level up so much in such a short time like a character in a fast-paced Manhwa recap? Of course, Yaren wasn't one to give up. She vanished in a blur, reappearing instantly behind Junu's back. Without a moment's hesitation, Yaren delivered a powerful slash. Too bad for her, Junu was a step ahead, materializing a shield for defense. But it was clear the shield wouldn't hold for long. Yaren's sword aura completely shatters his shield, and she closes the distance in an instant, appearing right before Junu with a cold sneer. Time to end this, master of the Black Fox Sword. But just as the final blow is about to land, in this intense manhwa recap, her body is suddenly impaled by a massive tree branch. It's the god of slaughter Menton. The powerful aura radiating from it completely nullifies Yaren's invincibility effect. A classic trump card, straight out of a system manhwa. A triumphant smirk plays on Junu's lips as he declares, "It's over." And just like that, our overpowered MC has completely turned the tables.